Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto-verse reacts to What If Naruto had powers of Glitchtale and went back in Multiverse Time Movie 2. Before we start, please go support Liton493 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Nin exams final. Naruto vs Menma Part 2. Everyone was waiting for the screen to light up to see the continuation of the fight. Kushina wondered if what she had done was right, though in her peanut-like mind, she told herself it was. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Nin exams final. Naruto vs Menma Part 2. Everyone pays attention when they read the title. Everyone was shocked seeing the cloud of smoke and dust where Menma should have been, although in the cage's box, Kushina could be seen smiling with joy at seeing the useless dead. Naruto. Kushina looked at him with annoyance. Now she would really punish Naruto. Me in the production room. On the sand. Naruto and Akumu were seen watching the cloud of smoke and dust, while Gemma stared in disbelief at what had happened. Gemma was about to declare Naruto the winner, but Naruto simply assumed a fighting stance as Akumu transformed into a scythe. That caught everyone's attention in the room, but Naruto knew immediately what was happening. This confused everyone, but the answer became clear the moment the cloud dissipated, revealing a purple glow. As it completely dissipated, everyone saw a purple dome, which, upon disappearing, revealed Menma with a purple glow, but wearing a different outfit. Imagine it's Menma. It was the state of Perseverer. Everyone was in shock as Naruto smiled. Naruto. Proudly. Although it was somewhat of an insult, Menma felt flattered. Naruto could tell Menma's gaze was lost, so his body would act on instinct. That caught everyone's attention as Kushina waited for Menma to die from that power. Naruto. Alright, his body won't be able to handle that new power, so I'll do this quickly. That frustrated Menma a little, but it made her understand that she would have to train more. This causes Akumu to revert to his hidden form and lunge at Menma. Beefrong instinctively catches Naruto's attack and throws him against the wall. Noir manages to recover, landing on his feet against the wall. Menma spins to attack Naruto, who summons his tough glove to catch the fist, but the attack causes the wall to crack. Seeing this, many winced in pain, but they realized something. Naruto was now in trouble. Everyone watched him, waiting for a reaction, but instead, they saw a proud smile on his face. This made many think he was crazy, but those who knew him well knew he was proud of what Menma was accomplishing, getting him into a tight spot. Naruto. Damn, that hurt a bit, good thing I sealed my death too, although even so, death is still absurdly immense. That surprised and caught everyone's attention as they remembered Naruto's stats. His death was absurdly immense. He couldn't think any further as Menma grabbed his wrist and threw him to the other end of the arena, causing Naruto to crash into the wall and create a cloud of dust. Naruto smiled with pride and excitement, this will be a good fight. In the stands. Everyone was surprised by the sudden change, as Naruto was now clearly on the ropes, and they were also astonished by the power Menma exuded. The contestants were equally surprised, while Olivia watched Menma with mild surprise. Olivia. I knew that boy Menma had potential, but I didn't think it was this much. Olivia, like Naruto, could see people's potential, but would only help them if they were good. Menma was surprised to learn that Olivia saw so much potential in him, which made him happy. On the other hand, Kushina and Minato were surprised. Another person saw potential in Menma while they didn't. Were they so blind? In the cage box. Everyone was surprised by what they saw. Hiruzen knew that Menma had great potential, but he didn't know how much. Minato and Kushina were surprised and wondered if it was a good idea to abandon him. Jiraiya wondered what that power was that even managed to put Naruto in trouble, and Orochimaru was ecstatic about the power that Menma exuded. The thoughts of those who appeared there left everyone speechless, although Orochimaru's thoughts disgusted them. On the sand. Menma was looking at the place where he had thrown Naruto when he came to his senses. Naruto. He's out of his trance now, it will be easier for him to fight. Menma. What happened? Sees his body. Wow, what is this and what is this power? It feels great. Then the cloud dissipates as Naruto emerges from the crack, covered in some dust. Naruto. Dusting himself off. You sure hit hard, Menma, good thing I sealed 99.5% of my ATK, def, power and some of my energy, now I can have some fun. Everyone's jaw dropped when they heard that. Naruto. If my calculations are correct, with that power I can fight and beat a 10 tails without breaking a sweat. That left everyone speechless, while the Baijas were in shock upon hearing that with only 0.5% of his power, Naruto could beat the 10 tails without spilling a drop. Menma. Thanks, looking at his body. What is this? Naruto. That's the Perseverer state, it's a state that very few can use, and you can only use it if you have a lot of perseverance. That surprised Menma, along with the rest of those who had heard it. In the room, everyone, especially those hungry for power, wondered how to achieve the status, although they knew that only one person could achieve that with ease and help them. Naruto. Naruto. Well, it's time to even things out. With that, he bumps his fists together, generating a small red light and showing Naruto's new transformation. Imagine it's Naruto. It was in its burning state, the soul state of determination. Everyone was surprised to see the burning state, but at the same time they began to feel the power and heat that this form gave off. Everyone could feel Naruto unleashing a great power and heat in that form. But it didn't end there. Naruto summoned a red knife. It was the weapon of the soul of determination, real knife. Everyone could also feel the power that emanated from that knife. Just like with the state, everyone felt the immense power emanating from the real knife, causing the power hungry to want that weapon, without knowing that if they did, their hand would literally explode. Instinctively, Menma took one of the spheres that were around him and turned it into a purple energy sword. The sword amazed everyone, especially Tenten. However, everyone was surprised to learn that the little orbs Menma had around her could transform into whatever Bifrost wanted. They locked eyes, preparing for battle. Without another word, they lunged at each other, leaving only two blurs visible. One red and one purple. Everyone was surprised by the increased speed of both opponents. Naruto and Menma exchanged a smile. Bifrost would reach that state and they would fight to see who would win. Although the winner was clear, that didn't mean they wouldn't have fun. In the stands. Everyone was surprised by what they saw. It was clear that both of them were the strongest. Upon hearing this, Kushina and Minato were shocked. Menma would be one of the strongest. In the cage box. Everyone there was extremely surprised as Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips. Orochimaru's part once again made everyone uncomfortable. On the sand. The very ground was, quite literally, trembling from the clash of their weapons. For a moment, they locked eyes, their arms clashing, sparks and red and purple lightning erupting from their blades. Red against purple, knife against sword, determination against perseverance. Naruto Menma. They looked at each other and laughed. They really were brothers. They leaped apart and resumed fighting, their weapons clashing and generating sparks as the ground cracked. Naruto knew Menma couldn't maintain that state for long, so he decided to end the fight quickly. Everyone was on the edge of their seats watching the fight. Both brothers were right, the fight was legendary. El Noir leaps away to begin launching cuts of determination. Imagine it's Naruto and ignore the red sword. Upon seeing this, Menma takes one of the spheres to transform it into a shield of perseverance. Just take the shape into account. The attacks of determination and the shield caught the attention of the power-hungry. Menma could barely withstand the attack as it was his first time in that state. Naruto lunged at Menma, who dispelled his shield and launched himself at the Noir. Their weapons clashed, generating new sparks, but this time the red and purple lightning was more intense, causing destruction upon contact. Everyone swallowed hard. If that was the power of both of them with barely the first use and holding back, what would it be like at their maximum power? In the stands. Everyone was extremely surprised by the surge of power and couldn't help but start supporting both of them. However, a certain Hyuga was in shock as she witnessed Menma unleashing a tremendous amount of power. Menma. Hinata looked at him with annoyance but couldn't say anything. She didn't know Menma had so much potential either. In the cage box. Everyone was fascinated by the fight, although two of them questioned whether what they did was right. Of course, a certain gay cobra watched everything with great excitement. Naruto Menma. On the sand. Naruto and Menma were grappling with their weapons before separating. Then Naruto noticed something. Naruto. Looking at Menma, his power is decreasing, well, that's better than his body continuing to overexert itself and ending up damaged. That caught everyone's attention as Naruto nodded. It was better than him overexerting himself. Menma was breathing heavily, his body ached, and his vision was blurry. He'd even lost his glasses and was fighting using only his instincts and hearing. He knew he couldn't, now more than ever, beat Naruto, but at least he'd put up a fight, so he decided to do the most logical thing. Menma. Mirindo. Naruto. That was the best thing you did, Menma. I didn't want to have to knock you out with my fists. Menma felt knowing that was Naruto's vocabulary, but he said it for his own good. He falls backward as the Perseverer state fades, revealing his normal clothes. Before he can hit the ground, Naruto catches him, holding him by the hip now that the burning state is gone. Menma blushed at the scene while some watched with jealousy. Menma blushes a little, but Naruto carries him on his back. Naruto. You did well, little brother, rest. Menma just smiled slightly, wrapped his arms around Naruto's back, and fell asleep. Naruto started walking towards the stands as Genma declared Noir the winner. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone knowing that Menma has great potential. Nin exams final. Olivia vs Haku. Everyone was talking about what they had seen. Now they knew Menma possessed immense potential. Many wanted to train him, which angered Menma at their hypocrisy, while a certain Uchiha watched with jealousy and hatred. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Nin exams final. Olivia vs Haku. That caught everyone's attention, so they paid close attention. Everyone was resting from the fight between Naruto and Menma, while the aforementioned was already better thanks to a senzu bean given by Naruto. Of course he didn't ask just in case. Menma nodded, as she was aware that if any of the others found out about this, they would start trying to obtain or acquire the hermit seeds. Genma. Alright, it's time for the next match, Gaara Sabaku no vs Sasuke Uchiha. Upon hearing that, Naruto paid attention, as he wanted to know what they would do now in this reset. In the room, Naruto had also been paying attention, while Sasuke had an arrogant smile, thinking it would be easy. They saw Gaara appear in a sand shunshin, but Sasuke did not appear. Genma. If participant Sasuke Uchiha does not appear, then he will be eliminated. Sasuke. Arrogant MPH, you won't be able to do it, I am an elite Uchiha, I deserve to participate. Naruto glanced sideways at the cage's box, waiting to see what they would do. In the cage box. Everyone could be seen discussing what they would do in response to Sasuke's lateness. Minato. We're going to disqualify Sasuke Uchiha for being late. That startled Sasuke, who began to get angry. Rasa. I say we should give him a chance, Hokage Dono. Hiruzen. I'm sorry Kazuki Dono, but we won't tolerate lateness here. The Kazuki nods, but unseen by anyone, he was clenching his fists in anger. The pedophile in the room was also clenching his fists, while the emo of questionable sexuality was enraged to hear that. For him, he should participate and everyone should expect him everywhere. Hiruzen was only laughing inwardly, knowing who was standing beside him. Without further ado, Sarutobi summoned an Anbu to deliver a message, to which the Anbu nodded. On the sand. The Anbu had appeared next to Genma to give him a message. Genma. I understand, due to his tardiness, participant Sasuke Uchiha has been eliminated. Upon hearing that, the emo suddenly jumps up. Sasuke. Furious, you can't do that, I'm an elite Uchiha, I deserve to participate. But he is silenced by a blow to the back of the head from Naruto. Naruto. Without further ado, he sat down, leaving the emo lying there. This caused many to complain, including a certain Rusty Trumpet, but they could do nothing more than make Gaara leave in a sand shunshin. Genma. Alright, now for the next match, Kankram Sabaku no vs Shino Aburam. Shino appears in the arena with an insect shunshin, but. Kankram? Miritiro. That left many in silence, while Naruto already knew why that happened. That caused many to boo them while Naruto watched with boredom, knowing that was going to happen. Genma. Well, by surrender Shino Aburam is the winner. Without saying anything, Shino leaves, as does Kankram. Genma. Alright, the next match is Olivia Tennyson against Hakuyuki. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention, but especially Naruto and Zabuza. In the stands. The two girls smiled at each other and jumped onto the sand. On the sand. Both girls were looking into each other's eyes with smiles. Haku, I hope you put up a fight Olivia. Olivia. I should be saying that, Haku. Olivia Haku. Smiling same here. Noir and Momoshiki saw that with a smile. It was clear they would be good friends. Genma saw that with a small smile. Genma. Ready? They both nod. Genma. Okay, let's begin. With that, she leaped away. They looked into each other's eyes before assuming a fighting stance. Now there was a very palpable tension in the room. The tension between them was palpable, making everyone nervous except Naruto, who was observing everything analytically. The girls would glance at each other and then, with incredible speed, launch themselves at one another, their forearms colliding. Many were surprised by the speed but paid close attention, especially those hungry for power. They immediately began exchanging punches and kicks, then the intensity escalated as they threw weapons. Haku started throwing several kunai, which Olivia skillfully dodged. When she finished, Tennyson decided to do the same, extending her arm with a closed fist to launch titanite projectiles. Haku dodged them with some difficulty as the projectiles were traveling fast. Everyone in the room was surprised and fascinated by what they saw. Naruto smiled slightly, having witnessed Olivia use one of her attacks when she was Benjamin Kirby Tennyson. In the stands. Many were surprised, and others fascinated, by the two girls' abilities. All the participants, except Naruto, were impressed by what Olivia had done, wondering what those crystals were. Naruto. So you can see I'm good, those crystals are titanite, which in our reset was the universal currency and one of the most desired crystals by everyone. That surprised everyone, but the power-hungry were thinking about the riches they could obtain with those crystals. On the sand. They looked into each other's eyes as they took a few breaths. Haku, you know something Olivia, pulls out a storage roll I've wanted to try this. Yuki extends the scroll to apply chakra and, in a cloud of smoke, makes a wakizashi appear. Zabuza was surprised but smiled, knowing that he had trained her. Haku? Zabuza-sama. Zabuza. Yes, Haku, I will train you in the use of the sword. Haku smiles enthusiastically upon hearing that. Seeing that, Olivia smiles a little. Olivia. I understand now, well, I'll try it too. Without saying anything else, Olivia pulls out a nano cube, turbo sword. The nano cube had caught everyone's attention, especially those hungry for power, as they wondered what the turbo sword was like. This caught everyone's attention, except for Naruto, while Menma was surprised to see that Olivia also possessed the nano cubes. But everyone except Naruto and Menma was astonished to see Olivia open the nano cube, revealing a small green glow that transformed into the turbo sword. The sword caught the attention of absolutely everyone, but especially those hungry for power. Olivia makes some movements. Imagine it's Olivia. Then to become vigilant. Everyone was speechless at Olivia's movements while Naruto smiled proudly. Menma. Almost everyone was surprised by the movements Olivia had just made, while Naruto was smiling. Olivia. Shall we continue? Haku smiled and assumed a fighting stance. They glared at each other before lunging again. Sparks flew back and forth as they clashed swords. Naruto and Zabuza just watched with pride. Their friend-adopted daughter was amazing. In the stands. Everyone was impressed by what they were seeing, while Naruto had a small smile on his face as he saw how the teachings he gave Olivia were bearing fruit. Upon hearing that, Olivia smiles as she looks at Naruto, who nods, saying he would train her. On the other hand, Zabuza was smiling proudly as he watched his daughter figure giving Olivia a run for her money. Haku smiled when he saw how Zabuza looked at her and hugged him, which Momoshiki gladly accepted. On the sand. Both opponents continued to exchange slashes while blocking or dodging attacks. At one point, they were locked in a struggle with their swords. Olivia had an idea and stomped her foot to leap behind Haku, who was still struggling. Once behind Haku, Tennyson delivered a kick that sent Yuki flying. She rolled a short distance but managed to regain her footing. Naruto gave his approval to Olivia's move, while the rest were surprised. Haku gets up to look at Olivia with a small smile. Haku, you know something, Olivia. There's something else I want to try. Did you know that Hyoten is created thanks to Suiton and Futen? Confused, Olivia nods. Like Olivia, everyone was confused, while Naruto was already getting an idea. Haku smiled as he formed hand seals to grasp the blade of the wakizashi. Everyone watched as Haku moved his hand along the blade, encasing it in ice. Everyone was equally surprised, while the power-hungry wanted that technique for themselves. That surprised everyone, but made Olivia serious, who applied Fulmini DNA to her turbo sword, causing the sword to glow blue while releasing small rays, and Olivia's forearm became covered in stone with lines of blue electricity. Everyone was surprised again, but this time by what Olivia had done, while the power-hungry wanted to turn her into a breeding machine. They looked at each other seriously, then, at an impressive speed, appeared in front of one another while flexing their weapons, which released snowflakes and small blue rays. That surprised and startled everyone. In the stands. Everyone started cheering for both girls, while all the participants, except Naruto, were surprised by the sheer power of the two kunoichi. Naruto watched with a smile, seeing Haku and Olivia fight evenly matched. Naruto and Zabuza were also smiling, which was noticed by the girls, who knew they were proud of both of them. On the sand. The place was covered in electrical burns and frozen patches as Haku and Olivia continued fighting with their swords. Everyone was surprised by the result, while the power-hungry watched it all with desire. Both were breathing heavily as they stared into each other's eyes, their weapons still coated with ice and Fulmini DNA. They both assumed fighting stances again, ready to launch into another sword fight. Imagine you are Haku and Olivia. These movements had surprised and excited everyone, while the Uchiha, who had already awakened, watched with great jealousy, seeing how some weak women, as he called them, surpassed him, an elite Uchiha. They looked at each other again as they breathed heavily and sweat dripped down their cheeks. Haku. Olivia is a tough nut to crack, Olivia. I'm tired, even though I'm the most powerful object in the universe, but it doesn't matter, this is fun. Everyone was surprised to hear that Olivia was getting tired, but it made Haku smile. She was managing to tire out the most powerful object in the universe. They both looked at each other to get into fighting stances as Haku put everything he had left into his ice sword, while Olivia increased the power of the Fulmini DNA, but deactivated her defenses to avoid internal damage. Upon hearing that, everyone knew one thing. It was the final moves. They both saw each other and charged at one another, weapons at their sides. As they ran, they raised their weapons, points forward, and then stopped, both continuing past each other. Seeing that, everyone was surprised but paid attention to find out who would be the winner. In the stands. Everyone had been surprised by Yuki and Tennyson's display of power, while two people were proud of both of them. Knowing the pride of two people made Haku and Olivia feel happy. But the previous scene had made everyone tense, as Naruto had an idea of what might happen. On the sand. Neither of them moved, causing tension among everyone. But then everyone saw both weapons return to their original forms as both girls collapsed to the ground unconscious, one from exhaustion and the other from internal injuries. When they saw that, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. It was a tie. Upon seeing that, Genma checks them to see the audience. Genma. Neither of the opponents can continue, so it's a draw. Nobody said anything against it, but they were celebrating because of the good fight. Nobody in the room said anything. They both earned it. Before the doctors could do anything, Naruto appeared to create a clone and take each of them to the participants' box to begin healing them and taking care of their weapons. Upon seeing this, Haku and Olivia looked at Naruto with gratitude, while the Noir smiled slightly at them. A few minutes passed, and both girls thanked Naruto as they gathered their weapons and put them away. Then the final battle began. Shikamaru Nerves Tamari Sabaku no. Naruto literally didn't care about the fight at all, since it was exactly the same with one difference that actually disgusted him. Tamari, upon winning, looked at him, winked, and blew him a kiss. The ending caused Kaneko to feel so jealous that she tried to kill Tamari, but was stopped by Naruto. Naruto. No Kaneko, it's not worth killing her, in the end karma will take its course. Kaneko huffed as she crossed her arms and pouted. Naruto was about to vomit, but he held it in. Genma. Alright, now we'll take a 30-minute break before starting the next matches. With that, everyone began to rest and eat while Naruto prepared for the invasion, although he had a feeling. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone wondering what Naruto's premonition was. Chunin exams final. Naruto vs Gaara. Everyone was discussing what they saw in Haku's fight against Olivia, concluding that both were powerful. Sasuke was growling with anger at the audacity they showed him. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Chunin exams final. Naruto vs Gaara. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, but Kushina was worried about Naruto. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the next part of the Chunin exams, but we'll focus on something else. Everyone already knew who he would focus on, but they still watched it closely. But Naruto. Noir was in the shadows eating with Olivia. They were both alone, but in reality, Kaneko, Ravel, and Gasper were a little more hidden. Naruto. Serious, the invasion is almost here. Upon hearing that, the Konoha people felt some nervousness, while Orochimaru hoped his plan would go perfectly. They nodded, but Naruto glanced sideways at Kaneko. He was worried about her, so when the invasion began, he would send a clone to protect her. Something told him it would be very important. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Hinata's, who felt it was related to her and also hoped that Kaneko would die in that invasion. Naruto. Now that I think about it, there's going to be an invasion and there will be negative emotions, damn it, the Grim will come too. Naruto made a plan and thought through his shadow clones. They would help. That caught everyone's attention, making them nervous, except for the power-hungry ones who were already planning how to get those Grim. Time skip. Now everyone was in the stadium looking at the arena waiting for the next fight. Genma. The second part of the Chunin exams finale has begun. Please come to the arena, Naruto Noir Dreamer and Gaara Sabaku no. Upon hearing that, everyone paid close attention, while Kushina bit her nails, hoping that her son was alright. Upon hearing that, Gaara disappears in a sand shunshin, while Naruto does the same in a lightning release. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto teleport using a shunshin Raiden, while a certain Emo watched it with pure hatred. On the sand. The two opponents were seen looking into each other's eyes, Gaara with a psychopathic look and Naruto with a serious look. That caused a great deal of tension in the room. Before Genma can say anything, a shunshin appears, and then Kakashi and Sasuke appear, the latter with an arrogant expression. Upon seeing the entrance, Sasuke smiled arrogantly at the great entrance he made, unaware that Naruto could do better. Kakashi. Or are we late? Genma. Yes, the Uchiha has already been disqualified. That surprised them both, but Sasuke got angry. Sasuke. Angry, you can't do that. I'm an Uchiha, I'm elite. I demand to be allowed to participate. Sasuke nodded angrily, remembering how he had been disqualified unfairly. Genma. Annoyed, you have neither the right nor the power to demand anything, and if you want to try, ask the Hokage. Sasuke growled in anger at that and retreated while watching Naruto blame him for what happened to him. Naruto. That caused the anger of Sasuke, his bootlickers and fangirls. Before leaving, Kakashi glanced at Naruto, seeing that the Noir would now fight against Gaara. Kakashi. If I had known, I would have trained Naruto instead of Sasuke, although I think it would be the same story. Naruto. Nah, I don't want you to train me, it's not necessary. Although that sounded very arrogant to Kakashi, he had to accept that Naruto was right, 300,000 years of knowledge. Without further ado, he leaves, leaving the opponents staring at each other. Genma. Ready? They both nod. Genma. Begin. With that, he leaps away. Without waiting another second, Gaara launches a massive wave of sand at Naruto, who simply moves his hand to summon triangles and throw them into the sand, cancelling the technique. Everyone was startled to see how the beating started as soon as he left, although they were surprised and intrigued to see that the soul magic triangles of fear could be summoned in midair. Sabaku didn't start throwing any more sand at Noir, who dodged everything as if he were dancing. Gaara grew angry, wanting Dreamer's blood, so he continued throwing more sand, which Noir easily dodged. Everyone saw that Naruto's dodging was like a dance, but they were still a little surprised to see how easily the Noir dodged everything. In the stands. Everyone watched in surprise as Naruto dodged the attacks with great ease, causing the Uchiha to clench his hands in hatred. The scene with Sasuke was repeated by the Uchiha in the room. On the sand. Wanting to finish, Naruto takes out his Nano Cube, Harbinger. To open it, revealing Harbinger in its idle mode. The Nano Cube, Harbinger, had attracted everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Before he could do anything, Gaara launched sand projectiles at Naruto, who transformed Harbinger into his shotgun mode V2. They begin firing, destroying each of the projectiles. Many were astonished to see that Harbinger had a second form in its shotgun mode, but that it also caught the attention of the power-hungry. Using his semblance, Naruto moves and then attacks Gaara, who sends sand. Even with his semblance, Naruto begins to dodge everything with mastery, transforming Harbinger into his scythe mode. Put the tip on the ground and, using the inertia, kick Gaara, who could not protect himself with his sand. Many were amazed at the mastery with which Naruto dodged everything, but absolutely everyone from Suna was shocked to see how Naruto had connected a parry to Gaara's face. In the stands. Everyone was surprised, but the Sabaku siblings were the least surprised since they had just witnessed someone punch Gaara. Temari, however, watched with desire. If she had Naruto kissing her feet, she would have powerful offspring for Suna. She would just have to make him fall in love with her after all, how difficult could that be? Temari in the room was having the same thoughts, but then she saw her friends and Naruto himself looking at her. Temari. In a flirty voice, what are you looking at? Do you like me or something? Naruto. Do you despise me? Temari. MPH, you'll see, one day you'll fall for me. Naruto. In your dreams, bitch. Temari glared at Naruto, but she believed that Naruto would fall at her feet. On the sand. Gaara was furious and sent more sand at Naruto, who dodged the attack with his semblance. The Sabaku didn't launch much more sand, which prompted Naruto to activate the shield option on the Absolute Solver. To place the symbol in front of him, causing all the sand to collide. Everyone was surprised to see the shield option in Absolute Solver. Gaara threw the sand debris towards Naruto, who summoned his hands of determination. Instantly, the hands displayed the symbol for the Absolute Solver's shoot option. It turned a bright red color and fire powerful rays that disintegrated the sand heading towards the Noir. The combination of technique surprised everyone, while Orochimaru was excited to see the release of power. For him, Naruto is the perfect body. Without anyone noticing, Naruto's legs were vibrating because he had a plan. That last part had caught everyone's attention, while Naruto was already getting an idea of what the plan was. In the stands. Everyone was very impressed by what they saw, while a certain emo watched with great hatred towards Noir. Sasuke. That power must be mine. Sasuke nodded in agreement while Naruto looked at him with a bored expression. On the sand. Naruto stayed put, but he saw the sand gathering around him, so he let whatever happened, happen, because he wanted to try something else. When everyone learned that Naruto had a plan, they all opened their eyes, realizing how reckless it was. Kushina started scolding Naruto for doing that, but the Noir didn't even flinch. Gaara instantly flexed his fingers, causing the sand to rise and completely cover Naruto. Gaara. Making his hand into a fist sand coffin. But he was surprised to feel the strength of the technique, so he squeezed harder, trying to crush Naruto. Kushina let out a stifled scream, but everyone was surprised to see that Naruto was resisting the jutsu. On the other hand, Noir was making an effort to resist the technique. He had turned off all his power except for soul magic for what he wanted to do. That had caught everyone's attention, making them understand that Naruto could turn off his power at will. Gradually her hair turned pink while her mouth became slightly deformed, her eyes changed pigmentation, and then she let out a monster scream. Everyone was terrified to hear that scream, but at the same time they were a little traumatized to see how Naruto's face became slightly deformed. Everyone heard the terrifying scream as the sand coffin shattered, scattering all the sand. Naruto stood with his face back to normal as his hair returned to its original color. Upon seeing War Kushina's normal face, she let out a sigh of relief but began to scold Naruto, who was already getting desperate and wishing he could rip her soul out. Naruto, still with Harbinger in his scythe mode, stops moving his legs and then his arms are surrounded by red energy. All this time Naruto had been using the Fajin quirk. Kushina stopped scolding Naruto and then, like everyone except Naruto, was surprised to see that what Naruto was using was the Fajin. Naruto saw Gaara who was preparing his sand. Naruto. Turbo action enters turbo mode turbo activated. His scythe takes on a gray and green hue. Before Gaara can react, Naruto spins Harbinger around, slamming it into the ground with a powerful blow that raises a cloud of dust and debris. Now everyone's eyes widened in surprise when they saw what Naruto's plan was. In the stands. Everyone was covering their eyes from the dust. The participants were in shock at Naruto's immense strength, while a certain Uchiha was seething with rage and a certain Kunoichi from Suna watched with lust. She already wanted Naruto's offspring and to use them as she pleased. The same actions of their counterparts were replicated by those in the room, while Naruto prepared to kill them if they were getting on his nerves. On the other hand, those from DXD and Olivia knew that wasn't all of Naruto's strength. That thought left everyone with a big question. How strong is Naruto? Just then, Kaneko felt something rub against her leg. She was shocked by what she saw but decided not to say anything. It would be a surprise for Naruto, since he already knew who it was. That last thing caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's, who wondered what his kitten had seen. On the sand. The dust began to settle, revealing a dome of sand, while Naruto held a large shield with him. It was shield, the weaponry of the soul of protection. Everyone was speechless when they saw the large shield. Naruto vanished and then ran towards the sand dome. Even with turbo activated, Naruto unleashed a slash with Harbinger, completely destroying the sand dome. Many swallowed hard as they watched Naruto destroy the dome with ease. Seeing this, Gaara throws a large amount of sand towards Naruto, who simply extended his hand to perform the Rikiri and destroy the sand attack. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise as he watched Naruto use the Rikiri. In the stands. Kakashi and Sasuke were shocked to see how Naruto had performed the Rikiri, a technique that Kakashi never taught him, although they both had different thoughts. On the one hand Sasuke viewed it with anger and hatred, while Kakashi was worried about what could happen to Naruto by using that technique. Kakashi and Sasuke in the room were the same. In the cage box. Everyone was impressed by what they had just seen, although Kushina now wanted to hit Kakashi for having taught the Rikiri to her son. Kushina was the same, while Naruto already had her in his sights to kill her if she annoyed him with her nonsense. On the sand. Naruto decides to jump back, creating a good distance between himself and Gaara. Then War raises his hand and then several floating hands of justice appear in the sky. Everyone watched with interest as more hands of justice appeared. The hands move their fingers like a gun to point downwards and begin firing a rain of justice soul magic bullets. Everyone was surprised to see the action, but they realized something. Naruto was also going to be harmed. Gaara shielded himself with his sand, piling it over himself, but began taking direct hits from bullets. The culprit was Naruto, who possessed the empty gun. The weaponry of the soul of justice. Haku. He's forcing him to cover himself completely. Olivia. Nods, that's right, and he's doing exactly what Naruto wants. That caught everyone's attention, but especially the attention of those from Suna. Now Gaara is completely covered with his sand, but underneath him and inside the dome, Naruto appears and punches him in the chin, knocking him out of the dome and causing him to receive the full force of the bullet rain. There they saw what Naruto's plan was and were clearly surprised. Now they saw that even a Jinchuriki would have no chance against the Noir. As the rain stopped, Gaara began to get up from the ground in pain when he noticed something on the ground. Red stains. Upon seeing more spots, the Suna people opened their eyes, for they understood what that meant. He touched his mouth, noticing something liquid. When he looked, he saw it was blood. Gaara. This is blood, it's my blood. With that, he started screaming like crazy as the sand began to cover him. That surprised and worried everyone, while Naruto was acting normally. Then white feathers began to appear from the sky. Seeing this, Naruto knew only one thing. The invasion had begun. With that, the screen turns off, leaving a great tension throughout the place. Naruto. Downplaying it. Without saying anything else, he goes off to eat while everyone watches. Invasion. The stands. Everyone was staring intently at the screen, waiting to see the next chapter, which they knew would involve the invasion of Konoha. They were even eating without looking away. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Invasion. The stands. Upon reading the title, everyone understood that they would see several locations where the invasion would take place. But before anything could happen, a light appeared, revealing a creature that no one recognized except Naruto. Naruto. Happy Paris. The dinosaur saw Naruto, then a beam of light struck her on the head. Having learned this, the dinosaur ran off and jumped into the arms of her new owner, who was overjoyed. The invasion had begun, and several ninjas from Oto and Suna were attacking. Upon seeing this, the Konoha people looked suspiciously at the Suna people, while Naruto already knew the reason. Naruto just stood there watching what was happening, how the Sabaku brothers hadn't taken Gaara, and how Sasuke had gone after them in order to fight the Jinchuriki. No one said anything about seeing Naruto standing there since they knew he had experienced it many times, although they had to admit that Sasuke was stupid to go chasing the Sabaku brothers without knowing that there was an unstable Jinchuriki. At that moment, Kakashi appeared in front of him with a serious expression. "Naruto. You don't need to tell me anything because I already know what to do. I'm just checking something." Kakashi. "And what would that be?" Naruto. "That my girlfriend is okay." Of course, he wouldn't say that she was now his wife and that she was a month pregnant, but having a girlfriend was more than enough. Naruto nodded but glanced sideways at Hinata. Something told him he should keep a close eye on her. On the other hand, Kakashi was surprised but said nothing, knowing that the issue with Naruto and Hinata was serious and could only wish Naruto luck. This caught Naruto's attention, while those who supported Hinata's return to Naruto viewed Haddock as a traitor. Kakashi. "Okay, I've given the orders to the rest, you go see your girlfriend and catch up with us." Naruto nods, then Kakashi walks away. Naruto. The Kakashi in this reset is very different. Before, he would have said something, but now he doesn't. He's more understanding. It's strange. Naruto nodded as the thought caught everyone's attention. Then Kaneko, Ravel and Gasper arrive, although the latter was wearing a hood as he is a vampire. That had caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Naruto. "Well, you know how to act, please be careful, especially you, Kaneko." Gasper. "Don't worry, Naruto, we'll have her." Naruto smiles, then Kaneko approaches. Kaneko. "Good luck and take care, darling." Naruto. "You too, my kitty." They kissed, and then the DxD trio separated. The scene of Naruto and Kaneko kissing caused Hinata to clench her fists as she glared at the Tauju girl with hatred. Upon seeing this, Naruto summons several clones and begins giving each of them a nano cube. That caught everyone's attention. Without a word, the clones retreated as Naruto went to pursue Gaara. But lurking in the shadows was someone who had seen everything and was consumed by dark thoughts. That someone was Hinata, who had a yandere look in her eyes. Seeing Hinata with that look sent a shiver down many spines, while Naruto remained serious. Hinata. "That damn albino, that wretch, took my Naruto-kun from me, I'm going to kill her." Naruto. "Serious, do anything to him and I'll kill you." Hinata swallowed hard but already had several plans to kill Kaneko. Kaneko. She was attacking several shinobi from Oto and Suna using Ember Celica. She was still attacking when she was struck hard, sending her flying far away, specifically into a deserted corridor, while a white flicker surrounded her. Only consider the color and shape of the aura. Seeing that, Naruto became worried while Hinata smiled maniacally. When he got up and looked around, he saw Hinata, whose eyes were filled with madness and who was dragging a machete. 5. That's what echoed throughout the room. Everyone turned to see Naruto elsewhere, his hand outstretched and dripping with blood. Beside him lay Hinata's headless body. This terrified everyone as the Hyuga clan, except for Hanabi, rushed towards Noir for killing Hinata. Noir did nothing but wait, and then his eyes transformed into the eternal Manjukum Sharingan. Naruto. Amaterasu. With that, several spikes of black flame erupted from her body, impaling all the members of the Hyuga clan, including Hiashi. They all watched as the bodies turned to ash until nothing remained. Danzo saw this and thought about using Hanabi as a breeding machine. Naruto. As leader of the Noir clan and the Dreamer clan, Hanabi Hyuga, the last living Hyuga, is under my care. Danzo clicked his tongue in frustration. Without another word, Naruto returned to his seat as Hanabi sat down next to him, finally feeling free. Kaneko stood up with a serious look as she looked at Hinata. She knew her perfectly, she knew her story with her beloved, and the truth was that what she did bothered her. Kaneko. Serious, I hope you know there's an invasion. Hinata. Psychopathic, I don't care about the stupid invasion, I'm going to kill you for taking my Naruto-kun away. Everyone saw that Hinata was crazy. Naruto was grateful he had killed her. With that, he lunged, brandishing his machete, while Kaneko blocked and counterattacked with Ember Celica. Hidden in the shadows was a Naruto clone who watched this with rage. How dare that damned blind woman attack his beloved kitten? He was going to kill her. Naruto. I already killed her, but oh well. The clone stealthily began to move undetected. The fight between Tauju and Hyuga was evenly matched, though Kaneko was gradually gaining ground. Naruto smiled proudly as he watched his wife. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki Namikaze couple were heartbroken as Hinata was dead and now they had no way to bring Naruto back to them. seeing that Hinata activates her Byakugan. But he sees something. Hinata. She's pregnant. No, 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 no. Only I should give Naruto-kun a descendant. I'm going to kill her. Naruto growled angrily but said nothing. Hinata was already dead. With that, he began to have stronger attacks while laughing maniacally. Hinata's former teammates were scared. It was obvious that Hinata was mentally unstable. Hineko was serious but was also starting to struggle, but she didn't give up and kept attacking, even when she ran out of ammunition. She jumped and then reloaded Ember Celica with small explosive fire dust. The power-hungry were drawn to the Ember Celica fire dust ammunition. Without further ado, she returned to the fight where they were once again evenly matched. In the distance, Hiashi was fighting and protecting his youngest daughter, Hanabi Hyuga. When he saw what was happening to Hinata, that small change of scene made everyone pay attention, while Hanabi said nothing. She was now free and hoped that her other self would be too. Hiashi. What's wrong with Hinata? Hanabi. I don't know, father, but her laughter is starting to scare me. Hiashi listened intently as Hinata laughed maniacally. For some reason, he became concerned and moved closer to his daughter to hear better. Hineko. Fighting. I don't understand why you're upset. You broke Naruto's heart, you cheated on him. I only came into his life when he needed me most. Hinata. Fighting. Shut up, you damn woman. You stole my Naruto-kun's love from me, and to top it all off, you're carrying his child. Only I can give Naruto-kun a child, and no one else. Naruto let out a little of his power. He hated that it was only used for their own purposes. Hiashi was surprised to hear that, but at the same time he was worried about Hinata. If she continued like this and it was true, then Naruto would go after her to kill her. Naruto. I already did it and now I'm happy. But for Kushina that wasn't right and now she was planning how to kill Kaneko and then use the Ito Tensei to revive Hinata so that she could marry Naruto. Hiashi. Hinata, stop. Hinata. Madly I won't. I'll kill her and then Naruto-kun will be mine and mine alone. He was about to attack but suddenly stopped. That caught everyone's attention, but many still had a bad feeling. Hiashi and Hanabi opened their eyes while Kaneko was a little surprised but knew immediately that Hinata was screwed, although she also knew that her beloved always protected her. Those close to Hinata swallowed hard. It seemed that right there Naruto was going to kill her just like the one in the room did. Hinata stepped back slightly as she felt something pull her. When she turned around, she saw a clone of Naruto staring at her with a very serious expression, while in his hand was Hinata's soul. Everyone was surprised to see that it was a clone, but many wondered why Hinata's soul looked like that. The clone glanced sideways at the soul. It was a divided soul, a soul where the bearer must choose the path of good or evil, and this soul represented that Hinata was more inclined towards the path of evil. Upon learning what kind of soul it was, those who didn't know opened their eyes in shock, but especially Kushina, whose future daughter-in-law had a divided soul and was inclined towards evil. That should be impossible. Hinata was a saint according to her. Hinata. In shock. Na Naruto-kun. Clone. Ignoring Hinata. Are you alright? Kaneko. Nods yes, I'm fine. This angered Kushina. Naruto should have focused more on Hinata and she's not Kaneko, according to her. That angered Hinata. Hinata. Why are you worried about her? I'm your girlfriend. Clone. Serious, you're not my girlfriend. Hinata. Of course I am. I'm your girlfriend. This damn woman is just trying to separate us. You're mine. Clone. And wait, I'm not yours and I won't let you talk like that to the woman who's also my wife. That left the three Hyuga silent, while the clone was grateful to be separated from the battle. Knowing that they were far away only implied that luck would be on the side of the noir and that now caused them a little fear. But Hinata began to fill with more madness and hatred as the clone watched Hinata's soul change. There was no going back. Seeing Hinata's soul change sent chills down everyone's spines, while Naruto knew what had to be done at that moment. Burn the soul. Hinata began to tremble with hatred as she turned to look at Kaneko. Hinata. You bitch, you took what's mine, I'm going to kill you. She gripped the machete tightly and ran madly towards Kaneko as the Taoju girl got into a fighting stance. Hiashi and Hanabi tried to stop Hinata, but she stopped abruptly, her face a picture of shock. That gave a bad signal to those who were on Hinata's side. He dropped the machete and slowly turned to look at the clone, whose fist was closed with Hinata's soul on his hand, while the inverted heart was surrounded by grey fire. Kaneko. What's happening there, senpai? Naruto. The soul is being burned. Ravel. And what happens if it burns 100%? Naruto. The soul and spirit disappear forever, so they can't be revived or reincarnated or anything. That left everyone speechless while Kushina was devastated. Hinata would never return. Hinata began to tremble with fear as her whole body turned as black as ash and her heart melted into ashes. There everyone saw that the effect also affected the body, but those on Hinata's side watched it with terror. As the clone finished, it walked toward Kaneko, passing by Hinata's statue. Hiashi watched in terror, then approached the statue and touched it, causing it to crumble into ashes. Hinata was dead. Those on Hinata's side began to cry, while Naruto just stared at the screen. Naruto. Thinking. Clone. Touching Kaneko's cheek. Are you okay? Kaneko. Smiling slightly. Yes, I'm fine. Hiashi. Why? They both saw Hiashi, who was on his knees with the ashes of what was once his eldest daughter in his hands. Hiashi. Why did you do it? Clone. Simple, she tried to kill my wife and unborn child, and don't think I didn't discover her plan to betroth me to her daughter. Hiashi was surprised to hear that, but Hanabi put her hand on his shoulder. Hanabi. This may be hard, father, but Anchan brought it on herself. This angered Hiashi, who punched Hanabi, pushing her away. This surprised everyone, while Hanabi was grateful to be free for now. Those on Hinata's side, however, viewed Hanabi with anger. To them, she was a traitor. The older Hyuga glared angrily at the clone and approached with murderous intentions, but he couldn't get any further as he was pierced through the chest, killing him instantly. That startled everyone as Naruto wondered who it was. Hiashi's lifeless body falls to the ground to show that Gasper was responsible, using the forest spear. Naruto. Wow, I didn't think that cute and defenseless Gasper could kill. Gasper? Embarrassed. Shut up. Naruto and the DxD girls laughed a little when they heard that. Gasper moves the spear, removing the blood, while Ravel stands beside him. Gasper. Looking at Hanabi. I'm sorry for what I did, little one. Hanabi was in shock, but then shook her head to look at the four of them with a smile. Hanabi. Don't worry, in fact I'm glad, now I feel free. That surprised everyone as Naruto watched with a small smile. That was the Hanabi he knew. That surprised the DxD crew, while Naruto smiled a little. That was the Hanabi he had always known. The last thing had caught everyone's attention. Clone. Okay, let's do this, pulls out a cape and a puff of smoke. Put on this cape, while Gasper takes you to a hidden place. We'll have to make you look dead to prevent anything from happening to you. Hanabi nodded, knowing that if it became public that she was the last of the main branch, she would be turned into a breeding machine. This angered many, as Danzo saw Naruto as a danger to his plans. Without saying anything else, she pulled back her cloak, concealing her identity. But then she saw blood trickling down the walls. Clone. With his fist closed. TKS, damn rude Anbus, sees the DxD guys. You know what to do. The knowledge of the Anbus route, all those who knew, saw Danzo, who was angry, looking at the Noir. He was even more dangerous than he thought. They nod to get into position. Kaneko. Roar the stripes. Gasper. Bark Hunt Ravel. Ziggy valid. But that said, the Quemus of the three enter their respective miraculous, which then revert to their original forms. The tiger miraculous. The miraculous of the dog. And the goat miraculous. With that, the three are surrounded by sparkles, acquiring outfits themed around their animals. Everyone watched the transformations of the three with attention, but especially those hungry for power. That had surprised Hanabi, but at the same time, it thrilled her. After all, she was still just a child. Without saying a word, Gasper picked Hanabi up to take her home, but not before putting Forest's spear on her back. Ravel. Well, I'm going to continue with this. The clone and Kaneko nod, then Ravel takes out the Nano Cube, Barracuda blade, to open it, revealing the weapon. Then place the sushi disc in the slot to remove. The Barracuda blade caught the attention of the power-hungry. Kaneko. Well, I'm leaving too, but before I go I'm going to leave you something, or rather someone. That confused the clone when he saw Kaneko looking away and whistling. Naruto understood instantly, so he hugged Paris, who let out a sound of happiness. The clone looks in that direction, confused, when he is shocked by what he sees. In front of him is a small being that is white with green, yellow, and blue markings. Upon seeing her, the clone recognized her instantly. It was Paris, his dinosaur friend companion from his reboot, Zodrake. Now those who didn't know who Paris was found out, although they found it curious that the being was once again a girl. Clone. Happy Paris. The baby dinosaur lets out a happy noise as it jumps into the arms of its owner. Everyone could feel that the two were very close. Kaneko watched this with a smile, then became serious. Kaneko. Naruto, we have to help. The clone nods, but then Paris gives him something, making the clone smile. Clone. That's right, come on, it's time for us to be Dino King again. Everyone was filled with curiosity upon hearing the term Dino King. Paris lets out a sound of happiness and excitement, and then the three of them retreat, but not before he sets Hiashi's body ablaze. He may be a bastard, but he wouldn't let the enemy get anything to make him stronger. And with that, they finally leave. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence. Invasion. Town. The room was in chaos. Kushina and Hinata's friends were berating Naruto for killing his girlfriend, while the Noir seemed expressionless. However, mentioning that Hinata was his girlfriend angered him, as they had the nerve to say that even knowing the truth. Before anything else could happen, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Invasion. Town. Everyone pays attention as they will see that it is another invasion location. Naruto's clone was seen carrying Paris in his arms, with Kaneko beside him, running towards the exit of the corridor. Upon arriving, they saw Konoha devastated by Orochimaru's summons. Upon seeing the destruction, the people of Konoha were terrified, Orochimaru was pleased, and Naruto was normal. He had lived through that for a very long time, and it was already boring. Clone. Annoyed the boss was right, there are Grims. And it was true, the clone saw that there were Manticores, Sphinx, and King Tajitu. The grim subject terrified many, but Orochimaru was intrigued by the King Tajitu. Kaneko knew that the person beside her was a clone, but that didn't mean he wasn't her husband. Kaneko nodded. Since her husband had helped her, she was now able to sense presences and recognize them. Kaneko. Sees the clone, this is where we part ways, take care. Clone. Sees Kaneko, you too. A kiss, then Kaneko leaves. Kushina grunted as she watched Naruto kiss Kaneko. She thought Hinata was better and hoped that what she said about Hinata not coming back was a lie. The clone stared at the scenery as Paris broke free from his arms to make noises while watching the invasion. Clone. Do you want to have some fun? Paris nods. Myth. No offense, but what can Paris do? She's small. Naruto. You'll see. That caught the attention of everyone who was watching the screen. The clone was silent when he saw the object Paris gave him. It was their Dino Reader. Upon seeing the Dino Reader, everyone was confused, while Naruto looked at the Dino Reader with nostalgia. The clone puts it on while his body changes into his Zodrake avatar. Upon seeing Zodrake's avatar, everyone was speechless, while Naruto had a twitch in his eye. Naruto. That clone. Although no one saw how Kushina regarded the clone with affection, to her all of Naruto's avatars were her son-daughter. Seeing that, Zo smiles. Zo. The boss is going to kill me, but I won't regret it, after all, I'm a clone. Naruto. Resigned unfortunately. Paris watched this with a smile when she was enveloped in a green glow which went to Zo's hand, revealing a card. The Parasaurolophus card. Seeing what happened to Paris, everyone was startled while Naruto smiled and the power-hungry watched with interest. Zo watched that with a smile, then inhaled and did the following. Zo. Swiping the card through the Dino Reader, Dino Pass Parasaurolophus attacks. The following happens with that. Only take into account a transformation sequence. After the green glow, Paris is revealed, but in a new form. It's Parasaurolophus form. Everyone fell silent as they watched Paris play with Naruto. Everyone. How is that cute thing that huge thing? The power-hungry looked at Paris with desire, but then they thought the following. Power-hungry. Thinking. Yes, now they wouldn't know how to stop Paris if he betrays them. Zo gets inside Paris's head to pull out the Nano Cube, Lost Vein. Open it and then, after a green glow, Lost Vein will be revealed. Everyone snapped out of their shock at the sight of Lost Vein. Zo. Alright Paris, it's time to show them what we're capable of. Paris roars to start running with Zo on his mind. Naruto. Paris let out a soft roar in agreement with his master. On the battlefield. Several Naruto clones were seen using whatever they could find, sometimes even using nano cubes. Just like the original, they knew they shouldn't reveal all their weapons. Everyone was impressed by the number of clones he could make, but then they remembered that he possessed immense power, so they left him alone. The clones were still fighting when they saw Paris walk by with Zo on her back. Clone. Was that Paris and another clone with the appearance from our reset being Zodrake? Clone 2. Yep, the boss will be somewhere between happy and angry. Clone 3. I think jealous too. Clone. Most likely all three feelings at the same time. Without further ado, the clones start fighting again. Kaneko. With a drop of sweat, what a conversation your clones had, senpai. Naruto nods. Sometimes that happened with his clones. Elsewhere. Two clones in the distance saw the Grim arrive, so they looked at each other, nodded, and took out the Nano Cube, Milo and Akao. And the Nano Cube sundered rose. That had caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Kushina, however, was upset to see the Nano Cube sundered rose, remembering that a woman had taken her son. They both opened the Nano Cubes, revealing each Nano Cube's default weapon. They saw the Grim arrive, so the first clone makes Milo switch to his spear javelin mode. While the other clone caused Sundered Rose to switch into her axe mode. Everyone was surprised by the change in mode, while Tenten watched it fascinated and the power-hungry wanted more weapons for themselves. Now, without further ado, they launched themselves at the Grim, watched by other clones who were killing the enemies. The Grimm then attacked the clones, who skillfully dispatched and killed every Manticore, Sphinx, and King Tajitu that came their way. Clone, Sundered rose. With her fingers in her ear, guys, we might be able to handle this on our own, but come on over and finish it. Clones. From the radio understood. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention, as they had the feeling that there might be a few extra nano cubes. But that, several clones arrive with nano cubes in their hands, being the Nano Cube, Crescent Rose, Nano Cube, Floating Array. Nano Cube, Crescent Rose 2.0, and a clone already with Harbinger in their hands. There they saw that they had attention, but the power-hungry ones made a mental note to remember the Nano Cube, Floating Array. Those who possessed the Nano Cubes opened them, revealing their respective weapons, while the clone, Harbinger, switched his weapon to Tonfa mode. He had to dodge a swipe from a Sphinx before Harbinger switched into Spear mode. And so the clone decapitates the Grimm. Everyone was surprised by Harbinger's new ways, while the power-hungry continued to make plans on how to get Naruto's weapons. Clone, Harbinger. Sirius, spread out and annihilate any enemy that stands in your way. Clones. Sirius, yes. But that in mind, the clones separated while annihilating both Grimms and enemy Otanen and Sunanen, while waiting for the original to manage to save his friend Gaara and Hiruzen. Upon hearing one of Naruto's plans, everyone was surprised, but Kushina and Minato were shocked to realize that Naruto had not planned to save them. But the clone, Crescent Rose. The clone ran all over the battlefield, killing every enemy that crossed its path. Everyone agreed that the clone, Crescent Rose, was quite good, but they were still confused when they realized they would only see him. As he continued on his way, the clone watched all the other clones fight with ease. He even saw Paris destroying all the summons with Zo, who was using Lost Vein to kill her enemies. The clone was hit, but being a clone of Naruto himself, he didn't vanish. When they saw that the clone didn't vanish, everyone opened their eyes in shock, while the power-hungry viewed it as a threat. Clone. You're going to have a bad time. The attacker felt a chill but couldn't continue thinking as he was sliced in half by the clone using Crescent Rose. Hineko. Senpai, it's obvious he's still just as sadistic. Olivia. That's right, even during my reset when I was a 10-year-old boy, I was sadistic. And so some agreed, while everyone watched Naruto, who seemed unconcerned by their stares. Kushina, however, looked horrified to see that her son was a sadist. The group of Otanen launched Kaiten Jutsus at the clone, who took a defensive stance. But before he could do anything, a glyph appeared in front of the clone. Locking the attack so that the glyph disappears and some bullets pass by the sides of the clone. The scene left everyone confused, but Naruto was in shock upon seeing that glyph since he knew it perfectly. The clone was in shock as he recognized that glyph, then slowly turned around, noticing 4 people watching him. Clone. In shock it can't be. But that, the screen went black, leaving everyone wondering what was happening, while Naruto looked serious but still in shock. Invasion. Forest of Death. Everyone was wondering who had left Naruto in shock, while he already knew who they were and was honestly somewhere between nostalgic and angry. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Invasion. Forest of Death. That caught everyone's attention, but before they could begin, a light appeared. When it dissipated, they saw an orange-haired girl looking at them all curiously. Everyone was curious, but Naruto was in shock, staring at the girl. Suddenly, a beam of light struck the girl on the head, causing her to receive the information. Hello everyone, I'm Penny Polendina. But she receives a hug from Naruto, who was in tears. Penny. Hello friend Ruby, or rather friend Naruto. Naruto was happy, but a lightning bolt struck him on the head, surprising everyone since they hadn't expected Naruto to receive information. Naruto. I was an idiot. Penny understood what he meant, so she took his cheeks in her hands. Penny. You're not an idiot, you were just stressed. Naruto smiled as they both sat down, while the rest were confused about what they were talking about. Simultaneously with the 2 previous chapters. That caught everyone's attention, so they paid close attention. Naruto was seen using his murder drone wings flying through the Forest of Death, chasing Sasuke who in his moment of stupidity, began to chase the Sabaku brothers with the intention of fighting Gaara. Naruto. Many nodded as the Uchiha, his sycophants, and his fangirls glared angrily at the group. He continued flying until he saw Shikamaru, Olivia, and Pakken. Chasing the group. Upon seeing Pakken, Haddock looked at him with curiosity. Upon seeing them, Naruto rises slightly and then falls in front of them while folding his wings. Shikamaru. Surprised Naruto. Naruto, serious, I'll take care of it. Olivia. Go back and take the bum and the dog. Olivia nods, picks them both up, and hops off through the branches. Naruto. It's obvious who would be in charge in that trio. Many nodded in agreement as Olivia carried them both without any problems, which embarrassed Shikamaru. Upon seeing this, Naruto began jumping through the branches until he reached a scene where Sasuke was badly injured while Gaara was already halfway through his transformation. And the other Sabaku brothers were somewhat distant. Naruto. It was to be expected, the Uchiha is no match for a Jinchuriki, especially if he is mentally unstable. The emo growled hatefully at Naruto, thinking he was calling him weak. In his mind, everyone was weak compared to him, an elite Uchiha. At that moment, Gaara turns to look at Naruto. Gaara. Noir, you will prove my existence, I will have your blood. Naruto gets serious when Gaara lunges at him. Seeing that, everyone paid attention, although some were worried about Naruto, while Temari glanced seriously at Gaara. She wouldn't let anyone kill someone who was rightfully hers, according to her. Noir easily dodges while pulling something from his sleeve. With masterful skill, Naruto strikes Gaara, knocking him back and then looks at Kankuram and Temari. Naruto. I wouldn't want to, but it's part of my plan. With that, he throws strange spheres at both brothers. These spheres exploded in 3 seconds, sending them both flying far away, though Temari was hit further and they were bound together with spiderwebs. Those spheres were spiderweb grenades. Everyone was surprised to see the spiderweb grenades, while the power-hungry wanted those grenades for themselves. Naruto. Turning around, alright, it's time to finish this and bring Gaara back. The good thing is I took care of things so that the sand bitch won't be coming for a while. Upon hearing the thought, Temari glared angrily at Naruto. She wouldn't let her future husband speak to her like that. With that, he crossed his hands to block a direct blow from Gaara, who had a crazed look in his eyes. Sasuke didn't appear behind the Sabaku, intending to attack, but the Jinchuriki of the One Tail grabbed him with his tail and began to pummel him through the branches until he threw him to the ground, leaving the Uchiha out of the fight. Naruto. Idiot. Naruto nods as Sasuke glares at him. Just then, Gaara punches him, sending him flying, but the Noir recovers midair and lands on his feet. Naruto. Should I say it or not? Nah, I'll say it, is this all you've got? Naruto smiles while his loved ones shake their heads with a smile. That was the Naruto they knew and loved. The Jinchuriki growled in anger as he made a hand seal. Gaara. Jutsu feigns sleep. After saying that, Gaara falls asleep and then begins to be surrounded by a large amount of sand. Upon seeing this, the people of Suna became worried, while Naruto watched with seriousness but with a small smile. Naruto was serious, waiting for the sand to form into a giant sand raccoon. It was the one-tailed beast. Shukaku. Arrogant and excited. Oh yes, the great Shukaku makes his appearance, tremble before my power ha 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 ha. Some bijks rolled their eyes, Drake watched with curiosity, Kyuubi just huffed in annoyance, but Kyuubi looked at Shukaku with regret but a small smile. Upon seeing him, Naruto smiled slightly. Naruto. You finally show up, Shukaku. Noir remembers how Shukaku was a great friend of his, he had even freed him, but the bad thing is that the cheap fox always betrayed them, him and all the bijks, causing the Jubi to be summoned. That had left everyone silent as they watched the two Kyuubi. Kyuubi didn't seem to care, but everyone could see how Kyuubi didn't dare look at them, though they noticed the regret in her eyes. Within the seal. Braig turned to look at Kyuubi, who had his head bowed. After regaining his memories and feeling everything, he regretted it, but the damage was already done, and he couldn't look his brothers in the face. The rest of the bijks, except for Kyuubi saw Kyuubi who did not see them. Kyuubi How stupid she is, they should be proud to die for us, the great Kyubis. In reality. Shukaku was laughing like crazy when Naruto stood in front of him. Naruto. Well, Sandy Raccoon, I'm going to give you 2 options. One is that you stop making a mess, or the second is that I make you cat litter. Madatabi is going to like that, mental sigh how I miss that perverted cat, she's a great friend, the good thing is that I investigated and she's the same as in the old resets. Shukaku growled angrily when he heard them call him a sandy raccoon, while Madatabi laughed. But then they both looked at Naruto, who gave them a small smile. Shukaku. Ha 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 ha, you fight me? Don't make me laugh. Naruto. Well, I warned you. Shukaku Naruto. They looked at each other and smiled with excitement. If they were truly friends, then they could live together. But that, he starts running towards Shukaku, who only manages a swipe with one of his front paws. The paw hits the ground, but the one-tailed beast notices Naruto running towards his arm. The Noir was running when he pulls out the Nano Cube, Crescent Rose 3.0. A version of Crescent Rose built by himself. Upon seeing the Nano Cube, Crescent Rose 3.0, and knowing that Naruto himself built that weapon, everyone paid attention, but especially those hungry for power. Without waiting any longer, Naruto opens the Nano Cube, releasing a green light which transforms into Crescent Rose 3.0 in its gun mode. They paid attention to Crescent Rose 3.0, well the power hungry already wanted that weapon for themselves. With that, Noir began firing at the Ichibi's eyes while still running along the Biju's arm. The Ichibi roared in pain, moving its arm to try and crush Naruto, but Naruto, using his semblance, moved quickly to Shukaku's face and shot it in the eye. Imagine that instead of Ruby it's Naruto, and instead of Crescent Rose it's Crescent Rose 3.0. Naruto quickly retreats again, this time to the ground using his semblance, while Shukaku tries to crush him again. Shukaku clutched his eye in phantom pain as everyone watched Naruto's movements intently, some searching for a way to counter the noir. Being close to the ground, Naruto stops using his semblance to look up while crawling a little. Shukaku recovers, but before he can do anything, green lasers hit him directly, followed by a green disc that manages to inflict a large wound and make him stumble back. Naruto smiled at that, since he knew perfectly well who it was. Naruto didn't know what was happening, but he was shocked when the disc stopped spinning, revealing 8 green crystal swords forming a circle. Naruto was in shock looking at those swords which he recognized instantly. "Greetings, my friend Ruby, or rather, my friend Naruto." Now they knew who it was, so they saw Penny, who was smiling. Meanwhile, the power-hungry ones eyed those swords intently and plotted to turn Penny into a breeding machine. Naruto began to shed small tears upon hearing that voice filled with innocence and kindness. The noir slowly turned to see a girl floating with small flames at her feet. It was Penny Polendina, a very dear friend of his when he was Ruby Rose. Penny. And Penny enters the scene. Naruto smiled at that. The power-hungry saw Penny's flames and thought they were some kind of Kekkei Genkai, and if so, they would capture her and use her as a breeding machine. Naruto. Penny. Penny smiles but is hugged by Naruto, who hugs her back. Naruto. With tears Penny, I thought I'd never see you again. Penny. Don't think that, my friend Naruto. We're friends, and friends will come back even if we have to go through hell itself. Naruto chuckled a little as he hugged his friend, who returned the hug. Naruto laughs a little when Penny pulls away and shows him a robe. That orb caught Naruto's attention, and he saw Penny. The sphere had also caught everyone's attention, but Penny and Naruto already had an idea. Penny. Absorb it, friend Naruto. Naruto took the orb in his hands to absorb it. Instantly, Naruto fell to his knees, staring at the ground as he wept. He now realized, thanks to Penny's memories, that Blake had been controlled by Cinder, who used a Grim Beetle, forcing her to betray them by dropping Yang and helping Neapolitan. Later, Cinder killed her foreign friend by throwing her weapon into the void. But what hurt him most was knowing that Penny's death was at her own request, and that John and Weiss had been forced into it. That silenced everyone as Naruto lowered his gaze, feeling ashamed for thinking badly of his friends who were not to blame for anything. Naruto. I was an idiot. Penny gets down on her knees to hug him. Penny. You weren't an idiot, you just didn't know the truth and you were stressed at the time. Naruto smiles slightly as he hugs Penny. Naruto smiled a little while Penny had a big smile. But then they feel a tremor to see how Shukaku was rising. Naruto. It seems the super-evolved Sandy Raccoon has recovered. Some Biggs and Drake laughed at what Naruto said, while Shukaku looked at him with annoyance but said nothing. Penny. I can help you fight so we can go back to them. Naruto. Surprised they came back too? Penny. Smiling yes, Yang, Weiss, Blake, and John are back with me, and they know the whole truth. Naruto was surprised to smile. Now Naruto knew his friends were coming to the room and he was happy. Now he could do things right. Meanwhile, the others wanted to know who those 4 people were, though they were still wondering what a fawn was. Naruto. Okay, let's go. Naruto gets up while activating the power he took to the grave when he was Ruby Rose, the power of the maidens. Imagine it's Naruto. The fact and seeing the power of the maidens caught everyone's attention. Penny smiles, then turns serious, next to Naruto, and watches Shukaku activate his Winter Maiden power. Now they knew that what Penny had was a maiden's power, more specifically that of the Winter Maiden. They both saw Shukaku roaring. Naruto. The objective is simple, we must distract Shukaku so we can go to Gaara and awaken him. Penny. Roger that. With that, she begins to float using her maiden power, while her own floating array forms behind her. Upon hearing the name floating array, everyone looked attentively, knowing that the swords had the same name as the swords that Naruto possessed. Upon seeing that, Naruto causes Crescent Rose 3.0 to switch to its sword mode. While looking ahead with 4 spheres around her, each of the spheres having a maiden power. The power-hungry already wanted to have Naruto's weapons and power for themselves. With that, they both launched themselves at Shukaku, who began attacking them with sand shurikens. Thanks to the power of the maidens, Naruto and Penny were able to dodge with great agility, while Penny used her floating array to destroy the shurikens, and Naruto did the same with his Crescent Rose 3.0. The One-Tail was getting angry, so he unleashed a huge wave of sand, which was destroyed by a powerful beam from Penny and a burst of flame from Naruto, who used the power of the Autumn Maiden. Everyone was fascinated by the display of skills by the god Noir Dreamer Polendina. Penny. Dodging an attack, this is getting complicated, Naruto. Naruto. I can see that. I have an idea. Launch an attack with everything you've got. Everyone paid attention. Upon hearing that, Penny moved away to spin her swords and then launched a powerful ice attack which slowly began to freeze Shukaku's body. Seeing this, Naruto began to fly toward the One-Tail's head using his maiden power. Upon reaching the top, he saw Gaara and forcefully struck the Sabaku, failing to awaken him. Shukaku. Disappearing Nuo, I was having fun. Shukaku sighed but accepted that he had faced a deity. On the other hand, Kyuubi M looked at Shukaku with disappointment. Gaara began to fall to the ground, so Naruto used his semblance to catch him and pull him down. Seeing this, Gaara began to back away in fear. Gaara. Scared? No, step aside, don't erase my existence. Upon seeing this, Naruto becomes sad inside and, together with Penny, deactivates his maiden power. Everyone paid some attention since it was now going to be a quiet time. Anwar approaches Gaara who closed his eyes in fear only to feel a hand on his forehead. Naruto. Your seal has already been improved. This surprised many as Gaara watched Naruto. Anwar looked at him to show off his solver, implying that he would fix his seal. Gaara. Why don't you kill me? Naruto. Smiling slightly, why would I kill a friend? Gaara. Surprised friend. Naruto. Yes, I'm your friend. Penny. Excitedly, if you want, I can be your friend too. The scene shocked Gaara, who saw Naruto and Penny. Naruto. Smiling, that's right, if you like we can be friends. Gaara remained silent, then smiled. Gaara. Thank you. They both smiled, but Gaara blushed slightly when he saw Penny smile. Gaara was shocked and looked down. Gaara. I thought I didn't have anyone. Naruto. Don't be silly, of course you have people for you, you have your brother, you have me, and Penny. Gaara smiled slightly to lift Naruto's gaze. Gaara smiled, but then everyone realized something. Naruto didn't mention Temari. Before I could say anything, Kankram, who was covered in cobwebs, appeared protecting Gaara. Kankram? Serious, I won't let them do anything to my little brother. Gaara is surprised to hear what Kankram said. Gaara was equally surprised to see Kankram, who smiled at him. Kankram? You're my little brother Gaara, don't forget it. Gaara remained silent, then smiled slightly. Naruto. I don't intend to do anything bad to her, but since she's here, I can tell you both something. Kankram. Cautiously, and what would that be? Naruto. Seriously, don't trust Temari. I know she might seem like a nice person, but she's just someone who looks out for herself. Kankram. Annoyed, why should we trust you? Naruto. I'm not saying trust her, I'm just saying be wary of her. Now they understood a little while. Temari looked at Naruto with some annoyance. Before she can say anything, Temari arrives tired from all the spiderweb. Gaara. Temari, Kankram, we're leaving. Kankram nods while Temari says nothing. Many narrowed their eyes as Temari became somewhat nervous. But that, the Sabaku trio doesn't leave, not without Temari blowing a kiss to Naruto. Once they're far away, Naruto vomits, alerting Penny. Everyone was startled to see Naruto vomit, while Temari became annoyed because Naruto was implying that she disgusted him. Naruto. Wiping his mouth, that's disgusting that she blew me a kiss. Penny. Understood, Naruto, but we have to get back before something happens. Naruto nods to take out his murder drone wings as he retreats with Penny using his Winter Maiden power, but not before Naruto creates a clone which takes the unconscious Uchiha away. Sasuke smiled arrogantly as he watched Naruto behave like his slave, in his opinion. Naruto just rolled his eyes, understanding what Sasuke was thinking when he saw his expression. 3 minutes later. The two continued flying until they saw the invasion. Penny. What will you do now? Naruto. Use the power Gother left me. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. But that, he put 2 fingers to his head while holding his other hand like a gun with 2 fingers extended. Naruto. Broadcast. Instantly, a beam shot from his gun-like hand and went straight for the clones. Imagine that Gother is Naruto and the rest are Naruto's clones. They both watched as the lightning flashed across the sky until it disappeared. That's when they understood that Naruto could transfer his memories, which for many was something amazing. Naruto. Looking at a place, alright, it's time to go. Penny nods as they both descend towards the place Naruto was looking at. But that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone to rest while Naruto thinks about how to talk to his friends about the reset as Ruby Rose. Invasion. RWBY in action. Everyone sat talking amongst themselves, some watching Penny with interest. The power-hungry wondered if the maiden's power was hereditary, but if it wasn't, they would try to take it from Penny and Naruto and give it to a baby, turning it into a weapon. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Invasion. RWBY in action. That caught everyone's attention, but Naruto remained silent. RWBY, the name of his team when he was Ruby Rose. Then, 4 lights appeared, revealing 4 boys. Weiss Schnee, Blake Belladonna, Yang Xiaolong, and John Ark. They were wondering what was happening when a beam of light struck them on the head, silencing them as they looked at Naruto, who was standing there. Weiss. Naruto. She didn't say anything more as Naruto hugged all the newcomers. The four of them hugged Naruto while some cried. After a while, they went to sit down where Penny forgave John and Weiss, who only cried a little. The clone, Crescent Rose, looked shocked by the group of people he saw. In front of him were Yang Xiaolong, Blake Belladonna, White Snow, Yellow Rainbow. Those named only smiled a little upon seeing their debut, although Yang was the one with the biggest smile. The clone was trembling a little with nostalgia upon seeing Yang, but upon seeing the other three, he was filled with hatred. Clone, Crescent Rose. With hatred you. Seeing the actions of the Weiss clone, Blake and John felt bad, but then the Naruto in the room gave them a hug, which they gladly accepted. But before he could do anything, a beam of light struck him on the head. It was the broadcast technique. The clone dropped Crescent Rose, staring at the ground, feeling like an idiot. Just then, Naruto and Penny arrived. Naruto. Hey, I know how it feels, I also thought I was an idiot, but now we have a chance to fix the mistake. The clone smiles as he picks up Crescent Rose. Weiss. Confused, are you talking to a clone? Naruto. My clones are shadow clones, very different from Blake since mine have free will. Weiss nodded in surprise as Blake wondered if her semblance could evolve. The others still regarded Blake with some puzzlement since she was a cat fawn. Naruto sees that with a smile, but turns back to the group. Naruto. I would like to have a good reunion, but now we are in an invasion, when it is over we will talk calmly. They smile, which is returned by Naruto, who leaves, but not before giving the clone the Nano Cube, Red Ember. Seeing the Nano Cube, Red Ember, fills everyone with curiosity, but Yang felt that the object was inspired by his Ember Celica. Then the clone begins to change until it takes on the appearance of a girl with black hair and red tips. It was her Ruby Rose look. Upon seeing Ruby Rose, those from her reset smiled, while the rest were surprised to see that appearance again, but this time with a different outfit. Everyone smiled when they saw Ruby. Ruby. Serious? Okay, we're in an invasion so we'll split up into RWBY and PJ. The five nodded, but John felt a chill when he saw the girl's very serious expression. Ruby. Listen carefully, Ark. I may have decided we should start over, but if I find out anything happened to Penny, I swear I'll kill you this time, with my own hands. John. Scared? Understood. Sees the former android. Let's go Penny. Penny nods with a smile as they both leave. That's when they understood why Ruby was the leader of Team RWBY, since they understood the acronym. R for Ruby, W for Weiss, B for Blake, and Y for Yang. With that, Ruby turns to look at the three girls. Ruby. Alright Team RWBY, it's time to show these guys what we're capable of, but first. Without saying a word, she opens the Nano Cube, revealing red wristbands with white lines that closely resemble Ember Celicas. Ruby hands them to Yang, who puts them on and performs a few moves, revealing Red Ember in her gauntlet launcher mode. The power-hungry looked at Red Ember with curiosity. She resembled Ember Celica. Yang. They look like my Ember Celica gloves. Naruto. I made them inspired by your gloves. Yang nods with a smile. Yang. Looking at Red Ember, it's not my favorite color, but it'll do. Ruby nods, then Yang gets into a fighting stance. Seeing this, Blake reaches behind him where his weapon, Gamble Shroud, is located. To draw his katana from its sheath secondary sword. Following that, Weiss takes up his guard, taking Mertenister. Upon seeing that, Ruby smiles as she gets into a fighting stance with Crescent Rose, leaving the scene of the Team RWBY meeting. Many watched with excitement as Team RWBY took action. The nearby Otanin, Sunanin, and Konohinen stared at them, but the Otanin and Sunanin felt a chill. Naruto. Smiling sadistically, you're going to have a bad time. Many felt a chill as Yang smiled enthusiastically. Ruby. Alright girls, go all out with murderous intent. We have to show these bastards what Team RWBY is made of. Yang. Weiss. Blake. Yes. But that said, Team RWBY begins to run against the Otanin and Sunanin, who reciprocated the action. Yang. Naruto. The first to strike was Yang, who hit a Sunanin with her fists and continued attacking the rest with more force thanks to Red Ember's retreat. Yang. Smiling Fufu, it'll be fun. The rest thought she was strange, but her team already knew that's how she was. Blake began to throw slashes with mastery. His time in White Fang had given him experience in assassination. Blake looked down, remembering her time with the White Fang, while her team tried to reassure her. The others, however, were curious about what the White Fang was. Weiss, although he didn't like killing, used Mertenister to block and deflect attacks while using his semblance to summon a red glyph. Then launch fireballs. Weiss smiled slightly as the others watched Schnee, a fighter with elegant movements. Meanwhile, the power-hungry among them watched Wise's glyphs intently. Ruby was the most lethal of all, as she used crescent rows to kill, cut, shoot, and dismember enemies. Everyone swallowed hard. It was clear that Ruby Naruto was the most sadistic. Han Yang. She delivered powerful blows against her enemies while also using her explosives. Everyone saw that Yang was a beast in hand-to-hand combat, perhaps even more dangerous than Mido. Realizing this, Mido clenched his fists. He, and he alone, was the best at Jujutsu, in his own mind. At one point in the fight, he ran out of ammunition, but he didn't care and kept throwing punches. Seeing an opening, Yang moved back a bit to reload Red Ember and strike an enemy Kunoichi who tried to attack him from behind. Many swallowed hard when they saw that. Then she saw herself surrounded by shinobi and Kunoichi, and she saw that the men looked at her with lust. Yang. TKS, Asquerosos. Yang. TKS, Asquerosos. Her team and friends laughed as Xiaolong blushed with embarrassment. But she smiles with emotion to activate her expression. And launched themselves against the enemies where it was seen that Yang's attacks were more powerful. Many were startled to see Yang's appearance as the power-hungry wanted to use her as a breeding machine. Han Blake. She was one of the few who was lethal, as she used her fawn-like abilities to dodge in addition to using her semblance. Leaving a shadow clone that dissolved into black smoke. Everyone noticed that Blake bore a resemblance to them, the shinobi. But what particularly caught everyone's attention, especially those hungry for power, was Blake's appearance. Although she was also excited because she had been fascinated by ninjas since she was little, and now she was fighting against a few of them. This surprised the shinobi, while Danzo thought he could make Blake his ally and then his weapon. When she finds herself surrounded, Blake takes Gamble Shroud's sheath sword from her back to get into a fighting stance with her, now, 2 swords. Some were surprised to learn that Gamble Shroud's scabbard was also another sword. Of course, that had excited Tenten. She saw that all around her were Otanin people. Otanin. Look what we have here, a girl with cat ears and an interesting Kekkei Genkai, Orochimaru-sama will like to experiment on her. The other Otanin began to laugh, causing chills in Blake when she heard that she would be used as an experiment because she was a fawn and had a semblance. Blake felt a chill as his team, John and Penny, stared intently at Orochimaru. Orochimaru merely observed the group, but desire was evident in his eyes. He put that aside to get into a fighting stance and launch himself at the Otanin while using his fawn-like flexibility and Gamble Shroud to cut them down. Han Weiss. She was moving with mastery and killing enemy ninjas using a glyph. At that time, Weiss Schnee, the former heiress of the Schnee family, was no longer there. Now there was Weiss Schnee, a member of Team RWBY. They set that aside to look at Weiss, noticing how good she looked with her cleavage. Although they found it curious that she was the former heiress of the Schnee family. Beside him was a warrior who was attacking the enemies. Ignorant White. This warrior could be categorized as an invocation, but in reality, it was an evolved form of Weiss's semblance. Everyone was surprised to see the warrior standing next to Weiss, while the power-hungry wanted Weiss to have warriors with his powers. Han Ruby. She left a trail of blood and corpses. Being Naruto at the same time, she had no mercy on her enemies and murdered them. Many swallowed hard when they saw that. At one point he stopped because he saw a display of cowardice. He saw how Mibuyuki Haruno, in order to survive, was using her youngest daughter Sakura Haruno as a human shield. That left everyone speechless, while Sakura was in shock at the thought that in the future her mother would try to use her as a human shield to survive. Ruby. Growling that bitch. He decided to jump towards where they were, but saw Emily arrive. Ruby. Emily. Upon hearing that name, Mibuyuki's eyes widen in surprise and terror. Mibuyuki. Distraught, no, it's impossible, I killed you, I had you killed. Emily, mockingly, I'm also glad to see you, Mom. Emily smiled mockingly. That made Sakura open her eyes suddenly as Mibuyuki fussed over pulling out a kunai. Mibuyuki. I don't know how you came back, but I'll send you straight to hell for not helping me get the power that belongs to me. With that, he lunged, but Emily wasn't an ex-Anbu for nothing, and she made a diagonal cut that made him fall to the ground holding his wound. Sakura. Surprised, wait, were you an Anbu? Emily. Nods, that's right. Sakura was surprised. Upon seeing this, Sakura tried to help her mother, but Ruby stopped her. Sakura. What's wrong with you? Let me go help my mother. Ruby. The same mother who uses you like a mere object. That made Sakura's eyes widen in surprise as Mibuyuki glared at Ruby with hatred. Mibuyuki. You damn brat, how dare you reveal my plan. Naruto. She dug her own grave. Many nodded in agreement, while those on the civil council were annoyed by what Mibuyuki said. Sakura saw her mother in shock upon hearing her confirm what Ruby had said. Seeing this, Mibuyuki was terrified, but the edge of a katana snapped her out of her trance, revealing Emily. Emily. For your crimes against Konoha, including drug trafficking, prostitution, abuse of power, murder, selling information to the enemy, and much more, you, Mibuyuki Haruno, deserve death. Sakura was terrified when she heard everything her mother did. Mibuyuki was terrified when she heard that, but then she saw Sakura. Mibuyuki. Daughter, my daughter, don't let them kill me, please, tell them it's a lie. Everyone saw Sakura, who was silent. Sakura was going to do something, but she began to remember everything her mother forced her to do and say, how she literally controlled her life, now knowing that she had ordered the killing of her own older sister, and how she tortured her for telling a lie and always told her a phrase. Emily clenched her fists in anger upon learning what Mibuyuki had done to her little sister. Sakura pondered the matter until she made a decision. Sakura. I'm sorry, mother, I shouldn't tell lies. That left everyone speechless as Emily looked proud of her sister, and Sakura nodded. Mibuyuki began to tremble as she looked at Sakura with hatred and as a traitor, but she could do nothing more as her head fell to the ground while her decapitated body fell sideways. Sakura was startled but said nothing, while the civil council was already making plans to portray Emily as a traitor. Sakura was startled to see Emily, who had her katana covered in blood. Ruby. Girls, we're in the middle of an invasion. You can talk amongst yourselves later, but for now we need to survive. Emily. Okay. By the way, who are you? Ruby. My name is Ruby Rose, but you know me by another name. All you can tell is that my name starts with N. Without saying anything else, she walks away using her semblance, leaving both Haruno's sisters behind, but the older one already knew who she was and was truly surprised. Naruto. A little hint Han Ruby. She had arrived where her friends were gathered with Penny and John, the latter holding crossy amours in his hands, the shield in one hand. And in the other, the sword. Everyone saw that John was a sword and shield user. They all gathered to see the Otanin and Sunanin. Ruby. To the charge. But that said, Team RWBY with John and Penny launched themselves against the enemy shinobi, while Ruby waited for the original Naruto to end the invasion quickly. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone intrigued about how the invasion would end. Invasion. Cage Box Part 1. Everyone was talking amongst themselves while Naruto, in his Ruby Rose form, was discussing the reset with his acquaintances as they all watched. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention, as Naruto reverted to his true form. Invasion. Cage Box Part 1. This caught everyone's attention, while Kushina and Minato had a bad feeling about it. Then a bright light appeared, revealing a woman with brown hair and pink tips. Upon seeing her, Naruto jumped to his feet. Naruto. Happy mom. Upon hearing the voice, the woman turns to look at him, revealing herself to be Betty Noir. Betty. Happy son. They embraced as a beam of light struck Betty on the head, delivering the information. Meanwhile, Kushina stared blankly at Betty. She had just heard her son call Noir mom. Simultaneously, Naruto was seen running all over the battlefield heading towards the cage's box, knowing that Orochimaru, the pedophile, was there. Betty laughed loudly upon hearing about the pedophile, causing anger in Pedophamaru. Naruto. I need to get there quickly, but why do I feel like I'm going to run into someone I care about a lot? It's already been Paris, Penny, Yang, Weiss, Blake and John, who will it be now? He put that aside to get to the stadium. Naruto. Smiling, it's no longer necessary, I already know who it would be. Betty smiled at her while Kushina glared at her with hatred for stealing her son. There he saw Kaneko, along with Ravel and Gasper, making a very good trio, eliminating several enemies. Kaneko, Ravel and Gasper gave each other high fives, while Naruto watched with a grin. The rest just watched as the three of them made a dangerous trio. Naruto smiled, but then he began using the absolute solver to reach the cage's box. Weiss. That's what it's like when I use my semblance. Those who came with her nodded in agreement that it was true. Upon arriving, he saw the Shishi engine barrier. The Anbu were already outside watching the fight. Naruto. Useless, instead of standing there they should have tried to open it. Naruto nods while the Anbu glare at him angrily. Emily. Serious, that's right, standing there is useless, you should try to open it however you can. This made the Anbu swallow hard, as Emily was more experienced than they were. The Anbu glared at him angrily, but Naruto simply used absolute solver to create a hole in the barrier. This surprised all the Anbu and those maintaining the barrier as they watched Naruto step inside until the hole closed. Menma. I feel that absolute solver is the most broken ability in Naruto. Everyone nodded as Naruto had a drop of sweat on his brow and the power hungry wanted the absolute solver for themselves. Inside the barrier, Naruto could be seen watching the fight taking place. On one side were Jiraiya, Kushina, Minato and Hiruzen, while on the other side were Orochimaru and the first two cages, revived and being controlled, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru smiled with pride while the rest remained serious, but Tsunade was horrified to see her grandfather and great-uncle being used as Ito Tensei. Upon seeing them, Naruto transforms Crescent Rose 3.0 into its eye the mode. They launch themselves against the revived cages using their semblance. Upon seeing this, everyone's eyes widened, while Kushina was terrified to see her son going to fight against the Ito Tensei. Meanwhile, the power-hungry ones watched the side with rapt attention. The moment Naruto arrived, he passed between them as Hashirama's left arm and Tobirama's right arm fell to the ground. Everyone was surprised to see the arms fall, but they were even more surprised except for Hiruzen to see that it was a genin who had caused it. Everyone was equally surprised, while those who knew him remained normal. Orochimaru. Oh Naruto-kun, it's good to see you again. Naruto makes a face of disgust as he watches Orochimaru lick his lips. Naruto also made a face of disgust. Naruto. I'm not killing you only because otherwise Mitsuki wouldn't be born, I'm not killing you just for him. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Orochimaru's. Naruto gets up to take a fighting stance against Crescent Rose 3.0. Seeing this, Kushina and Minato become worried. Kushina. Son, don't do it, it's very dangerous. Betty frowned. Now she knew who the wretched woman was who abandoned her son. But Naruto ignored him and stared seriously at Orochimaru and the revived cages who had regenerated their lost arms. Orochimaru. Kukuku, so you're going to face me? Kukuku, it will be fun to kill you and use your body for my experiments. That terrified Kushina, while Betty held a spear of fear and looked at Orochimaru seriously. This terrified Kushina, who tried to stop Naruto, but he used his semblance to launch himself at the enemies. Kushina tried to give Naruto away, but a terrifying look from Betty silenced her. Hashirama and Tobirama, under his control, launched themselves at Naruto. Then War abandons his semblance to use gravity, and with Crescent Rose 3.0 on his back, he uses his fists to attack the revived cage. The Senju brothers throw punches, but Naruto uses his hands to deflect the attacks, then performs a somersault and strikes the cage in the head. Using gravity again, Naruto rolls a short distance to grab the scythe from his back and delivers a slash to Orochimaru, which he barely manages to avoid. Some were surprised and others were fascinated by Naruto's movements. Naruto. I can handle all three of them together, but a little help wouldn't hurt. That caught everyone's attention while Kushina and Minato waited for them to help him. His danger sensor activates, allowing him to dodge a wooden dragon, followed by a large wave of water. Naruto turns to see a massive water dragon. Upon seeing it, the Noir masterfully spins Crescent Rose 3.0, generating a small shield that protects him from the water. To his left, he sees Hashirama lunging toward him, while Orochimaru attacks from behind. Seeing this, Naruto blocks Orochimaru's attack using the Absolute Solver shield, while simultaneously blocking Hashirama with a Geister Blaster. But this Geister Blaster is different. It looks a bit more monstrous. Everyone was surprised to see the new Geister Blaster. It looked more monstrous and awesome. Upon seeing it, Naruto was a little surprised, but after ceasing to feel the force of the Suiton Jutsu, Naruto stopped spinning the scythe to make his defenses disappear and summoned several bones which began to spin at a great speed that damaged the revived and the rogue. Many winced in pain, but Orochimaru was nervous watching the fight. Upon seeing this, Naruto leaps forward, standing before the four Konoha ninja who were surprised. 3 by the release of abilities, while 1 was surprised by the Geister Blaster since he had previously been shown that skull and was truly astonished by the change in appearance. Those named were in the same situation as their counterparts. Naruto's eyes light up with integrity. Then invoke 8 hands of integrity. So that mountain ranges can then be formed. Which he throws at the enemies, the revived cages receiving them full force, while Orochimaru summoned a wall of earth which he could barely withstand. Everyone watched with curiosity and attention while Orochimaru was getting more nervous. Naruto was about to jump but was stopped by Minato and Kushina, who grabbed his arms to throw him back. That surprised everyone, while Naruto was upset by what he saw. Naruto. Annoyed, what the hell are you doing? Minato. Standing in front of Naruto and looking at him, saving you. Naruto. I don't need saving. Kushina. Standing in front of Naruto and looking at him, of course you do, you're our son. Naruto. I'm not your son, I stopped being your son the moment you abandoned me. Kushina. Annoyed, of course you're our son, now stop talking and we'll take care of it. Minato. Annoyed, that's right, we won't let you die, you're probably the child of prophecy, and if you don't want to, you'll help us train Mito so she can be the one. Naruto began to fill with anger upon hearing that. What he had just heard made him understand that for Minato and Kushina, he, along with Mito and Menma, were not their children, but their weapons. He may have heard this in all the resets, but it always filled him with anger, but now that he had accepted his trait of wrath, that was what he felt. Everyone fell silent upon hearing that, while Mito looked at her parents in terror. Mito. Tell me the truth, do you consider me your daughter? Kushina. Daughter. Mito. With tears answer me. That left them both speechless. Myth. That's what I thought. With tears in her eyes, Mito retreated toward Naruto. Kushina tried to stop Mito, but a burst of flame halted her. She immediately saw Naruto looking serious. Naruto. Serious from now on, she is under my care. Without another word, he looked away as Kushina and Minato watched Mito walk away from them. They had abandoned Naruto, they had driven Menma away from them, and now they had driven Mito away from them. They had lost their family forever. Naruto's eyes began to change, indicating that his rage trait was being activated. Upon seeing the eyes, Minato and Kushina became worried, thinking that the Kyuubi was taking possession of Naruto. Kyuubi? I'll just say this now, it's impossible to control Naruto. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Kyuubi M's and the power-hungry ones. They were about to act, but Jiraiya noticed something. Jiraiya. Minato, Kushina, watch out. They both turned around, but it was too late. A wooden stake had pierced Kushina's chest, while a water drill pierced Minato's abdomen, sending them both crashing into the wall behind Naruto. Everyone was shocked by what they saw as Kushina and Minato hugged each other's abdomens. Mito was trembling, but she quickly put that aside. Kushina and Minato didn't see her as their daughter, so she wouldn't see them as her parents either. Jiraiya became worried about his student and his student's wife and went to see them, noticing that they were dying. Jiraiya. Worried Naruto, help, they're dying. Kushina and Minato felt a small hope that Naruto would help them. Naruto stood up to glance back and saw both adults bleeding to death. Kushina. Moribunda, hi-ho. Naruto was serious as he looked straight ahead. Naruto. Indifferent, I'm not interested. This shocked Kushina and Minato, while Naruto acted as if nothing had happened. This shocked the three behind him, but Kushina and Minato ended up dying with tears in their eyes. Jiraiya couldn't believe it until he saw his sensei's indifference. Jiraiya. Serious sensei, aren't you going to do something? Hiruzen. No, I'm not going to do anything. Besides, if you knew the whole truth, you would understand Naruto's attitude. Despite what had just happened, Jiraiya saw Naruto wondering what secrets he was hiding. Hiruzen's words left everyone speechless. The resets and what he experienced in this one, that was what caused the death of Kushina and Minato. With Naruto, he was watching Orochimaru in the revived cages, still filled with rage, so he decided to take it out on them, activating his eyes of the rage trait and then summoning 4 hands of rage. Some felt sorry for Orochimaru. Orochimaru viewed this with interest, so he sent his puppets, as he called the cages, to him. Tsunade was annoyed to learn how Orochimaru referred to her grandfather and great-uncle. Naruto watched with neutrality as his hands generated a sphere, which then opened, releasing large bursts of flame. Imagine that metal is the hand of wrath. Which created a wall of fire and also partially incinerated the Ito Tensei. That startled everyone as Naruto now knew what ability gave him the trait of wrath. Orochimaru was surprised but at the same time excited at the thought of such power. Naruto. He ordered Tobirama to put out the fire, so the Senju used a Suiton Jutsu to extinguish the fire, which was not very powerful, since Naruto had not yet fully mastered the power of the trait. That caught everyone's attention, but at the same time it gave them a chill, knowing that if Naruto mastered the trait 100%, he would be unstoppable. Orochimaru. Kukuku, your power is interesting. Naruto-kun, Kukuku, wouldn't you like to unite with me? That alerted everyone except Naruto's acquaintances. That alerted Jiraiya, well Hiruzen knew the answer. Naruto. No thanks, I wouldn't want to be in charge of a gay pedophile cobra. That clearly caused laughter among some, while Orochimaru had a vein throbbing in his head. The same thing happened in the living room. Orochimaru. Kukuku, it doesn't matter, Kukuku, your body will be mine. With that, he sends the revived cages forward, who launch themselves at Naruto. But before they reach him, they are forced back by a pink attack and hear something fall. Naruto smiled upon learning who it was, while Kushina stared at Betty with hatred. Sorry for the delay, I got caught up killing some ninjas and lost track of time, but I'm here now. That voice caused Naruto to freeze in shock as Akumu appeared, looking just as dazed as Naruto. They both slowly turned around, tears welling in their eyes as they saw the person before them. There, before them, stood a woman with brown hair, pink tips, and pink eyes. She was Betty Noir, the adoptive mother of Naruto Noir Dreamer. Betty. Smiling, and it's time for my debut. Naruto laughs when he hears that. Naruto. Mom. That surprised everyone except Hiruzen, who already knew. Jiraiya was in shock upon hearing that. He had just heard the son of his deceased student call another woman mom, although now that he looked at her closely, she was pretty. Knowing Jiraiya's thoughts, the younger Noir looks at the Sennin with great seriousness. On the other hand, Orochimaru watched this with interest. This woman had just used a pink energy attack to stop his puppets, and now he knew she was Naruto's mother. This would be good for having the Noir on his side. Naruto. Serious and drawing out divine power, do anything to my mother and I'll kill you. Orochimaru became a little nervous but also excited upon sensing Naruto's power. Betty. I'd like to catch up, but now we have two zombies and a gay cobra as enemies. Orochimaru's head throbbed when he heard Betty call him a gay cobra. The woman seized the revive to summon a pink soul magic scythe. And stand on guard, revealing that she had trained Naruto. The power-hungry watched the scythe with great interest, and Betty, if they got their hands on her, they would turn her into a breeding machine. Betty. I'll take care of the zombies while you take care of the pedophile. Naruto smiled and assumed a fighting stance, just as Betty had done. Without further ado, both groups charged at each other. On one side were the Hibi Sennin, the first and second Hokage, and on the other were the physical embodiment of fear, also known as the Black Beast, and the King of the AUs. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone in silence, as they learned the titles of Naruto and Betty, the Black Beast and the King of the AUs, respectively. Invasion. Cage's Box Part 2, The Black Beast vs Shadame and Nidame. Everyone was waiting for the next episode while Naruto and Betty caught up, even Mito and Menma joined them, who, surprisingly, seemed to be enjoying Betty's company. Meanwhile, Kushina watched, still in shock from what she had seen, glaring at Betty with hatred for taking her son. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Invasion. Cage's Box Part 2, The Black Beast vs. First and Second Hokage. The title caught everyone's attention, as they knew the first fight would be between Betty and the Ito Tensei. But before anything could happen, Betty started groaning while clutching her body, worrying Naruto and causing Kushina to smile uncomfortably. Suddenly, a mist appeared, revealing a girl. Betty was shocked as a beam of light struck the girl on the head. The girl nodded and sat down next to Betty, who was feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Betty was seen facing the first cages who were revived, or as she calls them, the zombies. Betty. So you're the famous Shadame and Nidame. She begins to smile in a terrifying way. Betty. I hope they can give him a good fight. Betty. Smiling kindly, we're off to a good start. Naruto chuckled a little while the rest looked at her strangely, but now they knew where Naruto got his terrifying mouth from. The revived ones take a fighting stance. With that, the three launch into a 2-on-1 fight. Hashirama. Fighting. Listen, miss, we are aware of what is happening, but we cannot control ourselves, we need your help to remove the seals that are behind our necks. That caught everyone's attention as Orochimaru clicked his tongue upon hearing them reveal their plan. Betty. Fighting. I understand, although now that I think about it, that Orochimaru guy isn't just some kind of transsexual and pedophile, he also seems to be a necrophile, just look, he took them out of their graves to use them. That left the revived cages speechless. That had left everyone in the room speechless. Naruto. Okay, now we know that Orochimaru is a pedophile, a type of transsexual, and a necrophile. Orochimaru looked at him with annoyance. Kaburama. Miss, are you mentally sound? Betty. Sometimes I wonder that myself. Betty nods with a smile. The revived ones attack again, while Betty uses her scythe to cut away parts of the Ito Tensei while launching some pink Rasengan. It hurt them. Noir thanked Naruto for teaching her the Rasengan. Minato. In shock, you taught him the Rasengan. Naruto. Sarcastically, can't you see? Minato. Why did you do that? Naruto. My life is none of your business and it never was, so shut up. Kushina. Annoyed, don't talk to your father like that. But she froze silent upon seeing a Geister blaster in front of her and Minato. But the revived ones regained their parts. This frustrated Betty, but it also caused her hair to turn pink. That caught everyone's attention since they saw that it was the same ability that Naruto had shown. Betty jumped back and then summoned a Geister blaster. As it fell on him. Everyone was surprised to see that Betty also possessed the Geister blasters. The revived made hand seals at an impressive speed. Hashirama. Mokuton wooden wall. Tabarama. Suiton water wall. Both placed their hands on the ground to create walls as Betty fired the Geister blaster. The revived cages were struggling to withstand the blast, while Betty was doing the same, but for a different reason. Lacking her son's Geister blaster abilities, she found it difficult to maintain control of the blaster while firing. Everyone watched with surprise, but some noticed that Betty was having difficulty holding the Geister blaster. After a minute, the three undo their techniques with the revived cages as normal, but with Betty breathing heavily while her hair was pink. Betty. Tired. This will be more complicated than I thought. Betty watched with seriousness and frustration, while Kushina smiled maniacally at the sight of Betty like that. But it generates a shield of pink soul magic. To block a Suiton attack while spinning his scythe, blocking and destroying the Mokuton attack. Everyone saw the shield while Naruto was worried about his mother. He knew she was strong, but the time she was dead took its toll. Betty was already a little tired, but then she remembered something. Betty. I hope I have control like before. Betty closes her eyes and then begins to cry a black liquid. That worried Naruto, while Betty was serious and the rest watched attentively. After that, he opens his eyes, revealing a different one. He was using the hate that consumed him before he met Naruto. That caught everyone's attention, while Betty wasn't looking at the screen because she didn't want to remember those days. The new girl watched the interaction with curiosity. Betty. You're in control, Betty, you're in control, you can. Everyone was surprised to hear the voice while unconsciously watching the girl. Betty is surprised to hear that voice. Betty. Amber. Now everyone knew the name of the mysterious girl Amber. But she puts that aside as she sees attacks from Hashirama and Tobirama heading towards her. Betty gets into a fighting stance and begins using her scythe to cut through the attacks. Her power is greater because she's using hate, which amplifies it. That caught the attention of everyone who knew almost nothing about hate. Seeing that she was being surrounded by a large dome of water which was gradually shrinking in size, Betty sends out a great pulse of hate that destroys the dome. Betty. Don't lose control. He had already thought of that as hate tried to spread across his face and body. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry, while Betty closed her eyes in fear. Using his pyrokinesis, he generates a pink and black fireball in his hand. Some were surprised to see that Betty had pyrokinesis, while the power-hungry wanted to possess that power. She makes her scythe disappear to take something out of her sweater. A dust crystal. The dust crystal of lava. The dust made the power-hungry desire to possess it. This confused the revived cages, but they saw Betty launch the dust between them, then unleashed the fireball. The fireball's impact with the dust created a lava explosion that damaged the revived cages. Everyone was surprised to see the result, while the power-hungry desired the dust even more. Twice. Surprised I never thought I'd see the dust used like this. Those who came with her felt it. Seeing them damaged, Betty summons 2 pink spears. She may know how to seal souls, but that wasn't her style. Betty. Serious, that's right, it's not my style to seal souls, my style is to rip them out and devour them if they are bad people, and if they are like them, to release them. That left everyone who didn't know speechless, since they hadn't thought she would do that. Without further ado, he hurls the spears of fear, piercing the chests of the revived. Without waiting any longer, he pulls both spears in, drawing the souls of both cages, with Hashirama's being kindness and integrity, like Tobirama's. Everyone was surprised to see the souls of Tobirama and Hashirama, while Tsunade smiled upon seeing the souls of her grandfather and great-uncle. Then she saw the bodies of the revived turn to ash, revealing the corpses of Dosu and Kin. Seeing them, Betty frowned in anger but said nothing, knowing it would be hypocritical of her. She, too, had killed several children, but there was a crucial difference. Orochimaru did it out of pure evil, while she did it because she didn't yet know what else to do. She had been created for destruction and to sow enmity between monsters and humans, but thanks to her son Naruto, she was able to find her path. Everyone was speechless upon hearing about Betty's past. Looking at her, they saw her eyes were closed, suggesting she regretted what she had done. Kushina hoped that her son would think carefully and distance himself from Betty because of her past. She set that aside to make the souls shine as her eyes returned to normal. After a few seconds, Betty opened her hands, revealing some kind of marbles which shattered, revealing the spirits of Hashirama and Tobirama. Betty smiled when she saw that skill she had been practicing for so long. Tobirama, thank you for freeing us, miss. Betty. No problem. Hashirama. I wish you were a Kunoichi from Konoha. You have the potential. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Betty. I'm not interested in being a Kunoichi of Konoha, the only thing that interests me now is making up for lost time with my son. They nodded and disappeared. Many clicked their tongues, but Danzo was already planning to kidnap Betty and turn her into a breeding machine. Meanwhile, Kushina growled angrily as she overheard Betty talking to Naruto. Betty was about to go with Naruto when she felt something wanting to come out while she held her belly, and a green and blue mist surrounded her. Betty. Ugh, what is this? When she finishes, she falls to her knees, but someone else helps her. When she looks up, she's surprised to see who it was. A girl with blue hair, green eyes, and green and blue clothes. It was Amber Lightveil, that girl who was once his vessel until she managed to leave behind her old life and live a new and better one. Everyone was surprised to learn who Amber was and what her relationship was with Betty. Kushina. Hysterical Naruto, son, stay away from her, she's a monster. She thought Naruto would listen to her, but instead she saw a Geister blaster right in her face. Naruto. Serious, one more word and you're dead. Kushina began to tremble with fear. Betty. Amber, but how? Amber. Helping Betty to stand up. Well, it seems that the moment you decided to leave my body behind and have your own to live a new life and for me to rest in peace, a fraction of my soul remained inside you. It doesn't mean you need me, it means that now I was using you as a vessel to survive. That surprised everyone as Amber nodded to Betty, implying that it was true. Betty was surprised, but now that she thought about it, it made sense. Amber. For now, rest and let's see how your son does. Betty nods to watch her son fight Orochimaru. She fully trusts Naruto, even more so knowing that this is the final reset. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence. Invasion. Cage's Box Part 2.5, King of the AUs vs Hibi-Sanin. Naruto was seen talking to Amber, curious about her. Kushina was still glaring at Betty for stealing her son. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Invasion. Cage Box Part 2.5, King of the AUs vs Hibi-Sanin. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention because they knew who it was about. Naruto. Simultaneously with the previous chapter. Naruto stood before Orochimaru, who looked at him with a smile and desire in his eyes. Naruto. Seriously, those eyes disgust me. Naruto nods, but there he would show her a little of why he was named the king of the AUs. Orochimaru. Kukuku, I'm excited for this fight. Naruto-kun. Kukuku, I want you to show me everything you've got. Kukuku. Naruto frowned in disgust, but unfortunately he couldn't kill him because otherwise Mitsuki wouldn't be able to be born. Naruto nods while everyone, except Orochimaru, still wondered who Mitsuki was. Naruto decides to put Crescent Rose 3.0 into gun mode and hang it on his side. Orochimaru. Kukuku Yatirans. Naruto-kun. Naruto. Nah, renderum no esta en mi vocabulario pedafamaru, solo ti di resto, seriously fight with everything Hibi-Sanin. Everyone pays attention to what Naruto says. Orochimaru was filled with curiosity when he saw Naruto cross his arms and then release a small burst of silver energy. Orochimaru sensed a great energy emanating from Naruto, who had a new appearance. It was his state, king of the AUs. Many of those who were against Naruto began to tremble upon seeing the state king of the AUs. The immense power he exuded was palpable. Akumu appears, then Naruto takes it and the being turns into a scythe. Orochimaru didn't know what was happening, but he went on guard with Kusanagi. Many were amazed to see Akumu. But when they both took a fighting stance, everyone paid close attention. The fight between them was about to begin. They both looked serious, but Naruto disappeared from Orochimaru's sight, surprising him. Instinctively, he turned and crossed his arms, receiving a blow from Naruto that sent him flying to the other side of the arena. All of Naruto's enemies were shocked to see that. Without saying a word, he lunges towards Orochimaru, leaving Jiraiya in shock at the power, and Hiruzen happy to finally see the king of the AU state. Hiruzen was equally happy to see the king state of the AUs. But Naruto. He had arrived where Orochimaru was, who was getting up with difficulty. Orochimaru. Kukuku, what an interesting shape, Kukuku. Every time I see you, I get the urge to capture you and use you for my experiments. Naruto. Getting into a fighting stance. We'll see about that, Pedafamaru. With that, they both launch into a sword versus scythe fight, creating cracks in the ground. Many were surprised to see the cracks in the ground, and others were frightened. But Orochimaru also felt something else. His hands felt heavier and more painful with each attack from Naruto that he blocked. This caught everyone's attention, but at the same time surprised them. The power-hungry were already looking for a way to seize the king state of the AUs so they could acquire weapons. Orochimaru. NGH, esto es complicado, nunca cree que este niño tenía este gran poder. Kukuku es interesante. Naruto. Atacando, TKS, fumala id usar el estado rey de las AUs teniendo mi poder salado, pero no importa, aprovechar el tiempo que me da este estado. Yang. Naruto, is that state temporary? Naruto. From what my other self says, yes, but not with my power at 100%. Yang nodded while the rest looked curious and surprised. Without hesitation, Naruto launched a ferocious attack on Orochimaru, who was clearly struggling. Using his scythe skills, Naruto unleashed a flurry of slashes and twisted the weapon, wielding it both defensively and offensively. The two Sannin never imagined such a difficult fight. Even his battle with Hiruzen had been far less challenging. They separated, both breathing heavily, Naruto slightly sweaty and Orochimaru drenched in sweat and blood. Seeing their condition, some were surprised, but Kushina was worried about her son. Orochimaru. Kukuku, you have a very interesting power. Kukuku, I think you would be a good body for me. Kukuku. Naruto became serious. Naruto got serious to deactivate his state. Orochimaru. Kukuku Paris KCT acabo el tiempo de tu transformation. Naruto-kun. Naruto. Nah, solo decidí desactivar este poder para así poder parar el culo. Naruto smiled while Orochimaru was angry. Orochimaru watched as Naruto's scythe changed from metallic to pink. With that part they confirmed the theory that Akumu changes his appearance depending on the circumstances. This caught Orochimaru's attention, but he couldn't think any further as Naruto appeared before him, brandishing his scythe. The Hibi-Sanin blocked the attack with his sword but still felt a pain in his arms. Orochimaru. Even if that form is strong, Kukuku, how exciting. Naruto. Everyone nodded as Orochimaru grew increasingly annoyed. Naruto. Alright, I'm getting really tired, it's time to get serious. That caught everyone's attention, but Orochimaru had a bad feeling. With that, he leaps away so Akumu can switch to his hidden mode and then his left eye changes to his judge's eye. Everyone was surprised to see that the judge's eye had changed. But it didn't end there, as Naruto made a great effort and then his other eye also went into judge's eye while he screamed. Imagine it's Naruto and the eyes are his new judge's eye. Instantly, 22 featureless hands appeared around him. But it didn't end there. Behind him, a large Geister blaster and 2 gigantic hands had appeared. The scene shocked absolutely everyone in the room, while Betty felt a sense of deja vu coming towards her. Orochimaru was surprised by what he saw in front of him, but at the same time he felt excited by Naruto's release of power. Betty? That guy needs a psychologist. Many nodded in agreement with what the woman said, leaving the pedophile offended. Naruto glared at Orochimaru with a blank stare and extended one of his giant hands. Before the Hibi-Sanin could react, he was caught by the hand. Naruto, still with a blank expression, positioned his own hands, revealing that they too were skeletal. And the other hand grabbed Orochimaru from below. Many were frightened by Naruto's lifeless expression, but everyone was surprised when they saw his hands, while Kushina was worried about the health of her son. He was serious, then moved his arms, cutting Orochimaru in half. Imagine that Geister is Naruto and Betty is Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru cut in half scared many, while Betty now remembered the reason for the deja vu and Orochimaru was somewhat scared. One of the hands transforms into the hand of courage. They generate white spheres below where the upper part of Orochimaru's body was. Everyone's eyes widened when they recognized this technique. They were explosions of valor. The giant hand dropped Orochimaru, then snapped its fingers, generating a massive explosion that sent him flying upwards. Several hands of perseverance appeared around Orochimaru, using spears to ensnare the remaining half of the Hibi-Sanin's body. Many winced at the sight, while Orochimaru looked scared. Naruto wasn't one to play around. Orochimaru felt immense pain, but then he saw something that terrified him. Below him was the gigantic Geister blaster, charging an attack. Suddenly, a multicolored flame erupted from Naruto's left eye, and then the Geister blaster unleashed a powerful blast, as Orochimaru's scream of pain echoed through the air. Many were already terrified by what Naruto was doing, while those who knew him only knew one thing. He was holding back. Kushina saw her son acting like a monster and blamed Betty for it. As the Geister blaster ended, the giant hands returned to their original position, as did the other hands, while Naruto watched Orochimaru fall to the ground. Orochimaru's body then began to move abnormally, and what remained of his mouth opened in an unusual way, revealing a completely uninjured but clearly pained Orochimaru. Many people vomited when they saw that. While what Naruto did was terrifying, what Orochimaru did was extremely disgusting. Orochimaru. In pain you bastard, smiles you're very interesting Kukuku. Naruto stood expressionless before leaping toward the giant Geister blaster, his hands vanishing as he snapped his fingers. He then snapped his fingers, summoning several more Geister blasters of normal size. Imagine Sans as Naruto. Upon seeing the wall of Geister blasters, everyone's eyes widened, while Orochimaru was already terrified. Orochimaru was nervous. He now realized that he was facing an enemy far superior to him. Orochimaru understood his other self's feelings, but the knowledge that he could possess the body of a deity still excited him. But he snaps out of his thoughts when he sees Naruto begin charging an attack in all of his Geister blasters. Seeing this, Orochimaru quickly forms hand seals to create a wall of earth as Naruto fires the attack. Orochimaru uses every ounce of his chakra to try and hold back the attack, but he is filled with terror when he sees it's useless and the wall begins to crumble. Many were terrified to see that not even the earth wall, one of the most resistant defenses depending on the chakra, was destroyed without even doing anything against the Geister blaster. The Hibi-Sanin could only watch in terror as the wall crumbled while taking the full force of the attack. Naruto watched this with beads of sweat on his brow. Naruto. Damn it, I'm running out of energy, release energy seals. With that, runes surround his body, giving Naruto more energy. Upon hearing that, everyone's eyes widened in shock. His energy was sealed. Now they knew he was an unbeatable enemy. Yet the power-hungry were searching for a way to do so. After a few seconds, Naruto deactivated his attack as the Geister blasters disappeared, landing on his feet and staring at the cloud of smoke in front of him. When the smoke cleared, Orochimaru's bloodied, skeletal body was revealed. Many grimaced in pain and disgust at the sight of Orochimaru's condition. At that moment, Orochimaru's body begins to tremble, and then, after a wound, a new Orochimaru emerges, but this time without much energy. Many have already confirmed that what Orochimaru was doing was extremely disgusting. Orochimaru was breathing heavily as he looked at Naruto. The noir regarded him neutrally, snapping his fingers and generating several purple bones. He did this out of inspiration and in honor of Dol the skeleton. Everyone was surprised to see the purple bones, which terrified Orochimaru since they all saw what those bones were capable of. The bones were positioned in a cross shape to begin rotating. Orochimaru had no chakra left and was very tired, so he did the most logical thing. Orochimaru. Retreat. Orochimaru nodded, it was for the best. Upon hearing this, the four ninjas holding the barrier leaped away from their positions and rushed towards Orochimaru. Seeing this, Naruto launched the bones at full speed, while the four ninjas and Orochimaru narrowly escaped. Just as they vanished with a reverse summoning, the bones impacted, creating a large cloud of smoke. After the attack ended, they waited for the smoke to dissipate, revealing that no one had been there. Naruto deactivates his powers, it's over. She started walking toward the fence, surveying the battlefield where the Otanin were escaping while the Sunanin surrendered. Betty and Amber stood beside her. The invasion was over. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone in silence as they watch the invasion end. Getting to know each other. Everyone could be seen eating, still reeling from what they had witnessed. Naruto defeating the Hibi-Sannin and the deaths of Kushina and Minato. The Uzumaki Namikaze couple watched Menma, Mito, and Naruto chatting amongst themselves, noticing how well they got along, even better than when they had been babysitting them. Kushina, however, glared at Betty with hatred for stealing her son. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Getting to know each other. Upon reading the title, everyone looked at it with curiosity but paid attention. The day after the invasion everyone was rebuilding Konoha, but we'll focus on something else. Everyone paid attention because now they would know what would happen after the invasion. Naruto's Choza. There you could see the members of the house with the new inhabitants. Now the members of the house were Naruto Noir Dreamer, Olivia Tennyson, Kaneko Taoju, Ravel Phoenix, Gaspar Vladi, Rin Nahara, Hanabi Hyuga, Penny Polendina, Yang Xiaolong, Naruto's half-sister, Blake Belladonna, Wai Shni, John Arc, Betty Noir, Naruto's adoptive mother, Amber Lightveil, former vessel and now Betty's younger sister, all the Kwamis. And his pets were Zwei and Paris. Everyone saw that the house was now very crowded with all those who would live in Naruto's hut. Naruto seemed normal, but inside he was a little nervous because the house was rather small, although Kaneko's old room was unoccupied since when she married Naruto, they both slept in the same room. Kaneko blushed slightly as the others who were attracted to Naruto looked at her jealously. Betty. Well, we'd better introduce ourselves. Everyone nodded as Naruto stood in front of them all. Everyone pays attention, realizing that they now know a little more in addition to understanding the title. Naruto. Well, you probably already know this, but here goes, my name is Naruto Noir Dreamer, also known as Issei Haidu, Benjamin Kirby Tennyson, Ruby Rose, etc. They all nod to look at each other. Everyone already knew that, but they still paid attention. Olivia. Well, my name is Olivia Tennyson, I am the most powerful object in the universe known as the Omnitrix, and I am friends with Naruto when he was Benjamin Kirby Tennyson. Everyone nods. They all nod, knowing that. Kaneko. My name is Kaneko Taoju, reveals her Nekishim features. I am a half-demon Nekishim, I am Naruto's wife, and I met him when he was Issei Haidu, and I am currently pregnant with his child. Everyone nodded while Olivia, Gaspar, and Weiss had a twitch in their eyes from jealousy. Blake looked at Kaneko, thinking she was something like herself being a fawn, and Betty was excited about her son's relationship, and even more so knowing that she would have a grandson or granddaughter. The case of jealousy caught everyone's attention. Blake and Kaneko met because it was true that they could get along, and Betty was very happy to know that she would have a grandchild, while Kushina viewed the news with disgust. For the former Uzumaki, the child that Naruto would have with Kaneko is not a grandson or granddaughter. Ravel. My name is Ravel Phoenix, I am a demon, and I have been friends with Naruto since he was Issei Haidu, but I also see Naruto as a brother. They nodded, although Yang was somewhat jealous to see someone who saw her sister brother as one, but she said nothing. Ravel and Yang glared at each other, their eyes flashing with anger. They were sure to fight over who could be Naruto's sister. Though no one knew that Menma and Mito were on the same page, they just had some rather northern thoughts. Gaspar. My name is Gaspar Vladi, I am a half-vampire, and I have been friends with Naruto since he was Issei Haidu. They all nodded, although they were curious about the vampire topic. The rest were equally curious about the vampire topic. Rin. My name is Rin Nahara, I'm from this reset, I was revived, and I'm still surprised by the resets that Naruto went through. They nodded, since they were a bit like Rin regarding the reset issue. Those who came from the other resets were just like Rin. Hanabi. I am Hanabi Hyuga, I am also from this reset, I was saved from my abusive father and crazy sister, I am here hidden to avoid being used as a breeding machine, and I am still assimilating the resets. They all nodded but were worried about what was happening to Hanabi, although they already knew that Hanabi's father and sister were dead, so they said nothing. Everyone saw how those who would now live in the hut were surrounding Hanabi. The girl would be protected tooth and nail. Penny. Cheerful hello everyone, I'm Penny Polendina, former android, I'm Naruto's friend, and I come from the reset when he was Ruby Rose. Everyone nodded, but they had a small smile on their faces because of Penny's attitude. Those who would live the same way wore small smiles. The rest were curious about what an android was. Yang. Well, my name is Yang Xiaolong, I'm Naruto's half-sister, I'm a member of Team RWBY, and I come from the reset when he was Ruby Rose. Everyone nodded as Betty looked at Yang. If the girl wanted, she could be her mother, well, her second mother, and that was because she knew Summer Rose's story. Yang is surprised to see Betty nod. Xiaolong becomes thoughtful. She accepts that Naruto sees Betty as his mother, but could she do that? Blake. My name is Blake Belladonna, I am a cat fawn and a friend of Naruto, I am a member of Team RWBY, and I come from the Naruto reset as Ruby Rose. Everyone nodded as Kaneko looked at Blake. Both were, in part, a kind of cat, they could get along. Kaneko and Blake saw each other again, they could be friends. Weiss. My name is Weiss Schnee, I am a friend of Naruto, I am a member of Team RWBY, in my reset, I am the former heiress of the Schnee family, and, well, I come from the reset of when Naruto was Ruby Rose. Everyone nods, although the topic of the heiress had caught their attention a little, but especially Rin, who thought it was like the clans there. That left everyone thoughtful. The Schnee family could be considered one of the clans, and that had clearly caught the attention of the power-hungry. John. My name is John Ark, I am Naruto's fellow leader, and I come from the reset where Naruto was Ruby Rose. Everyone nodded as Naruto watched John thinking about giving him another chance, as did Weiss and Blake. He already knew the truth. Naruto saw those named who felt somewhat nervous, still unsure if they had a chance and hoping to get it. Betty. I continue, my name is Betty Noir, I am Naruto's adoptive mother, I come from another reset and at the same time I am from the Glitchtale AU. That had caught Yang's attention. She knew that in her Naruto Ruby reboot, Summer Rose was her mother and that filled her with curiosity. Nobody said anything about what Yang was thinking because they were in shock from what they had heard. Betty belonged to the Glitchtale AU and that had taken them by surprise. Amber. Well, I'm the last one, my name is Amber Lightveil, princess and heir of the Lightveil family, after being murdered by my sister Agate, I was used as a vessel for the creation of Betty, so I am her sister. That surprised everyone as Naruto looked at Amber. Everyone in the room was equally surprised. Kushina stared at Amber in astonishment. Lightveil was a princess who had been murdered by her own sister to create Betty. Naruto looked at Amber. Naruto. Does that mean you're my aunt? Amber. MMH, if that's how you want to see me. Betty. I think it's better if you see her as Amber, since it would be kind of strange to see her as my aunt. Naruto nods, since it was the best thing for all three of them. Naruto. Does that mean you're my aunt? Amber. If that's how you want to see me. Betty. I think it's better if you see her as Amber, since it would be strange to see her as my aunt. Naruto nods, since it was the best thing for all three of them. The vast majority laughed when they saw that the same thing had happened in the room as on the screen, while the three mentioned were blushing with embarrassment. Rin. Now that I look closely, where's Emily? Naruto. She decided to stop hiding for a bit and went to where her sister is. Olivia. You mean the one with the bubblegum? Naruto. That's right. Sakura's eye twitched again when she heard them call her flat-chested, but she didn't say anything because she was now aware that it was Mibuki's fault. They decided to put that aside and start getting to know each other a little better, as well as deciding which room each of them would have. Olivia and Naruto were grateful that the house was big and had expansion seals. Kushina viewed this with annoyance, knowing that the hut would be large enough for everyone who would live in it. Uruno house. Sakura was going into her house to close the door. She walked until she reached the living room and noticed someone sitting on the couch. It was Emily. Emily. Hi little sister. Sakura was still in shock from what she now knew. Emily. That's understandable, she suddenly realizes that her mother is just using her and that she had a sister. Emily. Where's dad? Sakura. He's dead. He died mysteriously. Emily narrowed her eyes in annoyance, already knowing who was responsible. Mibuki. Emily. I see. Most likely, Mibuki poisoned him to get his money. Sakura. A little annoyed. Why do you say that? Emily pats a part of the armchair, causing Sakura to go and sit next to her sister. Emily. Did you ever see Mibuki bringing men to the house? That silenced everyone in the room as Sakura felt. Sakura makes a reminder and nods. Emily. And have any of those men ever died in mysterious ways? Sakura remembers again. Sakura. Yeah, everyone. Everyone felt the conversation becoming increasingly grim. Emily. Has Mabuki ever told you that you would be the one for someone and that to really get them to notice you, you have to be and act the way she says? Sakura. Yeah. Sakura. Yes. Emily. And how did dad die? Sakura. Well, he died while working. He was working when he suddenly collapsed and died. Emily. Who was the last person to see him? Sakura. Mom, because she sent me on an errand. Sakura started putting the pieces together and began to fill with terror. Emily. Now put the dots together. Sakura began to use her head to see that Mabuki was always with wealthy men who then died in mysterious ways, including her father. Sakura. Terrified, that means Emily. That Mabuki was a woman who was only interested in herself, she didn't care about using her own daughters, because for her they weren't her daughters, they were her exchange items to get money. Everyone fell silent upon learning who Mabuki Haruno really was. That left Sakura speechless, unable to believe it, although a part of her already knew it and just didn't want to accept it. Emily just hugged her sister who did nothing and hugged me back. Emily. Searching through her things a while ago I asked someone to help me find information about Mabuki and I found this. With that, he gives Sakura some documents. Sakura swallowed hard when she saw the documents. Something told her she wasn't going to like what she found. She takes them to see everything. There were documents about human trafficking, drug trafficking, prostitution, abuse of power, murder, information sales, child abuse, organ trafficking, and more things that began to disgust Sakura. Many already looked at Mabuki with disgust and were grateful that she was already dead. Then he saw Mabuki's bank account and was shocked to see that he had an immense sum of money. When they saw the bank account, everyone was shocked. The sum was immense. Emily. I also discovered that she was planning to sell you to Orochimaru for money and drugs. That left Sakura devastated. Sakura was equally devastated. Everyone looked at Orochimaru, who nodded in agreement. Mabuki did plan to sell her to him, but she didn't see anything interesting in Sakura. Sakura. Tell me one thing, did she ever love you like a mother? Emily. Never. The Haruno sisters remained silent. The room also fell silent upon learning what a demon Mabuki was. Sakura. How did you come back to life? Emily. Thanks to a boy. Sakura. Hopefully Sasuke-kun. Emily saw her sister who was now reconsidering her fangirl side and love for Sasuke. Emily. Sasuke Uchiha. No, he didn't revive me, it was someone else. Sakura. If it wasn't Sasuke-kun, then who was it? Emily. It's someone your age and their name starts with N. Sakura started thinking until she opened her eyes. Sakura. Naruto. Emily. Smiling, bingo, he was the one who revived me. He knew what happened to me and said I was going to have a second chance at life, and he also knew that you were just being manipulated by Mabuki. Sakura remained silent. She had always blamed Naruto for keeping her away from Sasuke, but now she knew that the Noir, unconsciously, was saving her from being used as a bargaining chip by a woman who never saw her as a daughter. Sakura saw Naruto, who only glanced at her. The Noir was reconsidering whether to give Sakura a small chance in this latest reset, but of course it wouldn't be that easy. Emily. Hug Sakura, look at it this way, now we can get to know each other and this time be a family, the family we were always meant to be. Sakura smiled and hugged Emily. This would be a new chapter in the lives of the Haruno sisters and this time Sakura would do the right thing. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone with one thing on their minds. This would be a new chapter in Sakura's life, but now alongside Emily. The Search for Tsunade Part 1. They were all chatting amongst themselves while Emily cut Sakura's hair at Sakura's request. This time, her new look would signify a new beginning. She would no longer be the fangirl Sakura Haruno. This time, she would be the warrior and kunoichi Sakura Haruno she was meant to be. At that moment, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Search for Tsunade Part 1. That surprised and caught everyone's attention, especially the one mentioned and the other shinobi. Ichiraku Ramen was seen serving some customers who were helping with the reconstruction of Konoha. Many were surprised to see that they would start at Ichiraku Ramen, but they said nothing and paid attention. At one of the tables sat Naruto, Menma, and Mito, eating ramen, but there was a palpable tension. Naruto had told them what happened in the cage's box, though he somewhat downplayed the Betty incident, and they were all reacting differently. Menma, while no longer caring, was angry with both of them since on his deathbed they had revealed that all they cared about was the prophecy. But Mito was the most affected because now that her mind was free of malice and arrogance, she realized that to her parents she wasn't their daughter, but merely their weapon. Kushina and Minato watched this with sorrow, seeing their daughter who no longer wanted to see them. Through tears, I can't believe they never loved me, I don't want to believe it, but my heart tells me it's true. Menma hugs her, which Mito returns. Now the three of them were making up for lost time and becoming united as they should have been, siblings. Naruto looked at both boys, who looked at him, and then all three nodded. They would give each other another chance. Naruto looked at that with some sadness, but then he saw his bowl of ramen. Naruto. Now it's time to find Tsunade to become the new Hokage, but how will it be in this reset? In the previous ones, she was always good and supported me in some instances and evil and betrayed me in others. There was always a pattern, but I never followed it. It will be a mystery. That surprised everyone. It seemed Tsunade was torn between being good and bad. On the other hand, Tsunade was surprised to hear that, but something told her she shouldn't betray Naruto. Time skip. They were both leaving Ichiraku Ramen when they saw Jiraiya appear in front of them. That caught everyone's attention, but now even more so Naruto, Menma, and Mito's. Upon seeing him, the Saracia observed the three of their reactions. Naruto regarded him with indifference. Menma with seriousness. But what surprised him was that Mito distanced herself slightly. Now Mito felt she could only trust Menma and Naruto. This surprised those present as Naruto and Menma nodded in agreement with what Mito had done. It was better that he only trusted them than anyone else. Before she can say anything, Menma speaks first. Menma. Serious, we already know what really happened in the cage's box, Naruto told us and showed it to us with ninjutsu, get to the point. That surprised Jiraiya and now he understood the reactions. One indifferent, another serious, and the last one distrustful. Nobody said anything, but Jiraiya was a little angry. Most likely, he would try to lie a little to get Mito on his side, but he couldn't and he won't be able to. Jiraiya. I understand. Well, I'll get straight to the point. I want you to accompany me to find Tsunade Senju. Mito. Suspicious, and why us specifically? Jiraiya. Well, since the three of you are siblings, I thought you could spend more time together on this mission. Naruto clearly realized it was a lie, and upon reviewing Noir, he learned that Jiraiya wanted to train Mito alone to make her his weapon and thus fulfill the prophecy. This surprised Mito, who glared angrily at Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Jiraiya looked nervous as he stared at Naruto, who had a serious expression. We will go, but on one condition. That caught the attention of the three of them, who wondered what Mito was planning. Everyone paid attention. Serious, it'll just be about going after Tsunade, no training, just going after her, understood? Naruto and Menma smiled when they heard that, as it was a clever idea, while Jiraiya frowned but hid it. The same reactions occurred in the room while the rest were surprised. Jiraiya. Okay. But that said, the three nodded as Mito skipped off while Menma buried himself using earthbending. Jiraiya saw Naruto looking at him seriously, which made him nervous. Jiraiya. Nervous, his gaze, I feel like he's seeing right into my soul. Many swallowed hard because they felt the same way. Naruto watched him, then sped off using his semblance. Jiraiya remained silent before withdrawing. It seemed that with Minato and Kushina dead, Mito, Menma and Naruto could now be closer. This caught the attention and surprised Kushina and Minato. Their deaths were essential for Naruto, Menma and Mito to unite. With Naruto. Noir had reached his home grounds, fallen to the ground, and rolled a little. Naruto saw some of them chatting amongst themselves. Naruto smiled when he saw that, and even more so when he saw that the same thing was happening in the room. That brought a smile to her face as she walked inside. Upon entering, she saw Yang in the living room, using only one arm and performing maintenance on her prosthesis. That surprised everyone, except those who already knew, those who saw Yang. Olivia. Surprised you use prosthetics? Yang simply removed the yellow arm he had been wearing. Many swallowed hard, while others wondered how the prosthesis was made. Naruto turns to look at the large dining room, seeing Betty and Amber trying to get along better. Betty and Amber saw each other, they might try it. Naruto remembered the conversation he had with his mother. Flashback. Naruto. How did you get here, Mom? Betty. You'll be surprised, I got here thanks to a singularity. That surprised and startled Naruto. Naruto. A singularity? Betty. That's right, I arrived thanks to one. Naruto remained silent but began to feel hopeful as he had an idea. Naruto. Is it possible that Betty? I don't know, but if so, the Underverse could return. Naruto remained silent as he felt hope rising within him. End of flashback. Everyone fell silent during the flashback as Naruto stared at his hands. The singularity was the key, and it was highly likely he would manage to reclaim the Underverse, filling them with hope. The rest watched Naruto's reaction, already knowing his plan, while the power-hungry among them plotted how to use the singularity for their own ends. Naruto remained silent, but then shook his head to go to his room. As he walked, he saw the hallway doors, each bearing a symbol belonging to a member of the group. These symbols were Olivia Tennyson, Ravel Phoenix, Asper Vladi, Bryn Nahara. Hanabi Hyuga. Henny Polendina. Yang Xiaolong. Lake Belladonna. White Snow. Yellow Rainbow. Eddie Noir. Amber Light Veil. Everyone had looked at the doors with curiosity, while those named looked at the symbols that represented them. Upon reaching the last door, he saw that it had a symbol on it. It was, so to speak, the symbol of the leader or leaders. Everyone looked curiously at the last symbol, but they knew instantly that's where Naruto and Kaneko sleep. Noir enters to find Kaneko sitting on the bed, looking at something in her hand. It was his evil piece. Then a glow emanates from Kaneko's chest, revealing the evil piece of the Taoju. Seeing that, Naruto climbs onto the bed to sit behind Kaneko and hug her. "Naruto, are you sure about this? I'm not saying I like seeing that piece, but I want to know if you're okay with me taking the evil piece from you." Kaneko. "Yes, senpai, I'm aware and agree to this." Naruto remained silent while he thought about something. Naruto sees the evil piece, picks it up, and examines it. "Naruto. Maybe I could create an evil pieces game using this as a base, of course there would be some differences, but it would make them superior to the old ones if you agree." The DXD team was surprised to see Naruto looking thoughtful. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was confused about the evil pieces. "Kaneko. Will I be able to get my rook position back? I'm used to that piece." Naruto. "Of course." Kaneko smiles, turns around, and kisses Naruto on the mouth, which he gladly accepts. Kushina growled angrily. She still couldn't accept that Kaneko was Naruto's partner. For her, Hinata was and always would be the best for Naruto. I'll separate Naruto via Kaneko. "Naruto. I have a mission right now, I'll try to get there as soon as possible." Kaneko. "I hope so," rubs her belly. "You don't want to leave your child waiting for you." Naruto smiles slightly as he bends down and gently hugs Kaneko's belly, which was already starting to show a little. "Naruto. Dad has to go out, but don't worry, I'll be back." Kaneko chuckled a little at Naruto's attitude. She truly loved her senpai, as she liked to call him. Many parents smiled at the sight. It was clear Naruto would be a great father. Kushina, on the other hand, looked at the wound with disgust. To her, the fetus inside would not be her grandchild. Time skip. Naruto stood at the village entrance, leaning against the wall. In the distance, Hinata's acquaintances glared at him angrily, as they felt he was showing indifference to the disappearance of his girlfriend and future father-in-law. Naruto huffed in anger while they said nothing. Now they didn't know if it was right to follow Hinata or just let her go. A few minutes passed when Menma appeared using earthbending and Mito arrived walking. "Naruto. They're here." Menma. "Yes, it just takes a while." The three of them start waiting for 1 hour until Jiraiya arrives. Mito, Menma, and Naruto scoffed at what Jiraiya had done, who was nervous about the stares he was receiving. Menma. "Serious, he's finally here." Jiraiya. Indignant. "Sorry, but I was with my sensei." Mito. "Tell that to someone else, I was at the hot springs, wasn't I?" Jiraiya became nervous. Now that Minato and Kushina were gone and Mito had abandoned her arrogant demeanor, she was much more grounded. Many women saw Jiraiya with a death stare, making the Gama-senin very nervous. "Naruto. Let's stop playing games and start the journey." The three nodded and then the four of them began walking, starting their search for Tsunade Senju. But the screen turns off, leaving many wondering what will happen next. The search for Tsunade Part 2. Everyone was chatting amongst themselves to kill time. Naruto was rubbing Kaneko's belly, already longing to hold his son or daughter in his arms. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The search for Tsunade Part 2. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention. But before they can do anything, lights appear, revealing 5 creatures resembling Paris and a black-haired Nekomata girl with a large bust. Upon seeing her, Naruto and Kaneko stand up. Naruto. Gabu, Terry, Spiny, Ace, Tank. Onsen. Upon hearing that, the baby dinosaurs go towards Naruto, but the girl goes to Kaneko to hug her with tears in her eyes. Kuroka. Crying Shirin-chan, I missed you. Kaneko simply hugged her sister, tears streaming down her face, while the baby dinosaurs and Kuroka received the information. After a few minutes, the newcomers settled in, some unable to stop staring at Kuroka's ample bosom, causing Naruto to glare at them angrily. He would be a good brother-in-law and wouldn't let anyone hurt the older Taoju's sister. A group of 3 young people and 1 adult were seen walking along a path surrounded by trees. They were Jiraiya, the Gama-senin. Menma Bifong, the first Bifong. Mito Uzumaki, formerly Namikaze, as she did not want anything related to Minato, but kept the surname Uzumaki because of her ancestors. And Naruto Noir Dreamer, former Reset Traveler and current Celestial in training. Everyone took it in stride until they learned about Mito, which shocked them. Kushina and Minato were devastated. They had just heard that their daughter was no longer known as a Namikaze and that she had kept the Uzumaki surname because of her ancestors. The four of them were walking with Jiraiya at the back, watching Menma, Mito, and Naruto interact with each other. Jiraiya. Wow, it's clear they've become very close, but don't worry Jiraiya, you just need to find a moment when Mito is alone to talk to her about being trained by me, so the prophecy can be fulfilled. This angered the trio who saw Jiraiya becoming nervous. But the boys. They were chatting amongst themselves when Naruto noticed a smell. Naruto. Sniffing, this smell, no, these smells it's a Triceratops, a Tyrannosaurus, a Spinosaurus, a Carnotaurus, a Sicania and a Nekomata. Upon seeing and hearing that, everyone saw noir. Naruto. My Imkai sighed. Everyone nodded, as it was the most logical and likely thing to do. Naruto already knew who those smells belonged to, but it would be a big problem, since he had 3 people with him. With 5 of that group he wouldn't have problems, but with the last one there would be problems. Kuroka. It's understandable since I'm a Nekomata. I'm Skip. It was night and the 4 members of the group were camping. Jiraiya. Well, you guys finish setting up camp, smiles pervertedly I'm going to do my research. With that, he retreats, leaping through the tree branches. Many women glared at him angrily, making Jiraiya nervous, while Naruto watched indifferently. Seeing that, the 3 of them sighed in annoyance. Naruto. Menma, you finish the campsite. Mito, you go get water, and I'll go get firewood, and also to see you all. With that, the 3 of them go their separate ways. Everyone pays attention to see the reunion of Naruto and the newcomers. But Naruto. The noir was walking through the forest until he reached a small, vegetation-free area. Standing in the middle, he began to look around. Naruto. Gabu, Terry, Spiny, Ace, Tank and Kuroka are out. Everyone is paying attention because they knew instantly that it was time for the reunion. Wow, you still have your presence detection, Issei-san Naya, or should I call you Naruto-san? From among the trees emerges a black-haired woman with a large bust, accompanied by 5 small creatures of different colors. That woman was Kuroka Taoju. Kaneko's older sister, also known as Shirin. Many were curious about Kaneko's name, Shirin. Meanwhile, Kaneko looked at her sister with a small, amused smile. The little creatures were like Paris being. The yellow Gabu. Harry the red. The pink Spiny. The blue Ace. And the purple Tank. There everyone saw who each of the baby dinosaurs was. Naruto saw the baby dinosaurs, remembering Team D and Team Alpha. Naruto felt nostalgic when he remembered Team D and a little bit nostalgic when he remembered Team Alpha, while the rest were curious. Naruto. Come here, guys. Ace and Gabu ran towards Naruto and jumped into his arms, while Terry, Spiny, and Tank stood beside them. Kuroka started walking towards Naruto, causing him to put Gabu and Ace down. Once near Naruto, Kuroka immediately hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Kuroka. Crying I'm sorry, I had to be faster, my little sister, my Imto died, I had to be quick. Many felt a lump in their throats upon hearing Kuroka's broken voice. She was hugging her little sister, who was returning the embrace. Naruto. Patting Kuroka's back calm down Kuroka, it wasn't your fault, I had to be faster. They both remained silent as they separated. Kuroka. With tear marks is it true? That you were cursed to reset countless times until you reached this last one, and that Shirin is here is it true? Naruto. Absolutely. Kuroka fell to her knees and cried tears of joy. She could see her beloved Imto again. Kaneko smiled at that and hugged Kuroka, who gladly accepted the hug. Naruto sat beside him as the baby dinosaurs began to play, knowing that there they could be free in some way. The baby dinosaurs gazed at Naruto longingly, causing the noir to smile and nod. Without a second thought, the baby dinosaurs began to play. Naruto. Come here, I'll tell you what happened. 20 minutes passed, during which Naruto told Kuroka what had happened. Kuroka. Wow, that's amazing, but well, I'll accompany you. That surprised and caught the attention of absolutely everyone. Naruto. Are you sure? Kuroka. Absolutely, I want to go with you and see Shirin-chan again. Kaneko smiles a little when she sees that. Naruto nods as they both stand up and then Noir looks at the baby dinosaurs. Naruto. Alright guys, we're leaving, but I can't take you like this, since it would be much more suspicious than going with Kuroka, so I'll have to turn you into cards, understood? They nod, then are surrounded by yellow, red, blue, light blue, and purple lights that move toward Naruto, who catches the lights with his hands. Instantly, the cards of the 5 are revealed. Triceratops. Tyrannosaurus. Spinosaurus. Carnotaurus. And Sicania. Everyone looked at the cards with curiosity, but those hungry for power looked at them with a desire to possess them. Upon receiving the cards, Naruto puts them in his pocket before going to see Kuroka. Naruto. Follow me. With that, they both walk while a clone appears with firewood, which he gives to Naruto before disappearing. Everyone already knew that Naruto was always one step ahead and prepared. They walked for 3 minutes, noticing Mito and Menma already had everything. The two turned to see Naruto with Kuroka, which made them feel jealous without knowing why. This caused intrigue in some, while others were surprised and somewhat amused to see how Mito and Menma were in love with Naruto. Mito. Jealous, who is she, Naruto? Naruto. She's Kuroka, she's the sister of an acquaintance of mine, and she'll be joining us on our journey. They nodded, and then Naruto put down the firewood and lit the campfire. Kuroka decided to chat with the two boys, who were initially reluctant but then began talking normally, which brought a smile to Naruto's face. But also brought a smile to Naruto's face. But then Naruto put that aside to, unseen, take out the dinosaur cards and look at them. Naruto. Sirius, Paris, Gabu, Ace, Terry, Spiny, and Tank are here. Could the other dinosaur cards be here too? If so, I must find them all before they fall into the wrong hands and it's too late. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry, who now saw the dinosaurs as a new target to be their weapons, while Naruto was keeping a watchful eye on that. But that in mind, she saved the letters to join the group. After a while, they decided to sleep. Naruto and Menma would sleep in one tent, while Kuroka and Mito would sleep in another. That caught everyone's attention, but Mito felt a little jealous of Menma, who had a slight blush. Without saying anything, they went to sleep, but not before leaving traps and, as a group of the three brothers, making jokes at Jiraiya's expense for what he had done. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone with an amused smile, seeing that Jiraiya would pay for their perverted actors. The Search for Tsunade Part 3. They were all chatting amongst themselves, some plotting to seize power or eliminate someone. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Search for Tsunade Part 3. Upon seeing the title, everyone paid attention, but they felt there would be a somewhat intense moment. The group of 5 was seen walking towards a village. The members were Naruto Noir Dreamer, Menma Bifrong, Mito Uzumaki, Kuroka Taoju, and Jiraiya the Seiga Sennin. Everything would have been normal if it weren't for the fact that Naruto was watching Jiraiya stare like a fool at the woman, since the black-haired girl was showing off her chest, and Jiraiya, being a pervert, was just standing there like an idiot. That angered Naruto and Kaneko. Kaneko? He's a pervert, die. That silenced everyone as Naruto chuckled. They even wanted to take Kuroka to bed, but Naruto, like a good brother-in-law, always hit him hard, sending him flying Tsunade style. Imagine Tsunade is Naruto. Noir wouldn't let his sister-in-law be touched by that dirty old man. Everyone was amused to see that, while Jiraiya watched with a grimace of pain, and Tsunade, for some reason, felt proud. And that's been the daily routine for the last 5 days. Present. The group of 5 was seen entering a village that Naruto recognized. That's where he would meet Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. Upon hearing the last thought, everyone was surprised, while Kushina worried about her son. Then they saw a girl, which made Jiraiya put on a perverted face and go after her. He might not be able to handle Kuroka today, but he could handle that girl. Kuroka. He's a dirty old man. Kaneko nodded with a disgusted expression. They all looked at each other, sighed, and went into the hotel that Jiraiya had told them to book before leaving. Time skip. In the hotel room, Naruto, Mito, Menma, and Kuroka were doing various things. Kuroka was sleeping a little like a cat. Menma was playing with a kunai. Mito was drawing, happy to be able to draw again after her parents forbade it before starting training. And Naruto was making dinner. Kushina and Minato watched in surprise as Mito drew. They hadn't seen her do that for a long time, as it seemed absurd to them. Although Mito and Menma were in tears because Naruto was whistling a melody, they instantly recognized that melody Noir used to sing to them, now whistled, when they were little and couldn't sleep. Imagine it's a whistle. But they could no longer hear her because of the separation of the siblings that occurred because of Kushina and Minato. That left everyone speechless, but especially Kushina and Minato. They had just seen Menma and Mito crying because they would never hear Naruto's whistle again, and the worst part for them was that they themselves were the cause of it all. When they finished, the 3 of them fell silent, the sound of boiling water filling the air. Naruto finished making dinner, Mito stopped drawing, and Menma stopped playing with his kunai. Naruto turned to look at Bifrong and Uzumaki, who had seen him. He sensed his siblings' emotions and opened his arms. He didn't have to say it twice. They jumped toward him, hugging him tightly, tears streaming down their faces. They longed to hear that song again. Many felt a lump in their throats watching that scene. Kushina and Minato were the most affected. Were they really that unfortunate? Naruto created a tentacle of hatred which went to the stove to turn it off and cover the pot. Naruto opened his mouth and then. Everyone saw Menma and Mito hugging Naruto with tears in their eyes. Kushina and Minato no longer knew. Every chapter showed them what bad parents they were, or rather, had been. The place was silent as Menma and Mito smiled and had tears in their eyes. They had desperately wanted to hear that song again. Because of Kushina and Minato, they had forgotten who sang it to them, and now they remembered everything. That was a hard blow for Kushina and Minato. Naruto smiled as he remembered what he experienced in this reset before remembering the previous ones. Literally, the three of them were very close, they were a team, a true family. Naruto. I understand now, it was never Mito's or Menma's fault, it was always Minato and Kushina who separated us. Kushina got up and ran away in tears. Now all three of them told her she was a bad mother. The three of them remained silent, embracing each other and remembering those moments before their separation. From a corner, Kuroka watched with a smile. This was true familial love. Now she was ready to return to her Imto and never be separated from her again. Minato got up and left. He couldn't stand it anymore, he couldn't stand being told they were bad parents anymore. Then there was a knock at the door, making everyone turn around, but Naruto already knew who they were. Naruto. Separating, I'll go. Naruto starts walking towards the door. When he reaches it, he opens it, revealing two people he already knew. Itachi Uchiha. By Kisame Hoshigaki. Seeing that, everyone paid attention as Sasuke glared at Itachi with hatred. Upon seeing them, Naruto remained calm. Naruto. What do you want? Itachi. Are Naruto Noir Dreamer and Mito Uzumaki Namikaze here? Mito, who was hiding, had a twitch in her eye. She no longer considered herself a Namikaze. Mito nodded. She would no longer be a Namikaze. Naruto. I'm sorry, they can't be found. But that, he slams the door in both of their faces. That left everyone speechless, while the Akatsuki, who were hiding, watched with some annoyance. Naruto steps back to take out the Nano Cube, Rita. And open it, generating a small green glow which transforms into the divine axe Rita, or simply Rita. Weapon of his companion Escanor when he was Meliodas. The axe caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Upon seeing what happened with the Mito Nano Cube, he was surprised because he hadn't expected that. Naruto. On guard. Then they see the door fly off, causing Naruto to slash it in two. Seeing that, everyone pays attention. Now they would face Akatsuki. They instantly saw Kisame with his hand outstretched, wielding a bandaged sword. It was Samehada wrapped in bandages. The power-hungry looked upon Samehada with desire. Kisame. Haha, that wasn't nice, kid. Hey Itachi, what if I rip off his arms and legs to stop him from doing anything? Itachi. No, Kisame, we have to take them back unharmed. Naruto. If you want any of us, you'll have to beat me. Kisame. Hahaha, you're so funny, kid. But in the blink of an eye, Naruto appears in front of Kisame and punches him in the face, sending him flying out of the apartment. Naruto. Smiling, and the fight begins with a point for Naruto. Upon seeing this, Itachi was surprised but had to dodge a blue fireball. When he turned around, he saw that it was Kuroka. Kuroka. I'm sorry dear, but that will be between Naruto and the walking sushi, you will be my opponent. Kisame, who was hiding, had a tick when he heard what Kuroka told him. Itachi activates his Sharigan but then dodges a kunai attack thrown by Menma. Seeing this, Itachi takes a serious stance and assumes a fighting guard. But Naruto. El Noir was using Rita to fight against Kisame, who was using Samehada. Kisame. You're good, kid. Naruto. Same to you, Kisame Hoshigaki. Kisame. It seems some of the new generation know those of us in the bingo book. Naruto. I've known you for ages. At that moment, Kisame received a kick to the face that made him stumble back. Many were surprised to see Kisame get kicked. He had let his guard down. When Naruto turned around, he saw Mito, who was on guard. Naruto smiled slightly as he watched Mito help him. Myth. Serious, I won't leave you alone. Naruto nods as they both watch Kisame getting up. Kisame. You took me by surprise, girl. At that moment, Itachi arrived with him on his left, while Kuroka and Menma stood on either side of them. Everyone watched the scene intently, as it seemed as if they had a plan. Then Naruto begins to generate a small sun in his hand using the Tyoten element. Imagine Escanor as Naruto. Mito generated a Rasengan in her hand, Menma used his air control and fire control to generate a sphere of air with fire inside. And Kuroka generated blue fire spheres behind her, but also with a strange symbol for everyone except Naruto, and then the hidden Nekish made them spin and launch that disc. Imagine that its ears and tail are hidden. Everyone watched Naruto, Kuroka, and Menma's techniques with curiosity and attention, while the power-hungry watched with a desire to possess them. Upon seeing this, Hoshigaki creates a wall of water, generating steam, but this was all part of the plan. Itachi and Kisame adapt to the steam only to see a great light approaching, revealing the attacks launched by Naruto and Menma. Seeing this, Kisame reveals Samehada's true form. To absorb Naruto's attack while Itachi used Kamui to dispel Menma's attack. Both were exhausted, one from the immense heat of the attack and the other because the attack wasn't chakra-based. Everyone was surprised to see the great synchronization between the three, while the Akatsuki watched cautiously. They had left them exhausted and that surprised them a little. At that moment, Mito appears with one Rasengan in each hand, in the left a red Rasengan, Chakra Soul Magic of Determination, which he created with the help of Naruto, and on the right a violently spinning Rasengan, which he created with the help of Menma. Many watched the Rasengans with attention, while Sasuke watched with anger, since, according to him, only he can kill Itachi. Just as she was about to hit the wall, someone attacked her from the side, sending her crashing into it. The culprit was Sasuke, who had arrived knowing Itachi would be there. Sasuke. Arrogant, get out of the way, you stupid bitch. Itachi is mine and I'm going to kill him. That said, it creates a Chidori. Sasuke smiled arrogantly, supported by his sycophants and fangirls, but the rest looked at him with annoyance. That was a treacherous attack. But then they heard something start to make a strange noise. When they turned around, they saw Mito looking at the fusion of their two Rasengans in her hand. But the problem was that the technique was quite unstable and about to explode. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise at that sight, while Sasuke watched the technique with interest. Naruto. Worried shit. Naruto quickly approaches Mito, using his semblance to take the Rasengan, create a hole in the ceiling with Rita, and launch the Rasengan into the air. Outside. After traveling several meters, the Rasengan exploded, generating a powerful gust of wind. Unfortunately, it didn't end there. From this great gale rained down projectiles of determination and slashes of air that, upon striking the ground, caused a massive tremor and widespread damage. Everyone was surprised to see the result of the fusion of both Rasengans, while Sasuke and the power-hungry ones watched that technique with great attention and a desire to possess it. Inside. When the earthquake ended, those present saw that Itachi and Kisame had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Upon seeing this, Sasuke glared at Naruto with hatred. Sasuke. Look what you did, you idiot. Now that bastard escaped. Sasuke also looked at Naruto with hatred, since now he could not kill Itachi. But before he can do anything, he falls to the ground, knocked out by a blow from Mito, who had a wooden board in his hands. Annoyed, shut up, stupid. Now Sasuke flew into a rage and went to attack Mito, but before he could reach her, Naruto appeared and kicked him in the abdomen, sending him crashing into a wall and knocking him unconscious. Sasuke's sycophants and fangirls started yelling at him, calling him a traitor and other things that Naruto couldn't care less about. Just then Jiraiya arrives. Jiraiya. Agitated, what happened? I saw a red sphere come out of here and then explode, damaging almost the entire village. Mito. Pointing at Sasuke, this is the problem. Jiraiya looked at Sasuke with curiosity and confusion. Naruto. Akatsuki had come for Mito and me because we had the Kyuubi. We faced them, and Mito was about to deliver the final blow, but Sasuke arrived, attacking treacherously. The attack was an unstable combination of two, so I was forced to throw her into the air. If I hadn't acted that way, the damage would have been greater, and there would have been injuries and deaths. That surprised Jiraiya. Nobody said anything, but the Uchiha's sycophants and fangirls saw Naruto as a liar for saying that he attacked treacherously. But before anything can be done, the window is broken by Mito, who was coming for Sasuke, albeit in his own way. Mito. Dynamic entrance. Fortunately, he is unable to perform his technique as Naruto grabs him by the ankle and throws him near Sasuke. Everyone was surprised to see what Naruto had done, while Mito glared at him with hatred. Upon seeing his attacker, Mito glares at Naruto with hatred but sets that aside to carry Sasuke like a sack of potatoes. Mito's team was surprised to see that look on their sensei's face again. Mito. I'm leaving here. But that, he left the place in his own style. The rest simply returned to the apartment with Naruto, grateful that nothing disastrous had happened in this reset like in the previous ones. But that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone intrigued to know how disastrous the resets were, and Naruto grateful that it wasn't like the previous resets. The Search for Tsunade Part 4. Everyone in the room was silent for some reason. They had just discovered something that shocked many. Minato and Kushina had committed suicide, unable to bear being told they were bad parents any longer. Naruto had told them that, for him, it was the greatest act of cowardice imaginable. Of course, many were angry to hear this, but others, more thoughtful, agreed with him. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Search for Tsunade Part 4. Seeing that, everyone pays attention, hoping that it will minimize the shock they felt from what they had discovered. It was another day, and the group of 5 was seen walking toward another village in search of Tsunade. Kuroka was chatting with Menma and Mito, who were already feeling somewhat comfortable with the Taoju's presence. Upon seeing that, Naruto smiled with joy. Jiraiya was still doing his perversions, but Naruto always stopped him. But then Naruto frowns when he sees that. Although Noir was thoughtful. Naruto. Looking at Menma and Mito, should I tell them about Tsunade? I don't know how they'll react when they find out the truth. He decided to put that aside and continue walking. Everyone was confused about what Menma and Mito had to do with Tsunade. Time skip. After some time they had arrived at a place where Naruto knew where Tsunade was. Shukuba City. Upon seeing the city, many made a mental note to visit it, while Tsunade only viewed it with caution. Jiraiya. Here we are, Shukuba City, according to my contacts, this is where Tsunade is located. Hiroka glanced sideways at Naruto, who subtly nodded, implying that the Senju was there. With that, they began walking while Naruto asked Kuroka to cover her cleavage, which the Taoju girl did, much to Jiraiya's dismay. Naruto nods in agreement with what his other self said, while Jiraiya becomes depressed. Upon arriving, they saw several betting booths, gifts, and other items. This surprised Mito, Menma, and Kuroka, while Jiraiya looked on with a smile, and Naruto seemed oblivious. Everyone in the room was equally surprised. Kuroka. It looks like Las Vegas. Naruto. Yeah, but with less technology. Those who came from resets where they had some technological advancement nodded, while the rest were curious about the Las Vegas thing. Jiraiya. Well, it's time to look for Tsunade. Naruto. Pointing to a place I say we start at that bar, because I know she's there. Nobody said anything, but Tsunade was thinking of going to the bar just out of curiosity. They all turned to look at the bar. They looked at each other, nodded, and went inside. They started walking while Naruto glanced sideways at Menma and Mito. Naruto. Okay, I'll tell them, but it will be tomorrow. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Menma and Mito, who were a little nervous about what Naruto would say. But that they enter and then spot a blonde woman with a nice bust. The group remained silent while one of them already knew who it was. Jiraiya. Appentando Tsunade. Tsunade. See levanted Jiraiya. Many found the reunion of Tsunade and Jiraiya strange, while Naruto saw it as if it were his everyday life. Menma, Mito, and Kuroka were surprised to see Tsunade, while Naruto was only analyzing the Senju. Everyone understood why Naruto was analyzing Tsunade, the old resets. The five of them started walking until they reached the table where Tsunade was with a companion whom Naruto recognized. It was Shizune. With his little pig in his arms, it was Taunton. Shizune smiled at his debut, while Taunton just squealed a little. Tsunade looked at the children and then at Kuroka. Tsunade. Wow Jiraiya, you found someone who can put up with you, and you also have 3 children with you. Kuroka. PFF, I'd rather have a pet dog than hang around with that dirty old man. That caused some to laugh while Jiraiya got a little angry. Jiraiya. Oh, sorry, she's an acquaintance of the red-haired boy with pink tips and black streaks. Tsunade saw Naruto, who was looking at her with a serious expression. Tsunade. This kitty doesn't seem like the others, he seems to have experience. He put that aside to see Jiraiya. Tsunade. Why were you looking for me, Jiraiya? Jiraiya. Okay, I'll tell you. Minato and Kushina died at the hands of Orochimaru. Sensei doesn't want to resume the position of Kage, so they proposed that you be the new Hokage. Tsunade was surprised to hear that Minato and Kushina had died, but then put that aside. Tsunade. I see indifferent, I'm not going to accept being Hokage, as you saw, by being Hokage you're just signing your death warrant. That silenced everyone, while Tsunade now looked at it angrily, as she now saw that she was stupid. Naruto just sighed inwardly. It was always the same. Naruto. Stands up, let's go, we just wasted our time coming all the way here just to look for a cowardly old woman. That surprised everyone, while Tsunade grew angry. This caused Jiraiya to look at him in surprise, while Shizune looked worried and Tsunade angry. Mito and Menma were about to say something, but Kuroka stopped them. Kuroka. Play along. That caught everyone's attention. It seems Naruto had a plan, well, he always has one. They both nodded as they watched Tsunade stand up, placing her hands on the table. Tsunade. Serious, repeat that, kid. Naruto. Here, you're the kid, fine, I'll repeat it again. You're a weak woman, Tsunade Senju. You prefer to hide in alcohol to avoid your problems. They say you're the great Konoha no Namakuji Tsunade Haim and the best Harem ninja, but all I see is an old woman who just whines while hiding in sake. Tsunade got angry with Naruto, but when she remembered her past and the past of Noir, she realized something. Naruto was right, she was a crybaby. This was making Jiraiya and Shizune nervous. Mito was somewhat nervous, as was Menma, while Kuroka was normal. She knew that Naruto was only provoking Tsunade, who was falling for it, since her face was beginning to show an angry look. That's when they realized, although they had already deduced it, that Naruto was just provoking Tsunade. On the other hand, Naruto saw Tsunade and also saw the soul of the Senju. His soul was gray, it was a soul without features. That left everyone speechless, but especially Tsunade, who couldn't believe that her soul didn't possess a single trait. Betty. Lady Tsunade, I give you some advice, don't let your soul turn gray, if you continue like this, it will be more difficult for you to recover your trait, and believe me, in the end you will only achieve death by your own hand. That left everyone even more silent as Tsunade looked at Betty. Tsunade. Angry you and I, outside, now. Naruto smiled slightly. She had already taken the bait. Outside. Everyone could be seen outside the bar where Mito, Menma, Shizune with Taunton in her arms, Kuroka and Jiraiya were watching Naruto's match against Tsunade. Tsunade. So you can see that this fight will be even, raises a finger. I'll only use one finger. Naruto. To make it half even, you'll have to use up to the Byakume no In. Tsunade just remained silent upon hearing that. Naruto. To make it somewhat equal you'll have to use up to the Byakume no In, okay. But that, he took a defensive stance while Tsunade acted as if nothing was happening, with her finger raised. Kuroka. The fight is already won, and the victory belongs to Naruto. Nobody said anything because they knew it was true. They were looking at each other when Naruto disappeared, startling everyone. Menma, instinctively, took off his sandals, closed his eyes, and there he could see him. Everything was black, but he could feel the vibrations that Naruto made when he moved. He was now acting like a seismic master. Naruto smiled proudly at that. Naruto. That's my little brother. Menma felt flattered, while Mito felt a little jealous but understood the reason. On the other hand, Naruto saw this and smiled slightly before appearing in front of Tsunade and delivering a powerful blow that sent her flying into a building, instantly destroying it. This surprised three people, while Kuroka and Menma remained calm, as this was the kind of power Naruto usually used. Clearly everyone had the same reactions. Tsunade emerges from the wall covered in some dust. Tsunade. It was luck, kid, but you won't have it again. Tsunade shook her head when she saw what her other self was doing. With that, she lunged forward, her hand clenched into a fist, gathering chakra within it. Reaching Naruto, she unleashed a powerful punch, generating a large cloud of dust. Everyone watched the dust cloud with concern as it dissipated. Once it had completely cleared, they saw something that shocked them. Naruto hadn't moved an inch and was holding Tsunade's fist outstretched, seemingly unfazed, while the Senju stood stunned. Everyone was shocked to see the scene as Tsunade looked at her hand and then at Naruto. Naruto was truly powerful, she already knew that, but it still surprised her. Naruto. Was that a punch? How pathetic. I'll show you what a real punch is. With that, she clenched her fist and punched Tsunade hard in the stomach. The Senju opened her eyes, spitting saliva, and then fell to her knees, clutching her stomach in pain. Everyone was shocked to see Tsunade kneel. They thought Naruto would be a little gentle, but he wasn't. That action caused different reactions. Jiraiya and Shizune were shocked to see Tsunade like that. Menma and Mito were less impacted, Menma because he was already used to it and Mito because she was already getting used to it. And Kuroka was as if nothing had happened since she was used to it, she even knew that Naruto was holding back his strength, because if he did it with his true strength, he would have already killed Tsunade with that blow. Tsunade felt a chill. Her other self was lucky. Tsunade looked up, noticing that Naruto was looking at her with a serious expression. Naruto. Indifferent. I was right, you're weak, you couldn't even beat a simple genin, and you call yourself a senin. Tsunade watched this with anger, but for some reason she felt sad. Tsunade also felt the sadness in her heart. Naruto. Serious 1 week, we'll give you 1 week to think about the proposal. With that, he started walking toward the apartment they had rented. Seeing this, Mito, Menma and Kuroka followed him, while Jiraiya helped Shizune with Tsunade, who was still reeling from losing to a genin. Nobody said anything, but Naruto had a feeling that something was going to happen and it would have to do with his bisexuality. Time skip. Naruto was seen seeing something he never expected to see. Mito and Menma were drunk. Naruto. Why, Kuroka, why did you give them both sake? Right now, Noir was angry with his sister-in-law Nekishima, who was already asleep after also overindulging in alcohol. Naruto glared at Kuroka, who was laughing nervously. But of course, at that moment, Menma, Naruto and Mito had a feeling that something was about to happen. But then she is surprised to see how now both of them were making advances towards her and, unfortunately, her bisexuality was starting to backfire on her. Seeing that, everyone was shocked, while the trio blushed and Kaneko watched with amusement. Naruto. No, controlled Naruto. Naruto tried to ignore both of them while trying not to be unfaithful to Kaneko. Upon seeing that, Kaneko makes Naruto look at her. Kaneko. Senpai, I don't care who you decide to love or who you add to your imminent harem, the only thing that matters to me is that you love me as an equal. Everyone remained silent, except for Naruto, who simply sighed and nodded. Of course, that made Menma and Mito blush. But just as he thought of her, he remembered what she had told him. Flashback. Kaneko. Senpai, I don't care who you decide to love or who you add to your imminent harem, the only thing that matters to me is that you love me as an equal. End of flashback. Everyone fell silent upon hearing that. It was exactly the same thing Kaneko had said. Naruto remained silent, observing both boys, who were drunk but also somewhat sober. Naruto. I hope I don't regret this, okay, let's do it. Menma and Mito blushed slightly but smiled as the three of them walked to a room, which they locked while Naruto activated soundproof seals. That night was quite eventful for the three of them, and the next day two of them couldn't walk properly. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence, but a trio blushing deeply as they understand what will happen. The Search for Tsunade Part 5. They were all chatting and eating together, though they were still a little awkward about Naruto, Menma, and Mito having a threesome. They avoided eye contact because they were embarrassed, but they were trying to lighten the mood. Suddenly, a screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Search for Tsunade Part 5. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, but for some reason Naruto felt he would have to get angry with Orochimaru. It was a new day, and Kuroka, Menma, Mito, and Naruto were having breakfast. Although Kuroka looked at them with a hint of mischief, she was also aware of Naruto's sexuality and knew that her sister would accept the relationship if he loved her equally, so she wasn't bothered. Menma, Naruto, and Mito only saw Kuroka, who was smiling mischievously at them, making them blush. Kaneko watched this while shaking her head with a smile at her sister's behavior. Meanwhile, Naruto, Menma, and Mito were having breakfast, but there was a bit of discomfort between the three of them. Naruto. I still can't believe what I did, but I admit I liked it Menma. My anus and hips hurt Mito. My hips hurt Menma Mito. With a slight blush, but I don't regret it. But that they continued having breakfast. Everyone fell silent to watch Menma and Mito, who hid in their seats with deep blushes, while Naruto was also very red-faced. Time skip. Some time had passed and some things had happened. The tension between Naruto, Menma and Mito had gradually disappeared. The three of them sighed with relief. Naruto had done some research and discovered that Orochimaru had met Tsunade just like in the old resets, so he decided to let everything happen like in the old resets. That caught everyone's attention. Naruto also decided to tell Mito and Menma the truth. Tsunade Senju was Minato Namikaze's mother and therefore the grandmother of the three of them. The Noir still remembered their reactions. Shock. That's what he saw, and Naruto had to explain a little more, although he still had something to say about Kushina and Mikoto, but that would come later. Upon hearing that, everyone was shocked and looked at Naruto, who nodded. Tsunade began to cry. She had thought her son had died as a baby, but she had just learned that he hadn't. He might be dead now, but he had left her grandchildren. Now, she had even more reason to go to Konoha, and if anything happened, she would go with them. Meanwhile, Menma and Mito were surprised and shocked to learn that Tsunade was their grandmother. Everyone was curious about Kushina and Mikoto, which caught Sasuke's attention. Another thing is that Paris had arrived with Naruto, and that had caused a sensation in Noir, who decided to make Paris into a card and keep it there because of the sensation. That caught everyone's attention as Naruto's feeling intensified. Currently, the trio of boys and the Taoju were seen watching Jiraiya on the ground being attended to by Shizune. Tsunade had drugged him. Naruto. Idiot like in the old resets. Jiraiya only saw him to see Tsunade, who didn't see him. Naruto. You're an idiot, Jiraiya. Didn't you realize Tsunade drugged your drink? Jiraiya only grunted but said nothing since Naruto was partly right, he was an idiot and got overconfident. Naruto. We'll take care of it, Shizune and Kuroka, look after the old pervert. Upon hearing that, everyone looked at the screen. Some weren't too worried since they knew Naruto was very powerful, Menma was also strong, and Mito, well, they thought she would become strong alongside Naruto in the future. That last thought had caught the attention of the power-hungry. With that, he picks up Rita, who was leaning against the wall next to Jiraiya, and puts her on his back. Before he can say anything, Naruto leaps toward Tsunade and Orochimaru, followed by Menma, who uses airbending, and Mito, who does the same as Naruto. Everyone pays attention to what is about to happen. But the trio. The three had arrived just as Tsunade was on the ground with a look of horror, as Orochimaru had made a deep wound, letting his blood flow out. Upon seeing this, Tsunade looked away, recalling the moments of the ancient ninja war. Meanwhile, the younger generation, with the exception of Naruto, were shocked to see Tsunade like this, while the more experienced ninja understood the actions of the Irem ninja. Beside him was a renegade Konohanan who is currently an Aminin. Aoi Rakishim, bearer of the Raijin no Ken. Tsunade. Angry the Raijin no Ken. She was angry to see that someone had stolen her great-uncle Tobirama's sword. Orochimaru. Mockingly Kukuku, it seems your title of best Irem ninja is just garbage, Tsunade-chan. Aoi. Mockingly that's right, Orochimaru, I'd better kill her right now. With that, he unleashes the Raijin no Ken. Ignore the nonsense. Then activate it. The power-hungry and Sasuke gazed at the Raijin no Ken with rapt attention, desiring to possess it. The power-hungry because they knew the sword's power, and Sasuke simply for the chance to have it. Aoi lunges, but before he can reach his target, he has to dodge a slash. He instantly sees Naruto and Rita standing before him, while Menma and Mito take their positions on either side. Upon seeing the noir, Aoi simply looks at him arrogantly, but Orochimaru is nervous, remembering how he almost died at his hands. Betty. It's normal to feel nervous about my son, he faced a celestial and barely lived to tell the tale, because Naruto wanted it that way. Many agreed with Betty. Tsunade said nothing. She knew Naruto saw Betty as his mother, so he would accept her. After all, Kushina had broken the golden rule of the Uzumaki clan. Never abandon your family. Aoi. Arrogant. Well, look what we have here, they're nothing but a bunch of brats, but it doesn't matter, points at them with rage and no Ken back away, or you'll die before me. Naruto. Heh, that won't happen, Aoi Rakashima. Aoi. Well, kid, it seems you know me, you should be proud to die before me. Aoi gets into a fighting stance while Naruto does the same with Rita on his shoulder. Everyone is paying attention. Before anything can be done, Jiraiya arrives, causing the same conversation to happen as in all the previous resets, but with the difference that instead of Kabuto it was Aoi. Naruto made a yawning sound upon hearing that. He was tired of the same song. Without further ado, Jiraiya and Naruto launched themselves against Orochimaru and Aoi, respectively, while Mito and Menma stayed behind to take care of Tsunade. Myth. I hope you know that you sitting there like nothing is happening only proves that Naruto is right, you are weak. This surprised everyone, as some observed Mito's near-death experience, and her increased time with her siblings were changing her for the better. However, this angered the power-hungry, who wanted to control Mito and make her their weapon. Upon hearing that, Tsunade looks at Mito with annoyance. Tsunade. You shut up, girl, you don't know anything. Mito. That's true, I don't know anything about what you went through, but at least I didn't just sit idly by when I had the chance to change things. That confused Tsunade and caught her attention. Naruto knew what the conversation was about. They were doing what he had done in the old resets. Pulling Tsunade out of her depression. Tsunade. What do you mean, girl? They both looked at each other, nodded, and then looked at Tsunade. Menma. Before, when we were under Kushina and Minato's care, we were completely arrogant. When Naruto left the village to train, I had an accident that caused everyone to abandon me and give everything to Mito. That's when I realized that my arrogance only made me weak and I decided to change. Menma nods, touching her glasses. Myth. In my case, it was that my arrogance only caused me to be on the verge of death all the time. After that, I realized that my arrogance was hurting me and I decided to change, but what made me discover myself completely was knowing that Kushina and Minato had admitted, before dying, that they didn't see me as their daughter, they saw me as their weapon. Mito nods, touching her abdomen, still feeling the ghostly pain of being pierced by Kubikurumjm. That had surprised Tsunade. Tsunade. What do you mean by all that? Menma. Don't live in the past. If you have the chance to change, take it. They had many chances and now they're dead. Do you want to end up like them or move forward? Tsunade just stood there silently, watching both boys. Naruto smiled and hugged them both. Naruto. I'm proud of you. Menma and Mito smiled, while those on Naruto's side watched with smiles. Of course, the power-hungry, especially Danzo, viewed this with anger. It would be an obstacle to their plans. In the fight. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were having a fairly even fight, as the Seventh Sage was still weakened by Tsunade's drug. Meanwhile, Naruto was humiliating Aoi, who was growing increasingly desperate. Naruto. That bastard can suck my hick. Some laughed a little while others just looked at Naruto with annoyance. Aoi. Frustrated. This can't be happening, I have the Raijin no Ken, I'm a god. Kaneko. The only god here and much more is my husband Naruto. But Naruto stabs Rita in the shoulder where she had the Raijin no Ken, causing her to drop it. Naruto. Dead voice. You're not a god, you're just a renegade. Die. With that, he makes a diagonal movement, killing Aoi. Jiraiya. Wait a minute, seized Tsunade. Princess, does that mean? Tsunade. Nods yes, Jiraiya, that means the Raijin no Ken now belongs to Naruto. Everyone saw the Raijin no Ken appear in Naruto's hands. The noir decided to sheathe the sword, while Sasuke and the power-hungry others searched for a way to seize it. Naruto takes the Raijin no Ken and stores it at his hip, turning to watch Jiraiya and Orochimaru's fight. But as he does, he notices that Tsunade is already ready to fight, but now they are each on their summons. Jiraiya on Gamabunta. Tsunade Saber Kitsayu. And Orochimaru over Manda. The experienced one saw that with memories of Vietnam. They still remembered everything from the previous ninja war. Upon seeing this, Naruto stands next to Menma and Mito to stroke Mito's head as he had witnessed the scene. Naruto. Smiling a little. Well done, you made her see reason. Mito smiled a little upon hearing that and feeling more caresses, while Menma became jealous, but then calmed down upon feeling Naruto's caresses, telling him that he also did well. Upon seeing the scene, many began to tease the trio, causing them to blush. Meanwhile, Kaneko watched Menma and Mito with an analytical eye. If they didn't betray Naruto, they would be accepted into the harem plan. At that moment, Orochimaru realized that Aoi had died at the hands of Naruto. Orochimaru. Kukuku, it seems you killed Aoi Naruto-kun. Naruto. So what? I have a bad feeling about this, Orochimaru. Well, I have this little gift for you, makes hand seals summoning. This generates a large cloud of smoke from which a huge roar emerges, alerting everyone. Many were startled to hear the roar as Naruto stood in shock to see Orochimaru in anger. Naruto. Angry, you damn monster. That caught the attention of everyone who wondered why Naruto said that to Orochimaru. Amabunta. Jiraiya, tell me who that brat is going to face. Jiraiya. I have no idea, Gamabunta. The cloud began to disperse, revealing a bipedal being with black skin and large fangs. Then everyone understood. Orochimaru had created a dinosaur. The power-hungry and Sasuke were looking for a way to get their hands on it. Meanwhile, Naruto and the baby dinosaurs glared at Orochimaru with fury. Screen. This is the Indominus Rex, a dinosaur created by combining a Tyrannosaurus and a Velociraptor. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Orochimaru's, while Naruto looked for a way to defeat that dinosaur, although there was also the plan to get hold of it and raise it for good. Naruto. The second option is the best. Put that aside and look at the screen. Upon seeing him, Naruto was shocked to see Orochimaru. Naruto. Annoyed, you're a damn monster, Orochimaru. That shouldn't have been created. Orochimaru. Kukuku, I don't care, Naruto-kun. Attack my creation. The dinosaur roars loudly to attack Naruto, who takes Menma and Mito on his shoulders and leaps away from everyone. Many were startled, while others expected that Naruto and the traitors would be killed. But the trio. Naruto continued hopping with Menma and Mito on his shoulders while being followed by the dinosaur. After a while, they reached a place with no vegetation, but their time was limited since the dinosaur was still following them. Upon seeing the place, everyone understood. They would face the Indominus Rex. Menma. Getting out next to Mito. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto. I brought you here to stop that dinosaur. Mito. Confused dinosaur. Naruto. I'll tell you later, takes out the cards, but it's time to call for backup. Everyone pays attention when they see the cards. Menma. Curious, are you calling for reinforcements with cards? Naruto. They're not just ordinary cards, Menma. With that, he put on his Dino reader while listening to the dinosaur approaching. Naruto. Alright, here we go, swiping the card through the Dino reader. Dino pass, it's time to roar, guys. But that happens, the invocation of the dinosaurs. Triceratops, Carnotaurus, Parasaurolophus, Tyrannosaurus, Spinosaurus and Sechania. As the lights fade, Gabu is revealed in his Triceratops form. Ace in his Carnotaurus form. Paris in its Parasaurolophus form, Terry in its Tyrannosaurus form. Spiny and Su form a Spinosaurus. And Tank in his Sechania form. Everyone was shocked to see the dinosaurs in their true forms, but when they saw Terry in his Tyrannosaurus form, they realized it was true. The Indominus Rex was a cross between Terry's race and a Velociraptor, although they didn't know what that dinosaur looked like. Upon seeing the dinosaurs, Menma and Mito are shocked, but they recover when they see the other dinosaur make its presence known. Naruto, alright, it's time to end this, Terry. Be careful, I realize that dinosaur is a combination of your race and a Velociraptor. Terry nodded as Naruto climbed onto Paris's head. Seeing this, Menma and Mito climbed onto Ace and Gabu, respectively. Naruto. Serious, let's defeat that dinosaur, guys. The dinosaurs roared as the other dinosaur did. The prehistoric battle was about to begin. But that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone eager to see the prehistoric battle. Tsunade Search Part 6, Prehistoric Battle. Everyone was on edge, waiting to see what would happen next, now that they knew the prehistoric battle was coming. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Tsunade Search Part 6, Prehistoric Battle. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, especially Naruto, who wanted to know what his other self would do. The dinosaur with dark skin could be seen looking in front of it at other dinosaurs that were green, dark blue, light blue, yellow, red, and purple. There everyone saw that they were ready for combat. Naruto was on the head of the green dinosaur, Menma on the strong blue one, and Mito on the yellow one. Naruto. Serious, listen, this dinosaur is a creation of Orochimaru, we have to go all out, even with murderous intentions. The dinosaurs nodded, although they were nervous about the idea of going there with murderous intentions. Upon hearing that, the baby dinosaurs became nervous but nodded. They knew that in that world they could be free, but in battle they had to go all out. The 7 dinosaurs roar and the battle begins. The dark dinosaur charges at the other dinosaurs, causing them to do the same. Everyone is paying attention because now the fight is really starting. Fight. Abu was the first to attack, charging and managing to push the dinosaur back a little. The dinosaur then bit, causing Gabu to roar in pain. Terry was next, biting the dinosaur, which let out a groan of pain. The dinosaur counterattacked, causing both it and Terry to start a fight for dominance. Many winced in pain while Naruto worried about the dinosaurs. Mito. Holding on to Gabu, is this normal? Naruto. Holding on to Paris, absolutely. Ace lunges towards the dinosaur, managing to push it away a little, then Spiny lunges at the dinosaur, spinning and managing to injure it somewhat. Spiny and Ace let out squeals when they see what their other selves did. The dinosaur moves away and then begins to generate a mist of darkness around its body. Naruto. Holding on to Paris, hold on, he's going to use his move. Many were filled with curiosity upon seeing that, while Naruto watched the Indominus Rex's movements with rapt attention. The dinosaur lets out a roar as the mist disperses with great force, pushing and damaging the others. Seeing this, the power-hungry wanted to possess the Indominus Rex. The dinosaurs fell to the ground as the shinobi trio landed on their feet. Upon seeing them, the dinosaur roared and charged, forcing the trio to take a defensive stance. Naruto. We'll give them time to recover a bit. The 6 dinosaurs on the ground give a small roar in affirmation. Upon seeing the scene, everyone paid attention, but some were worried about the trio. Naruto delivers a downward slash, creating a small crater that hits the dinosaur, damaging it and making it retreat a little. Many swallowed hard when they saw that. Menma extended her hands, and then a dome of air formed around the dinosaur, which began to cause it some damage. Menma. Mito. She nods to make hand seals. Myth. Kaiten. Great fireball. The fireball is launched and it impacts the air dome, causing it to burst into flames. Many approved of their coordination, while Naruto smiled proudly. Of course, the power-hungry viewed this with anger, as they resented Menma's strength while Mito wasn't under their command. Seeing that Naruto's hands ignited into electricity using the control lightning, Raiten, Ranten, Inutin, Supaten, Dinkitin, Dakuraten, Kuroiten, Kasitin, Kaminaritan, Kurikagan, Dinkikasagan, Kafukagan, Takishitan and Papure Raiten style elemento attack while using the elements Asuka. Many were surprised to see that, while Sasuke watched with hatred. He had lightning release and didn't know any jutsu, but Naruto did, and that annoyed him. Naruto instantly charged all that electricity into a sphere and launched it at the dome, transforming it into a dome of fire charged with electricity. The 3 heard the dinosaur's roars of pain and then deactivated their techniques, leaving the dinosaur on the ground. Many swallowed hard when they saw that. That combination was powerful. Of course, the power-hungry wanted that technique for themselves. Naruto was about to approach, but the dinosaur got up as best it could. Myth. Incredulous, is that thing invincible? Everyone had the same expressions while Naruto knew that that dinosaur was much tougher than it looked. The dinosaur was very angry, so he began to charge a ball of darkness in his mouth and then threw it at his enemies. Naruto. Surprised a dinosaur with double movement. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Upon seeing that, Naruto summons Burnt Pan. The weaponry of the soul of kindness. Upon seeing the weaponry of the soul of kindness, some laughed while others were merely incredulous. He instantly summons a shield of kindness to withstand the dinosaur's attack. That left everyone speechless as Betty and Naruto watched them with mocking smiles. But it didn't end there, as the dinosaur continued attacking, beginning to crack the shield a little. Naruto. Damn, this dinosaur has a double move, although I shouldn't be surprised since it was created, although the bad thing is that the shield is breaking. Having my power sealed and reduced is sometimes counterproductive, but it's better than them going around asking for my power. That had caught everyone's attention, but especially those who were against Naruto. On the other hand, Naruto viewed it with some seriousness. It seemed the Indominus Rex was more powerful than it appeared. Myth. Naruto, what do we do? Naruto withstood the attack when an idea occurred to him. Without saying a word, he activated the hand of kindness to withstand the shield. Naruto. I have an idea, do you remember the attack that was formed by combining those techniques because of the Uchiha? They both nod. Naruto. Let's recreate it, but this time I'm going to throw it. Upon hearing that, everyone's eyes widened in surprise as the Uchiha activated his Sharingan, attempting to copy the technique for himself. Menma. And how will we do it? Naruto. You already know, but this time at the same time. They looked at each other, then at Naruto, nodding nervously. Naruto and Mito began generating the red Rasengan, and then Menma used airbending to give the Rasengan more spin power. Everyone watched that with great attention, while Sasuke became frustrated when he saw that he couldn't copy the technique. As Naruto prepares, the dinosaur pauses its attacks. He then leaps forward and launches an attack, causing a massive explosion. Everyone was surprised to see that the technique, now stabilized, generated an explosion, albeit smaller but powerful. As it dissipates, the dinosaur can still be seen standing, but wounded. Menma. Naruto, what now? Naruto looks at his Dino reader to see the dinosaurs and smile. Upon seeing that, Naruto smiles while the rest become curious. Naruto. I've got it. He takes an object from his pocket. It was his elementary amplifier. Many people were intrigued by the elementary amplifier. Once you have it, connect it to your Dino reader. Naruto. Activate elemental amplifier. Upon hearing that, the dinosaurs begin to glow brightly, then dissipate, revealing the dinosaurs in their elemental armor. Water. Fire. Land. Air. Ray. And grass. Upon seeing the result, everyone was surprised, while the power-hungry wanted the dinosaurs and the elemental amplifier. Seeing that, the other two were surprised as Naruto deactivated the shield. Menma. What now? Naruto. Well, it's time to use the dinosaur moves, Paris, nature's blessing. When you say that, the image of the letter appears in your Dino reader. With that, Paris releases some leaves from his mouth to the dinosaurs, giving them a little more life. That caught everyone's attention. Some were amused by the name, but many were surprised when they learned its purpose. Naruto. Tank, Dino Gyro. The letter appears in his Dino reader. Tank runs towards the dinosaur, which tried to do something, but the Sachania was quick and managed to grab the dinosaur by its tail, spin it around forcefully, and throw it to the other side, causing it damage. Everyone was just watching Tank's technique with rapt attention. Naruto. Spiny, Shockwave. The letter appears in the Dino reader. Water appeared around Spiny and then threw him towards the dinosaur, who began to drown as he felt the swirling water around him. Suiton users watched that with attention and curiosity. They might try to recreate it. Naruto. Ace, Cyclone. The letter appears in the Dino reader. The air began to swirl around Ace, then surged toward the still drowning dinosaur. The water dispersed, but Ace attacked the dinosaur, then backed away, watching as the dinosaur soared into the sky amidst a whirlwind. After a few minutes, the dinosaur collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Putin users were intrigued by the technique. Naruto. We can't waste any time, Terry, volcanic eruption. The letter appears in the Dino reader. Too much fire begins to gather in Terry's mouth, and then he spits it out on the ground, creating a path of fire that reaches the dinosaur, leaving it with severe burns. That surprised everyone, while Sasuke already desired Terry and his letter. The only thing to do was kill Naruto, it would be easy for, according to him, an elite Uchiha. Mito. Nervously, this is getting out of hand. Naruto. I know, but just one more move, Gabu, electric strike. The letter appears in the Dino reader. The bolt of lightning strikes Gabu from the sky, electrifying him. Instantly, Gabu charges at the dinosaur, who recovers and then takes the full force of the attack. Gabu's technique caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry who wanted to possess not only Gabu, but all the dinosaurs. The dinosaur falls on its back as it glows black to reduce by 3 cards. End of the fight. Everyone was surprised to see what happened to the Indominus Rex, but it caught the attention of the power-hungry. Naruto. It's over. Mito and Menma collapsed in relief as the dinosaurs behind them roared with victory. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone with a victory for Team Dino. The Search for Tsunade Part 1. Everyone was eating and chatting amongst themselves to pass the time. Meanwhile, the power-hungry were also looking for ways to get their hands on Naruto's belongings. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Search for Tsunade Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, knowing that it would be the last part of the mission. The 3 boys were seen with the dinosaurs in the same place as their victory. Mito. That was intense. Menma. I understand. Nobody said anything at the beginning of the chapter because it was true, it was intense. On the other hand, Naruto approached the cards to use the scanner analysis option of the Absolute Solver. Then point the symbol at the cards to see the information. Many were intrigued by the Absolute Solver option, but they dismissed it upon realizing they would gain access to the Indominus Rex information. Dinosaur card name. Indominus Rex element. Darkness description. This dinosaur is a combination of the Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor. Nobody said anything since they already knew that, except for the Indominus Rex element. Movement card name. Spectral roar description. Charges darkness around the dinosaur, then it unleashes a roar, creating a shockwave using the surrounding darkness. Now they knew the name of the Indominus Rex's first technique, Spectral Roar, although they found the card's color curious. Movement card name. Shadow ball description. The dinosaur generates a ball of darkness in its snout and then fires it. The number and power of the shots depend on the level of danger surrounding the dinosaur. Now they knew the name of the Indominus Rex's second technique, Bola Umbria. Naruto looked at the information and then stored the movement cards in his Dino reader, leaving the dinosaur card in his hand. Naruto looked at the card and then turned it over to see the back. That caught the attention of everyone who didn't know about dinosaurs. On the back of the card was the symbol of the element it belongs to. Naruto saw the symbol when Menma and Mito stood beside him looking at the card. Mito. Is that the card? Naruto. Nods, that's right. Then Naruto sees the dinosaurs and makes them return as cards by catching them with his hand. Naruto looks at the cards and then turns them over, seeing the water symbols. Fire. Land. Air. Ray. And grass. They had all carefully observed the symbols of the other dinosaurs. Naruto looked at the cards and then put all 7 cards in his pocket. Naruto. Let's go. The two nod, but as they turn towards where the Sennin were fighting, they see something. A dinosaur. An Pachycephalosaurus. Upon seeing the Pachycephalosaurus, everyone was surprised, but the power-hungry wondered what that dinosaur and its element could do. Upon seeing it, the 3 of them remained still while the dinosaur looked at them with curiosity, but especially at Naruto, who found it familiar. Naruto smiled a little when he saw that the Pachycephalosaurus recognized him as having been Zodrake. Naruto began to approach slowly. Myth. What are you doing? But Naruto didn't answer and slowly approached the Pachycephalosaurus. As he got closer, Naruto extended his hand to stroke the dinosaur's crest, and the dinosaur seemed to enjoy the caress. Naruto smiled slightly as the Pachycephalosaurus glowed with a golden light, then shrank into 2 cards. Naruto reached out to examine the cards. The Pachycephalosaurus card. And the movement card, laser beam. Everyone was surprised to see that the Pachycephalosaurus had willingly agreed to be captured by Naruto. Naruto held the cards in his pocket. Naruto looked at the cards to store the movement card in his Dino reader, then turned over the dinosaur card, noticing the secret symbol. The symbol had caught everyone's attention. Naruto saw that with a small smile as he put the letter in his pocket. Naruto. Now then, let's go. They both nodded and then ran off towards where the Sannin were. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention, but Naruto had a feeling that he would reveal that he was multilingual. Time skip. 3 minutes passed and the 3 arrived where the Sannin were fighting, noticing that they were still fighting. Nobody said anything about it, but Naruto knew that the fight was escalating. Seeing that, Naruto quickly approaches. Naruto. Hey. Upon hearing the shout, the fight stops so the 6 can look at Naruto. Then War begins to walk with a confident stride, making Menma, Mito, Jiraiya, and Tsunade nervous. That caught everyone's attention, but the power-hungry wanted Naruto killed so they could obtain his power. Orochimaru. Kukuku, it seems you beat my pet, but it doesn't matter, Kukuku, kill him, Manda. Naruto was annoyed to hear Orochimaru tell the Indominus Rex, it may be an artificial life, but it is a life form. Naruto nodded in agreement with his other self, while the others were the same as him, except for the power-hungry and Sasuke, who were on the same wavelength as Orochimaru. But before Manda can do anything, Naruto starts talking. Naruto. Sheesh kasash kasash saneshish. Detente Manda. Manda suddenly stops, surprising everyone, but especially Orochimaru. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto speaking another language, but even more so when Manda suddenly stopped. Kaneko. Surprised senpai, are you multilingual? Naruto nods. The rest, except for those who knew, wondered what multilingual meant, but they attributed it to the fact that he spoke several languages. Orochimaru. Manda, Reactionando, Reaccionando. But the Great Snake ignored him and continued watching Naruto. That made Orochimaru nervous. It seemed that with that language Naruto had his snakes and summons under his control. Naruto. Shiashish kasash ashish kasash ss inishian ashish kasash sinishiush sinishiush, stop this and go back to your world, Manda. Manda looked Naruto in the eyes, who did the same. Naruto. Eshisushinishihara. Manda. Shsasheshksinish siamo. With that, he disappears in a puff of smoke, causing Orochimaru to fall to the ground on his feet, but shocked by what he had just seen. Everyone was equally shocked, but thanks to the translation at the bottom, everyone was in shock when they read that Manda had called Naruto master. This surprised them, but especially those who knew Manda well. Everyone was looking at Naruto, who was acting as if nothing was wrong and holding Rita by the back. Orochimaru. Growls, we'll meet again, Naruto Noir Dreamer. With that, he disappears in a puff of smoke, but not before glaring at Naruto with hatred. Naruto didn't care much about Orochimaru's gaze. Seeing that, everyone relaxed, but then they saw Naruto. Tsunade. What was that? He just looks at her with a raised eyebrow. Tsunade. Those whispers, what you did to make Manda leave, what was all that about? Naruto. It's parcelting, the language of snakes. That surprised everyone. Everyone in the room was equally surprised to hear that. Parcelting, the language of snakes. Although now they wondered if it was even possible to learn it. Menma. Is it possible for someone else to learn it? Naruto. It's difficult, very difficult to learn parcelting, but it's possible. There they saw it, it's not impossible, but it's very difficult to learn parcelting. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Everyone nods, but then Naruto seized Tsunade. Naruto. Now your verdict. Tsunade only smiles slightly when she sees Menma and Mito. Tsunade. Thanks to them, I realized I was only living in the past. Sees Naruto, I'm going to Konoha with you. Naruto nodded and then they all retired to the hotel, performing more summons to their respective worlds. The next day, they set off for Konoha. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone knowing that Tsunade would be returning to Konoha. This frustrated the power-hungry youths who wanted to have everything under their control. Tsunade saw this and left with a trio of boys, trying to get to know each other, something Menma and Mito accepted, while Naruto remained somewhat distant, though they already knew why. Uzumaki Namek his heritage. Everyone was relaxing after what they saw on the mission to find Tsunade. Meanwhile, Tsunade was chatting animatedly with her grandchildren. She was genuinely happy to have a family. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Uzumaki Namek his heritage. Upon reading that, everyone paid attention while Naruto had a feeling. 1 week had passed since Tsunade arrived in Konoha and a few things had happened. Everyone is paying attention to what will happen with Tsunade's arrival. Upon arriving, Tsunade made drastic changes where now the civil council did what they were supposed to do, advise, and clearly that it angered the members of the council. The civil council glared at Tsunade with anger while the Senju looked at them mockingly. But what truly enraged them was that the now quartet Senju, Naruto, Menma, Mito, and Tsunade were looking at them with the same mocking smiles. Naruto investigated Tsunade a little, noticing that she was the same as in the old resets where she was good, which made him give her a small chance. Tsunade smiled upon hearing that, while Naruto just glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, wondering if she would give him a small chance. Mito noticed that she was gradually starting to have problems with her things, so she asked Naruto for some help. He told her that it was probably something Kushina and Minato had done in desperation, which clearly put Mito and Naruto on alert. That caught everyone's attention, while the trio of brothers watched cautiously. They already had 2 theories, although the second one was the most logical. During that week Naruto went from one place to another looking for dinosaurs, managing to collect and recover the Styracosaurus, lightning. Ankylosaurus, land. Saurolophus, grass. Ampellosaurus, water. Vajungasaurus, wind. And Yangchuanosaurus, fire. Upon seeing the new dinosaurs, everyone pays attention, but especially those hungry for power. The cards appear in Naruto's hands, prompting him to put them away. Naruto decided to reveal the truth about them to Tsunade and clearly expected a reaction. The Senju was shocked to learn that Minato was her son, but even more so to learn that Menma, Mito, and Naruto were her grandchildren. She clearly tried to spend more time with the 3 of them, which surprised them a little, but they accepted and appreciated the time. Nobody said anything because that was already happening in the room. At Plag's request, Naruto spent a lot of time making camembert. The smell was awful, but the cheese, strange as it may seem, was good, although it was mostly Kaneko who devoured it because of her pregnancy, and many times she and Plag would fight over the cheese, causing Naruto to make more cheese and also scold them. Everyone saw the younger Tauju girl cover her face in embarrassment, but when she saw the camembert in front of her, she began to devour it. She loved camembert and wouldn't deny it. Hiroka had settled into the house, having her own room, which was Kaneko's old room, and had the Tauju symbol on it. Although Kaneko teased her a little for having the same last name, she accepted it. Hiroka looked at Shirin, slightly annoyed, but said nothing. Meanwhile, many found the Tauju symbol curious. Among them all, except Kaneko, they began to train to stay in shape, although Naruto did it to get away from some things like his constant thoughts about the singularity, which, after much research, he learned was in Glitchtale. Those who would live in Naruto's hut looked at each other and nodded, while Naruto waited for his other self to succeed in saving the Underverse. Another thing is that it was revealed who would be promoted, and it was seen that only Shikamaru was promoted. Upon learning this, Menma and Mito were going to say something, but then Tsunade secretly gave his position to Naruto, since she knew what the civilians and the civil council were doing, which is why they did that. Seeing this, many nodded in agreement, but the civil council was furious to learn that the demon would be promoted. Currently, Naruto and Weiss were seen destroying the electricity dust. Fire dust. Ice dust. And hard light dust. That caught everyone's attention as Weiss remembered how she was forced to watch dust being made into powder. At least that's what her father left her with. They had both finished, and then Naruto checked the time on a wall clock. Naruto. Stands up. I apologize, I had to meet with Mito and Menma about something related to what I told you. Weiss. Yes, it's okay, the next part is easy, I'll do it myself. Naruto nodded with a small smile, patted Weiss's head, and left. Weiss simply watched him go, returning to the dust with a smile and a slight blush. Many looked at Weiss with some derision, while the rest watched as Menma, Mito, and Naruto made up for lost time. Time skip. Mito, Menma, and Naruto were seen at Ichiraku Ramen eating while talking about what was happening to Mito. Gucci and AM chuckled a little as they watched their place become famous for gatherings. Menma. Serious, I'm with Naruto. They probably did something stupid to force me to come back. Mito. But what could it be? I have two theories. Naruto. Shoot. Mito. One is that they're taking everything from me so they can force you to return, but the second theory is that they made you the heir to the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. Menma. Even if it sounds crazy, it's the most logical explanation, knowing what they were like. Naruto nodded as he remembered how in the old resets Kushina and Minato did stupid things to get him to come back to them. Kushina even went so far as to say that the Noir could sleep with her whenever he wanted. Everyone had paid very close attention to the conversation of the trio of brothers, where they admitted that they were good theories, although the memory of Naruto left them blank. They were about to continue when an Anbu appeared. Anbu? Naruto Noir Dreamer, you are requested at the Hokage's office. Naruto. Serious, fine, but I'm taking them, and I won't take no for an answer. The Anbu nodded, knowing the boy before him was stronger, perhaps even stronger than any Anbu. Without another word, the Anbu withdrew, leaving the three to eat. Betty. MPH, they know who to mess with and who not to, at least they have the intelligence for that. Although many didn't like what Betty said, they had to admit it was true. Time skip. Naruto, Menma, and Mito were seen arriving at the door of the cage's office. Upon seeing the door, Naruto knocked. Tsunade. Go ahead. The three of them go inside and then watched Tsunade do the paperwork. Naruto. Amused, are you still doing the paperwork? Tsunade was a little annoyed, but she understood her grandson's attitude somewhat. Tsunade. Ugh, this isn't fun, but it's good you came. Menma. Why did you call us, Grandma? Tsunade. Well, it's kind of complicated, but I'll explain. But that said, it is reported that Minato and Kushina had designated Naruto as the heir to everything related to the Uzumaki and Namikaze lineage. That's when they realized that the second theory was the true one. Tsunade. I honestly don't know why they did that. Naruto. There's an explanation for that. Then he explains about his abandonment, a little of what he did, how Menma was abandoned due to an accident, how Bifrong grew up alone on the streets, while Mito became arrogant because of Minato and Kushina, how time passed where she almost died because of her arrogance, how the deceased adults tried everything to get Naruto to return, but they did nothing to convince him to come back, and then the rest of the story. Nobody said anything because they knew the story. Tsunade. Shocked, wow, that's amazing. I remember how Jiraiya told me about the prophecy, but I told him not to do what he did, and now here's the result. That caught everyone's attention, while Jiraiya thought his former teammate was mistaken. The three of them nodded in agreement with what their grandmother said. Menma. What now? Naruto. I have an idea. Everyone saw them. Everyone looked at the screen. Naruto. Look, I don't want the inheritance, so I'll pass it on to Mito, but to avoid some things, it'll be said that I'm the heir. I have a feeling about something, and it's related to Sasuke Uchiha. Many knew it was a good idea, but they were surprised that he told Sasuke. Naruto, on the other hand, already had an idea. Tsunade. With raised eyebrow, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto. Yes, that's him. That left the three of them confused. They knew that the Uchiha was mentally unstable. Sasuke glared at them angrily. He wasn't mentally unstable. At that moment, the door was suddenly opened by Sakura Haruno, who surprisingly had short hair. Although that put everyone on alert. No one said anything about Sakura's hairstyle change, since it had happened in the living room, although they understood everyone's reaction. Sakura. Tsunade-sama, Sasuke Uchiha has defected. That surprised everyone except Naruto. The rest were equally surprised as Sasuke thought about doing the same to gain more power, and thus kill Itachi. Then Emily arrives and greets Naruto when she sees him. Tsunade. Serious, give me the detailed report. Sakura. You see, last night I was returning from a training session my sister here had arranged for me. When I passed through the gate of Konoha, I saw Sasuke Uchiha trying to desert. I tried to stop him, but I was too tired and I lost. That silenced everyone as Naruto watched Sakura cautiously. He knew she wasn't lying because he could feel her emotions. Everyone remained equally silent as the Uchiha eyed Haruno warily. No longer a fangirl, she was now his enemy. Naruto. Serious, do you know where she said she was going? Sakura became a little nervous upon seeing Naruto, as she remembered what people had said about him and what she had seen. Naruto smiled a little. Haruno now knew her place. Sakura. Yes, he said he was going to get power to kill his brother. Naruto knew instantly what she was talking about. Naruto. Orochimaru. That silenced everyone as Sasuke was already thinking about leaving with the Hibi Sennin. Tsunade. Anbu. The Anbu appear. Tsunade. I want Shikamaru Nara, Niji Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Choji Akimichi brought to me. The Anbu nod to withdraw. Naruto already knew what would happen. The same thing happened in the old resets. Time skip. After a while, those who had been summoned arrived. Upon seeing the trio, those who were still with Hinata looked at them with anger and a sense of betrayal, still clinging to the idea that they had betrayed Hinata. Menma, Mito, and Naruto didn't pay any attention to what they saw on the screen. Shikamaru. Why did Hokage-sama call us? Tsunade. I called you to inform you that Sasuke Uchiha has deserted. That alerted everyone. Tsunade. I want him brought here either alive or dead, Naruto will accompany you. Upon hearing that, the power-hungry civil council and Sasuke were shocked. Dead, that was unacceptable. Sasuke. Arrogant HMPH, it'll be impossible for them to kill me, I'm an elite Uchiha. Naruto. HMPH, we'll see about that, kid. They both saw each other, but they already knew the winner of the contest. Naruto. Everyone nodded, although some were still angry with Naruto, all except Neji who knew the truth and, unfortunately, agreed with what happened. Naruto glanced sideways at Neji. He was exactly the same as in the old resets. But that they leave, but Sakura stops Naruto by putting her hand on his shoulder. Naruto. Serious Haruno. Sakura. Luck. Naruto raised an eyebrow but nodded and left, leaving everyone there. But that, the screen goes black, leaving many curious about the last scene. Naruto Noir Dreamer vs Sasuke Uchiha Part 1. Everyone was discussing what they'd seen in the previous episode, but mostly Sasuke's defection. His sycophants were all in on it so he could kill his brother Itachi. The Uchiha fangirls were worried about him, since, in their silly minds, he was just being controlled. Sakura watched from afar, wondering if that was her, though now that she had a clear head, she knew it was. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto Noir Dreamer vs Sasuke Uchiha Part 1. Upon reading that, everyone watched intently as Sasuke smiled arrogantly, believing it would be easy. Meanwhile, many in Konoha were worried about the Uchiha, having witnessed Naruto's immense power. There was a place filled with water with two statues, one of Hashirama Senju and the other of Madara Uchiha. This place was the Valley of the End. Seeing where Naruto and Sasuke would fight, everyone paid attention, but especially Naruto, who wanted to know if his other self would kill the Uchiha to prevent many things in the future. Naruto Noir Dreamer was inside Hashirama's head, while Sasuke Uchiha was inside Madara's. Naruto had left his companions behind, as had happened in the previous resets, until he arrived and had to go after Sasuke. At least he left a clone to save Taiya, since she was like in the previous resets and wouldn't let an Uzumaki remain part of Orochimaru's ranks against her will. When everyone learned why Naruto was there, they understood, but Taiya, who had been hiding, was surprised to learn that she was in Uzumaki and that she would be saved from the clutches of the Gay Cobra. At that moment, she was teleported to Naruto's lap, who simply gave her an ocarina. Upon seeing that, Taiya picks it up and starts playing it a little. She has always liked wind instruments, including flutes. But let's get back to the present. Sasuke. Arrogant, it's a waste of time, dope. You're not going to beat me. I'm leaving that stinking village to go with Orochimaru and gain more power so I can kill Itachi. Naruto. I know you wouldn't want to come back. Smiled sadistically, but who said you were coming back? That caught everyone's attention, but especially Orochimaru's, who thought Naruto had given up so easily. This caught Sasuke's attention, who thought Naruto was going to let him go, unaware that the Noir had activated his gear shift quirk. Everyone looked curiously at the gear shift quirk, but the Uchiha, his sycophants and fangirls had a strange feeling. Without warning, Naruto disappears, only to reappear beside him, connecting his fist with his cheek. Instantly, the Uchiha is sent flying into the water, creating a large splash. That surprised everyone, but Sasuke looked at Naruto with hatred. Noir goes down to the lake while Uchiha gets up with a hateful look. Naruto summons two hands of ambition. One on each side of him. The hands caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. The right floating hand glowed slightly as spheres of water emerged from the lake. Betty. Not at all surprised telekinesis. That surprised and caught everyone's attention. Sasuke. Arrogant, is that all? Pathetic. Makes hand seals fire release. Great fireball technique. But that, he launches the fireball, making Naruto smile a little. Sasuke smiled arrogantly but was confused when he saw Naruto smile. The left floating hand glows, giving the fireball a magenta aura, and it is now a technique of Naruto. That surprised everyone. Naruto. Ravager, a skill of the soul of ambition. That surprised everyone even more, but it caught the attention of the power-hungry. That had surprised Sasuke, but he put that aside when he saw how Naruto had drawn dagger. The weaponry of the soul of ambition. Many viewed the weaponry of the soul of ambition with curiosity. He began channeling fire and water into the blade of the dagger, then launched a slash at Sasuke. The Uchiha saw this and formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a fire release jutsu. But he was surprised to see the attack absorbed, unaware that Naruto had used the water dragon release. Everyone was surprised to see what had happened, but the Akuatigan element caught their attention. The Uchiha didn't know when it happened, but he had been hit by the full force of the attack, which sent him flying. From where he had been thrown, the Uchiha emerged with second-degree burns and soaked to the bone. Everyone was surprised by the result, but the Uchiha, his sycophants, and fangirls looked at Naruto with hatred. Sasuke. With hatred, you damned wretch, how dare you do this to me, an elite Uchiha. I'm going to kill you. That activates the cursed seal, taking you to level 1. Sasuke nods but smiles arrogantly as he watches the cursed seal activate. According to him, with that he will be able to kill Naruto. Upon seeing that, Naruto decided to use the Byakume no In for the first time, so he activated it after putting his ninja headband around his neck. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Tsunade's, who wanted to see her eldest grandson's Byakume no In action. Several black marks and lines appeared on her body, but what characterized her was the mark on her face. On the brand of Byakume no In. Everyone watched with interest, while Sasuke watched jealously, knowing that Naruto had a seal that could help him in his revenge. Upon seeing that, Sasuke starts laughing like crazy. Sasuke. Arrogant, you think those stupid lines are going to help you? You're an idiot. Upon seeing and hearing that, Tsunade glared angrily at Sasuke, who became flustered. He continued laughing, but saw Naruto standing in front of him and then connected with another punch, sending him flying again, not before knocking out a tooth and drawing blood. That alerted the Uchiha's sycophants and fangirls, who were furious and glaring at Naruto with hatred. Then the Uchiha gets up, and upon feeling his lost tooth and blood, he is filled with anger and looks at Naruto with hatred. Sasuke. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. With that, they both begin a Taijutsu fight where the Uchiha thought they were evenly matched, but in reality, the Noir was holding back a lot, too much rather. The Uchiha viewed this with hatred. According to him, all of Naruto's power should be his. The Uchiha threw a kick, but Naruto caught it. Instantly, Sasuke, in the same position, tried to strike Naruto, but Naruto held him as if nothing was wrong, then delivered a kick to the Uchiha's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Naruto. Mockingly, you think I wasn't going to study the Taijutsu of the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing that, Sasuke looked at him with hatred and anger for, according to him, desecrating everything of the Uchiha clan. Naruto instantly launches it, and then 7 Rasengan form around him. Red, soul magic of determination, light blue, soul magic of patience. Orange, soul magic of valor. Blue, soul magic of integrity. Purple, soul magic of perseverance. Yellow, soul magic of justice. And green, soul magic of kindness. The Rasengans caught everyone's attention as Mito watched Naruto. Naruto. Yes Mito, you can do that, but first you must learn soul magic and control your trait 100%. Mito nodded somewhat excitedly, while the rest had heard that and the power-hungry wanted soul magic for themselves. Instantly, the Rasengan began to spin around Noir as the Uchiha stood up with a look full of hatred. Sasuke. How dare you do that? I will at least honor you by killing you with my own hands. Sasuke nodded while feeling hatred towards Noir, who was acting as if nothing was wrong. But that said, he lunges again at Naruto, who continues to easily keep him at bay. Naruto decides to kick Sasuke into the air and begins using Rasengan around him in conjunction with his other abilities. Even though the Uchiha was losing, everyone, especially those hungry for power, paid attention to the demonstration of the Rasengan's abilities. When the Rasengan of kindness is launched, it collides with Sasuke but also expands, causing him more damage and throwing him far away. Naruto. Expansive Rasengan. When he launches the Justice Rasengan, it divides into 5 small Rasengans which impact Sasuke's shoulders, legs, and chest. Mito. Rasengan multi-Rasengans. Naruto looked at him, smiled, and gave a thumbs up, which made Mito happy. When he launches the Rasengan of Perseverance, it hits Sasuke's abdomen, but generates a small shockwave that damages him more. Menma. Expansive Wave Rasengan. Upon learning what they were doing, some decided to play along and decided to give the Rasengan certain code names. When he launched the Rasengan of Integrity, it impacted Sasuke's chest, but it didn't stop there. This Rasengan remained intact for a longer time, while generating small cuts on the Uchiha's chest before exploding, leaving the black-haired man with more cuts. Kaneko Kuroka Ravel Gasper. Used Rasengan Sierra. Sasuke fell into the water and tried to get up, but he couldn't. His body was in a lot of pain, and there was blood on his body and in his mouth. Sasuke. Growling, damn it. The Uchiha was getting up while Naruto looked at the 3 Rasengan he had left. Eddie. Excited, let's see the abilities of your last 3 Rasengans, son. Naruto nodded with a smile. The others were also watching intently, but especially those hungry for power. Seeing that Sasuke was already standing, the Noir launched the Rasengan of Patience, which split into 2 connected by a thread of magic. Upon reaching the Uchiha, the thread bound him by his torso and arms, and the Rasengans then struck his body, inflicting damage until they dissipated. Weiss Blick Yang John Penny. Rasengan de Cuerda. Naruto smiled amusedly at that. Naruto appears in front of Sasuke and kicks him, sending him flying into the sky. Then, the Noir launches the Rasengan of Valor, which explodes when it hits the Uchiha's abdomen, sending him higher and leaving him with burns. Olivia Rin Hanabi. Explosive Rasengan. Although it was true in a way, it was a little funny. Naruto throws a three-pronged kunai into the sky, then appears above Sasuke with a Rasengan of Determination and strikes the Uchiha in the back, causing much more damage, almost breaking his back. Sasuke then flies into the lake, generating a large amount of water as Naruto falls gracefully. Amber. That Rasengan looks really powerful. Betty. Remember, it's made with determination, one of the most powerful traits. Amber nodded in agreement with what Betty said, while the rest listened attentively, especially those hungry for power. Sasuke was getting up without the cursed seal while spitting out more blood. Sasuke. With hatred, you bastard, how dare you. Naruto was indifferent, then formed a black Rasengan in his hand. A Rasengan made with soul magic of hate. The Rasengan caught everyone's attention, but Betty was impressed to see a Rasengan made with hate. Naruto. How dare I? Well, it's easy, I said you wouldn't return to Konoha, smiled sadistically, but I never said whether it would be alive or dead. Everyone's eyes widened as they understood what Naruto meant. He was going to kill Sasuke. With incredible speed, he appeared in front of Sasuke, who was already standing but in pain. Instantly, Naruto struck Sasuke with a Rasengan, who felt as if Naruto were crushing him from the inside, but it wasn't. It was the Rasengan of hate magic that created that effect, sending the Uchiha flying towards the statues, embedding himself in one of them and falling into the water. Many winced in pain upon hearing him perform the soul magic Rasengan of hate, while the Uchiha glared at Naruto with hatred. Naruto began to approach slowly. Naruto. Mockingly, wow, is that all the great and powerful Sasuke Uchiha has? How pathetic. Sasuke violated it. Naruto. Mockingly, yes, you're pathetic, a great elite Uchiha losing against a commoner, you're definitely pathetic, you're weak, you lack hatred, you lack power, you lack family, you lack everything. Upon hearing all of that, the Uchiha began to tremble with rage, hatred, and anger, along with his sycophants and fangirls. Meanwhile, those with Naruto instantly understood what the Noir was up to. This made Sasuke grow angrier and angrier as he expelled chakra and the cursed seal glowed intensely. Naruto. Smiling slightly, he fell for it. Naruto smiled mockingly at the Uchiha's face, his bootlickers and fangirls who were very surprised and almost in shock. With that, he takes a big leap forward as Sasuke's appearance changes and Naruto decides to use his Imkai side in this fight and of course he would do what he did in past resets to avoid delays. Kill Sasuke. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone wondering what would happen next. Noir killing the Uchiha. Although Sasuke's sycophants and fangirls were hoping that wouldn't happen and that it would be the Uchiha who killed Naruto. Naruto Noir Dreamer vs Sasuke Uchiha Part 2. Everyone was waiting for the next part of Naruto's fight against Sasuke. Sasuke, his sycophants, and fangirls wanted the Uchiha to win, while the rest knew Naruto would. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto Noir Dreamer vs Sasuke Uchiha Part 2. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, but some felt that in that chapter, there would be more humiliation of Sasuke. Naruto could be seen calmly watching Sasuke, who was furious at being humiliated by, according to him, a commoner. Recalling the previous fight, Sasuke was filled with hatred because, in his opinion, no commoner could beat an elite Uchiha. His anger was so great that he activated the cursed seal to advance to level 2. That surprised everyone, but Sasuke smiled maniacally when he saw that with that power he could kill Naruto. Sasuke looked at himself and then started laughing. Sasuke. Arrogant, yes, with this power I'll finally be able to mark you, you damn dope. Naruto looked at him indifferently since he knew the cursed seal very well, so he would use the Juinjutsu to deactivate the cursed seal, but of course he was going to kick his ass before killing him. That left everyone silent as Naruto looked at me with a small, sad expression upon learning of Sasuke's fate. He wished he could change, but he knew that was impossible. Without saying anything, and still with the Byakugan no activated, Naruto makes a foxtail and ears appear. Irasu Estado Imkai. Upon seeing Naruto's Imkai state, many were surprised, while Kyuubi and Kyuubi M blushed at the sight. They both looked at each other, Naruto indifferent and Sasuke arrogant. The Uchiha began to fly to gain an advantage over Naruto. Sasuke smiled arrogantly, forgetting that Naruto is also capable of flying. Sasuke. Arrogant, you can't beat me while you're in the air, you useless thing. But he didn't expect Naruto to unleash his zombie drone wings. To then, at great speed, take flight and manage to tackle Sasuke. Many were surprised to see Naruto's zombie drone wings, while Sasuke growled angrily upon learning that the useless one could also fly. The Uchiha separated himself while trying to maintain his balance, as it was his first time using those wings. Meanwhile, unseen by Sasuke, Naruto caused his arms to explode, revealing his murder drone arms. That worried those who didn't know about it, while the rest were curious. The Uchiha attacked again, but Naruto, being experienced in aerial combat, began to dodge masterfully, while one of his hands turned into claws. And the other a sword. To make some cuts to the wings of the Uchiha, who fell into the water with black blood coming out of the wounds. That surprised everyone, but Sasuke, his sycophants, and fangirls glared at Naruto with hatred. On the other hand, some took Sasuke's black blood seriously. Sasuke watched this with surprise, then glared at Naruto with hatred as he fell into the water with aplomb, his arms back to normal. Sasuke. Growling with hatred, how dare you, you damned commoner. Once I kill you, I'll leave this stupid village and kill Itachi. Sasuke nodded. Naruto. Mockingly, you think you can kill Itachi Uchiha when you can't even beat me. Upon hearing that, Sasuke growled with hatred, but before he could do anything, invisible chains ensnared him. This surprised him, but at the same time, it enraged him. This made Sasuke growl and get into a fighting stance, while Naruto stood there as if nothing had happened. The Uchiha lunged at Naruto, who dodged, shifting slightly to deliver a knee strike to Sasuke, who had his guard down. Naruto activated One for All in his own full cowl technique. Then he started hitting him like he did before his resets. And sent him flying far away, badly wounded. Many were surprised to see the full cowl technique of One for All, while Naruto felt a certain nostalgia upon seeing those movements. Before the Uchiha can fall, Naruto uses the strings of patience and his black whip quirk to pull him towards him and give him more blows, then spins and sends Sasuke towards the statues. Sasuke's fangirls were worried about him while yelling things at Naruto, who was indifferent. Naruto. Looking towards where he sent Sasuke, Byakum no in, Imkai state, zombie drone wings, One for All, yep, I'm doing well, but knowing the emo like in the old resets he won't give up, he's too stupid and arrogant to see that he doesn't have a chance. This surprised everyone, while Naruto smiled with amusement, having discovered the truth about the Naruto on the screen. Although this last revelation made Sasuke want to kill Naruto, he couldn't because of the chains. From the crater in the statue emerged Sasuke, glaring at Naruto with pure hatred. Seeing this, Naruto decided to take advantage of the situation, generating a soul magic Rasengan with one hand behind his back. Everyone wanted to know what trait Naruto would use to perform that soul magic Rasengan. The Uchiha lunges, so Naruto flies towards him and then uses his semblance to create a whirlwind, which confuses Sasuke. That confused Sasuke too, while his sycophants and fangirls were nervous. But when he least expected it, Naruto appeared above him with a different Rasengan in his hand. It was the Rasengan of soul magic of purity. Many were intrigued by the trait selection for the Rasengan, but decided to keep watching. Naruto makes a small turn and then hits Sasuke's back with the Rasengan, who felt the same as with the soul magic Rasengan of hate, but this time this Rasengan was burning him from the inside. That surprised everyone. Eddie. You'll see I'm good, and so you understand, the soul of purity is a trait that critically affects those who carry a soul of hate. That means if you felt that, it's because your soul is one of hate. That silenced everyone as Sasuke stared at his chest, where his soul practically seemed to be coming out. Sasuke shot out of the water and sank, while Naruto hovered in the air, surveying the lake. From the water, Sasuke emerged, his face contorted with rage and hatred, and attacked Naruto, who had anticipated the reaction. As they flew, Naruto easily kept Sasuke at bay, despite his furious and hateful attacks. Sasuke. Attacking in anger, you're a bastard, you can't beat me, an elite Uchiha. Naruto. Mockingly and keeping Sasuke at bay, well, guess what? I'm doing it. Sasuke snapped out of his stupor and grunted at the sound of Naruto's mocking tone. Sasuke continued attacking in anger when he heard a whirring of blades and saw Naruto's mocking smile. Naruto. Let me tell you something, Sasuke, I've always been a clone. Everyone except Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Sasuke had been fighting a clone the whole time. Naruto just smiled, amused by what was happening. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise, especially when the clone caught him and hugged him using the black whip quirk. He then saw the original Naruto with another clone beside him, both in the same state as before their battle, except the original was in the Imkai state, while the clone was normal. Both had their zombie drone wings. But what distinguished them both was that they each held a shuriken-like weapon in each hand. The clone's was white. And the original one is red with a pink center and a little bit of white. Naruto clone. Art Imkai Rasen Shuriken Futen Rasen Shuriken. Jiraiya stood up abruptly. Jiraiya. In shock, you completed the Rasengan. Naruto gave him a mocking smile as he nodded. Jiraiya was still in shock, but he thought that if he convinced Naruto, he would teach those techniques to Mito so that the prophecy would be fulfilled. With that, they both launched the Rasen shurikens towards the target, Sasuke, who can do nothing, especially since the clone disappears when he gets close, causing the Rasen shurikens to collide with him, generating two domes with two results. The dome of the Futen Rasen shuriken began to damage him at a molecular level, while the dome of the Imkai Art Rasen shuriken damaged him at a cellular level, also causing burns. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise at the effect of both attacks. The Uchiha sycophants and fangirls yelled insults at Naruto for harming their Uchiha-sama, but Noir didn't even acknowledge them. Naruto was watching this when he sensed some presences approaching. Naruto. Rude Anbu are approaching to prevent me from capturing Sasuke, heh, they won't succeed, besides, he won't even return alive. Hiruzen regarded his former friend with a serious expression, while Danzo clenched his fists in anger upon learning that their plan had been revealed. Meanwhile, Sasuke's fangirls were worried about the Uchiha. Noir raises his hand to generate a multicolored Rasen shuriken. Naruto. 7 Souls Rasen shuriken. Nobody paid any attention to the new Rasen shuriken since they considered it absurd given the abilities of the traits. With that, he launches it in any direction. Upon impact, a large multicolored dome is generated as Naruto feels the presences and souls of Danzo's root Anbu disappear. Danzo glared at Naruto with hatred as he saw that Noir was killing his puppets. Naruto turns around, but towards Sasuke, but… Sasuke had a crazed look on his face as he pierced Naruto's chest with his Chidori. The sycophants and fangirls began to fawn over Sasuke, who smiled arrogantly, thinking he had already killed Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto watched indifferently. Naruto. Indifferent, oh wow, I didn't expect that. This confused Sasuke when Naruto raised his hand. Instantly, a 7-colored Rasengan formed in his hand. The Rasengan of the 7 human souls. Naruto just smiled innocently, while Sasuke swallowed hard as he saw what would happen to his other self. With that, he hit Sasuke in the face, sending him flying with a dislocated jaw and spitting out a lot of blood. Many fangirls started screaming at Naruto, who just gave them a murderous look, which silenced them and made them wet themselves with fear. Naruto, in his other hand, began to generate a purple Rasengan using chakra and his demonic magic. It was his new creation, Rasenku. Naruto looked at the Rasengan with curiosity. Perhaps he actually believed it. Meanwhile, the others watched the new variant of the Rasengan with interest, especially those hungry for power. With that, and his wound already closed, Naruto launches himself against the Uchiha who received the attack head-on, causing him to spit out a lot of blood since the Rasenku had hit him in the stomach. Many already felt sorry for Sasuke while the fangirls screamed in terror and the Uchiha felt hatred for Naruto, but something told Sasuke that at the end of the chapter, there would be a big surprise. The Uchiha tried to get up, but Naruto got on his back. Sasuke. In pain and growling with hatred, get down you bastard so I can kill you. Naruto smiles sadistically as he extends his arms and creates claws of dark matter. Imagine it's Naruto. Betty's eyes widened as she understood what Naruto was about to do, since she had done it herself once. The others watched intently, but they had a bad feeling. He instantly grabs Sasuke's wings and yanks them off. The Uchiha screams in pain as blood pours from his back. Everyone gasped in terror as many fangirls fainted and the Uchiha's bootlickers glared at Naruto with hatred. Naruto, without his claws, gets down to grab Sasuke, who had returned to his original form, by the hair and starts walking, dragging the Uchiha. The awake fangirls began to complain to Naruto for doing that to their Sasuke-kun. Naruto decided to return to his original form while still dragging Sasuke along. Naruto. You said you would kill me, but you didn't even hurt me. Sasuke could only listen weakly. Naruto left Sasuke lying in the lake to summon Oz. The weaponry of the Soul of Despair. Many were surprised to learn that the weapon of the Soul of Despair was a scythe. Instantly, Naruto plunges the scythe into Sasuke's shoulder, spinning him around and launching him into the air. As he ascends, Naruto moves a hand to begin generating another Rasengan, but a different one. Upon seeing the new Rasengan, everyone still has a bad feeling. As the Uchiha began to fall from Naruto's grasp, the sound of birds was heard. Due to gravity, Sasuke spun around and, still in pain, managed to see Naruto's technique. The Rasen Chidori, a fusion of the Rasengan and Chidori. Everyone, especially Kakashi, opened their eyes when they learned that Naruto managed to combine 2 jutsu into one, and the worst part is that one was rank B and the other was rank A. Naruto saw Sasuke and then threw an upward punch just as the Uchiha landed on top of him. Sasuke let out a blood-curdling scream as he felt the Rasen Chidori strike his chest. Sasuke's fangirls began to cry for him while the rest were shocked. Sasuke was stunned, realizing that he would never achieve his revenge. The Akatsuki watched in terror, knowing their little brother was going to die. Naruto applied more force, then… Now the hand pierced Sasuke's chest, who spat out blood. Everyone fell silent. Naruto had just killed Sasuke. Naruto pulled his hand out as Sasuke landed on his feet, but he staggered, his face showing shock. Naruto gave him a small shove, causing the Uchiha to fall backward, bleeding to death. Naruto sighed when he saw that, but it caught everyone's attention because the sigh sounded sad. Naruto. Looking at Sasuke's inert body, I'm sorry, auntie, but it was either that or Sasuke would become a rogue, and the same thing would happen as in the old resets. Upon hearing that, everyone's eyes widened in understanding. Mikoto was Naruto's aunt, and therefore Menma and Mito's as well. Sasuke was in shock. He had a family, and now he knew his cousin was going to kill him for something he himself had caused. Naruto opens his hand where he performed the jutsu, noticing a black heart. It was Sasuke's soul. Everyone fell silent upon seeing Sasuke's soul, for they knew what trait it was. Hate. Naruto looks up at the sky, remembering what he had discovered several resets ago, and what had actually happened in this reset. Kushina and Mikoto were sisters, which made Sasuke their cousin and the cousin of Mito and Menma. That still surprised many, while Menma and Mito wondered if they too would have the Sharingan. Naruto sighs as he takes out an empty soul jar to put Sasuke's soul in, thus giving the jar a colorful set of colors. There they saw that despite killing him, Naruto kept Sasuke's soul for later. Without further ado, he puts the boat away to pick up Sasuke's body and begins to retreat while deactivating his Imkai state and putting away his wings. With that, the screen went black, leaving many in silence as the chains vanished, freeing Sasuke, who was still in shock. However, some were already plotting to use this to make Noir look bad and get rid of him. Sentence. The room was eerily silent. They were still reeling from the fact that Naruto had killed his own cousin. The Uchiha's fangirls and sycophants glared at Naruto with hatred. Noir remained indifferent to what was happening. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Judgment. Upon reading that, everyone's eyes widened in surprise, while the power-hungry, bootlicking, and Sasuke fangirls smiled, seeing that justice would be done. Tsunade, Menma, and Mito could be seen at the door waiting along with other people, including Sasuke's fangirls. Sasuke. Well, if I die at least I'll be rid of those nuisances. Fangirls are annoying. Naruto. For once we agree. Olivia growled angrily as she remembered how many Mujigatas, as she called them, had made advances towards Naruto when he was Ben. After a while, Naruto arrives, but carrying Sasuke's lifeless body. Naruto. Serious mission accomplished, Tsunade-sama, but unfortunately the rogue didn't want to cooperate and had to be killed. Tsunade nods, knowing from her other two grandchildren that Sasuke's death was the only way to bring him back, since alive the Uchiha could try to escape again, and this time he would have help from some. Sasuke raised an eyebrow upon hearing that. It seemed they had already planned that. On the other hand, the fangirls didn't take it so well and started crying, while calling him things like murderer, monster, demon, etc. Naruto rolled his eyes in boredom. Menma and Mito defended him, and even Sakura intervened, stating true things she had discovered about Sasuke, but the fangirls were so blind and deaf that they didn't even pay attention to them and left angrily, cursing Naruto and calling those on Naruto's side traitors. Sakura's part caught Naruto's attention. Myth. I have a bad feeling. Menma, Sakura, and Tsunade nodded. Naruto. So, see Sakura, why did you defend me, Haruno? Sakura. To be honest, when I was kicked out of the shinobi ranks, I blamed you for what happened to me, but when you revived my sister, she helped me see the reality of life, and I wanted to return the favor. That surprised everyone as Emily hugged her little sister, which was returned by the younger Haruno. Naruto nods, and then the group begins to walk with Noir, already knowing what the civil council would do, although in truth there were two possibilities. This caught everyone's attention, while the civil council was somewhat nervous because if it was true, then their plan would be discovered. The next day. Naruto was walking while a black cat followed him. It was Kuroka in her cat form. Kuroka smiled at the sight of her cat form, while the rest just watched with curiosity. Naruto knew why he was being followed, and the truth was, it was necessary for the plan. Just then, 3 rude Anbu appeared in front of Naruto. Upon seeing that, Danzo became alarmed. Anbu 1. Naruto Noir Dreamer, you are requested in the council room. Naruto nods, and then the 3 Anbu disappear. Seeing this, Naruto glances briefly at the cat and nods, which the black feline returns before disappearing into the shadows. That surprised everyone. Yes, Kuroka's elements were Miten and Kaiten, and thanks to Naruto, she acquired the Hidesekan element and has absolute control over the dark elements. Everyone was shocked to learn the latest news. Kuroka. Ahora que lo pienso, via Kaneko Kuil Suntus Elementos Shirin. Kaneko. Kaiten y Hikaten. Kuroka nodded while the rest listened attentively and curiously. Without further ado, Naruto disappears in a water shunshin. Boardroom. The civil council was seen alongside the elders and Danzo Shimura, waiting for Naruto's arrival. Upon seeing Danzo, the elder Senju became alert, while those who were against Naruto grew nervous but hoped their plan would work out. At that moment, a water shunshin appeared, revealing Naruto. Before he could say or do anything, several rude Anbu appeared beside Naruto to subdue and arrest him, though of course, Naruto had already expected that. That startled everyone, while the civil council watched with an arrogant smile. Himura. By order of the council, you are under arrest for the murder of Sasuke Uchiha, the last Uchiha loyal to Konoha. Naruto. Yeah, right, so loyal he was going to join Orochimaru. At least I saved his soul. Sasuke. Glancing sideways at Naruto, now that I think about it, when he kills someone who is his enemy he destroys their soul, why did he save my soul? Danzo. Arrogant, but I negotiated with my companions and they agreed to make you our weapon to bring peace to Konoha, so you will be taken to Konoha prison and then the next day you will begin your training. The civil council, the elders and Danzo laughed arrogantly while Naruto remained indifferent. Danzo smiled, pleased to see he would have a new weapon, while Naruto remained indifferent. Tsunade was about to say something but remained silent. Something told her not to. Then Naruto notices something through the window, a white cat. It was Kaneko in its cat form. Upon seeing that, everyone's eyes widened in surprise, but especially those involved on screen, who saw it as a problem for their plans. Both Gata and Naruto looked into each other's eyes. Naruto. Don't worry, Kaneko-chan, I'll be fine Kaneko. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Despite not speaking to each other, they could know what the other was thinking just by looking into each other's eyes. Eddie. Amused. That caused some to laugh while others smiled a little. Then a black cat appears next to the white cat and both disappear. At that moment, Naruto is roughly grabbed by a rude Anbu and taken away. Those on Naruto's side watched with anger but had faith that Noir would be alright. On the streets. Naruto was being dragged by the rude Anbu towards the prison, while the rest of the village laughed at him, even throwing things at him, while the Noir was indifferent. Everyone heard a noise and saw Betty sharpening her scythe, which made those who hated Naruto nervous. In one area, Menma, Mito, Sakura and Tsunade were watching. The first three were surprised, while Tsunade was furious. But before they could do anything, the four of them felt something strike them on the back of the neck. The last thing caught everyone's attention. When they turned around, they saw that they were small balls of paper and then they saw Emily and Kuroka gesturing for them to come over. The four of them, curious, obeyed, but not before seeing Naruto wink at them, assuring them that it would be alright. Seeing the wink reassured those on his side, knowing that Naruto would be alright. With Naruto. He had already been left in his cell, very well chained up. Ninja. Arrogant demon, have fun during your stay here. But that he left, but not before punching Naruto in the face, which didn't even move him an inch. The ninja who had done that fell dead as Betty had cut off his head with her scythe. This had surprised everyone, especially when they saw Betty disappear and return to her seat, revealing the man's soul. The soul of hate. The ninja growled angrily, but retreated as Naruto watched his hands being chained, then revealed the symbol of the Absolute Solver. Upon seeing the Absolute Solver, everyone who was against Naruto opened their eyes in shock. Naruto. They only sealed the little chakra I was using, not all of my power. I just have to wait until nightfall and boom, freedom. That deactivates the Absolute Solver to patiently wait for the night. Everyone who hated Naruto was very nervous. It seemed that nothing could stop the Noir. In Naruto's hut. Everyone was tidying up, but our attention was drawn elsewhere. At a table, Betty and Emily were sitting across from Tsunade, Menma, Mito, and Sakura. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's. The last four were in shock, while the two had calm expressions. Tsunade. So my eldest grandson was cursed to infinite resets and suffering, but now this is the last one. Upon hearing that question, Naruto knew immediately. They had told him the truth. Betty. Nods, that's right. Mito. That's hard to process. Menma. And I think that's why Naruto is so strong. Sakura nods, still in shock. Everyone understood that because it had happened to them. Mito's Kyuubi had heard that within the seal and was shocked. Now she knew why Naruto was powerful and how he altered the seal to prevent her from controlling Mito. The change of seal caught the attention of Mito and Kyuubi M, who paid closer attention. In reality, the four of them were analyzing the situation before seeing Betty and Emily. Tsunade. Okay, we accept to go with you, besides, in the short time I've been here I've realized that this village will go to its own ruin. Upon hearing that, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Danzo. Tsunade, that's treason. Tsunade. Danzo grunted when he heard that. Menma. I already lost my brother once, or rather several times, I won't do it again. Mito. I've decided to change, so I'm leaving. Sakura. The only family I have left is Emily, so I'm coming with you. Emily and Betty smile. Upon hearing that, Naruto smiles slightly. Menma. Is anyone else coming? Betty. Yes, but you'll have to wait until tonight because that's when the plan will begin. Everyone nods, then gets up and settles things, but not before Tsunade gives Mito the Uzumaki inheritance, since she keeps the Namikaze inheritance because she is still, in part, a Namikaze. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone knowing what would happen. The escape of Naruto and the rest of Konoha. Prison escape. Everyone sat talking about what had happened, while Sasuke's fangirls and sycophants, along with the power-hungry, watched Naruto with arrogant smiles. Meanwhile, everyone was watching Naruto, whose eyes were closed. They knew he didn't care and would escape at any moment. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Prison escape. Upon reading the title, everyone's attention was drawn, while those who opposed Naruto were shocked to see him escape. But before it began, 4 lights appeared, revealing 2 men and 2 women who were struck by beams of light on their heads, granting them the information. No one understood, but they saw Naruto and Yang suddenly stand up, their faces showing shock, as Naruto transformed into his Ruby Rose form. Ruby Yang. Mom, Dad, Uncle Crow. With that, they both hugged the named individuals, who gladly accepted the embrace, leaving everyone stunned, while Raven felt a pang of jealousy. Betty then stood up and approached Summer, who pulled away, and then the two looked at each other. Ruby. Nervous, oh Buck, just what I feared. The rest could feel the tension when Crow intervened. Crow. Ladies, don't be fighting. Both looked at Crow with annoyance, but. Betty. A little flirtatiously, there's Papantla de Celaya. That confused everyone, but Ruby was speechless when she understood what Betty meant. Ruby put that aside and returned to her original form. Naruto. Well, you'd better sit down so we can react. Everyone nods to sit down, although curiously Betty was somewhat close to Crow. Hours had passed and now it was night, which meant one thing. Escape. Knowing this, everyone pays attention, but especially those hungry for power, trying to figure out how to stop Naruto and bring him under their control. Me from the control room. In Konoha prison. In one cell, a boy could be seen chained up. It was Naruto Noir Dreamer. Even with the imminent danger, Sasuke's power-hungry sycophants and fangirls smiled at the sight. Meanwhile, Taeyang, Crow, Betty, and Summer sharpened their weapons as they watched, clearly unhappy. The boy had his eyes closed when he opened them. Naruto. It's time. This activates the absolute solver in the destroy option to break part of the right chain and the chain around his neck. That startled those who were against Naruto. Naruto. Mockingly, what did you think? Did I use the absolute solver with chakra? Ha, idiots. That made those who were against him view him with hatred. Naruto instantly removed the shackles from his hands and neck and began to pull the chain, as he planned to use it as a weapon. That caught Blake's attention because she had done it once herself. Using the alter option in absolute solver, Naruto removes the suppression seals. It's not that he can't fight without chakra, it's that he was annoyed by them doing that to him. Naruto nodded while those on his side watched him with beads of sweat but said nothing. He was about to move when he heard harrowing noises, screams of pain, bodies hitting each other, and other sounds that Naruto recognized as a massacre. That caught everyone's attention, but then it clicked in their minds and they saw the 4 adults who had arrived. Naruto got into a fighting stance as he prepared the chain when he saw the door begin to dent from blows and heard cutting sounds. Naruto was getting ready when the door was destroyed. As the dust settled, Naruto was surprised to see who was standing before him. They were Summer Rose. Tiang Xiaolong. Raven Branwen. The Crow Branwen. Members of Team STRQ, Stark. Summer. Excitedly, the debut of Team STRQ has arrived. Many smiled at that, especially his team. They'd missed it. Although Team RWBY, John, and Penny knew where Naruto got that attitude from after his reset. The rest just saw that, while some adult men looked at Summer and Raven like goddesses. Both were beautiful. Of course, the women also had their thoughts on Taeyang and Crow, mostly Crow. Naruto was in shock as his appearance changed to that of Ruby Rose. Seeing this, Summer, Taeyang, and Crow smiled and went to hug the girl, while Raven looked away. She wouldn't admit it, but she felt jealous. Raven's part caught the attention of those who came from the RWBY reset, more so Yang's. Although she also felt sadness as she remembered when she learned the fate of her daughter Yang and brother Crow in their reset, and the truth is, knowing that only she remained, knowing that her daughter and brother died, tore her soul apart. There she knew that her daughter was right, she was a coward. That surprised everyone, but especially her team and Yang, who saw Raven. She didn't see them, but it was clear that what they heard was true. She put that aside when she saw Ruby standing in front of her. Ruby. I'm not one to say, but I just hope that in this new opportunity you manage to get along with Yang and Uncle Crow. Raven smiled slightly upon hearing that. Raven. Okay, Ruby. Crow smiled and gave his sister a little hug. Raven didn't say anything, since she'd always found that strange. Ruby nods with a smile, then becomes serious. Ruby. Alright, that's it, time to get out of here. Crow, taking a swig from his flask. You're the boss, Ruby. Yang and Naruto chuckled as they watched Crow take a swig from his flask, while Betty watched intently. Ever since Crow arrived at Noir, Branwen had caught her eye. Ruby nods when Summer gives her something. Summer. This is yours, daughter, son, Ash, I don't know how to tell you. Ruby. I'm used in this form, call me daughter, in my original form son, Mom Summer. Summer nods with a smile, although she was somewhat confused to hear Ruby call her Mom Summer. Summer smiles but then becomes serious to look at Betty, who was also looking serious. Both are mothers of Naruto and would fight for his affection. Ruby takes the object, which was her Nano Cube belt, to put it on, but then takes out the Nano Cube, Harbinger, and gives it to Crow. Ruby. Must return to her rightful owner. Crow smiles, then Ruby opens the Nano Cube, causing Harbinger to appear, who is then taken by the Branwen. Nobody said anything since that happened with Yang. Then they hear the ninjas arriving, causing everyone to put themselves on guard. Ruby. Okay, we all have experience in assassination, so go all out, but first. Ruby pulls out the Nano Cube, double attack trigger. They open it, revealing the weapon. Knowing there would be a fight, everyone paid attention, but the power-hungry ones watched the double attack trigger with the most attention. The weapon had caught the attention of Team STRQ. Summer. And that weapon, daughter. Ruby. It's a double attack launcher, a weapon I got when I reset as Max Steel, but it doesn't matter, get ready. Summer prepares with Sundered Rose in axe mode, Crow with Harbinger in sword mode, Taeyang had prepared with some knives, and Raven prepared Omen. The draw his dust sword from Hard Light. And put on his mask. Nobody said anything, but everyone was intrigued by Raven's weapon, and even more so by her mask. The shinobi had arrived to see the group of 5. Ruby decided to use the quirk smokescreen. To make the shinobi lose some visibility, while Team STRQ and Ruby could see. Everyone was intrigued by the smokescreen quirk, but others felt nervous upon seeing it. If they were Naruto's enemies and he used that quirk, they would be toast. Ruby. Attack. With that, the 5 of them launched themselves at the shinobi. Within the smoke, screams, the slicing of meat, gunshots, and the sounds of fighting could be heard. Upon hearing the sound, many swallowed hard. Ruby. She used her semblance to move quickly while firing energy blasts and electroshocks with her dual attack trigger. Many swallowed hard. The combinations that Naruto makes are truly dangerous. Taeyang y Summer. They both had good coordination while cutting down enemies, and Summer shot at the shinobi. Many gave the couple their approval. Crow. He was going all out and, even when drunk, he was a born fighter and killed shinobi. Many were surprised to learn that Crow was fighting while drunk. Betty watched Crow closely, since she saw him using a scythe, and she liked scythes. Raven. She was lethal while using her hard light sword when she kicked and sheathed her sword. That confused everyone except his team. Instantly, a mechanism is activated to move the cylinder inside Omen. When it finishes, Raven draws her sword, which is now red. It was a fire dust blade. This surprised everyone, while Tenten watched with fascination. Team RWBY saw this and for a moment were reminded of Naruto Ruby acting this way because of weapons. Equipo RWBY Naruto. Oh shit, here we go again. With that, he launches himself towards the shinobi while cutting, leaving a small trail of fire and cauterizing the wounds of his enemies. That left many speechless. 5 minutes later. The curtain of purple smoke began to dissipate, revealing the 5 standing intact, while on the ground there were dismembered shinobi, with wounds and/or gunshots, most of them dead. All of Naruto's enemies were trembling with fear. They saw that he was able to carry out a massacre in 5 minutes, albeit with help, but he did it. Raven. Well, we're done with this, now I'm going to use my semblance. With that, she turns to use her semblance, but Ruby and Taeyang notice something. Ruby. Raven, watch out. She turns around to see a kunai coming towards her. Upon seeing the scene, Team STRQ and Yang became alarmed. Before she could do anything, she was tackled by Taeyang, causing them both to fall to the ground as the kunai whizzed past and Raven lost her mask. Everyone saw Taeyang on top of Raven as they stared at each other. Team STRQ and Yang sighed in relief, but Raven blushed slightly at the sight of the position. Taeyang. Are you okay? Raven. With a slight blush, yes, I am. The blush caught everyone's attention as Summer watched Raven intently. Could it be that she was trying to get back with Taeyang? If so, she wouldn't make it easy for her. Taeyang nodded and stood up, letting Raven do the same. Just then, they saw Ruby holding the shinobi by the hair. Ruby. Oh dear, you shouldn't have done that. With that, he punches the shinobi in the face, drawing blood from his nose. That startled everyone as Naruto smiled sadistically, a gesture that was copied by Anko. "Shinobi. You damn bitch, how dare you." But Ruby gives him another blow, and then another, and more blows, bleeding his face, while Team STRQ were shocked by what they saw. Everyone was equally shocked by what they saw, while Anko held up little flags that said, "Go Naruto." Shinobi. Crying in great pain, "Please, stop." Ruby. Mockingly, "Isn't it not fun when they do the same to you?" The Shinobi was a little confused when he was shocked to see Ruby change into his true form, Naruto. Shinobi. T2. Naruto smiles, then throws the Shinobi into the air while a Rasengan forms in his hand. A Rasengan of a forbidden element. The Rasengan caught everyone's attention, but even more so when they heard about forbidden element. Mito. "So, sees Naruto, how many types of Rasengans do you have in your arsenal?" Naruto. "Amused, how many don't I have?" That left everyone speechless. It seems Naruto has quite a few types of Rasengans in his arsenal. Naruto. Chishakazen Rasengan. The Shinobi fell, causing Naruto to strike him in the abdomen with the Rasengan, sending him flying. But it didn't end there. As he landed, the Shinobi began to writhe, and a liquid identical to the substance used for the Rasengan began to ooze from the wound. It was abstraction. That scared everyone as Naruto looked at his hand, remembering certain people he met in a colorful place. Naruto. "We have to leave quickly, if the abstraction continues to be generated we will all die." That shocked everyone, causing Raven to quickly use her semblance. Raven's appearance caught everyone's attention, especially those hungry for power, but they put that aside when they heard what Naruto said about abstraction. Now they understood why it was a forbidden element. Once the portal is ready, the five of them cross it, but not before Raven takes her mask, and then it closes. Raven. "The mask is important." Many rolled their eyes, and Summer shook her head with an amused smile. Elsewhere. The red portal opened, and Raven, Summer, Taeyang, Crow, and Naruto emerged. The five of them stood to one side near the prison, at Naruto's request, as the portal closed. Many found the request curious, but Naruto knew why. Naruto. "Alright, it's time to get rid of the evidence." But that in his hand, having only 3 fingers extended, a black ball is created. It was the black hole option of the Absolute Solver. The new Absolute Solver option caught their attention, but those who knew about black holes opened their eyes in surprise. The Noir throws the sphere at the prison, and after a few seconds a black dome with grey edges appears, covering the entire prison. After 2 seconds, the dome shrinks, leaving a large hole where nothing had been before. That left everyone in the room speechless, as they now possessed the power of the Absolute Solver. A certain mummy, however, was already plotting how to obtain the Absolute Solver and give it to one of his puppets. That left Team STRQ speechless. Naruto. "Let's go." Team STRQ snaps out of their stupor, nods, and follows Naruto on. With that, the screen went dark, leaving many in silence, but then some started chatting with the STRQ team to get to know them a little. Escape from Konoha. Everyone was eating while chatting amongst themselves, although there were more who hated Naruto and tried to keep him under control. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Escape from Konoha. That caught everyone's attention, but before they could do anything, some lights appeared. When they dissipated, 5 people were revealed, though many found the gesture curious. But before they could do anything, Weiss, Naruto, and John stood up. Weiss, John, Naruto. Happy winter. Nora, Ren, Pura. Pomni. With that, they went to reunite with their acquaintances, but it was clear that the members of Team JNPR were crying tears of joy as they hugged Pura even tighter, reminding them that she had died. Suddenly, lightning struck the newcomers, making them understand as they headed to their seats. Naruto and Team STRQ were seen walking until they reached a cliff, then they saw a group of people near the entrance of Konoha. Seeing this, all the power-hungry individuals watched intently to determine who they considered to be the traitors. Naruto. Smiles slightly. There they are. Well, it's time to go down. Taeyang. It's a cliff. I understand Crow, Raven, and you, but what about your mother and me? Naruto. I've got that figured out. Naruto takes out 2 Nano Cubes, the Nano Cube, Sacred Staff. And the Nano Cube, Planned. The Nano Cube, Sacred Staff, was the one that had gained the most attention. When opened, green lights appear, revealing the Sacred Staff. An object weapon from his reset being Son Goku, and his glider. Many were left with a poker face upon seeing that the Sacred Staff was a simple BM, while the power-hungry saw that it would not serve their plans. Naruto gives the glider to Summer and the Sacred Staff to Taeyang. Naruto. Okay, Mom. Summer, the glider is simple, you just hold onto the wings and put your feet in the tail. Betty's eye twitched when she heard Naruto call Summer Mom, who had an amused smile on her face. Summer nods, then Naruto looks at Taeyang. Naruto. Dad, wow, I didn't think I'd ever say that again. Taeyang laughs a little. In the Taeyang room, he also laughs a little. Naruto. Anyway, the sacred staff acts as you think, what you have to do is think about the staff stretching out so you can reach the ones at the entrance, be careful, if you don't think exactly you could end up hurting yourself. Now they knew the ability of the sacred staff and now the power-hungry ones set their attention on the weapon. Taeyang nods, then Naruto makes wings of dark matter appear. Imagine it's Naruto. Many people were struck by Naruto's new wings. Upon seeing that, Crow transforms into a crow. Followed by Raven. Many were surprised to see that Crow and Raven had transformed into crows without the need for chakra or, in that case, aura. With that, the crows flew, followed by Naruto, while Summer glided with the glider and Taeyang was careful using the sacred staff. At the entrance to Konoha. There were many people there chatting amongst themselves about various topics, but mostly about Naruto, since they knew everything related to the resets and were truly shocked. Naruto sighed wearily upon hearing the last part but hoped there were no more, although that would be somewhat impossible. Although everyone found it curious to see a girl clown. They all wondered what kind of people and beings Naruto had met. Omni smiled a little upon seeing his debut, but the last part left many thoughtful. How many beings and people did Naruto meet in the resets? For now, it would remain an enigma. Then they saw shadows on the ground in the moonlight. Looking up, they saw Naruto and Team STRQ. The 5 of them landed and Naruto deactivated his wings. Summer stowed the glider's wings and tail, Taeyang carefully climbed down from the staff and sheathed it, and the crows reverted to Crow and Raven. Seeing Summer, Taeyang, and Crow, Yang opened his eyes and tears streamed down his face. Yang. Dad, Mom, Uncle Crow. Upon hearing Yang, the 3 smiled and went to hug her. Many smiled at the reunion. Raven viewed this with a certain amount of jealousy, but she understood the situation. Yang sighed and hugged his mother for a little while, who accepted the hug. Raven. I guess I can start over. Then she glanced at Taeyang, although she didn't say it, she still felt something for him, but she didn't know if he would accept her again, especially with Summer there. After the reunion, Summer sees Betty, who had seen her. They both knew who the other was, and that's why they looked at each other so seriously. Betty. Serious Summer Rose. Summer. Serious Betty Noir. Many swallowed hard at the literal fight between mothers. There was a great tension when Crow stood between them to separate them. Crow. Calm down, both of you. They both saw Crow, but Betty stared intently at Branwen. Betty. A little flirtatiously there's Papantla de Celaya. That confused Crow, but Naruto was speechless at what he had just seen and heard. That silenced everyone, as the same thing had happened in the room. Although a certain older Schnee felt jealous without knowing why. Damn Crow. Upon hearing that, everyone turns to see a white-haired girl who looks like Weiss. It was Winter Schnee, Weiss's older sister. Crow. Mockingly the Ice Queen. Many laughed while others didn't understand, and Winter glared angrily at Crow. Crow. Oh, hello Ice Queen. Winter grunted at what Crow said, while some laughed at it. Winter became angry again at what she saw on the screen. Menma. Ice Queen. Betty. Laughs a little sorry, that's a language called English, easy to read but difficult to pronounce. Menma and those who didn't know not in agreement. Summer. And Ice Queen means Ice Queen. Everyone from that reset nodded while laughing a little, causing Winter to get even angrier. Winter got even angrier but decided to calm down. Naruto. Wait a minute, if Winter's here that means. With that, he turns around to see John hugging 3 people he instantly recognized. Nora Valkyrie. Puranikos. And Ren Lai Lai Ren. Naruto smiled at the sight. It was the reunion of Team JNPR. In the room, Naruto was equally happy about the reunion of Team JNPR. Then he felt something touch his shoulder. Turning around, he saw the jester looking at him with a smile. Naruto. Happy Pomni. Omni smiles as they both hug with big smiles. Omni and Naruto smiled as they remembered everything they experienced in the digital circus. Bang. The sound alerted everyone, but Yang already had an idea of what had happened. Hearing that, everyone turned to see Raven on the ground, knocked out, while Yang was in an attack stance. Xiaolong had delivered a flying kick and Raven was left like that. That shocked everyone, but especially Raven, although she admitted that he deserved it. Crow. Amused, and that's how the strongest member of the team falls to her own daughter. Crow. And that's how the strongest member of the team falls to her own daughter. Upon hearing that Crow said the same thing as his other self, many laughed, especially Winter, making Crow feel embarrassed. At that moment, Naruto moves quickly to push Nora away while holding a Rasengan. Before they could say anything, they saw an Anbu root appear, but his head was destroyed by Naruto's Rasengan. Seeing the scene surprised everyone as Nora screamed with excitement about explosions, attracting the attention of a certain pyromaniac Akatsuki member. That surprised everyone, while Naruto remained serious. Naruto. Serious, this is taking a while, the rude Anbu are appearing, so I need to know who will be going. Winter approaches to give Naruto a scroll phone deactivated. Upon seeing the scroll phone, many felt the urge to own at least one, but they put that aside because they wanted to know who would be going with Naruto. Naruto takes it to activate it and see the contents of who will be going. List, people Nerdamar, DREMUR Heresin, SARUTBIanko, MITARASHITG, AYMEMENA, BIFNGs abuse MIMOCHI Hakawa UKI LVTN MISI Mercier to be, for Wolikana Meru Deniasimony, KAZAMATSUR Ikoneko, TUJ Revel, PHUEN IXMIDO, UZUMAKI Gasper, PLADRN, NOHR Emily, HR Yananabi, HWG Penny, POLENDINAN, Shala NG, Lake BLLADONNA, Waisesi Nijonarsi, Bidianoiri, Umbrella GHTVALE, Kurkadi UJ Yutsune Sinju. SHIZUNE Sakura HARUNO Summer ROSE Tang Shao LONG, Raven BRANWEN, Crow BRANWEN, POMNI Winter SEHNE, Nor VALKYRIE, PERNIKOS RENLIE, NIGHYUGATNTN Rockley. List, Animal ZWEI, PARISGABU, TRRYSPINY, ACETANK Taunton. After finishing reading the lists, everyone remained silent, but Mito was in shock to see that his own team would betray Konoha, and even more so, him. After reading both lists, Naruto sees the 4 new ones. Sakura. I won't leave my sister, besides, it's a new opportunity in life. Sakura nodded as she stood next to Naruto. Niji. We no longer recognize our sensei and seeing what is happening in the village, we decided to escape. The former Team Guy members thought about it and left Naruto's side, shocking their own sensei. Naruto nods as he watches Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee remove their ninja headbands and place them on the ground. Upon seeing that scene, everyone on Naruto's side who wore Konoha headbands replicated the action they had witnessed. Of course, this provoked the wrath of the power-hungry and the mummies. Upon seeing this, those who had the ninja headbands took them off and left them on the ground when Akumu arrived and opened his mouth, revealing that he had everything, which brought a smile to Naruto's face. Naruto. Okay, we're leaving, but first. With that, he creates clones for each one, builds a Geister blaster, gets on board, and they fly upwards. That caught everyone's attention, but Betty saw Naruto start charging the Geister blasters with a Rasengan. Seeing those Geister blasters surprised everyone, but Betty and Naruto already knew what they were. Betty. Oh, he's going to use the Geister Rasen blasters. Mito. Geister Rasen blasters. Betty. A technique he created by combining the Geister blaster with his silver Rasengan, meaning it's made of pure soul magic. That surprised everyone, but especially the power-hungry, who were already looking for ways to acquire those techniques. That caught everyone's attention and surprised them, but they put that aside when they heard gunshots and explosions. Then they saw all the Narutos land on their feet as the clones disappeared. Many wondered what Naruto shot at, but Danzo felt he would be angry when he found out. Without further ado, Naruto carries Kaneko in his arms. Naruto. With Kaneko in his arms. With that, he starts running. The others were confused and amused, but they followed him. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving many amused by the ending, but everyone, mummies and power-hungry ones, annoyed to know that they had less power in their ranks. Dripped Yuzu. Everyone was resting while some plotted how to eliminate the traitors. Suddenly, a screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Dripped Yuzu. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised to see that Naruto and his group would be in Yuzu. Those who had fought in the war against Yuzu swallowed hard but said nothing. Most likely, they wouldn't be harmed unless something was done to them. However, the people of Konoha watched this with anger as they plotted their attack on Yuzu. The whole group of people could be seen walking towards some random destination, led by Naruto who was holding a white kitten in his arms that looked pregnant and was sleeping. This kitten was Kaneko who, at Naruto's request, was sleeping. Naruto smiled at the sight, while Kaneko sighed a little. Just like in his reset, Naruto cared a lot about her. Raven. So where are we going now? Naruto. Well, we're going to Uzumaki no Sado. That surprised those from the ninja world, while the rest were confused. Omni. Uzumaki no Sado. Tsunade. Uzumaki no Sado, Uzushio or Yuzu, is the ancient land of the Uzumakas. Summer. Why old? Betty. Because she was attacked by 3 village ninjas, Kumo, Iwa and Kiri. That surprised everyone who didn't know. Those who didn't know were surprised, while those who did said nothing, although the current cages of Kiri, Iwa and Kumo were uncomfortable and regretful about what their ancestors had done. Sakura. And why were they attacked? Emily. Because of the Fukinjutsu. The Uzumakas were peaceful, but the 3 villages attacked them out of fear of the Fukinjutsu, since it has no limits except your imagination. This surprised the others even more, while those in the ninja world thought of Mito, Menma and Naruto, since, although they didn't want to admit it, all 3 are still Uzumakas, although 2 of them are partly Uzumakas. Everyone was equally surprised, while the power-hungry clicked their tongues angrily upon learning that Menma, Mito, and Naruto were the only Uzumakas left to become masters of Kenjutsu, although only Mito and Naruto would be needed. Naruto. Slowing down well, we're quite far from Konoha and a bit isolated from civilization. Crow. Why do you say that? Naruto. I had to wait to get our transport out because if we did it in Konoha, we'd get attacked even more. Everyone had to accept that it was perfectly logical. Many approved of this, while those from Konoha were intrigued by what Naruto said. If that was true, they had even more reason to capture him and keep him with them. Without further ado, Naruto pulls out a strange phone, unusual to those who knew about the device. Irasu Samuraiser. Many were drawn to the samurai, while Naruto was already getting an idea of what the transport would be. Olivia. A phone. Naruto. A samuraiser. With that, he opened it while leaving Kaneko, who had woken up, on the ground to surprise everyone by making the kanji for fire in the air. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto drawing a kanji in the air and they compared it to the Jabakujutsu that was discussed several chapters ago. Naruto spins it around and the kanji then appears, generating a red glow and revealing Naruto in his Red Ranger samurai suit. Seeing Naruto in the Red Ranger samurai suit surprised everyone, but some blushed slightly since the suit was rather tight, showing off Naruto's toned physique. Everyone had the same reactions, while certain Baijas with the fire element were intrigued. Putting that aside, Naruto takes out an object. It was the black box. Menma. What is that? Naruto. It's the black box, an object that allows one user to do what 5 or more would do using this suit. Those who were going to wonder what the black box was were all surprised to learn that it made the power-hungry want to possess it, but they were frustrated to learn that it could only be used with the outfit that Naruto had. This filled everyone with curiosity as they watched Naruto activate the black box, acquiring a white jacket. Many were struck by the white jacket as they were called shark mode. Naruto takes out a disc that no one saw and puts it in the black box. Naruto. Samurai Battle Wing combination. With that, the black box generates a faint glow as Naruto takes out the beetle and tiger discs. And swordfish. To throw them into the air. Many people were intrigued by the discs but were confused when they saw Naruto throw them into the air. That confused everyone, but before doing anything they saw the discs generate a glow, then reveal the tiger Zords. Beetle. And swordfish. Everyone was shocked to see the Zords, while the power-hungry sought to possess them and turn them into weapons. The tailed beast saw this and sensed the power. Perhaps these Zords could stand up to the 10 tails. That surprised everyone, but then they saw the Zords combine to reveal the Samurai Battle Wing. Upon seeing the Samurai Battle Wing, everyone was even more shocked, while the power-hungry and Orochimaru felt excitement at the prospect of the power they would probably obtain in the future. Upon seeing that, everyone looked at Naruto. Naruto. Well, it's time to go. That generates Geister blasters, so everyone can start climbing into the control cabin. Everyone paid attention to find out what the control room was like. Control cabin. Upon entering, everyone was surprised to see the place. Imagine they are the characters in the group and there are only the green, red, and blue booths. But they were even more surprised to see how Naruto's outfit changed out of nowhere. Many were drawn to the control booth but were surprised to see that Naruto's outfit had changed. Naruto goes to the command that had the tiger's head to take out his mega sword and bend it to insert and put the black box. Naruto. You'd better go to the Samurai Battle Wing's living room to rest and if there is one, I'll pilot this. Nobody said anything and they left while Naruto began piloting the Samurai Battle Wing. Everyone wanted to watch but sighed when they saw the scene change, but they still paid attention. In the living room. They were all sitting there waiting for their arrival at Uzumaki no Sado. Kaneko had returned to her normal form as she watched Menma and Mito. She had sensed energies forming within them and wanted to investigate, but that would have to wait until they reached Yuzu. That caught some people's attention, but others were stunned, remembering that Naruto could impregnate both men and women. This left Menma and Mito speechless and they instinctively touched their bellies. Everyone was waiting while chatting a bit. Betty was talking a little flirtatiously to Crow who was somewhat nervous and Winter was jealous which amused some of them. That caught everyone's attention, while Crow felt somewhat uncomfortable and nervous, sensing Betty and Winter's gazes with him in the middle. The rest of Team STRQ watched with a smile, but now wondered what Crow would do. Weiss looked at her sister incredulously but shook her head. If she wanted to be with Crow, she wouldn't say a word. Those from the shinobi world were talking a little about Naruto, they still found it hard to believe what they said, but here was the proof. Many understood the reaction. The rest decided to mingle a little. It wasn't a bad thing to meet new people. Many smiled while others frowned. For the latter, that shouldn't be the case. Yang. Now that I think about it, sees Pomni, where did you meet my brother? And the truth is, everyone had the same question. Everyone was asking the same question, while Naruto and Pomni had small, amused smiles. Pomni? Smiling, oh, well, in a circus. Everyone fell silent. In the room, everyone except Naruto and Pomni remained silent and incredulous. Weiss. Incredulous, what? Pomni. Yes, in a circus, a digital circus, but not just any circus. In this circus you had to maintain your sanity to avoid becoming detached and turning into a monster without reason or humanity. But what is most frightening at first is that as soon as you arrive at the digital circus you lose all your memories, you don't know who you were in your past life, you don't know your face or your name. That silenced everyone in the room as Naruto recalled it, a little annoyed. He hated that reset because he was forced to watch Pomni sacrifice herself, and at that moment he felt powerless. That silenced everyone in the room. They never expected that. Mito. And Pomni. Did it happen to Naruto? Unfortunately, it did, but that didn't stop him, and little by little we began to remember our memories. In the end, I was the one who sacrificed myself so that he could break the curse. He didn't want to, but I forced him. I'm sure that was very hard for him, but it was for the best. That silenced everyone as Naruto clenched his fists with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Pomni hugged him. She hated seeing her secret crush like this. Everything fell silent in the room. They knew that Naruto was capable of anything for his loved ones, but knowing that someone sacrificed themselves for him, they were sure it was very hard for him. Hanabi. Hey, look here. They all went with her since they were still incredulous that there were windows and more walls. Naruto smiled amusedly at that. He had the same reaction. Leaving that aside, they went to the windows to see how Yuzashii Agakure no Sato was somewhat rebuilt and with Naruto clones working there. That surprised and caught everyone's attention as they got the idea that this was what made Naruto have his eyes closed almost all the time. Time skip. Everyone was seen leaving the samurai battle wing when it disappeared, revealing the ranger, who had reverted to Naruto, as he stored the discs. Then a clone appeared in front of Naruto. Clone. Boss, everything is almost ready. He gives the rabbit miraculous. Here is the rabbit miraculous, their souls are also protected. That last part caught everyone's attention, but Sasuke felt it was related to him. Naruto. Nods, thank you. With that, the clone left while the rest went with him. Menma. So that's why you were a little tired and always had your eyes closed. Naruto nods as Betty. Here they saw that their theory was true. Naruto. You already know what I'm going to do. Everyone looks at Betty, who nods. That confused everyone, but Betty and Naruto had an idea. Naruto leaves while Betty watches the boy who suffered the loss. Mito. Curious and worried, what is Naruto going to do? Betty. He's going to get his friends back, his family, the entire Underverse. That surprised everyone as they watched the screen intently, especially Naruto. This surprised everyone as they watched Naruto standing there while, surprisingly, he put on a mask hidden in his hood as his outfit changed into that of a warrior. Everyone saw Naruto, but Naruto was no longer there, Seinen was there, Tail Naruto was there, Classic was there. Everyone watched that with great attention as Naruto began to remember all his friends from the Underverse while feeling hope reach him. Naruto turned his eyes towards the group, some of whom were startled and frightened by what they saw. Everyone was equally frightened by Naruto's gaze. It was very intimidating. But even so, everyone saw something they never expected to see in Naruto's eyes. He was always analytical, serious, cheerful, kind, and/or nostalgic, but now there was an emotion that surprised them to see. Hope. Everyone was equally surprised to see Naruto's gaze as he looked at Naruto, who had the same look, hope. Betty pulls out an object and throws it to Naruto, who catches it. Upon closer inspection, she sees it's a soul capsule containing a very rare soul. Hope. Many watched the capsule with curiosity as Naruto looked at Betty. Betty. You'll need it if you're going to do that. Naruto nods to look at the screen. Naruto saw her to see Betty. Betty. You'll need it. Naruto nods and puts the medallion in his pocket. Without saying a word, he creates a portal to Glitchtale. Naruto stands there, watched by everyone. That confused everyone, while Betty knew what was happening to her son. Blake. What's wrong with him? Betty. He still has doubts about whether he'll make it. Everyone saw and heard Naruto sigh before entering the portal, which then closed. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone wondering what Naruto would do. He would go towards the singularity. Recovering from the Underverse Part 1. Everyone could be seen resting, but what stood out most was Naruto staring intently at the screen. He was the only one who still held out hope of seeing his friends again. All his allies were saddened by his plight. Thanks to Betty, they knew what had happened to Naruto, and they truly felt for him. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Recovering to the Underverse Part 1. Seeing that, everyone pays attention, but especially Naruto, who wanted to know what would happen. You could see Glitchtale where there were Grims, among them several new Grims like Beringel. Creep. Griffin. Bro. The Hound. The Three Wyverns. All the shinobi viewed the Grimms with interest, but those from the RWBY reboot viewed the Grimms with nervousness and some fear, especially with the Wyverns. The strange thing was that they were all attacking something, or rather someone. A red blur was speeding along, killing every Grimm that got in its way. Upon seeing the red stain, everyone knew instantly who it was. It was Naruto. The blur stopped moving as a medallion hung from its neck. While in his right hand he held a staff. But the person used to hit the Grimm and kill them. The objects caught everyone's attention, but the medallion stood out the most. The person moves in a red blur way, revealing himself to be Naruto, who was using the medallion item, which was an armor that gives him 20 def, and Crosier, which was the weapon. The armor piece caught everyone's attention and surprised them, but especially those hungry for power. On his right chest was the capsule of the Soul of Hope. Since he did not possess the trait of hope, the capsule allowed him to use the abilities of this and the magic of the trait. This filled those who didn't know that with curiosity. It seems that even with all his traits, Naruto needed certain objects to use his powers. Naruto looked at the Grimms to summon a giant knife of hope in his left hand. They launched themselves against the Grimms who did the same. Hope's giant knife left everyone speechless. It seems the capsule gave Noir even more power. Naruto. I have to finish this, one for all. Full cal 20%. Thinking about that activates one for all in its full cal technique at 20%. The one for all full cal 20% caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power hungry. With that, his speed and strength increased considerably, allowing him to start killing the Grimms faster, who tried everything to stop Naruto, who left no Grimm alive. Seeing how Naruto's speed and strength had suddenly changed, everyone was surprised, while the power hungry ones wished to possess one for all. The Hound tried to attack Naruto from behind, but he struck it with his staff, knocking it away. Noir made the knife disappear and ran towards a wyvern while generating a Rasengan within another Rasengan in his hand. It was a Rasengan, a technique he created from another. The Rasengan caught everyone's attention as they wondered what technique the Rasengan was created from. But that, he uses the float quirk to reach the wyvern's head and hit the Rasengan on the Grimm's head, causing half of his body to explode. This surprised everyone while a certain pyromaniac Akatsuki member and Nora were excitedly shouting about explosions, although Nora was also talking about breaking legs, leaving many uncomfortable and her team amusedly shaking their heads. Naruto pulls out the butcher knife. The weaponry of the soul of IRA, to launch a fiery slash at several Grimms while placing the staff on his back and, using the black whip quirk tied to the neck of another wyvern, he propels himself towards the other small Grimms, killing all those who stood in his way. The weaponry of the soul of IRA caught everyone's attention, but they were surprised to see the movements made by Naruto. The experience of the Noir was evident in his movements. Naruto. This is taking too long. Naruto nods seriously. His primary mission is to recover the Underverse, not to waste time with Grimms. Using momentum, Naruto leaps upwards into the sky. At his highest point, Naruto makes the butcher knife disappear, creating a Rasen Shuriken in his right hand and a technique in his left hand that Amenma created after multiple resets. Just take the technique into account. Unrasen Ringu. Everyone watched the Rasen Ringu with interest, but they were surprised to learn that it was created by Amenma, plus the one mentioned. Menma. Sees Naruto. How is that possible? Naruto. Wind release chakra with some Biju chakra, I won't say more. That caught everyone's attention, but especially the attention of the Jinchuriki and the power hungry. Myth. And how is it possible for you to do that if you can't access the power of the Kyuubi? Naruto. Adaptation. There they saw that she was capable of doing that jutsu because of her Kekkei Genkai, another wonderful thing made by that Kekkei Genkai that made the power hungry want to possess her. Naruto. But those who have Bijks must have a good relationship with him. The Jinchuriki nodded, knowing that Naruto wouldn't tell them how to do the Rasen Ringu, but at least they knew the requirements. With that, Naruto launched the Rasen Shuriken and the Rasen Ringu, which, upon colliding with the last two wyverns, generated a huge explosion, while Naruto used the Absolute Solver's shield to protect himself and stay upright in the air. Nora. Upon hearing that, everyone looked at a certain pyromaniac Akatsuki member. I'm Dadara. Nora. Nora Valkyrie. They both started talking about explosions, scaring those who knew them. When Naruto finishes, he raises his head to look at the crater. Naruto. If Dadara saw the explosion, he'd be fascinated. I think I'll try to save him. After all, he's our cousin, Samui's son, who, surprisingly, is Minato's sister, meaning our aunt. That shocked everyone, but especially Dadara. Just then, a certain Kunoichi from Kumo stood up to look at Dadara. Samui. Through tears, my son. Samui went to hug Dadara, who was surprised. Then Samui saw Menma, Mito, and Naruto and hugged them. Samui. Happy I have nephews. Menma and Mito were still surprised, while Lei was happy for Samui. He had always seen her devastated by the loss of her son, and now he only saw the reunion with a smile. He still remembers when he and Samui found out. Naruto was shocked, but Samui was devastated. She had lost her son when he was kidnapped, and learning that he died as a rogue warrior shattered her. And he still remembers how they found each other during the war. The reunion was moving, but Samui was once again devastated to learn that she would have to seal her son's soul. This left Samui in shock as she hugged her son. Deidara was surprised and now didn't know what to do. He had joined Akatsuki to learn about his family, and now he had found his mother, and not only that, but his cousins too. This filled him with happiness. Naruto. Yes, I will definitely save Deidara from that fate and see our aunt. Samui saw that with hope, as did Deidara. He put that aside to begin heading towards the singularity using his semblance and still with full cowl activated. Upon arriving, he became angry upon seeing certain beings from his reset, including Jade and Shiba. The Moogers. Naruto growled angrily at the sight. He only wanted his friends and those jerks were starting to mess with him. Naruto sighs angrily as he deactivates One for All and takes out the Nano Cube, Bulzuka. They open it revealing Bulzuka. Bulzuka caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. With that, he begins attacking the Moogers with shots, killing them, and also using the spin sword to cut them. That surprised everyone a little, but they were somewhat expecting it. He continued like this until he saw that there were few Moogers left, so he stored both weapons in the Nano Cubes to keep them safe and then summoned the scythe. The weaponry of the Soul of Vengeance. Upon seeing the weapon of the Soul of Vengeance, everyone was surprised. It was a scythe, a freaking scythe. It surprised everyone, while Betty felt proud to see Naruto using a scythe. Upon seeing the Moogers, Noir activates his gear shift quirk to launch himself at the Moogers, killing them without mercy. He had no reason to waste time. His mission now is to recover the Underverse. Naruto smiled at that. The Underverse was the most important thing at that moment. Not even 3 minutes had passed and Naruto was finished. Seeing Naruto's speed in killing the Moogers made them swallow hard. The gear shift was something cool. Upon seeing Naruto, the scythe disappears in order to see the singularity. Naruto. Hopeful please, let it work. Naruto extends his hands to begin concentrating as the Soul of Hope medallion begins to glow with the feeling of noir. That caught everyone's attention as Naruto leaned forward hoping it would happen. The title might tell him yes, but he wanted to see it for himself. Naruto began to tremble with nerves when he felt something, a presence, no, some presences that he knew perfectly well, they were the Underverse. Naruto opened his eyes as tears streamed down his face. His friends could return. Naruto smiled at the feeling as tears streamed from his eyes. His friends would return. Naruto. Guys. Naruto takes a deep breath to see the singularity. Naruto. The button Phoenix wings. Phoenix wings sprout from its back. Which Naruto admires, remembering that he created that jutsu in honor of Ravel. Upon seeing the jutsu, everyone was surprised, while Ravel felt flattered. Naruto. Kuseritin chains and Erigicton energy chains. From her rear hip come 3 pairs of chains of both shapes to lock into the ground. Seeing the different types of chains caught the attention of many, reminding them of diamond chains. With that, he goes to the singularity to take a leap into it with a single objective. To recover the Underverse. With that, the screen went dark, leaving everyone in silence while Naruto went to recover his friends. Recovering at the Underverse Part 2. Everyone sat watching the screen intently, waiting to find out what would happen to Naruto after he entered the singularity. Noir was also watching the screen closely, wanting to know if he would save his friends. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Recovering to the Underverse Part 2. Reading the title was a signal for everyone to pay attention. Naruto could be seen floating in a strange place. Imagine it's Naruto. It was the interior of the singularity. Everyone stared intently at the inside of the singularity while Naruto's hand trembled slightly. It was now or never. Naruto looked at the singularity seriously, then at his chains. He hoped they would hold. Naruto. Sigh, I hope it works. With that, he begins to fly using his wings. That's when Naruto started to look closely. A singularity was no joke. He hadn't flown 50 meters when lightning began to electrocute him as the pressure increased. This startled everyone and worried those on Naruto's side. Noir, on the other hand, took it seriously. He knew the singularity was very dangerous, so he had to be vigilant. Naruto began to growl at that. He knew beforehand that the singularity was very dangerous, extremely dangerous, so dangerous that it was categorized as a Class ZZZZZ hazard. Everyone was stunned to learn that the singularity was a Class ZZZZZ hazard, something extremely dangerous. However, knowing how dangerous it was only made the power-hungry even more eager to possess it. Naruto. With effort, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. It takes flight again but notices something. Its speed is decreased. Many were surprised to hear that Naruto was struggling to move. It seemed the singularity was far more dangerous than they had imagined. But then they were confused when they saw Naruto's speed decrease. He turned around to see how his wings were beginning to burn from the singularity, but thanks to the phoenix's regeneration and Kaiten chakra, the wings recovered instantly. That scared many, while the rest were nervous. The singularity was indeed very dangerous. Putting that aside, Naruto began to fly, ignoring the agonizing pain the singularity was causing him. Naruto continued flying, but saw that it was spreading, so he activated a combination of ninjutsus. The Manjukam Tensegan Eterno. Upon seeing the ninjutsu, everyone was surprised, while the power-hungry and Orochimaru watched the ninjutsu with curiosity and attention. Naruto began to see pieces of rubble scattered about, so he used his black whip quirk to push them away or try to block them. Inside the mask, Naruto's mouth was twisted into a grimace and a trickle of blood ran from the right corner of his mouth. Many liked Naruto's movements but were shocked to see him bleeding from the mouth. Now they knew that the singularity was dangerous, they shouldn't try anything to control it, too bad the power-hungry didn't think the same. Naruto continued searching until he sensed several presences, so he began to move quickly, using the rubble as a platform and destroying some of it using the black whip. Upon seeing that, Naruto felt his heart race as he paid closer attention. She continued flying while her clothes gradually changed and she also had memories of her friends. Naruto. Mafia, Error, Dust, Reaper, Cory, Swap, Shift, Horror, Ink, Code, Guys, I'm coming for you. She continued flying while her clothes had changed. It was a combination of his current suit and his first combat suit. The scene left everyone speechless. It was clear that Naruto had immense affection for his friends, especially after seeing the change in his outfit. Eddie. Tenderly those ears look cute on the hat. Summer nodded, gazing fondly at Naruto's hat, who blushed upon hearing that. When he was several kilometers away from the entrance, still generating chains, his eyes caught something. Several black shapes floating. Naruto increased the range of his ninjutsu's vision, noticing they were bodies. He zoomed in further and saw her Reaper. There she was, floating. He saw the rest and realized they were all from the Underverse. Seeing the scene changed the atmosphere of the place as Naruto felt his heart shrink. With joy, Naruto quickly approaches, ignoring the powerful beams that tried to stop him and merge him with the singularity. Upon reaching Reaper, he scoops her up in his arms, gazing at her. Naruto. Reaper. Naruto swallowed hard and brought his ear close to Reaper's mouth. He couldn't feel his breath. This made Naruto nervous, and fearfully, he pressed his ear to Reaper's chest. Naruto didn't want to believe it as he grew sad, while many looked at him with pity and others smiled at his suffering. For a second he heard nothing until lup dum dum lup lup dum dum lup. The sound made everyone look at the screen as Naruto began to cry. Tears. That's what came from Naruto's eyes. But they weren't tears of sadness. They were tears of joy. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto like that. It was hard to see him so broken, but many understood, especially the experienced ones. Naruto hugged Reaper's body as if it were about to disappear. Feelings returned, pain vanished, and happiness filled him. Nobody said anything, it was Naruto's moment, although those who hated more were silent since they were threatened by Team STRQ, JNPR, and the members of Team RWBY. He didn't wait any longer and, using his black whip quirk, grabbed everyone from the Underverse and began to speed away using the chains that were pulling them. As if the singularity knew what Naruto was trying to do, the beams increased in power, further damaging Naruto and his suit, which began to burn. That startled everyone. Now they knew without a doubt that the singularity was very dangerous, no, extremely dangerous. Naruto began to groan in pain. It was agonizing. Any normal person, whether civilian, shinobi, or anyone else who wasn't an AU representative, would have already begged for death or broken down mentally and psychologically. But he was Naruto Noir Dreamer, current Celestial in training and former traveler between resets. He could tolerate it. That last part caught everyone's attention. Some understood, but others felt underestimated. Naruto further increased the pulling force while grabbing everyone from the Underverse using Black Whip. Outside the singularity. The chains could be seen trembling from the action taking place inside the singularity, in addition to the weight. Some even looked like they were about to give way. Seeing the scene with more chains worried many, while others smiled. Or that would happen if it weren't for the fact that right at that moment Naruto came out of the singularity pulling everyone from the Underverse with him. That caused many to sigh with relief, while others growled in anger. Naruto falls heavily to the ground but manages to prevent his friends from getting hurt. The Noir gets up with some difficulty, his suit partially destroyed with burns and stained with blood. Upon seeing the result, everyone was surprised, while the power-hungry already wanted to possess a singularity for themselves. Naruto sees the singularity and cries to obtain some soul strings. He was about to close the singularity when something stops him. Kyuubi. Detente Naruto. Seeing and hearing that, everyone was surprised, while Naruto glared at Kyuubi, who said nothing. She knew beforehand not to do anything unless it was in Naruto's favor. There must be something there. Naruto. Angry, shut up, you damn singularity. I'm going to close it. He was about to do that when Kyuubi said something that stopped him. Kyuubi. Don't do it, Ellen and Eri are inside. That confused everyone, but Naruto and Kyuubi opened their eyes in surprise. They both knew those little girls, they were Naruto's adopted daughters. Upon hearing that, Naruto stopped abruptly. He didn't want to believe that cheap, low-class woman, but a part of him wanted to listen to her. Nervously, Naruto reached out to sense the energies, but he couldn't. He was about to get angry, but then he felt something. Two small, little girl-like presences. Knowing that left them both speechless. Ellen and Eri were alive. The rest were confused, wondering who those girls were. Naruto remained silent before taking out his phoenix wings again and shooting off towards the singularity, completely ignoring and forgetting to put on the chains. Naruto's reaction surprised everyone, while Kyuubi sat next to him, doing nothing. They all saw that both of them were staring intently at the screen, which indicated that they knew both girls. They wanted to know what their connection was to Naruto, but decided to keep watching. Several blue nano cubes could be seen on the ground. That caught everyone's attention, but they didn't say anything. In the singularity. Naruto was flying at full speed, desperately searching for both girls with tears streaming from his eyes. Seeing that left everyone even more confused as Naruto and Kyuubi watched more closely. On the seal. Kyuubi and Drake could be seen sitting watching everything from the cage. The dragon was confused. Drake. Why the desperation over the girls? It's not too much trouble. Kyuubi. Ellen and Eri are two very precious girls to Naruto. They are his adopted daughters. This surprised Drake, who understood Naruto's desperation to find the girls. Upon learning the reason, everyone was equally surprised, while Naruto glanced sideways at Kyuubi, who did nothing. Off the label. Naruto flew at full speed while jumping and propelling himself using the debris of both girls. Naruto. Why are you doing this? Kyuubi. It was my fault that all this happened to you, it was my fault about the resets, it's only fair that I'm the one who has to help you. I just want you to know that I don't expect you to forgive me, I just want you to know that I'll be there when you need me, even if you don't want me to be. That silenced everyone. Kyuubi was the main reason. When they turned to look at her, they saw that her head was down and her ears were drooping. It was clear she wasn't proud of it. As a show of compassion, Naruto picked her up and made her sit on his lap, which surprised everyone, but they didn't say anything. Naruto remained silent as he stopped at some rubble. He could feel the emotions and in those moments he knew that Kyuubi was not lying. Naruto. Thank you, Hitomi. Upon hearing those words, everyone was surprised, but even more so when they learned Kyuubi's name. Hitomi. Naruto and Kyuubi looked at each other, but then their gazes diverged. They still didn't know whether to give themselves a chance. Hitomi believed she didn't deserve it and Naruto didn't want to give it to her so easily, but something inside them wanted to do it, especially for someone important to both of them. On the seal. Kyuubi, or rather Hitomi, was surprised to hear Naruto say her name, but she smiled as she wiped away a few tears. Without further ado, she tried to do something. The scene was repeated in the room but on a smaller scale, but upon hearing the last part everyone became curious while Hitomi already had an idea. Outside the seal. Naruto was flying when he felt something, Biju chakra surrounding him. But he also noticed something. There were no bad intentions, he was just helping her. That surprised everyone, but especially the Biju, when they realized what Kyuubi had done. Naruto saw that, but then smiled a little. At least he saw that Hitomi would try to help him. Naruto smiled slightly before picking up speed, searching for his little ones, his princesses. Moving on all fours and using his wings, he accelerated until he stopped. Before him lay two bodies, two little girls. Upon seeing the two girls, Naruto smiled, paying close attention, a fact noticed by everyone who understood. The power-hungry men planned to use the girls to bring Naruto under their control, unaware that it would be a death sentence. Naruto smiled with joy as he took them and began to leave. Unfortunately, the singularity began to unstable and Naruto started to take damage even with a chakra cloak. Seeing the scene surprised everyone, while Naruto became a little worried. Hitomi even began creating chakra arms. To help with the boost as well as taking care of both girls by also surrounding them with the cloak. That surprised everyone as Hitomi dug her nails into Naruto's legs, who knew she wasn't doing it out of malice, but out of nervousness. They were about to reach the exit but several threads of light. They started coming out to tie up Naruto and try to pull him in to keep him inside the singularity. This made Naruto start to get more nervous, causing him to unconsciously hug Hitomi, who was surprised and blushed but said nothing. She was worried too. Naruto extended his hand while protecting his daughters with the help of Hitomi and Drake. Naruto and the DxD crew were surprised to see that Drake was also helping, another indication that he was sorry, although of course they wouldn't forgive him so easily. Then a staff with Geister Blaster's head appears, causing Naruto to grab it by inertia. Upon seeing the object, everyone was curious, but Naruto, Hitomi, and Betty recognized it instantly. Upon seeing that, Naruto remained silent to see who had saved him. It was Reaper. Everyone was surprised to see Reaper awake and that she was the owner of the cane. Naruto. Reaper. Reaper. Naruto. She smiled when she saw her friend. Stop flirting, we need to get out of here. Upon hearing the voice, the three who knew the underverse inside and out were surprised, but Naruto smiled with joy. Upon hearing that, they turned to see another white-haired girl with white skin. It was Chara. Many were surprised to see Chara. They had to admit she was cute. Sasuke blushed slightly upon seeing her, making Sakura feel a little jealous. She may have known the world was truly like this, but a small part of the false affection she thought she had for Sasuke was real. On the other hand, Naruto smiled at the sight of his friend. But it wasn't just her, there were other kids forming a chain too. They were the representatives of the AUs. Everyone was surprised to see so many people, while Naruto trembled with joy, which was noticed by his allies who smiled for him. Naruto smiled with joy as tears streamed from his eyes upon seeing his friends back and awake. Reaper took Naruto in his other hand to embrace him, and from his staff emerged a blade of energy, revealing itself to be a scythe. Everyone who didn't know her was surprised to see that the cane was actually a scythe. That cuts all the light wires. Chara. Throw. But that shout, everyone starts pulling as they leave the singularity, also saving their friend. Outside the singularity. There was a long chain of AU representatives pulling together, and then everyone came out. When they saw the chain, everyone was surprised. There were too many representatives, and for a moment they felt afraid for all of them. On the ground, Error was looking at everything to see the sky. Error. Now Hacker and Code. Hacker Myth could be seen in the sky. Why Code Menma? The nod to press a button created by the power of both. Everyone was surprised to see the variations of Mito and Menma. When you press the button, the singularity begins to close slowly. Seeing this, many smiled, while others watched with anger. Their power was being destroyed by inept people. Upon seeing that, another representative sees the rest revealing their appearance. Era Nightmare Sakura. Everyone was surprised to see Sakura's variant, especially Sakura herself, who compared herself to her own variant. Sakura. I'll need to exercise a lot. Nightmare. Now for the magic. The representatives nod to begin generating soul magic towards the singularity, closing it more quickly. The power-hungry began to tremble with anger as they saw their power disappear. Seeing this, the rest, including Naruto, began to unleash soul magic upon the singularity, managing to seal it completely. They all collapsed, exhausted, and then sobs could be heard. Upon hearing the sobs, everyone was confused, but Naruto and Kyuubi knew what it meant. When they turned around they saw Naruto hugging the girls with purple and blue hair. The purple-haired one was Ellen. And the blue-haired Eri. The three of them were crying over the reunion, and they knew who he was because, thanks to the singularity, they know the whole story. Ellen Eri. Crying with happiness daddy. Naruto. Crying with happiness my princesses. Seeing the scene, many were moved as Naruto began to spin around with joy, holding Hitomi in his arms, who didn't react. Realizing what was happening, Naruto sat down, placing Hitomi on the ground, who wisely decided to move a little away from him. Myth. Let's face it, girls are very cute and sweet. The women nodded in agreement. The girls were indeed very cute. Everyone smiled at the sight. Naruto just looked up through his tears, watching the sunset in Glitchtale. His dream had come true, and now he had his friends back with him. But that, the screen goes black, leaving Naruto impatient to see his friends again, or at least to know who would be coming with him, although of course his princesses would be among them. Return and truth. Everyone seemed to be relaxing after witnessing the return of the Underverse. Naruto was overjoyed by what had happened and was already planning to save the Underverse when they returned. Meanwhile, the power-hungry wanted to know how to reach Glitchtale and seize the singularity. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Return and truth. The title caught everyone's attention, but before it began, lights appeared. When they dissipated, Reaper, Chara, Ellen, Eri, Mikoto Uchiha, and Satsuki Uchiha were revealed. Everyone was surprised to see them as they received the information. The four cried at the prospect of being reunited with their loved ones, while Sasuke wondered what it was about, having already recovered his mother and sister. A certain mummy, however, was nervous, having understood a little of the title. It was a new day and in Undertale, more specifically in Yuzu, all of Naruto's allies could be seen having breakfast, although they were somewhat worried about Noir. Makoto. So Ayu is Undertale. Naruto nods in response to what his aunt said. Yang. Where is he? Blake. Calm down Yang, I'm sure he's fine. And as if it were a sign, they saw a grey portal open in front of them. Naruto, mockingly you should be a mind reader Blake. Blake huffed a little, but admitted that Naruto's little joke was funny. Everyone listened intently as they heard murmurs coming from inside. Then Naruto, Reaper, and Chara emerged from the portal, chatting, while Leary held a book from which she practiced parcelting. With Ellen's help. Upon seeing the book, everyone realized that in the Underverse they could learn parcelting, something the power-hungry wanted. Naruto. Seriously, I still can't believe you guys convinced me to do that. Reaper. What can we say? Only the best. Chara nods in agreement with her. That scene confused everyone, but Naruto had a strange feeling and, unconsciously, saw Hitomi and Drake. Naruto shook his head in amusement. Naruto. Seriously girls, I missed you all. They both smiled when they heard a fake cough. Turning around, they saw Naruto's allies. Some were watching the scene with jealousy, others with curiosity, but one was smiling. Seeing the jealous people, Reaper smiled defiantly, making Chara shake her head. Omni. Jealous who are they, Naruto? Naruto. Oh, well, the white-haired one is called Chara Dreamer. Upon hearing the surname, everyone was confused since it was the same surname as Naruto, although they attributed it to the AUs. That surprised everyone and caught their attention, since he had the same last name as Naruto. Tsunade. Serious, what is your relationship with my grandson, child? Chara. I am his friend, but I share the same last name because I come from another universe. That's when they saw that their little theory was real. Niji. Surprised, wait, the multiverse is real? Chara. We call it the Underverse, but yes, it exists. I'm from Stale. Reaper. And I'm from Reapertail. My name is Mito Uzumaki, but you can call me Reaper. Everyone who didn't know was struck by the names of Reaper and Chara's AUs, Reapertail and Stale. That surprised everyone, but especially Mito, who approached her so they could see each other. Mito. It's surprising to see a variant of myself. Reaper. Not for me, since I'm used to traveling through the Underverse it's common for me to see some variants of myself, although some are evil, others are good, including you since I was told the story. Upon hearing the word evil, Mito felt ashamed as she remembered her former attitude, but now she would strive to be a better person. Mito nods somewhat sadly when Winter remembers something. Winter. Now that I remember, sees Naruto, what did they mean by I still can't believe they convinced me to do that? That made everyone remember and look at the screen. Naruto sighed and picked up the backpack on his back. He opened it, twisted it, and spilled out its contents. Two beings fell out. They were Chibi Drake. Why Hitomi Chibi? But the curious thing is that both had collars, implying that they were still sealed and could only leave. Now they understood why Naruto had said that, while the other man was in disbelief. Hitomi and Drake could only watch as their counterparts would be, in part, free, causing jealousy among the Bijk, but especially the Kyuubi M. Upon seeing both beings, everyone except Yuri, Ellen, Reaper, and Chara looked at Naruto, who did not seem at all happy to have both beings outside the seal. Weiss. Is that why you can't believe they convinced you? Naruto nods and then starts walking towards a place. Everyone ignored the fact that Naruto was angry, as what caught their attention was seeing him leave. After a few minutes, Naruto returns with two soul containers. One contained Makoto Uchiha's soul. And the other one is Satsuki Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha's older sister. Seeing this, everyone understood. Naruto was going to revive Makoto and Satsuki. Sasuke saw this and noticed his cousin still wondering why he was still there in the room. Naruto watched the boats to retrieve the one containing Sasuke's soul. Sasuke opened his eyes as he understood. He too would be revived. Everyone was watching the boats closely, but Reaper and Chara recognized them instantly. Reaper? Whose souls are those? That surprised those who didn't know. Those hearts were souls. Naruto. The black one belongs to Sasuke Uchiha, the green one belongs to Makoto Uchiha, and the orange one belongs to Satsuki Uchiha. Reaper and Chara nodded while the rest were surprised and curious. Menma. Who is Satsuki Uchiha? Naruto. She's Sasuke's older sister, but if she were revived, they would both be the same age. That surprised everyone, but then they saw Naruto pull out 3 hairs. Many were surprised to learn that Sasuke had a sister, especially his fangirls. But upon seeing the hair, they understood. They would be revived, while more fangirls celebrated that the demon had repented and would return their Sasuke-kun to them. Naruto opens the boats, and then the souls of Sasuke and Makoto float into his hand. Why Satsuki? With their hair floating near their respective souls. Naruto's eyes shift to his eternal Mangekyou Rinnegan to use the Naraka path and summon the King of Hell. Everyone is paying attention. Everyone except 5 people was surprised, but they watched as Naruto stuffed the souls and hair into the head's mouth. Instantly, the head closed its mouth and began chewing, alerting those who were unaware. After a while, the head spat out 3 bodies, prompting Naruto to pull out towels to cover them. Naruto. So you can see that I won't let you suffer from the cold. After a minute, Sasuke wakes up and looks around, but his gaze stops at Naruto. Sasuke. With hatred you. Naruto. Serious, hey idiot, calm down so I can explain things to you. By the way, look to your left. Sasuke is confused and looks to his left, shocked to see his mother and sister. Sasuke. How? Naruto. Wait a few minutes and you'll find out. Sasuke just nods out of habit. Sasuke only glanced at his cousin, he had given him back his sister and mother, what more would Naruto do for the others? Time skip. They were all eating when they heard some groans. When they turned around, they saw Mikoto. Why Satsuki? Wake up. Satsuki. And our debut has arrived. Mikoto nods in agreement with what her daughter said. Mikoto. What happened? Satsuki. I don't know, Mom. But they are surprised to find themselves alive, but then they receive a hug from Sasuke. Nobody said anything since they expected it. Seeing him so big, they are both surprised but return the hug. Sasuke. I miss them. They both smile, then separate. Satsuki. Look at you, you're the same age as me, but what happened? The only thing I remember is that Danzo, his rude Anbus and the masked man killed us. Upon hearing this, everyone except those who knew opened their eyes in shock. The Uchiha massacre was carried out by Danzo, his henchman, and the masked man. Seeing that Danzo's actions had been revealed, he tried to escape, but Naruto killed him by ripping out his soul and destroying it. Instantly, those on Danzo's side began calling him demon, monster, and other names, but they were silenced by Reaper, who threatened them with his scythe. Without further ado, everyone sat down, but the power-hungry glared at Naruto with hatred. This surprised Sasuke and those who knew about the Uchiha massacre, except for Naruto and Betty. Tsunade. Wait, didn't Itachi cause the Uchiha massacre? The massacre surprised those who didn't know. Mikoto. Tsunade-sama. Wait, do you think Itachi killed the entire Uchiha clan? No, it was Danzo along with his henchmen and a masked man. Everyone fell silent as Sasuke stared into space. He had just learned that other people had killed his clan, and the worst part was that it was one of those he had trusted a little. Sasuke was still in shock, but Naruto placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. He looked at him, wanting to see his sister and mother. The 3 of them would now leave, joining Naruto. Naruto. Sasuke. The man turns to look at him. Naruto. Listen Sasuke, I know we got off on the wrong foot and that you were manipulated, but take this as a new opportunity to improve, and regarding Itachi, we will find him, and this time things will be different, just remember, smiles a little, whatever happens everything will be alright. Everyone fell silent upon hearing the words, which brought a smile to the faces of his allies. Itachi, who had been hiding, watched him, contemplating whether to betray Akatsuki so he could be with his family. Naruto, meanwhile, only remembered his avatar, Sakura Kinomoto. Everyone fell silent upon hearing Naruto speak, as they gazed above him at a brown-haired girl with emerald eyes. Just take the girl into account. It was her avatar named Sakura Kinomoto who, precisely, was wearing the last outfit made for her by her friend Tomoyo Tadauji. Upon seeing another Naruto avatar, everyone was surprised to learn it shared the same name as the pink-haired girl. But they had a bad feeling when they realized that this appearance had been the last. Eddie. At what age, son? Naruto understood what his mother meant. Naruto. 12 years old. Everyone fell silent upon learning that Naruto's former life had ended very young. Naruto. Alright, it's time to start. This will take us years to rebuild, improve, and other things. When we finish and are ready, we will make ourselves known to the entire ninja world. They all nodded as they looked at each other. It would be a new beginning and a new adventure. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone wondering what the new adventure of Naruto and his allies will be like. Naruto Information Part 4. Everyone was eating while chatting and reminiscing about what they saw in the previous chapter. Danzo was furious that they were revealing his plans. Sasuke, Satsuki, and Mikoto were talking with their cousin's nephews, as well as with the Uzumaki Bifrong War Dreamer family's paternal aunt and grandmother, along with Deidara and, surprisingly, Itachi. Of course, Sasuke and Itachi talked a bit and smoothed things over. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto Information Part 4. When they read that, everyone pays attention to remember what they saw. Here's some more information about Naruto War Dreamer. Especially YES Eyes of INTEGRITY Eyes of WRATH Judges IV2 Eternal Manjikam Tensegan. Everyone remembered Naruto's eyes, although the power-hungry wanted to possess the Eternal Manjikam Tensegan. States MODESPERSEVERAREBURNING King of the AU apostrophe SYMKAISAMURAI Super SAMURAI Super Mega Samurai. Many were confused to see that Naruto possessed a state, while remembering that Menma did it, but then they remembered that Naruto knew that state, so they saw it as logical that Naruto possessed it. Floating HANDSDETERMINATION JUSTICIENTEGRITYANGR ambition. Everyone remembered the abilities of the floating hands and the truth that the power-hungry wanted to possess the power of the noir. Special WEAPONSHARBINGER degree shot on mode V2 side mode mode spear MOD spinning sword first SBAR bear Q to BLADLOSTVAYNE milo spear javelin MODE sundered rose axe MODE crescent rose 3.0 pistol mode sword mode scythe MODE red Selka bracelet mode gauntlet launcher MODE RHITTR agent no ken earned in combat double attack SHOOTR sacred STAFF bullzuka. Many were overwhelmed by so many weapons, while Tenten looked at the names, remembering the weapons, and she really wanted to create her own one to know how it felt to use it. The RAITS hope, per capsule. The NERGIES, demonic magic. The REEDS, semi-zombie drone. The three sections didn't interest them much at all, only the demonic magic and the soul capsule. Dinosaur CARDSBARASAUROLOPHUS TRICRATOPS TYRANNOSAURUS SBINOSAURUS CARNOTAURUS SAICHANI PACHYCEHALOSAURUS STYRACOSAURUS Ankylosaurus SAUROLOPHUS AMPELOSAURUS MAJUNGASAURUS Inkjanosaurus. Everyone remembered the dinosaurs, and the truth was that the power-hungry Danzo wanted to possess them to turn them into weapons. The XTRAS stuffed love, soul of valor absolute solver, close as real knife, soul of determination absolute solver, shield absolute solver, shot shield, soul of protection empty gun, soul of justice purple BONES BURNT pan, soul of kindness, absolute solver, scanner analysis dagger, soul of ambition Biacom, no IN murder drone CLAWS murder drone SWORD Oz, soul of despair, absolute solver, black hole crucier, soul of hope, per capsule butcher knife, soul of wrath side. Soul of vengeance. Many swallowed hard, remembering the times Naruto used those extras, further proof of Naruto's superiority over everyone. AFFILIATIONSRR, Komizigi, Komibark, Komihana appears, Dinosaur Penny, POLENDINAYANG, Shaolanji, LIKDELLADONNAYSSECHNE, John ARC Beddingmore, Adoptive Mother, Amber LIGHTVALE, Grokatiujugabu, Dinosaur Terry, Dinosaur Spiny, Dinosaur Ace, Dinosaur Dank, Dinosaur Tsanada CNGUSHIZNE, TONTON Sakura HRIano Summer, ROSETang, Shaolanji, Raven BRANWN, Crow BRANWN, Winter SEHNE, Nor VALKYRI PERANIKOS, Renlili, RNGHWUJ. The ENTEN Rockali Reaper MITOXEHARARNARUTO Hacker MITO, Code MENMA Nightmare SAKURA, rest of the under VERSE Ellen, Naruto's adopted daughter Eri, Naruto's adopted daughter Drake, probably Hitomi, probably Sasuke, UCHIHA Mikoto, UCHIHA Satsuki Uchiha. But the screen went dark, leaving everyone staring at Naruto's new allies. Many were nervous, however, seeing that Naruto had the entire underworld backing him, along with a Biju and a dragon. Naruto had seen Drake and Hitomi's presence, but would he really be able to give them a chance? He would see in the future. Years later. Everyone was talking about what they saw in the new Naruto report, where he was still looking at Drake and Hitomi with a serious expression. Could they really be allies again? Only time would tell. Meanwhile, the power-hungry were looking at their notes, taking in all the power and weapons Naruto possessed. There were too many, and they wanted to control him. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Years later. Upon reading the title, everyone is surprised but pays attention, especially those hungry for power. 3.5 years had passed since Naruto and his allies left Konoha to start a new life in Yuzu, and some things happened. Upon learning the first thing, everyone was surprised to find out it had been 3.5 years, while Naruto already knew what would happen. The search and capture of the Jinchuriki. As if by magic, Hitomi and the Bijk saw Naruto, who glanced at them. Naruto's Kyuubi would finally do the right thing and protect its siblings. For some reason, the Bijk looked at Hitomi with a mixture of suspicion and a sense of security. They felt they could count on her during this reset. Naruto went to save two Uzumaki sisters whom he knew very well. Naruto smiled slightly, recognizing who they were. Meanwhile, two Retids watched with interest, as they were sisters. Naruto revealed the relationship between Kushina and Makoto, and it truly shocked everyone, especially those who were related by blood, so they decided to get to know each other. Makoto. It was to be expected, get sad, although it still hurts that my sister did that to her children when she told me she wanted to have a big family. That left everyone speechless, while Naruto didn't care about what was just said about the deceased Uzumaki. Naruto would occasionally go to the Omega timeline to spend time with his friends, repair the damage to that place, revive the AUs with some souls he had obtained, along with some of their dead, thanks to his power as king of the AUs and the souls he had obtained, and more. Everyone was surprised to learn that Naruto could revive the AUs along with some of their dead, further proof of his immense power. The power-hungry were already searching for a way to bring Naruto under their control. At Mito's request, she and Naruto tried to have a good relationship with their Kaibas, something Naruto didn't want but eventually accepted, leaving Naruto and Hitomi with a sort of half-hearted relationship since there was still tension, but with Mito and Kyubi-M, it was more complicated and, according to her, the Biju said that it wouldn't help her, but would let her use its chakra as long as she won the fights. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised, but Naruto was the most surprised to learn that he got along a little better with Hitomi. Meanwhile, Kyubi-M observed this with curiosity but accepted the condition imposed by his other self. Hitomi. Naruto. Naruto saw her and then looked at his allies, especially those who knew much more about the Underverse. Naruto. Sighs in defeat. Fine, I'll try to make sure we get along. Reaper and Chara smiled while Hitomi smiled a little. Maybe they could be together again and get married like they did in a reset. Naruto discovered Menma and Mito's pregnancies and was truly shocked along with the rest, who wondered how it was possible, to which Hitomi and Drake explained that it was because of their Kekkei Genkai. Hitomi even swore it by blood, which Naruto believed since nothing happened to the Kyubi. Many understood Naruto's reaction but were filled with curiosity upon learning about the blood oath. Myth. What is a blood oath? Reaper. It's an oath that says if it's true, the wound disappears, but if it's a lie, the wound will turn black and tentacles will burrow into your arm, causing immense pain. That surprised everyone, as they thought it was a good form of interrogation. The appearances of people Naruto knew didn't stop and they also caused Naruto to investigate. One of those people was a little girl who undoubtedly surprised everyone as she caused Naruto and Hitomi to join forces to protect her since they knew her very well. However, she also caused Kyubi-M to feel the need to take care of the little thing, which made him lend more of his power to Mito in order to protect the little thing, which she accepted with surprise. The apparitions caught their attention, but they wondered who the little girl was who had brought Naruto and Hitomi together. Upon hearing this, they were surprised as they looked at each other. If it was true, their daughter was back and Hitomi would take advantage of this to improve their mother-daughter relationship. On the other hand, Kyubi-M wondered who the little girl was who had caused her to do this. At the request of the little girl, who was actually his daughter and was an angel, Naruto and Hitomi, in their human form, tried to get along better, which they gradually achieved, causing old feelings to resurface, rekindling their relationship, and almost giving the little kitsune a little brother or sister. Everyone was shocked to learn who the little girl was. She was Hitomi and Naruto's daughter. Naruto watched with interest as he slowly began to feel something for Hitomi again, but they both blushed when they realized they were almost having another child. Eddie. Wait, sees the Biju and Celestial, could it be that you two? They both nodded, implying that they were married. Meanwhile, the power-hungry wanted the girl to control the Kyubi and the Celestial. Naruto married Menma and Mito, explaining the reason to them, which was the same as with Kaneko, although the Noir admitted that he felt somewhat attracted to both of them, who blushed upon hearing the last part. Everyone understood Naruto's actions, although Mito and Menma blushed upon learning that Naruto was attracted to them. Some acquaintances of Naruto's allies were returning, which surprised and pleased them. This caught everyone's attention, but especially that of Naruto's allies, who were happy to know they would be reunited with their loved ones. Naruto had gone to look for a certain Biju that Hitomi knew, so she supported him, making the mission easier. Of course, that made the dreamer feel that he could trust her a little more, while the Kyubi knew perfectly well that she should not betray Naruto and swore to never do it again and would keep it until the end of time. That caught everyone's attention, while Hitomi and Naruto knew who it was. Naruto Hitomi. Zero. That confused everyone but gave them the impression that they knew her. After a few months, Kaneko gave birth to her son, and then a month later Mito and Menma gave birth to their children. Although Menma said that it hurt too much when her daughter came out, she admitted that she didn't care because, strange as it may seem, her maternal instincts came to the surface. Out of habit, Menma touched her bottom, but she wanted to know what her daughter looked like. Those who felt something for Noir did not give up and tried to have something with Naruto, who became nervous and somewhat blushed, making his current partners amused. Upon seeing this, Kaneko and Hitomi smiled amusedly, while Naruto felt somewhat nervous about what he had heard. Hitomi tried to have a good relationship with her daughter, despite everything the little girl was an angel, so she forgave her, which made Hitomi cry, who promised herself to be a better mother. Everyone saw Hitomi crying. Her daughter was such a sweetheart. Naruto huffed at the sight of his wife and helped her onto his lap, which she was grateful for. They both shared the same thought. They wanted to see their daughter again. Seeing that Yuzu had been completely rebuilt, Naruto began creating his own evil pieces. The evil pieces caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's and the power-hungry ones, the latter wanting to know how the evil pieces worked. During that time some couples also formed, although in some of those couples, Naruto almost killed the other because of his instincts to protect them. For some reason, Naruto felt the urge to protect some people who were important to him. Yuzu began to be gradually improved thanks to technology obtained in the Underverse. This caught everyone's attention, while some villages felt jealous of Yuzu. Once he was feeling better, Naruto began to teach Menma and Mito about soul magic. Of course, he first asked permission from his friends Air, Ink, and Kori. That surprised everyone, but especially Menma and Mito. Meanwhile, Naruto began to feel nostalgic for his friends. He longed to have them back, though he was content with the friends who were there. During all that time Naruto went around investigating everything that was happening in the other villages, obtaining a lot of information. In Iwa, Kumo and Kiri almost nothing was happening except the war in Kiri where Naruto participated incognito. In Suna he noticed that there wasn't much change, except that the Sabaku girl wasn't obsessed with him, which caused him disgust and jealousy in his partners, and in Konoha, they were going from bad to worse and only causing their self-destruction. This left everyone quite surprised by some things. In Suna, one of them was insane, and in Konoha, well, they were destroying each other. Of course, the latter angered all the power-hungry individuals, especially Danzo. During all that time everyone was training, especially Naruto, who managed to recover some of his transformations, such as Super Saiyan, and others that Naruto wishes to keep secret for future surprises. Many were intrigued by the Super Saiyan phases, while Hitomi recalled those transformations and knew they were powerful. Naruto trained Kaneko, Kuroka and some others in the use of Senjutsu. That surprised everyone, but especially Jiraiya, since he saw that Naruto was a master of Senjutsu. Meanwhile, the Taoju sisters exchanged glances and nodded. It was time to move on. Naruto maintained contact with Nami no Kuni and Yuki no Kuni, where both became allies of the village. This caught everyone's attention while frustrating the power-hungry, who saw that Naruto had more allies. Naruto went around helping and rescuing several civilians from different small villages who were beginning to live in New Yuzu. Naruto smiled as he nodded, of course he would do that. Thanks to his decision to go out and investigate, Naruto was able to save the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi and bring her to Yuzu. This caught everyone's attention, while Taki was relieved that the demon was gone. Meanwhile, the Jinchuriki of the 7 deadly sins saw Naruto, who nodded and left with him, followed by Chimei. Speaking of Nanabi, let's just say that upon learning the truth about her niece, she first hit Hitomi hard, who did nothing because she knew she deserved it, and then hugged her niece in her human form. Now more than ever, Chimei and the Bijks wanted to meet their niece. Was she really such a saint that they were behaving like this? They would find out. Also speaking of departures, all the elemental nations knew of Sinan's return, which made many want to hire him, especially Konoha who wanted to force him into their ranks and or have him help them find Naruto and his allies to imprison them, although it always backfired on them. Naruto smiled mockingly at Konoha, who looked at him with hatred. For them, Naruto must be their weapon, especially now that he is a celestial. Something that surprised many, but especially Naruto, is that Hitomi returned to Konoha and then came back with everything from the Uchiha, Uzumaki, Hyuga clans and other little ones, saying that they would be with their respective owners. That surprised everyone as Naruto looked at Hitomi. She had changed, and now for the better. Then other unimportant things happened, but they will be revealed later. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone wondering what else happened during those 3.5 years. The new Yuzu. Everyone was talking about what they had learned from the information and they were surprised. Meanwhile, Naruto, Hitomi and Drake were discussing trying to get along better, something Naruto had to accept, although with Hitomi he was doing it for the sake of their daughter. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The new Yuzu. Upon seeing the title, everyone paid attention, eager to learn what a new life in Yuzu would be like. But before it began, lights appeared, revealing a kitsune girl resembling Naruto, 4 children, 1 resembling Sasuke, 2 resembling Naruto and Hinata, 1 resembling Orochimaru, and a doll. They were Ari Otsutsuki Dreamer, Sarada Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Himawari Uzumaki, Mitsuki, and Regatha. But before they could do anything, lightning struck them on the head, giving them the information that left them in shock. A flash caught everyone's attention, and they saw a dark-haired woman hugging Ari with tears in her eyes. Ari. Mommy. Hitomi. Crying, "Forgive me my child, forgive me, I was a bad mother, forgive me my daughter." Upon hearing the voice, they recognized it. It was Hitomi. Ari. Smiling, "Okay mommy, I forgive you." Hitomi just cried harder. Her daughter was an angel. After Naruto reunited with his doll friend and his other children, he went to hug Ari and Hitomi, which made the little girl happy. After the reunion, everyone settled down, but Boruto sometimes called Naruto old man, which he didn't mind. After all, he was partly right. Of course, before they started, those who wore Konoha headbands took them off to be with their parents, angering the power-hungry individuals who wanted to use the children for their own gain. It looked like a village with a great technological advancement. This was Yuzushi Agakure no Sado, or also the new Yuzu. Upon seeing what Yuzushi Agakure no Sado would look like in the future, everyone was amazed. It was clear that thanks to the Underverse, they would become a great power. The 5 great villages Suna, Kiri, Kumo, and Iwa began discussing forming an alliance with Yuzu, while the villagers of Konoha wanted that technology for themselves. But we focused on something else. Training field. The training field was visible where there were 2 silhouettes. Those silhouettes were of Naruto Noir Dreamer at 16 years old. And 8-year-old Ari Otsutsuki Dreamer. Daughter of Naruto Noir Dreamer and Hitomi the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Upon seeing 16-year-old Naruto, many blushed, while upon seeing Ari, many girls squealed with cuteness. Hitomi. You can tell our daughter is small but dangerous. Naruto nods to look at Himawari. Hitomi saw Himawari and felt a chill. She still remembered how that girl had knocked her out with one blow. She bears the surname Otsutsuki because of her maternal grandfather Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and she was one of the reasons why Naruto and Hitomi settled their differences and are together again. Upon learning the reason for the Otsutsuki surname, everyone was surprised to discover it belonged to the Sage of 6 Paths, and of course, the power-hungry wanted to control the girl. Naruto and Hitomi saw their daughter. They would return for her, and it seemed love had rekindled between them. They might try. But what were they doing there? Well, Ari asked her father to show her the Rasengan bomber. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention, as they were genuinely curious to know how the Rasengan bomber was made. Naruto. Very good Ari, you already have the Rasengan, did you practice the Jikuten element? Ari. Uncle Shukaku taught me a little during our reset and I perfected it here, Dad. Shukaku. Wait a minute, brat, sees Ari, did I teach you my element? Ari. That's right, uncle, you taught me first with sand and then with iron sand. Shukaku. That girl is definitely going to be very overpowered. Many nodded in agreement with what the raccoon said. Mito. Out of curiosity, Shukaku-sama, what is Jikuten? Shukaku. I'll just tell you that it has to do with magnetism. Everyone nodded as Ari watched intently, since her father couldn't teach her the Rasengan bomber, and now she wanted to know how it was done. Naruto. Okay, if that's the case, now try to create a layer of the Jikuten element around the Rasengan, use your other hand if necessary. Ari nods, bringing her other hand closer to the Rasengan and beginning to apply Jikuten element. Ari began to take notes alongside those who knew how to perform the Rasengan. They would try it, but under Naruto's tutelage. With effort, Ari slowly begins to separate her hands, placing them to the sides, while the Rasengan remains suspended in the air. Ari. Happy yes. Naruto. That's very bad, daughter. Ari. Shocked why? Hitomi. From what I've seen, you mustn't lose focus. That's when Ari understood what her parents had said. It takes a lot of concentration to maintain the Rasengan. But in her celebration, Ari lost focus and the Rasengan began to move wildly. Seeing this, Naruto struck the Rasengan, sending it flying and causing it to explode on a nearby rock. Naruto. You did well Ari, but remember to stay focused, it's difficult but it's possible. Everyone saw that what they both said was true. It requires a lot of concentration to perform the Rasengan bomber. Ari. Dejected okay, Dad. Don't be like that, remember your dad is doing this so you don't make the same mistakes. Upon hearing that, they both turn around to see a black-haired woman with 2 fox ears and 9 black tails. It was Hitomi, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, mother of Ari and, again, wife of Naruto. Ari Naruto. Hi mom Hito-chan. Upon hearing the nickname Naruto used for Hitomi, she blushed, feeling a warmth in her heart. She missed that nickname. On the other hand, Kyuubi M, for some reason, felt the same as her counterpart. Meanwhile, many looked at Hitomi in a perverted way, causing death glares from the Biju siblings and Naruto. It seemed he still had feelings for her. Since Naruto and Hitomi returned, they started calling each other by their old nicknames again, and the truth is, Kyuubi loved hearing that nickname. She always hated her old attitude, but as had been said for years, she would change for the better. Hitomi nodded, drawn into her daughter's embrace. Naruto hesitated but hugged his wife, who was overjoyed by the hug. Kyuubi M watched this and, for some reason, felt jealous. Naruto. What are you doing here, Hito-chan? Hitomi. Feigning offense, can't I come and see my husband and daughter? They both laughed with amusement at what his wife-mother had said. Menma. They have the same smile when they're having fun. Everyone nodded as Boruto and Himawari looked at their sister, they too had the same smile. Hitomi just saw them both, their faces showing the same amusement. It was obvious they were father and daughter. Ari-chan. Upon hearing that, the three turned to see Ellen Noir and Iri Midoriya, both 10 years old, arrive. Naruto. They haven't changed at all, but my princesses look good. Ellen and Iri smiled at what their father said, while Boruto and Himawari looked at their adopted sisters. They would accept them if they weren't like Kawaki. After that scene, they noticed the surnames, realizing that Ellen had Naruto's first surname and Iri had the surname Naruto used when he was Izuku. Naruto. What's up, little ones? Iri. We came to play with Ari-chan, Dad. Ari. Looking at her parents Kanai, Mom and Dad. They both smiled and nodded, which made the three of them happy, and they ran off to play. The parents had to admit that they were good at being parents. Naruto saw that to see Hitomi who looked happy but at the same time regretful. Naruto. Sai, you still haven't gotten over it. Hitomi. It's not that, Naru, it's just that everything I caused makes me sad. I know you forgave me, and that thanks to Ari we got back together, but even so, I don't feel very ready. Naruto understood his wife, so he took her hand, which made her look at him. Everyone fell silent upon hearing those words. Naruto and Ari looked at Hitomi, who nodded. They exchanged a glance and agreed. They would help their mother-wife forgive herself. They looked at each other and smiled a little. Just kiss already. Upon hearing that, they both blushed but turned to look towards where the voice came from. The same scene happened in the living room as the same person had shouted the same thing. There they saw Chara Dreamer from Stale arrive. Sasuke Uchiha. And Sakura Haruno. All three of them being 16 years old. Seeing what the three of them looked like in the future, everyone was surprised. Sasuke's fangirl squealed upon seeing the Uchiha, while he blushed upon seeing both girls who were also looking at him on the screen. Sakura. Looking at herself and then at her counterpart. Many laughed a little, but accepted that he was right. Naruto. Hi Chara. Chara. Hi Naruto, what were you doing? Naruto. Training Ari. Hitomi. I just got here a few minutes ago. Chara. I see. But they saw Naruto give Sasuke a serious look, who returned it. For some reason, Naruto began to unleash his killer instinct, scaring many people. Sakura. He still seems angry. Hitomi. Of course, Chara is one of his best friends, and naturally he was angry when he found out she started a relationship with the Uchiha. Naruto. Angry, you son of a bitch. With that, she begins chasing Sasuke with Akumu's side, causing him to flee. Chara blushed slightly, admitting that the Uchiha was handsome and would give him a chance because of his new attitude. The fangirls, on the other hand, looked at Chara with jealousy. Chara. Yes, she chased him for hours using crescent rows. Then they heard some sighs and saw Naruto put his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Naruto. Just don't make her suffer. Naruto stopped to sigh and look at Sasuke. Naruto. Something happens to him and you die. The Uchiha nodded, knowing he was no match for the Noir. Sasuke. You know I won't, although I'm a little surprised that you didn't act when I started my relationship with Sakura. That shocked everyone, while Sakura blushed, admitting that she still felt something for the Uchiha. Naruto. Well, in all the resets they always ended up with Sakura, although you already have 3 partners, counts on his fingers Chara, Sakura and Karen. Makoto Satsuki. Happy grandchildren. Nephews. Many laughed at that while the power-hungry saw that the Uchiha clan would be powerful in the future. Sasuke. What right do you have to say that? Counts on his fingers you have Kyuubi, Menma, Mito, the Catgirl, Olivia, Gasper, and surely more who want you. Naruto decided to remain silent since it was true. Everyone remained silent while those named blushed. Chara. Naruto. Shut up. Chara just laughed a little. Naruto. Anyway, let's go to the Uzukage Tower. Everyone nodded and started walking while looking around the village. It was a large village with advanced technology, but it was still rustic, a combination that everyone liked. Those who would now be from Yuzu smiled at the sight. Undoubtedly their village would be a powerful one. Page of Tsunakiri Kumoiwa. Aren't you interested in an alliance? Naruto. First we need to know who the Uzukage would be. They nod to pay attention. Minutes later. After 10 minutes they began to climb a small hill where they saw the Uzukage Tower. Although it looked more like a house, it was spacious. Naruto. It's nice. Some nodded in agreement with him. Upon entering, they began walking while glancing at a place where children could play. That excited the children. They put that aside and continued walking until they reached a door. Upon opening it, they entered the Uzukage's office. Where there were several Naruto clones working alongside a girl in a jester costume. It was Pomni who was currently 18 years old. Upon seeing the clones, many cages facepalmed. How could they not have thought of that? Meanwhile, Naruto blushed as he saw Pomni, who was surprised by his new appearance. Naruto. Nervous, no, stop that perverted impulse. The reason? Well, he was trying to avoid looking at Pomni's legs since the girl hadn't changed her style of clothing. Myth. You can tell he's a pervert. Everyone nods, making Naruto feel sorry for him. Kaneko. Imagine, if he's this perverted in his mind, what he'll be like in bed. Hitomi. I agree. That left many speechless and others uncomfortable. How did they go from seeing the future to hearing about Naruto in bed? On the other hand, Pomni saw Naruto's reaction, which made him smile in a funny way and with a perverted touch. Naruto. And I'm the pervert. Pomni just looked away, blushing. Seeing Pomni Hitomi smile, Sasuke, Sakura and Chara shook their heads in amusement. They knew that Pomni had feelings for Noir. That left Naruto speechless, who saw Pomni, who was grinning from ear to ear after revealing that. Naruto put that aside to snap his fingers, making the clones disappear and grab a hat that was hanging on the wall. The hat belonged to the Uzukage, and putting it on implied that he was the Uzukage. Everyone was surprised to see that Naruto would become the Uzukage. Naruto. Wait dude, how come you didn't do that during our resets? Himawari. It's because of Hinata, I didn't do it because of her, plus she manipulated us. That surprised everyone as they watched the little sunflower. With that, he starts walking to the desk to sit down, while Hitomi and Pomni stand on either side of him, and the Chara Sasusaku trio stand in front of Naruto. Naruto. Mission report. Chara. Sirius completed with excellence, Tadafumaru's base was destroyed. Sakura. Sirius, if it weren't for Karen-chan and Taiya-chan, we'd be looking for a needle in a haystack. This surprised everyone when Karen appeared next to her sister Taiya. Meanwhile, Orochimaru saw them both as traitors. Sasuke. We also discovered that the Hibi-Sannin was creating a new body. Naruto remained silent upon hearing that. There was a possibility that it was Mitsuki, although it couldn't be since he, along with Boruto, Sarada and Himawari, had arrived half a year ago. This left everyone thoughtful, as they now understood the reason for the newcomer's appearance. Meanwhile, Orochimaru watched with curiosity as he worked on creating his new body. Naruto. Thank you for the information, you can leave, and the payment will be sent to your accounts. The three nod and leave, leaving Naruto, Pomni and Hitomi in the office. Pomni. Well, I'm leaving, Naruto. I promised Regatha I'd spend time with her. And now they knew the reason for the doll's appearance. She too had arrived from a reset. Naruto. Okay, say hi to her for me please. Pomni nods and leaves, leaving the Celestial and the Biju alone. Hitomi. It's tomorrow. Naruto. That's right, tomorrow Akatsuki begins its operations to capture the Biju. That caught everyone's attention, but especially the Akatsuki and the Bijus. Naruto glanced at Hitomi and saw she was nervous. Naruto. Do you think you can? Hitomi. Sigh, of course I can, like I said I'll save my brothers, I won't be like before. Naruto nods, and they both fall silent. Everyone fell silent upon hearing that. The Biju looked at their sister. Now they felt they could trust her more, and even more so after seeing Ari. Naruto. I can tell, you want to do it. Hitomi. Blushing slightly, am I that obvious? Naruto. I've known you for a long time, and I know when you're in the mood. Hitomi laughs nervously. Naruto smiles slightly as he leads the Anbu out, goes to close the door, and, well, let's just say that from outside there were strange noises for the children and very familiar ones for the adults. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone uncomfortable. The children, not understanding, and the couple, blushing deeply, seemed to have a moment alone. Gaara's Rescue Part 1. Everyone was talking about what had happened in Nuyuzu. Meanwhile, Ari was happy being with her parents, while the other girls chatted with her. Suddenly, a screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Gaara's Rescue Part 1. Seeing this, everyone paid attention, but then two lights appeared. As they dissipated, they saw a gray-haired boy and a white red-haired boy. It was Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. Before they could ask anything, a bolt of lightning struck them on the head, giving them the information. Katsuki. Nerd. Naruto. See Levanta Holikaken. They both looked at each other, but smiled when they saw their friend again. Shoto. Midoriya-san. Naruto. Shoto. They shook hands. With that, they settled in to watch the episode. The large house with a rustic appearance could be seen. It was Naruto's house mansion with his partners and children. Upon seeing Naruto's house mansion, everyone was surprised, while Naruto saw that it was large enough for his future partners and future children. Inside the house mansion, many people could be seen doing different things, among them Naruto teaching a blue-eyed girl how to cook. It was his daughter Himawari Uzumaki Hyuga, his daughter with Hinata and some resets, and the truth is he didn't like being with Hinata, but in order to be with his children, he would do things that they wouldn't want to know about. Himawari. Contenta-me debut. Everyone except those who knew was surprised to learn who the girl's father was, though those still with Hinata were also shocked and upset to learn that Naruto had used her to have Himawari. But they remained silent upon learning that Hinata was only using her children to be close to Naruto. Although the Naruto next to him was a clone, since the real one was with Himawari's brother. Everyone remained silent, but they understood that Naruto was doing something with the Sunflower's brother. In the room. Naruto was seen with a book, showing something to a blonde boy with 2 marks on his cheeks. Ignore the Konoha band. It was Boruto Uzumaki Hyuga, his eldest son with Hinata. Boruto. Happy finally, my debut. Naruto. And these are the Geister Blaster variants I was telling you about. Boruto. Wow, dude, that's awesome. Naruto. Yeah, you know, I'm still surprised they weren't angry, especially you, knowing Hyuga is dead. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's. Boruto. Understanding well, I was a little angry since she was still my mother, but then I remembered all the times she manipulated me, like how she wanted to kill Himawari when she was just a fetus, how she never loved us and only used us to be close to you. Those things made me not angry with you. Naruto. I understand. Everyone was silent upon learning what Hinata had done. Those who were still on Hinata's side were denying that their angelic friend had done such a thing. They both fell silent when Boruto sighed. Boruto. Is it possible for me to have a high rank mission? I'm not saying I mind missions in the Underverse since a rank D mission is equivalent to a rank C mission, but I want to know if it's possible to have a high rank mission here. That caught everyone's attention, as they were surprised to learn that in the Underverse, a rank D mission was a rank C mission. Naruto pondered that for a while before looking at Boruto. Naruto. Yes, there is, but you must keep in mind that it is a very difficult, very complicated mission, do you agree with that? Now it was Boruto who was left thinking, he always had missions in the Underverse of rank D and some of rank C. Boruto. What's the mission about? Naruto. It's about rescuing the current Kazekage Gaara Sabaku no more from the clutches of Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, everyone in Suna was surprised to learn that Gaara was the Kazekage, let alone the Sabaku. Hitomi, on the other hand, viewed this with concern, knowing who had been the first to be captured. Shukaku. That surprised Boruto since he hadn't expected that. Naruto. Although there's also a side mission that goes hand in hand with it. Boruto. And that would be? Naruto. To capture and save Deidara, my cousin along with Menma and Mito, therefore your cousin uncle. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the Akatsuki, particularly Deidara. This surprised Boruto and Himawari, who had overheard, although the clone told her that he would explain later. Boruto. I understand, old man, I accept the risk. Naruto smiles slightly. Naruto smiles slightly. Naruto. Okay, go get Sarada and Mitsuki and I'll see you at the office. Boruto nods and disappears in a lightning shunshin. Upon seeing Boruto leave in a lightning shunshin, they were surprised, while the aforementioned was excited. Naruto smiled at the sight. Ever since Boruto showed it to him, he'd been using it. Just then, Hitomi sat down beside him. Hitomi. It's finally the day. Naruto. Yes. Hitomi. What could Mito be doing? Naruto. Knowing her, and knowing that Bakugo accompanied her, well, it's a disaster. Upon hearing the last part, everyone pays attention, especially Mito and Bakugo. Elsewhere. The village of renegades could be seen being destroyed. Everyone was surprised to see the village. The destruction was caused by a red deed and an ash blonde, they were Mito Uzumaki. Waikatsuki Bakugo. Alias Dabakisatsu Shin Dynamato. Bakugo. Finally, damn it, I finally show up. Ariel Neri. Damn it. Bakugo froze, watching Naruto and Hitomi glare at him with death stares. Bakugo. Nervous when they're older. The 3 girls nod, still confused. Myth. With a Molotov cocktail, go to hell, you sons of bitches. Light the Molotov cocktail. And then throw it at a structure, setting it on fire. Yes, ever since he discovered the Molotov cocktail, it became one of his favorite tools. Naruto Menma. Mental note, don't give Mito a Molotov cocktail. The girl pouted angrily as Katsuki looked at her. She could be a good friend. Katsuki. Ha 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 ha, I like you, girl, attacks shine. In the distance, a white red-haired boy was watching this with a neutral expression. It was Shoto Todoroki, also known as the Winter One or just Shoto. Shoto. Calmly, I've arrived. Many were left sweating when they saw Shoto's attitude. Shoto. I told Naruto it was a bad idea to put them both together, but he didn't believe me, well, I think he did, but he turned a blind eye. Without further ado, he uses his half-cold half-hot gift to throw ice and fire. Naruto smiled innocently. Meanwhile, everyone watched Shoto's quirk with curiosity, making the power-hungry want to use Todoroki as a semen carrier to create soldiers with that quirk. In New Yuzu. Naruto and Hitomi were seen arriving at the Yuzukage Tower accompanied by a white-haired girl named Nekishima. This was Kaneko Taoju in her Shirin mode and current appearance. Everyone was surprised to see Kaneko, well the perverts looked at Kaneko lustfully, but Naruto gave them a death glare, which scared them. Naruto. Are you sure about this, Kaneko-chan? Kaneko. Very sure. Hitomi. Thank you for helping us with this about my brothers. Kaneko. You've changed and you've shown it. It's the best I can do. Hitomi smiles as she continues walking. Hitomi smiled upon hearing that. She would certainly prove herself to see what had changed, and for the better. Upon arriving at the office, they opened the door to reveal Boruto with two children. It was Sarada Uchiha, daughter of Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno and other resets. Ignore the Konoha band. And Mitsuki, Orochimaru's son created in a laboratory. Ignore the Konoha band. Upon seeing the men learning who their parents were, everyone was surprised, but Orochimaru was even more so when he learned that Mitsuki was his son, created, but his son nonetheless. Upon seeing Naruto, the Uchiha smiled, seeing her idol and wanting to become Kage. That left many speechless as Sarada blushed with embarrassment upon hearing that they had revealed something about her. Naruto went to his desk to take out 3 headbands. They were the ninja bands of Yuzu. Upon seeing the headbands, Boruto and Sarada get excited while Mitsuki just smiles. Naruto gives one to each of them. Naruto. Okay, I was waiting a year to give you the headbands, but seeing that you are strong and want missions, I officially make you ninjas of Yuzushiadakure no Sato. This excited Sarada and Boruto, who put the headbands on their foreheads along with Mitsuki, who did so with a calm smile. Now they saw the new shinobi of Yuzu. Naruto. Well, Kankram recently sent me a message, and yes, I'm still in contact with him. It doesn't matter. He sent the message saying that Gaara was kidnapped by Akatsuki. We'll move quickly, so do you have your things ready? Sarada. Yes, Yuzuki-sama. Boruto. Always with me. Mitsuki nods with a calm smile. Naruto. Alright, let's go. With that, he creates a clone so that the 6 of them can retire to begin the mission. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone waiting for the next chapter, while Kankram was worried about his little brother. Gaara's Rescue Part 2. Everyone could be seen chatting amongst themselves while waiting for the new episode. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Gaara's Rescue Part 2. Everyone pays attention when they read the title. The sky was cloudy. Then, from one of those clouds, a large white bird with blue eyes emerged. It was the fly, one of the cards that Naruto caught when he was Sakura Kinomoto. Naruto. Surprised A-Clo card. That caught everyone's attention, especially that of the power-hungry. Right on the back of the great bird were Naruto, Hitomi, Kaneko, Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki. Naruto. With a scroll alright, let's go straight for Gaara. I sent a message to Karen and Sakura to go to Suna immediately to check on Kankram, who was poisoned. Kaneko. I told you creating the scrolls was a good idea. Upon hearing that, everyone immediately knew that it was thanks to Kaneko that the scrolls could be made for everyone. They hoped that would be the case. Naruto. You're right, puts away the scroll alright, it's time to jump. Upon hearing that, everyone fell silent, but especially those who were with Noir. That left the 3 children speechless. Sarada. Incredulous jump. Naruto. Yes, jump. The 3 of them saw Hitomi and Kaneko, who were putting away their ears and tails, implying that it wasn't a game. Seeing that, the children swallowed hard, worried about what might happen to their counterparts. The 3 of them looked at each other to nod, and then looked at the older ones and nodded. Hitomi. Okay, it's time to rescue my raccoon brother. With that, he falls back. Ari. It seems like mom picked up dad's bad habits. Kaneko. I think spending so much time with you has rubbed off some of your bad habits. Naruto laughs at that because it's true. Even Hitomi hit on him for being somewhat sadistic and arrogant. Ari. And some of mom's quirks from dad. That caused laughter among some, while Hitomi and Naruto covered their faces in embarrassment. Without another word, Naruto and Kaneko jumped off the fly, leaving the younger ones behind. With no other option, the 3 of them jumped as the fly vanished in a flash, then formed into a small ball and flew towards Naruto. Seeing the card shrink, many paid attention while Naruto came up with a theory. Upon catching the ball, Naruto absorbs it, then uses his semblance to start spinning around his companions, creating a large red whirlwind with small flames. That's when Naruto saw that his theory was true. Upon reaching the ground, Naruto falls, crawling slightly. He turns to look at his companions, who appear dizzy. Hitomi. Dizzy, I still haven't gotten used to that. Kaneko, Sarada, and Boruto nodded, while Mizuki seemed normal, although he appeared somewhat dizzy. Seeing that, Naruto chuckled, while those with him looked at him somewhat annoyed but said nothing. They still loved him. When the group finished, they started running towards where they knew Gaara was. Time skip. The 6 had arrived where Gaara was, while Hitomi was somewhere between nervous and determined. Seeing the scene, many understood that while Shukaku looked at his sister, he was almost certain to give her another chance. They were about to enter when they sensed presences approaching to their left. Turning around, they saw Kurenai accompanied by Kiba and Yuzuka. But Akamaru. Shino Aburam. And a new girl who, judging by her eyes, was a Hyuga. Seeing Team Kurenai, many were surprised, while Naruto curiously watched the Hyuga on the screen. Upon seeing the group, the first four were surprised, while the girl just looked at them with curiosity. Kurenai. Naruto. Upon hearing the name, the girl was surprised since she knew about Noir from her classmates. Naruto. Serious Yuhi. On the other hand, Kiba was watching Hitomi and Kaneko very closely. Both were beautiful, but for some reason he sensed the scent of cat coming from the white-haired girl. Upon hearing Kiba's thoughts, Kyuubi and Nekishima gave him a death glare, which frightened him. He preferred not to mess with a tailed beast and one close to it. Nice to meet you, my name is Hikari Hyuga, I don't want to prolong this, but there is a Kazuki-age to save. Upon hearing the now named Hikari, everyone nodded to look at the entrance of the cave. Everyone pays attention because it was true, and they also knew the girl's name, Hikari. Naruto summons hunting knife. The weaponry of the Soul of Wrath to begin charging soul magic into the knife. Upon seeing the weapon, everyone paid attention, but especially those hungry for power. Before they could say anything, Naruto unleashed a slash that destroyed the rock with incredible ease. This left Team Kurenai stunned, while the other six entered, as it was normal for them, although the three younger members were still surprised by the power of the Soul of Rage. Everyone was still surprised to see that, but they put that aside to look at the screen. Inside the cave. Team Kurenai barely entered and saw that a fight had broken out, where they managed to save Gaara and Shukaku from the extraction in time, although they could not prevent some of the Ichibi chakra from entering the Jito Meizo. Naruto. Many laughed at that while others were curious about the Jito Meizo, although from the growls of the Bijks, it didn't seem to be something they liked. Hitomi, who was holding Gaara in her arms. I saw the Jito Meizo with several memories, each one bad. Hitomi also had bad memories of seeing the Jito Meizo. Although others admitted that Gaara had aged well. Sunanen, female. It doesn't look so bad. Phew. Blushing because of Gaara. Gaara blushed at what the Nanabi Jinchuriki said. He put that aside to start giving chakra to Shukaku inside Gaara. Hitomi. Regretful, little brother, I was never good to you, I let myself be carried away by power, and I didn't keep my promise to father, but now this will be different, this time I will be the sister I always had to be. Upon hearing the thought, everyone fell silent, but especially the Bijks who saw their sister and she nodded. Then she is surrounded by several puppets, and several Rasengans begin to form around her, but they weren't just any Rasengans, they were her own Rasengans. It was the Kyuubi Rasengan. Everyone was surprised to see that Hitomi could use the Bomber Rasengan, while her siblings, plus Shukaku, wondered how she did it, since Hitomi doesn't possess the Jikuten release. Hitomi. Kyuubi Rasengan Bomber. The Rasengans then begin to spin at full speed before launching themselves at the puppets, destroying them with a small explosion of fire and wind. The scene caught everyone's attention. It seems that this variant of the Rasengan bomber is only for Hitomi, which frustrated the power-hungry. Hitomi. It's a good thing I brought the bracelet, now I can do this technique that requires Jikuten. Now they knew how Hitomi was able to perform the Rasengan bomber. Then puppets around her. Seeing this, Hitomi smiles and generates a fireball in her hand. Sasori. Thinking. But Naruto. The Noir was seen fighting alongside Hikari and Kurenai against a blonde Akatsuki member. It was Deidara, or better known as Deidara Namikaze, son of Samui Namikaze, sister of Minato Namikaze, but of course only he and a few others knew that. Deidara still found it difficult to accept that he was related to the fourth Hokage, but little by little, he accepted being close to his mother. Leaving that aside, the three continued fighting against Deidara, where the Akatsuki member felt something strange. While the women fought with everything they had to kill him, the man held back so as not to kill him. That caught everyone's attention, but they attributed it to the fact that they were family. Deidara put that aside to throw clay spiders. Upon seeing them, Naruto created a dome of fire, causing them to explode and clouding the fighters' vision. Deidara, Bakugo, and Mito were ecstatic about the explosions. Seeing the three of them like that, Menma and Naruto could only think one thing. Menma Naruto. Thinking. Upon seeing this, Naruto takes out some senbon needles to move around and stabs them into Deidara's neck, causing him to fake his death and trapping him in a Kamui using his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. That surprised everyone as Deidara looked at his cousin who was smiling at him, implying that he would do it. Naruto instantly summons Crosier. The soul of creativity weaponry was used to generate an illusion. As the smoke dissipated, Kurenai and Hikari saw Naruto piercing Deidara with a hunting knife, but it was actually an illusion, an undetectable illusion. Upon seeing the weaponry of the soul of creativity, many were confused, but they were shocked to see Naruto create an undetectable illusion. That soul was very powerful, and clearly the power-hungry wanted to possess it. Of Kaneko, Boruto, Sarada and Mitsuki. The four of them were fighting alongside Kiba, Shino, and Akamaru against a red-haired Akatsuki member. It was Sasori, also known as Sasori of the Red Sand. Upon seeing Sasori, a certain grandmother from Suna was shocked to see her grandson. Although in this fight Kaneko was still standing, Boruto, Sarada and Mitsuki were somewhat tired, but Kiba, Akamaru and Shino were very tired, while in front of them was Sasori without his cloak, showing that he was no longer human. Team Kurenai were surprised to see three children still standing while they were on the ground. But everyone was shocked and somewhat horrified, except for those who already knew, to see Sasori as if he were a rag doll. Kaneko. Serious as I said before, you're inhuman to do that to yourself. Sasori. Madly hahaha, you don't understand, art is eternal, but I've seen your skills, you'd make a good puppet. Naruto. Serious and angry. Not on my watch, you son of a bitch. Suddenly, a strong green aura surrounded him and he was launched into the air. The culprit was Naruto, who had used the hand of will to throw Sasori into the air against his will. Some wanted to laugh when they saw that Naruto said the same thing as his counterpart, but everyone, especially the power-hungry, watched the hand of will with curiosity and attention. Naruto. Use your ranged attacks. That caught everyone's attention, so they continued watching. His companions nod in agreement to perform the following techniques. Naruto the wind release. Rasen shuriken. Mitsuki and Sarada the fire release. Great fireball. Boruto's variant of the Rasengan, the vanishing Rasengan. It was Boruto's Rasengan variant that caught their attention, especially those hungry for power. Kaneko used her chakra fireballs. Ignore Kaneko's tails and ears and the fact that she's in Shirin mode. That had caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry who wanted to have soldiers with Kaneko's powers. And Hitomi, a technique she recently created, Bijadama Rain. The new technique caught the attention of all the Bijas. It looked great and very good. The collision caused a massive explosion, instantly killing Sasori and creating a cloud of dust and debris. When the dust dissipated, there was no trace of Sasori. That left everyone speechless as Sasori looked with some fear at the six who killed his counterpart. Naruto. It's over. Kiba. Angry, hey, why didn't you let us get information out of him? Upon hearing that, many became angry upon learning that, because of Naruto, they had lost information that could be important. Naruto. I don't care about that, starts walking. I only came to save my friend. That left everyone speechless, while Gaara smiled slightly. With that, he reaches Gaara, who was already standing. Gaara. Calmly, it's good to see you again, Naruto Noir Dreamer. Naruto. Smiles slightly, me too, my friend. Gaara smiles slightly. Naruto. Time to go, sees Gaara want a quick trip. This confused Gaara as he saw a small star in Naruto's hand. It was the fly's compact mode. Gaara nodded as Naruto smiled at him. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone to relax. Gaara's Rescue Part 1. Everyone was relaxing a bit after the fight they had witnessed, which revealed the 6 powerful beings that the power-hungry wanted to possess. The tailed beasts were gathered together with Hitomi, who was talking to them, while the tailed beast saw the regret in her eyes, though Kyuubi M was just there, somewhat curious. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Gaara's Rescue, Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, as it signifies the end of the mission. The fly could be seen in its true form soaring through the skies. On its back were Naruto, Hitomi, Kaneko, Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, and Gaara. Gaara. Now I understand the express trip thing. Naruto smiles slightly. Naruto smiled at that, while the others were curious about flying on the fly. Gaara. Why didn't you bring the people from Konoha? Naruto. I didn't feel like seeing them. Gaara nods. That left many with beads of sweat, while the team from Konoha were somewhat annoyed with Naruto, but said nothing. Time skip. The group of Suna shinobi could be seen, led by a blonde with 4 pigtails. Tamari Sabaku no. Upon seeing Tamari, many blushed, further inflating the Sabaku no's ego. She turned to look at Naruto, but saw that he wasn't paying her any attention, not even reacting, which annoyed Tamari. They were all waiting for the Kazukige's return, although one of them didn't want him to come back alive so she could take over the power of Sunagakur no Sato. That someone was Tamari, who began to desire the Kazukige's power so she could have power and riches. That left everyone speechless, while Boruto and Sarada couldn't believe what they heard. It was different from the Tamari from her reset. He also thought his brothers didn't realize, but on the contrary, they were noticing everything, and they both remembered Naruto's words, don't trust Tamari. Now they saw that Noir was right. Upon hearing this, Gaara and Kankurum exchanged glances, looking at Tamari with seriousness and distrust. Seeing this, the Sabaku girl wasn't surprised, only a little nervous. Putting that aside, everyone saw a large bird land in front of them, causing them to take cover. Just then, Naruto, Hitomi, Kaneko, Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, and Gaara descended from the fly. Upon seeing Gaara, everyone except Temari was overjoyed to see him alive, but upon seeing Naruto, the Sabaku didn't approach him. Temari. Flirtatiously, hello Naruto-kun, we meet again. Temari smiled, thinking that this would make Naruto fall at her feet, but she didn't see it coming, which annoyed her. Meanwhile, Boruto and Sarada were in shock at what they saw. It was very different from their reset. Or had it always been like this? But Naruto remains serious as he looks behind Temari. Naruto. Kaminando Sakura, Karen. Temari was speechless as she watched Naruto walk right past her. That left Temari speechless. Meanwhile, Hitomi and Kaneko had mocking smiles, while Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki watched with curiosity, although Boruto and Sarada were somewhat surprised by Temari's behavior. Seeing Hitomi and Kaneko's smiles, Sabaku was not bothered and glared at them angrily. Naruto had arrived with Sakura, who was accompanied by a red-haired girl with glasses. They were Karen Uzumaki. Upon seeing Karen, a certain Uchiha blushed. Now he understood why his other self was with Chara, Sakura, and Karen. The three of them would be beautiful in the future. Naruto. How did it go? Karen. It went well, thanks to Iram Ninjutsu, the soul of youth and Dokuten, it was easy for us to remove the poison and cure Kankurm Sabaku no. Many were drawn to Dokuten, especially those hungry for power. Sakura takes out a stick delighted, revealing it to be a long scroll. Ignore what appears on the scroll. Showing the image of Kankurm and his state of health. Upon seeing the long scroll, those from the RWBY reset remembered it very well, while the rest were curious. Sakura. As you can see, 99.99% of the poison was extracted. There's no need to worry about the other 0.01%, as Kankurm's defenses will be sufficient to eliminate it. Naruto nods when he sees someone arrive. They were Kankurm Sabaku no. Upon seeing Kankurm, many women had to admit he was handsome, especially with his makeup. For some reason, Kankurm became angry when he felt they were telling him he wore makeup. Naruto. Kankurm. Kankurm. Naruto, hold and Wavo. Naruto nods to look at Gaara. Naruto. Well, Gaara, we have to go. Gaara. Nods okay, see you later. Notices Naruto's headband. What village are you from? Naruto. It's a secret, but we really have to go now. Hitomi. Always so mysterious. Naruto. Don't ask me to stop being myself, darlings. That made some laugh, while a certain harem of Naruto blushed. Kankurm and Gaara nod as Temari approaches Naruto. Temari. Flirtatiously, can I come with you, Naruto-kun? Naruto was serious as he turned his back on Temari and went to the fly. That angered Temari, who wanted to do something but did nothing. She would figure out how to get Naruto to kiss her feet. Seeing this, Temari gets angry, but the fly lets out a loud squawk, making Temari back away. Naruto let out a few small laughs when he saw that. Naruto chuckled and climbed aboard, followed by his wives. Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, Sakura, and Karen. Without another word, the fly took flight, leaving Temari watching angrily. For years she had planned everything to seduce Naruto and have him under her thumb, but it seemed it would be more difficult than she thought. Temari. Someday, Naruto, someday you will be mine. Naruto. That angered Temari. Without further ado, he leaves while watching Gaara being taken to the infirmary by Kankurm. With that, the screen turns off, leaving many somewhat bored, but Temari was already planning how to get Naruto kissing her feet. Family truth. Everyone could be seen relaxing, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. Meanwhile, Naruto was spending time with his children, while some wondered why Boruto and Himawari weren't as like Hinata in attitude, though many attributed it to Naruto's influence. Those who had a soft spot for the noir series were wondering how good he was in bed, since they'd heard from Kaneko, and now Hitomi, that Naruto was very skilled in bed. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Family truth. The title caught everyone's attention, but they attributed it to what they would reveal to Madara about himself and his origins. Madara was seen tied to a chair in an empty room while a light illuminated him. Madara. Sarcastically, what a welcome. Naruto chuckled a little upon hearing that. Madara wakes up when the door opens, revealing Naruto, Mito, and a red-haired boy. Ira Menma Bifong. Everyone was surprised to see Menma, as he had changed somewhat. Naruto blushed slightly because of his bisexuality, while other women had to admit that Menma would be handsome in the future. Upon seeing the three of them, Madara becomes serious. Madara. What do you want? Naruto. Oh, calm down Madara, sits down, we just want to talk. Mito and Menma sit beside them, Mito on the left and Menma on the right. Everyone pays attention to the scene. Madara was silently watching the trio. Menma. Takes out some papers. Dadara, I was Nukanen, Doten elements, Raten with Bakuten's Keke Genkai. Dadara. Confused lightning release. Samui. Yes son, lightning release, it is from me that you possess lightning release. Dadara nods in surprise at that. Dadara, confused lightning release, Mido, yes lightning release. Pulls out other papers. It says here that you have no mother or father, you don't know if you have any other family, you only had your adopted sister named Kuritsuchi. For a tiny millisecond Naruto frowned upon hearing that name. He remembered it very well. In a reset, he was with her and she betrayed him for no reason, in addition to being unfaithful to him. Upon hearing about Kuritsuchi, everyone was surprised to learn that the two had been together and that she had betrayed him. Kuritsuchi was equally surprised to learn that she had been with Naruto to see him and he gave her a cold look, which frightened her a little. On the other hand, Temari saw this as an obstacle to her plans. He put that aside to continue listening. Mido. Besides being in training to be the new Tsuchikage after Inoki. Dadara. Serious, how do you know all that? Naruto. Because we know a truth that was hidden from you. That confused Dadara. Upon hearing that, Dadara paid attention while a certain shinobi from Iwa became nervous. Naruto. You are Dadara, but your full name is Dadara Namikaze. That surprised Dadara, but he began to deny it. Dadara. No, that's impossible. I can't be related to the Konoha no Kairoi Senkim. Naruto. I'm sorry to tell you, but yes, you are related to him. Dadara was shocked by what he was hearing. Was he related to the fourth Hokage? That had to be a bucking joke. Olivia. Serene, she's in denial, but that's normal, she just found out that she's related to her greatest enemy by blood. Everyone nods. Dadara. Shocked, this can't be happening. Naruto. Believe it, it's the truth, so true that we're more related than you think. That made Dadara see it. Dadara. How? Mido. That we're related. Dadara fell silent again. Dadara. Explain. Naruto. You see, the reason we're related is that we're cousins. Nobody said anything because they already knew that and it still surprises many. That left Dadara speechless again. Dadara. How? Naruto. You see, let me explain. Dadara nods to pay attention. Dadara was also paying attention, although the rest were too. Naruto. Listen Dadara, your full name is Dadara Namikaze, you are the son of Samui Namikaze and Katsuchi, therefore you are Kuritsuchi's older half-brother and the grandson of the third Tsuchikage Inoki. That left everyone speechless, but especially those mentioned, while Samui stared at Katsuchi with a serious expression, still remembering how that bastard kidnapped her son and took him away from her. Meanwhile, Dadara and Kuritsuchi looked into each other's eyes, now understanding the connection they felt between them. Dadara was speechless upon hearing that. Dadara. But why didn't I know anything? Naruto. Your father kidnapped you, he took you away from your mother, leaving her very sad. Dadara was shocked to see Samui, who nodded. Meanwhile, the Kumo people glared at Katsuchi with death stares, making him extremely nervous. Now Dadara knew that, but he remembered something. Dadara. But that doesn't explain why they said we're cousins. Menma. You see, our late father was your mother's brother. Dadara understood but was confused when he saw the three of them displeasure when talking about Minato. Naruto. I have a proposal for you. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention. Dadara paid close attention as he watched Naruto put on the cage hat, implying that he was the leader of the village. Naruto. As your family and the cage of this village, I absolve you of all your crimes, as long as you swear loyalty to the village. You can have a new beginning, and if you're worried about your mother, don't worry, I'll take care of that. Do you accept? Dadara was left thinking, he had joined Akatsuki to look for his mother and father, now he found out that his father had kidnapped him, and now he would have the opportunity to find out who his mother was. Many had to admit it was a good offer. On the other hand, the Akatsuki members were surprised to learn Dadara's reason for joining them. It was to find his family. Dadara. What will happen to Kuritsuchi? Naruto. For the moment, nothing, but we'll make you look dead. We won't say you died, we'll just make them forget you and then reveal you again, but now with your full name. Kuritsuchi was surprised to hear that Naruto wouldn't do anything to her, even though it was clear he wanted to do something to her. Dadara remained silent, then looked at Naruto. Dadara. I accept. By the way, I heard from Sasori that he was going to meet with an Orochimaru spy. That last part caught everyone's attention. Naruto. It seems like it's going to happen, how long will it take? Dadara. He said about 2 weeks, no, 2.5 weeks, yes, that's what he said. Naruto nods, knowing that Dadara wasn't lying. Besides, he already knew that and had his lie detector, which never activated. That made them understand that this had already happened in all the resets. Naruto. Stands up alright, see you later. Dadara nods, signaling Naruto, Menma and Mito to leave as a white-haired girl. Winter Schnee entered to release Dadara. Crow had the decency to whistle, implying that winter looked good, making her blush slightly and Betty jealous. Outside. Naruto, Menma and Mito were seen looking at the village where they saw several saved villagers, some known to Naruto from past resets, and other beings. The inhabitants of New Yuzu attracted everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry, who might try to kidnap some of them to turn them into breeding machines and/or weapons. Naruto. Deidara is already here, now we just have to find Samui, and that's it. They both nodded in agreement with what their husband had said, while Naruto gazed seriously at the sky. Naruto. Serious, the Olympian gods are reforming, that can't be possible, Artemis killed them all and absorbed their souls just because, I must be vigilant. The last thing caught everyone's attention as Naruto became serious. If that was the case, then he would have to be careful, especially with Artemis and Hera, particularly Artemis. Send Verlo, in a small bonfire some distance away, an eye opens to see Naruto. With that, the screen goes black, leaving many in doubt, but Naruto recognizes who that ability belonged to. Hestia. The Amazing Digital Circus Part 1. Everyone was still reeling from what had happened in the previous chapter, finding it hard to believe that Deidara was related to Minato. The power-hungry were plotting how to capture Deidara and turn him into a semen-sucking sack. Meanwhile, the Namikaze Noir Dreamer Bifrong Uzumaki families chatted amongst themselves while waiting for the next chapter. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Amazing Digital Circus Part 1. Upon reading the title, many were confused, but Naruto, Regatha, and Pomni's eyes widened in surprise when they realized its meaning. Suddenly, lights appeared, revealing several things. Ribbons with masks, a rabbit, and a chess king. Everyone was astonished when they saw themselves, but then lightning struck them on the head, delivering the information. Jax. So the animal kid lived a long time, huh? Regatha. Annoyed, be more tactful, Jax. Jax. Indifferent, yeah, whatever you say, doll. Then they sit down to watch the screen. It was another day and Naruto could be seen checking something with a green-haired girl. Olivia Tennyson. Everyone's eyes and mouths widened in surprise when they saw Olivia 3.5 years later. Olivia looked at herself, then at the screen. Olivia. Someday. Naruto. Olivia blushed upon hearing that, while others felt jealous but understood a little. Olivia. It's almost ready, Naruto. Naruto. Yes, thank you for helping me with this machine to return the boys to their human forms. Olivia nods so they can both continue working. That caught everyone's attention, but the Digital Circus members were surprised to see Naruto smile at them. They smiled back and Jax dropped his usual demeanor to smile as well. Time skip. Naruto was seen in his office having some shadow clones do the paperwork. That left the cages blank. They had the answer right in front of them the whole time and didn't use it. What idiots they were. Putting that aside, Naruto was sitting at a small table with 6 beings in front of him. They were Pomni, Gengal, Zubul, Ginger, Regatha, and Jax. His friends, colleagues from the Digital Circus. Jax. Our debut. Her companions nodded as Pomni wondered if the episode would reveal her secret from the Digital Circus before the reset. Meanwhile, a few were still uneasy about the Digital Circus members, but they would try to adapt. Naruto. Well guys, I found a way to turn you back into humans. That surprised the 6 of them but at the same time excited them, although one of them had her doubts. Upon learning what someone had doubts about, many were confused, while a certain jester understood the feelings of her other self. Then an alarm started to sound, drawing everyone's attention. Jax. What the hell? Naruto went to check on a nearby computer to see something that surprised him. Naruto. It can't be. Regatha. What's wrong, Naruto? Naruto and the group. Naruto. Of the abstracted. That surprised and alarmed everyone, so they decided to watch. Many were confused about the abstracted ones, while those in the Digital Circus opened their eyes in surprise. Regatha. How is this possible? Zubul. We don't know. Naruto. Serious, those delusional people must be stopped. Those who were part of the Digital Circus nodded, while the rest were confused. Looking at them, they are surprised to see the people who are absorbed in their thoughts. Zubul. Oh crap. Pomni. Wait, looks closely, that's Kaufmo. Upon hearing that, everyone looked closely to realize that it was true. It was Kaufmo. Upon hearing that, the members of the Digital Circus opened their eyes in shock upon realizing it was their friend. Engel. What will we do? Naruto. Isn't it obvious? We'll try to get Kaufmo back. Remember, I have the Chishakas in release. That will help us save him. Kinger. And what about the other one who's lost in thought? Naruto. We'll try to save him too. The 6 nodded as they watched the others, engrossed in the screen. Those from the Digital Circus and Naruto hoped that would be achieved, while the rest were curious about the abstracted ones. Time skip. The fly was seen arriving in a part of a forest. Gengal, Zubul, Kinjur, Regatha, Jax, Pomni, and Naruto descended from the card. The latter was in his appearance from the reset where he met his friends from the digital circus. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto in his digital circus appearance. Reaper. A furry. Naruto. Angry, I'm not a furry. Tara. Amused, well, you look like one. Naruto huffed in annoyance while the rest were puzzled by the friend's attitude. Putting that aside, the seven were walking carefully when they noticed something that terrified them. The Lake of Abstraction. The people from the digital circus and Naruto were terrified when they saw the Lake of Abstraction, which is what caught everyone's attention, since it was the first time they had seen Naruto terrified. Naruto. Terrified, oh crap, this is bad, this is really bad. Zubul. Terrified, we have to get rid of this thing. Naruto nods and cautiously approaches. Jax. Naruto, I know you like to help, but it's ridiculous to even consider that. Naruto. You think I don't know that? There has to be a way. Olivia. That's right, Naruto never acts without reason. Regatha. Worried even so. Omni. Don't worry, Regatha, Naruto will be fine. Regatha calmed down a little as everyone watched the interaction. Knowing that the lake terrified Naruto, the power-hungry were already planning to use it. After all, it's just a simple lake, right? Reaper. Before we continue, looks at the screen, what kind of hazard is that lake? Screen. Hazard class easy. That left everyone speechless. It was almost as dangerous as the singularity. He was about to use the Chishakazin when his danger sensor activated. Naruto. Everyone back. The seven retreat when two abstracted beings emerge from the Lake of Abstraction, Kaufmo abstracted. And the mysterious abstracted one. Everyone was startled to see the engrossed individuals, but one person recognized one of them. Kinjur. I am the queen. That confused everyone, but few understood who he was referring to. Seeing both of them lost in thought, everyone became wary, although one of them recognized the other lost in thought. Kinjur. Shocked Q Queenie. Upon hearing that name, those who knew her were shocked. They never thought they would see Queenie again. Many were confused when they heard that. Queenie was the name of Kinjur's queen. On the other hand, Naruto and Pomni were on guard. They knew from what they'd heard who Queenie was and were prepared. Naruto. Vemo Zakumu. Asubul Silo Sail Akumu. But it was clearer that it was made of pink plasticine. Some wanted to laugh when they saw Akumu, but no one said anything. The adaptation was the reason. Seeing this, the detached figures roared and charged at everyone, who dodged their attacks. Naruto then launched pink energy blasts at both of them. Kaufmo lunged at Naruto, who began using his scythe to counterattack and block the attacks. Seeing that, everyone pays attention to find out what the fight will be like. Against Queenie. The 6 members of the digital circus were having some difficulties against the detached woman, although it was obvious that Kinjur neither wanted to nor could attack Queenie. Kinjur's part caught everyone's attention, while those in the digital circus knew the real reason. Seeing that, Pomni approaches Kinjur as best she can. Omni. Kinjur, I know you won't be able to fight Queenie, leave it to us. Kinjur nods, then Pomni pushes him to jump, dodging an attack from Queenie. Everyone was still curious to know why Kinjur didn't have the guts to attack Queenie while she was distracted. Against Kaufmo. Naruto fought with great ease. He knew that those who were distracted were only guided by their instincts. Upon hearing that thought, everyone made a mental note, although the power-hungry were still plotting how to get hold of one of them to make it their weapon. Naruto decided to summon 5 hands of determination, which were actually gloves of determination. Why gloves instead of hands? That's due to the change in appearance, adaptation, and the digital circus. The glove caught everyone's attention, but now they understood why it appeared. Putting that aside, the gloves fire red beams which hit Kaufmo, who roared in pain. Upon hearing the roar, those from the digital circus closed their eyes, not wanting to hear them, but they knew it was the only way to stop or restrain them. When the lightning ended, Naruto was on guard as he watched Kaufmo struggle to his feet. But before he could do anything, the preoccupied Naruto was knocked down by Queenie, who had been sent flying at him. That made everyone pay attention. When they all turned around, they saw Pomni with surprise. Everyone in the digital circus opened their eyes when they saw Pomni. Naruto. Worried Pomni sees Pomni, is that true? She said nothing but extended her hand, on which abstraction appeared. The digital circus members swallowed hard but were confident that Pomni would control it. On the other hand, the power-hungry now wanted to capture Pomni to turn her into a breeding machine and have soldiers with the power of abstraction. She was breathing heavily as she looked at Kaufmo. Jax. Serious, he's enduring the abstraction. The members of the digital circus and Naruto, except for Pomni, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the jester wondered how her friends would react when they learned what she had done to escape the digital circus. Naruto. Surprised and worried Pomni. Pomni. I'll take care of it." Everyone was alarmed when they heard Pomni's distorted voice. Everyone in the room was equally startled to hear Pomni's voice. It sounded glitchy, no, it was glitched. The jester began to walk towards the engrossed ones as the engrossment began to take hold of her until she acquired a new appearance. An abstracted appearance. Seeing Pomni's withdrawn expression, the digital circus members and Naruto became overly concerned for the jester, while Noir instinctively hugged Pomni. The jester blushed but said nothing. Those who had feelings for Noir felt jealous, but seeing Naruto's expression, they realized it was something serious. Naruto and the digital circus members took a step back as Pomni watched the abstracted beings. Without further ado, the abstract beings roared and charged at each other. "Pomni. I'll take care of them." "Naruto. Don't do it, Pomni. Pomni. Fighting Naruto, I'm the only one who's been in greatest contact with abstraction." That last part caught everyone's attention, while those from the digital circus and Naruto remembered how their friend companion had sacrificed herself for them, and that still nodded Noir. "Naruto. I know, and I won't let you do it. Not alone, looks at the others, will take care of it, you guys used that antivirus I created with Olivia." They nodded as they left. Upon hearing that, they understood something. Naruto wouldn't let the same thing happen. The Noir just hoped nothing bad would happen to Pomni. Upon seeing this, Naruto begins to run towards the fight, starting to transform into a quadrupedal creature made of abstraction, thanks to the Chishakazin element. Everyone was surprised to see that, while those from the digital circus were now worried about both of them. They knew that abstraction was not something to be trifled with. He jumps to hit Kafumo, knocking him away from Pomni. "Naruto. I'll take care of Kafumo, you take care of Queenie." Pomni nods to begin fighting Queenie. Hinjir was worried about the one he saw as a daughter, about his friend, and now about his beloved and his other friend. Scratches, tail whips, blows, and bites flew back and forth as the four creatures fought, causing havoc throughout the forest. Those outside the digital circus were surprised by this. It seemed that abstraction gave them more power and strength. Of course, this last point caught the attention of the power-hungry. But the boys. They were looking at the lake of abstraction with some nervousness. They knew that it was very dangerous, and they were even grateful that it was contained in only that one place. That last part caught their attention but was starting to make everyone nervous. Now they understood why abstraction was a Class CZZZ danger. Putting his fears aside, Jax pulled some USB drives bearing the Omnitrix symbol from his overalls pocket. He gave each of them a USB drive, which they then carefully inserted into the lake of abstraction using a branch, as it slowly turned green. That caught everyone's attention, but those in the digital circus opened their eyes when they understood that scene. Those USB drives had an antivirus. Agatha. Pomni, Naruto, it's done. In the fight. Both of them had the distracted ones at bay when they heard Regatha's scream. Seeing how the engrossed ones were kept in check, those from the digital circus relaxed a little. Upon hearing that, they began to exert force while drawing the distracted ones to the new lake. Pomni. With effort, this is getting complicated. Naruto. With little effort, hold on a little, Pomni. She nodded as the two of them struggled to bring the engrossed ones to the lake, who were making a great effort to break free. Seeing that, the people from the digital circus and Naruto were on the edge of their seats to see the ending. Little by little, Pomni began to use the powers she absorbed from Kane when she fought to escape the digital circus. That last part surprised everyone, especially Pomni, who nodded. Pomni. Kane wouldn't let me go, I had to do something. Those from the digital circus understood, although the truth mattered little to them. They disliked Kane. They continued like this until all four fell into the green lake, which began to glow. After a few seconds, the first to emerge was Naruto, who had returned to normal after deactivating the Chishakazin element. Seeing Naruto back to normal made many people sigh with relief. The next one to come out was Pomni, who surprised everyone because she had a different outfit. It was the costume of a circus ringmaster. When Pomni's outfit appeared, the members of the digital circus and Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. She was now the owner of the digital circus. The rest watched with curiosity, but they had to admit that Pomni looked good in that form. Agatha. Pomni. She slowly gets up to look at everyone. Pomni. Relax guys, when I had to leave the digital circus to get here I had to fight Kane, and the only way was to absorb him. Now I have the skills of a jester, abstraction, and that of a presenter of the digital circus. They all nodded, relieved to see that Pomni wouldn't be like Kane, a crazy lover of adventures that were more like torture. Now they knew what had happened, so the digital circus members and Naruto sighed with relief. Meanwhile, the rest wondered who Kane was and why. Judging by the reaction of those in the room, they hated him, though their question was only partially answered. With her staff and her newfound abilities, Pomni makes the presences in the lake float, revealing Kafumo. Queenie. Who were asleep. Many wanted to laugh at Kafumo's appearance and a bit at Queenie's, but a death glare from Naruto silenced them. Upon seeing them both, everyone fell silent as Kinjur wept upon seeing his wife, and the older ones watched Kafumo with tears in their eyes upon being reunited with their old friend. Now they understood why Kinjur hadn't fought. The woman who had been so distracted was literally his wife. Those who were married understood Kinjur. It would be very hard to fight against your loved one. Omni. Smiling, it's all over, guys. Everyone nodded with smiles as Kinjur eagerly carried his wife. But the screen goes dark, leaving everyone intrigued about what would happen in the next chapter, while Kinjur eagerly awaited seeing his beloved again. The Amazing Digital Circus Part 2. Everyone from the Digital Circus and Naruto were seen chatting amongst themselves with Noir's allies, trying to get along. The power-hungry watched intently as they plotted to kidnap the women and turn them into breeding machines. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Amazing Digital Circus Part 2. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, but before it began, two lights appeared, revealing a chess queen and a clown. Everyone recognized them. Queenie and Kafumo. The Digital Circus members and Naruto joined them, while Kinjur and Queenie had a touching reunion. After the reunion, everyone settled in as two beams of light struck the newcomers on the head, delivering the information. Naruto, in his normal form, and the Digital Circus members were seen heading towards Yuzu on the fly. Behind them, on the back of the bird, were Queenie and Kafumo, unconscious, while Pomni watched over them to make sure nothing happened to them. Fortunately for them, they arrived in Yuzu without incident. Everyone saw that the beginning was normal, calm, without anything relevant. Time skip. The medical wing was visible, with a clown and a chess queen sleeping inside. Outside, those who had gone on the mission looked worried when Tsunade arrived, seemingly unchanged. Naruto. Stands up well. Tsunade. They're fine, they just need to rest. That made the seven of them sigh with relief. In the room, those who appeared on the screen also sighed with relief. Kafumo and Queenie smiled, seeing that their loved ones still cared for them even after what had happened. Time skip. Kafumo was seen waking up in the medical wing. Kafumo. MGH, where am I? Kafumo. Upon hearing that, the clown turns to look at a chess queen piece. Kafumo. Mrs. Queenie. She laughs a little to see the clown. Queenie laughs a little when she hears that. Ever since they met, for Kafumo she was Mrs. Queenie. Queenie? Yes, Kafumo, it's me, where are we? Then the door opens, revealing Naruto and the members of the Digital Circus who had come to visit the patients. Queenie? Surprised my king. Upon seeing him, Kinjur is surprised but begins to cry. Kinjur? I am the queen. Kinjur approaches to hug his wife, who gladly accepts. Seeing this, the members of the Digital Circus and Naruto smiled at the reunion between Kinjur and Queenie. On the other hand, some smiled while others felt disgust at so much affection. That was seen by everyone who was smiling. Omni. Smiling. Hi Kafumo, we finally know each other better. Kafumo. Hi. Sorry, I don't know you. Pomni. That's normal, when I met you you were so absent-minded. Upon hearing that, Kafumo is embarrassed. The Kafumo room was equally embarrassing. Naruto. Nice to meet you, I'm Naruto Noir Dreamer. Kafumo. I'm Kafumo. After a while, everyone was still in the room looking at each other. Naruto. Well, now that you're here, I have some news. Gengal. And what is that news? Naruto. I found a way to restore your human forms. That surprised everyone, but at the same time it pleased them. It also surprised those from the Digital Circus, while Pomni had a gloomy look. Pomni. I'm sorry. That confused everyone. That confused everyone as Pomni clenched her fists a little. Naruto. Why do you say that, Pomni? Pomni. Because I'll have to refuse to help. That surprised everyone. It also surprised the people from the Digital Circus and Naruto. Agatha. Surprised why, Pomni? Pomni. Sigh. When I was checking my DNA, I realized it would be impossible for me to return to normal. I was in the Digital Circus for so long, plus the abstraction infection and Kane's powers. Naruto. It made you lose your old human body. That left everyone silent, while those from the Digital Circus and Naruto watched Pomni. Naruto. Pomni, is that true? Pomni. At first it was just a theory, but it seems to be true. That left everyone even more silent. Pomni nods while the rest just watch her in silence and with some pity. Pomni. But it doesn't matter, smiles. I'm happy as long as you have your human bodies back. Those in the Digital Circus smile a little at what Pomni said. The people from the Digital Circus and Naruto smiled a little. It seemed Pomni preferred losing her humanity to anything bad happening to them. Although, of course, that made Naruto feel a bit bad. Naruto. Alright, it's time for you to return to your human form and don't worry, nothing bad will happen to you. Everyone nods to leave. Minutes later. The group arrived at a place that looked like a laboratory. In front of them was a strange machine, unknown to everyone except Naruto. But it wasn't just one, there were 6 in total. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. The Kugo. If that crazy inventor saw those machines, she'd have an orgasm. Naruto and Shoto nod while the rest look at them as somewhat crazy. Naruto. I apologize if there are only 6 of you, but I never imagined that you Kaufmo and Queenie would appear. Everyone nods for Naruto to go somewhere. Naruto. I'm going to summon the Crosier and Hand of Youth so that nothing happens to them during the transformation. Upon hearing that, everyone wanted to know more about the abilities of the Soul of Youth, although they knew that to find out they would have to consult with Naruto, Betty, Reaper, or Chara. Everyone nods. Kaufmo. I'll be the last. Regatha. Are you sure, Kaufmo? Kaufmo nods, then Gengal, Zubal, Kinger, Regatha, Jax, and Queenie enter the machines. Seeing that, everyone pays attention. Upon seeing that, Naruto summons Crosier to insert it into a slot in the floor. Following that, he summons the Hand of Youth. Stop on the tube protruding from the ground and grab the tube with your hand. Many watched the scene with attention, while the power-hungry watched the staff and the floating hand with interest. With that, Naruto begins using Youth Soul magic on the crossover and the floating hand. As he does so, the machine activates, generating a great light. When they saw the light, the members of the digital circus crossed their fingers hoping it would work, especially Naruto and Olivia since, from what they saw, they were the ones who built the machine. After about 10 minutes the light goes out as the doors open, letting out smoke. Seeing that, everyone pays closer attention. Only 5 seconds passed when 6 figures emerged from the smoke, revealing who they were. A white-haired woman being Gengal. A pink-haired girl with a blue streak being Zubal. The blonde man with a beard being Kinger. A red-eyed with an eye patch being Regatha. The chestnut being Jax. And a brunette woman being Queenie. Ignore the X and the crossed-out Queenie symbol. Upon seeing the result, everyone was extremely surprised, while those involved glowed and then took shape on the screen. When they saw themselves, they were overjoyed. When they saw each other, everyone was surprised, while Naruto and Kaufmo were smiling. Naruto. Well Kaufmo, it's your turn. He nodded to go to the machine. Then the same thing happened, and after a few minutes Kaufmo emerged in his human form. Now it was Kaufmo's turn to acquire his new form, making him very happy. They were all looking at each other and smiling as Naruto made Crosier and the Hand of Youth disappear. Pomni. Smiling, you guys look good. Regatha. Thanks Pomni. Naruto. Well, go get some rest, I have something to do. Pomni. I'll go with you. Naruto nods, and then everyone leaves, but not before shutting down the machines. This would be the new beginning for the members of the amazing digital circus in their new world and with their new appearances. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone in silence, but those from the digital circus are very happy about their new life and new bodies. The Evil Y mutation pieces. Everyone seemed still reminiscing about what they'd seen in the previous episode. Meanwhile, Naruto introduced his friends from the digital circus to his acquaintances, who welcomed him warmly. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Evil Y mutation pieces. Upon reading the title, everyone remembered the evil pieces, so they paid close attention. But before it began, they saw a flash appear, followed by what looked like a winged tiger. Upon seeing him, Naruto opened his eyes and stood up with a smile. Naruto. Contento Kerberos. Upon hearing this, the now named Kerberos sees him and then a ray of light strikes him on the head, giving him the information. Kerberos. Happy Sakura, I mean, Naruto, it's good to see you again. Everyone was a little surprised to hear Kerberos speak. With that, the tiger approached and settled down, with some of them petting him. Naruto was seen in his office looking at a small box. There was no paperwork, so I was just sitting there. The box caught everyone's attention, but those from DxD and Naruto attributed it to what the evil pieces and mutation pieces were. He opened the box and smiled. Naruto. Finally, they're ready, the evil and mutation pieces are ready. Upon hearing this, those who had not yet discovered it paid attention, especially those hungry for power. Then he closes it to go home, already knowing who to add to his entourage. Time skip. Naruto's house was visible, and then he arrived. Kaneko, who was outside, saw him arrive. Kaneko. Hi Naruto-kun. Naruto. Hi Kaneko-chan, what are you doing? Kaneko. I'm looking for him. That caught everyone's attention, but something told Naruto and Kaneko to pay attention. Upon hearing that, Naruto understood instantly. Naruto. Kite, where are you? Many wondered who Kite was. But then she smiled slightly as she looked at a tree. Following her gaze, Kaneko saw a two-tailed Nekishim child. With a white lair. It was Kite Tauju Dreamer, their son. Upon seeing the child and learning who he was, everyone's eyes widened. It was Kaneko's son. Seeing him, Taoju hugged her belly, thinking of her child. She longed to meet him, and at least now she knew what he looked like. Summer. Wow, she has a cape similar to mine, smiles he, I must be the best grandma. Betty saw her with a challenge. She would be the best grandmother. Naruto. Kite, come down here right now. Kite stayed there to fly away using a semblance similar to Naruto's, only instead of small flames it was snowflakes. That surprised everyone. Naruto. He inherited my semblance. But he smiled with excitement as the power-hungry watched with interest. Kaneko iba puro Naruto la de tuvo. Kaneko. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? That confused everyone too. Naruto smiles slightly as he looks at his front door. Naruto. Ellen, Eri, Ari, Boruto, Himawari, Ryu, Baruko, come here. That's when they saw why Naruto stopped Kaneko, but now they wondered who Ryu and Baruko were, especially Boruto when he saw that someone had a name similar to his own. After the scream, Ellen, Eri, Ari, Boruto, and Himawari are seen with two children, a red-haired boy with red eyes, because of his determination. This was Ryunwar Uzumaki, son of Naruto and Mito, and a black-haired girl with blue eyes. It was Baruko Bifrong, daughter of Naruto and Menma, running in. Upon seeing the children, everyone was surprised, but the Uzumaki Bifrong dreamer trio was especially shocked to see their children's appearance. Of course, that made them feel a warmth in their chests and hearts. Betty. Squealing with cuteness, they're so cute. Summer nodded while the male acquaintances of Naruto felt the urge to protect both of them, especially Baruko. Baruko. What's wrong, Dad? Naruto. Well, right now I'll need your mothers, and let's just say Kite ran away. The children giggled a little while Kaneko didn't seem very happy. Naruto. Smiling well, here's the deal. Whoever brings Kite here before nightfall gets to cook whatever they want for a day. Does that sound fair? Naruto. The children meet to talk to each other and then see their father. Children. We accept. Naruto smiles when he sees something, or rather someone, arrive. It was Kerberos, or, as he liked to call it, Kiro. When Kerberos appeared in his Kiro form, everyone looked on. The tiger simply sighed before transforming into his Kiro form. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. Himawari. You look like a plushie. Kiro. Angrily, I'm not a plushie. Naruto. Kiro, we both know you really do look like a plushie. Kiro just grumbled with his little arms crossed while frowning. Naruto, hey Kiro. Kiro. Hi Naruto, I couldn't help but overhear what you said. Naruto was expressionless and didn't sigh. Naruto. Okay, you can participate too. Kiro. Happy hooray. Naruto laughed with amusement at that. Kiro never changes. Naruto laughed with amusement while shaking his head. Naruto. Alright, go now. The children and the guardian of the cloak cards nod as they fly off in search of their brother Nekishima. Nobody paid attention, well, at least until it was mentioned that Kiro Kerberos was the guardian of the cloak cards. That last part had caught everyone's attention, but especially the power-hungry ones. Upon seeing that, they both entered the house knowing that the group would find Kite. Time skip. Naruto was seen sitting next to Kaneko, Menma, Mito, Hitomi, Olivia and a boy with red eyes. It was Gaspar Vladi. Upon seeing Gaspar 3.5 years later, everyone was surprised, while Naruto blushed slightly and others began to doubt his sexuality. Gaspar. Why did you call us, Naruto? Naruto smiled slightly as he took out the box and opened it, revealing the evil pieces. Everyone was surprised to see them, recognizing them instantly, some because they had seen them, others because they had heard them. The evil pieces consisted of 1 king, 1 queen, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks, and 8 pawns. But that wasn't all. There was also 1 mutated queen, 1 mutated bishop, 1 mutated knight, 1 mutated knight, and 1 mutated pawn. Everyone had paid attention to the last part. Now they knew how many pieces there were, and there were a lot of them, 21 to be exact. Upon seeing all the pieces, Kaneko and Gaspar were surprised to see Naruto. Gaspar? There are mutation pieces. Naruto. Nods. I know, I was surprised too, but it's most likely because of my power. Gaspar nods when Kaneko notices something. Kaneko. Confused. What about the king piece? Naruto smiles slightly as he takes out a piece. It was the king's evil piece. Upon seeing the king's piece, everyone pays attention, while those from DxD already knew what would happen. Naruto only inserts the evil piece into his chest, and then the other evil pieces and mutation pieces glow a little. That last thing had caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Menma. Before we continue, what are evil pieces and mutation pieces? Naruto. It's a system used to, supposedly, acquire lackeys for something called a retinue. Those hungry for power were interested in that. Myth. How are they divided? Kaneko. They are divided in 6 ways. The king, that is, Naruto, is the leader of the retinue and is characterized by his power. The queen, with a value of 9 pawns, is the one that has the trait of the rook, the knight and the bishop, meaning she is the second strongest. The rook, with a value of 5 pawns, is the one that is characterized by its immense strength and defense. The knight, with a value of 3 pawns, is characterized by its speed and mobility. The bishop, with a value of 3 pawns, is characterized by the increase of magical abilities. And the pawn, well, I can only say that its characteristic is that it can be promoted to queen, rook, knight and bishop. Upon hearing all this, those unfamiliar with the pieces were shocked and trying to process what they had heard. Meanwhile, the power-hungry were already plotting how to force Naruto to create evil pieces for them. The information had left those who didn't know in shock. It was a lot to process. Olivia. And the mutation pieces. Naruto. I'll just say they're much more powerful than the regular pieces. Plans changed. Now the power-hungry wanted to own a large set of mutation pieces to acquire weapons. They all nodded as they looked at the pieces. Menma. Will there be any change in us when we accept a piece? Naruto. Well, that depends. By doing so, there's a chance we'll become Saiyans, yokai, dragons. I'm not sure what race we'll become. But what is very, very certain is that we'll be stronger and more powerful, depending on the piece, and our lifespan will be considerably longer. The last thing had left everyone silent while many thought about it. Although the power-hungry had been very interested in it, they could now use the pieces to insert them into several women and have breeding machines for more weapons. They all looked at each other, then Kaneko spoke. Kaneko. I accept, but I want my old piece back, I'm already used to it. Naruto nods to take the evil piece from the tower. Now everyone watched the evil piece of Tori with interest. But before doing anything, Kaneko speaks. Kaneko. Question, why do they have different colors? Naruto. They represent the elements they are composed of. In your case, it's wind, which makes your attacks sharper and amplifies your Imkai fire. That had caught everyone's attention, but especially the power-hungry ones who already wanted to possess the pieces for themselves. Kaneko nods in surprise, and then Naruto inserts the piece into her chest. After that, she looks at the others, who are looking at each other, and then looks at Naruto. Hitomi. MMH, I accept. Upon hearing this, many were surprised, but the big were the most. Meanwhile, Naruto looked at what Hitomi said on the screen and saw no malice, now knowing that the Kyuubi wouldn't betray him. Naruto nods to take Reina's evil piece. To insert the piece into Hitomi. Everyone was intrigued to learn that Hitomi would have the evil piece of Reina, although they attributed it to the fact that Hitomi is a Biju. The rest was seen before the pieces were revealed. After a few minutes, they decided to accept, the following being. Menma, the evil piece of the horse. Myth, the evil piece of the bishop. Olivia, the queen's mutation piece. And Gaspar, the bishop's mutation piece. And that's because that was his old piece. Upon seeing the scene, many made mental notes of which pieces belonged to those named, although they were surprised to hear that Olivia was the mutated queen, although no one said anything since they remembered that she was the most powerful weapon in the universe. As it was over, everyone felt the increase in power, while Naruto stored the remaining pieces. Naruto. Very well, since the Heaven and Earth Bridge mission is in 1 week, I will take care of training them. Upon hearing the next mission, Naruto paid close attention while wondering who Orochimaru's traitor was now. Hitomi. Curious which team will go. Naruto. Team RWBY. Weiss, Blake and Yang smiled upon learning that it was their turn to appear, while Naruto just thought that he would now have to become Ruby Rose again, although he wasn't too bothered by it. Everyone nods as Naruto sends a message to an acquaintance who arrived with Kiro. This caught the attention of Naruto and Kiro, who for a moment thought of a certain Dodauji who never betrayed Naruto. Without further ado, the group's training begins with their evil pieces and new powers. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving many wanting to know what the next chapter will be like. Vision. Bridge of Heaven and Earth Part 1. Many could be seen discussing what they had seen in the previous chapter. The evil pieces and mutation pieces were intriguing, though the power-hungry wanted to possess them for their own purposes. Meanwhile, Naruto was searching for a way to create the evil and mutation pieces. He genuinely liked the idea of having them. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Vision. Bridge of Heaven and Earth Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone's attention was drawn to the chapter where the bridge was mentioned. Suddenly, lights appeared, revealing Giro Belladonna, Kali Belladonna, Willow Schnee, Whitley Schnee, Klein Sieben, and Tomoyo Dodauji. Blake. Happy Mom, Dad. Winter Weiss. Happy Mom, Whitley, Klein. Naruto Kiro. Happy Tomoyo. Upon hearing their names called, they turn around as beams of light strike their heads, delivering the information. They all smile and settle down to be reunited with their loved ones. Weiss Schnee could be seen. Yang Xiaolong. And Blake Belladonna, who grew her hair out. Lying under a tree looking at the sky, Blake leaning against Yang's chest. Upon seeing the scene, many admitted that the three of them were beautiful like that, although some felt there was something between Blake and Yang. Weiss. This day has been very quiet. Yang. Stroking Blake's hair. Yeah. Weiss. You know, looks at her friends. I'm still surprised you two ended up together. Blake is calm and you, Yang, are very extroverted, not to mention overly so. They both laughed at what Shni said, but it was true. Everyone was surprised to learn that Yang and Blake had become a couple, although many were amused to see Naruto with a sign saying, "Long live Bumblebee." Upon hearing about the relationship between Blake and Yang, everyone was surprised. Those who were drinking spat it out, while the two women blushed. However, many were amused by the memory of Naruto with the sign. At that moment, Yang's scroll beeps to display a message from Naruto. Naruto. Team RWBY on the move, see you at Tomoyo's BOUTIQUE. Upon hearing her name, Tomoyo paid attention, but upon learning that she owned a boutique, Dadaoji became excited. Before saying anything, Weiss and Blake scrolls play, displaying the same message. Yang. Well, now we have something to do. They both nod to get up and the four of them go to the meeting place that Naruto mentioned. For some reason, everyone paid attention. Time skip. The WBY members of Team RWBY were arriving at a store while they saw people waiting for them, including Gira Belladonna and Kali Belladonna, Blake's parents. Kali and Gira smiled as they hugged their daughter, who was happy to have her parents with her again. Winter Snow, Whitley Snow. Willow Snow. Wycline Sieben. Weiss's sister, mother, brother, and butler respectively. Weiss smiled with joy at seeing her family with her, while Willow saw it as a new opportunity to be with her children. Unbeknownst to anyone, Amber blushed slightly at the sight of Whitley. Also present were Taeyang Xiaolong, Raven Branwen, Summer Rose, Yang's adoptive parents and mother, although the surprising thing is that both women had one baby each, Raven a black-haired one and Summer a blonde one, they were their children with Taeyang. That took everyone by surprise, but especially those mentioned, Yang and Naruto. But they said nothing, as they were happy to have siblings to take care of. But it wasn't just them, Crow Branwen and Betty Noir were also there with two babies, Crow with a white-haired boy and Betty with a grey-haired girl with pink tips. The first was Crow's son with Winter, and the second was Crow's daughter with Betty. Upon hearing that, Crow, Winter, and Betty were surprised and blushed. Naruto. Furious QROW. Everyone watched as Naruto, Whitley, and Akumu began chasing Crow, who was fleeing from the three of them, while some tried to stop them. After several attempts, they succeeded, although it was more difficult with Naruto. The WBY members of Team RWBY watched Betty and Winter's children as they recalled what had happened when they found out. Flashback. After several dates with Crow, Betty and Winter were seen smiling as they showed positive pregnancy tests. They had announced that they would have children with Crow. The scene didn't impress many, though the power-hungry saw it as a new opportunity to acquire weapons. But they sensed something was about to happen. Everyone was surprised, but then. Naruto. Furious, you damn son of a bitch, get back here QROW, I accepted you dating my mother, but not that you got her pregnant in less than 1 year, get back here coward. Everyone watched as Crow was fleeing from a furious Naruto, Akumu, and Whitley who wanted to kill him. Naruto with Crescent Rose, Akumu in, surprisingly, beast form, and Whitley with a normal sword. Seeing the scene gave many a chill, but especially Crow, who watched with fear as Naruto sharpened Crescent Rose, while Whitley held Winter's sword just in case. Behind them were some chasing them to prevent them from killing Crow. Even Hitomi, Chimay, and Drake switched to their Bijk's dragon forms to stop them, especially Naruto. That last thought made Crow sigh with relief, knowing that he wouldn't die. In the end, they both agreed, and a month later, the three of them got married, although of course Naruto and Whitley threatened to kill Crow if he did anything bad to their mother and sister, respectively. End of flashback. At the end of the flashback, no one said anything while Crow, Betty, and Winter blushed upon learning that they would get married, although Crow was somewhat scared by the threat that Naruto and Whitley made. After remembering that, they saw someone arrive. It was Ruby Rose. Many admitted that Naruto Ruby looked good in that outfit. Ruby. Sorry for the delay, it's just that Team JNPR had just arrived from a mission, and I just gave them some free time. Everyone nods as Ruby strokes her little brothers who laugh at their sister's caresses. Upon hearing their team, John, Nora, Purrit and Ren paid close attention. It seemed they wouldn't be letting up for a while. While many smiled at the sight of the affectionate scene, some were disgusted by the tender moment. But that they entered Tomoyo's boutique. Inside. Upon entering, they saw the place where they noticed there was a men's section. And a section for women. When Tomoyo saw her future boutique, her eyes sparkled like stars. She couldn't wait to have her own. Seeing their friends so excited, Naruto and Kiro chuckled a little. Then some girls appeared with smiles. It was Tomoyo Dodauji, a friend of Naruto Ruby when she was Sakura Kinomoto. And Amber Lightveil who, as the years passed, had become beautiful. Seeing Tomoyo as an adult made many blush because she looked beautiful. But seeing Amber as an adult left many speechless, while Whitley blushed furiously. Of course, upon seeing Amber, the only male Shnee blushed while giving a small smile. It was already well known that the two were a couple. Upon hearing that the two were a couple, Whitley and Betty's family were shocked and speechless, while Whitley and Amber blushed intensely. Amber. Hi Whitley. Whitley. Hi Amber. Ruby. Amused just kiss already. Weiss gently nudged him with her elbow in anger, but to everyone's surprise, Whitley and Amber had kissed. Everyone was surprised to see that, while Whitley and Amber blushed. Yang. He's got some nerve. Blake. Annoyed Yang. Yang. Okay, I'll shut up. Yang. He's got some nerve. Blake. Annoyed Yang. Yang, sorry Blakey. Some laughed at the scene while Yang and Blake blushed slightly from embarrassment. They both separate, blushing slightly for having kissed in front of people. Winter. Well, takes her son. I don't want to ruin the moment, but we're running late, so it's best to hurry this up. They all had to accept that what Winter said was true, so they hurried. Seeing that, everyone pays attention. Amber, okay, we'll go in letter order, first the leader of Team RWBY Ruby Rose. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention, but especially Tomoyo, who wanted to know what her creations, along with Amber, would be like in the future. Ruby nods and enters the fitting room, which, oddly enough, has a red curtain. After a few minutes, Ruby emerges wearing a new outfit. Ignore Crescent Rose. His ninja outfit for his current form. Upon seeing the outfit, everyone was surprised by Tomoyo and Amber's skill, although they admitted that it looked good on Naruto Ruby. Tomoyo. Here I present Ruby Rose's new ninja suit. It is made, like the others, with metallic fabric for greater durability. Everyone who didn't know, but especially those hungry for power, was intrigued by the wire mesh. Ruby. Looking at her outfit, well, it's not bad, Tomoyo, 10 tenths. Tomoyo smiles and then looks at the spectators who gave their approval. Tomoyo smiled too, knowing that her friend liked the suit. Tomoyo. Next, Weiss Shnee. Weiss enters the dressing room with the white curtain while Ruby stands waiting. Seeing that, everyone pays attention, but especially the Shnee family. As the minutes pass, Weiss comes out in his new ninja outfit. Ignore Murtnister and the glyph. Weiss. MMH, it's not bad, I actually like it. His family and Butler nod in approval. The same thing happened in the room as everyone admitted that the suit looked good on Weiss. But that, Weiss stands next to Ruby as Blake enters the dressing room with a purple curtain. The Belladonna family is paying close attention to find out what Belladonna's daughter's dress will look like. After a few minutes, the cat Fawn comes out in her ninja outfit. Ignoring Gamble Shroud. Although everyone found it funny and endearing to see Blake so enthusiastic, it was already known that he loved ninjas. Blake. I love him. Many laughed as Kali took photos of her daughter as a souvenir. The scene amused many, while Blake already coveted the suit. But everyone admitted that Blake looked good in it. Then the younger Belladonna stands next to Weiss so that Yang can enter the fitting room with the yellow curtain. Everyone is paying attention, but especially the Xiaolong Rose family. After a few minutes, Yang comes out wearing his new suit. Although after posing she puts on her hood. Everyone liked the outfit, but they wondered about the hood. Raven. Why the hood? Tomoyo. It's an additive she requested, it's to protect her hair. Everyone nodded, not at all surprised. It was common knowledge that Yang's hair was very important, second only to his family and friends, of course. Now everyone understood the reason as Yang nodded. For her hair was sacred, although before that it was her family and friends. Ruby. Well Team RWBY, it's time to go to the Bridge of Heaven and Earth. We'll most likely encounter Orochimaru there, so we need to be prepared. They all nod to get ready, but not before paying for the new outfits. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone wondering what would happen on the Bridge of Heaven and Earth. Mission. Bridge of Heaven and Earth Part 2. Everyone was chatting amongst themselves while waiting for the next episode. Meanwhile, the newcomers met up with their acquaintances, catching up on lost time. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Mission. Bridge of Heaven and Earth Part 2. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, but before it begins, a light appears and then reveals an 8-year-old girl. That had caught everyone's attention, but Naruto suddenly stands up. Naruto? Surprised Hestia. The named one turns to look in the direction of the shout and smiles as she looks at him with pity. Hestia. Naruto. She approaches to hug Naruto, who returns the hug. After that, everyone settles in to watch the screen. Team RWBY could be seen jumping through the trees. At that moment Yang and Weiss were thanking Ruby and Blake for teaching them how to do that. Seeing that, everyone's eyes widened in surprise, especially Yang and Weiss's families. Meanwhile, Ruby and Blake bumped fists, small smiles on their faces. They continued jumping for a long time until they reached a bridge. It was the bridge of heaven and earth, or also the Tenchi bridge. The bridge caught the attention of those who didn't know it, while the rest, that is, the shinobi, paid attention. Putting that aside, Team RWBY was hiding in some bushes as they watched a hooded person arrive. Weiss. Now what? Ruby just starts making hand seals. Ruby. Wood clone jutsu makes other seals hinge. The truth is, Blake was fascinated by that. She wanted to learn how to do a jutsu, although the bad thing for her was that she used aura and not chakra. Seeing the clone scene surprised those who didn't know about it, while Blake had the same thought as his counterpart. Yang simply took her girlfriend's hand, saying, "Don't be like that," making Blake smile gratefully. Yang and Blake blushed again upon learning that they would be a couple in the future. Returning, the four of them saw Sasori walking until he reached the headed figure. As they watched, Ruby observed that everything was the same as the resets. Knowing that made them understand that no matter how hard they tried, Naruto would always be one step ahead of them. Kukuku, did you think you could fool me? Kukuku. Ruby. Serious now. With that, Team RWBY emerges from their hiding place to reveal that Orochimaru was there. The hooded figure was a clone of him, so he vanished as Team RWBY watched. Naruto already knew that this was supposed to happen, so he wasn't surprised. Orochimaru. Kukuku, who are you? Ruby. Serious, we are your downfall, Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Kukuku, I see you know my name, Kukuku. Ruby. Of course, with some mockery, how could anyone not know the bastard who likes to harass children, wears makeup, and looks like a gay cobra? The rest of Team RWBY let out a snort of laughter, while Hebe Sennin had a vein popping out on his forehead. That caused laughter among everyone in the room, while Orochimaru had a vein throbbing on his forehead. Orochimaru. Damn it. Ruby. Let's not drag this out, Team RWBY. Upon hearing that, the four of them draw their weapons. Ruby to Crescent Rose in Scythe mode, Weiss to Mertnister, Blake to his Gamble Shroud katana, and Yang to his gauntlets launchers. Seeing that, everyone paid attention, knowing that the fight between Team RWBY and Orochimaru was about to begin. Orochimaru. Kukuku, those weapons are interesting just like you, Catgirl. Kukuku licks his lips when I kill them. I'm going to study your body, Catgirl, as well as their weapons, Kukuku. That sent a chill through Blake as his family, team, and now new friends glared at Orochimaru with death stares. That sent a chill through Blake as Yang stared at Orochimaru with his red eyes. He wouldn't let them do anything to his girlfriend. Ruby. Attack. With that, the confrontation between Team RWBY and Orochimaru begins. Everyone is paying attention to the fight. Orochimaru lunges at the girls as Yang activates Burn, her semblance, causing her eyes to turn red and her hair to burst into flames. This catches Orochimaru's attention, but he has to engage in a taijutsu battle against Yang, who uses her gauntlets and whose attacks are amplified by her semblance. This also caught the attention of Orochimaru and the power-hungry others. Yang's semblance was very well suited for taijutsu, and they would try to turn him into a breeding machine. Of course, they weren't aware that doing so would be the end of them. Yang continued when he did the following. Causing Orochimaru to jump away, dodging the large fireball. Yang's attack surprised and caught everyone's attention. Now that he is some distance away, Orochimaru begins to make hand seals. Orochimaru. Fuden. Great breakup. With that, he launches a large amount of air towards Yang, who is sent flying. This made Orochimaru laugh, while the rest were worried. However, they all let go of those feelings when they saw Naruto, Weiss, and Blake calm. This caught their attention, so they paid closer attention. Orochimaru was chuckling a little when he noticed that the rest of Team RWBY were calm. Ruby. Half smile miles per hour, what an idiot you are, Orochimaru, Bumblebee. Upon hearing that, Blake caused his Gamble Shroud to switch to its gun grapple mode. Then turn around and throw it while holding the lasso. Blake's gun node caught everyone's attention, but then they realized something. It was a movement. Yang, who was on a tree branch, lunges to catch the gun and starts firing using Ember Celica as Blake spins around. That's when they saw that it was true, what Blake and Yang were doing was a movement. Before the Hebe Sennin can do anything, Ruby activates her quirk, Smokescreen, reducing the traitorous Sennin's visibility. At that moment, Orochimaru is sent flying by Yang's punch. Orochimaru touched the spot where he'd been hit with a ghostly pain. Now he saw that Team RWBY would be a tough nut to crack. Upon crashing into a tree, the Sennin gets up. Orochimaru. Kukuku, that was a strong blow, Kukuku, when I kill them I'm going to study you too, Kukuku. Yang made a face of disgust upon hearing that, while Ruby was about to use the power of the maidens to freeze Padafamare right there. The scene repeated itself with Yang making a face of disgust, while Orochimaru watched Yang's acquaintances and friends looking at him with a death stare. Even Raven, Naruto, Winter, and Penny had their maiden powers activated. Orochimaru makes hand seals. Orochimaru. Formation of the 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru crouches down to begin releasing snakes from his mouth. That clearly caused too much disgust to the WBY members of Team RWBY, while the leader remains serious. That disgusted many, while others were serious, very serious. Ruby quickly pulls out the Nano Cube Chastafel. They open it, revealing the weapon. Then begin the Yasutan element using the technique of his friend Harlequin or King, Bumblebee. The spear moved swiftly, slicing the snakes in half. The scene caught everyone's attention since they hadn't seen that weapon until now, while the power-hungry made notes and wanted it for themselves. The others snapped out of their disgust and started firing, Yang and Blake, and launching fireballs with glyphs, Weiss. Orochimaru watched this with a smile, licking his lips, but was hit in the shoulder by Ruby, who struck him with crescent rose in rifle mode. Orochimaru watched with a sinister smile. It was a lot of information. But then they stopped everything when they saw Ruby Naruto shoot Orochimaru. Ruby puts crescent rose into her war scythe mode. The launch himself against Orochimaru, who takes out Kusanagi, and thus both begin a fight where it seemed equal. Of course Ruby held back a lot. Everyone was surprised to see crescent rose in war scythe mode. Meanwhile, Orochimaru started sweating profusely. Knowing that Ruby Naruto was holding back made him nervous. While they continued fighting, Hibi Sennin used his skin-changing ability due to Ruby's injuries, while Ruby used her semblance to get closer to Orochimaru, preventing him from leaving. That made Orochimaru even more nervous. Ruby Naruto was showing him once again that he was not someone to be trifled with. In one of these attacks, Ruby strikes Orochimaru, sending him flying back to his starting position before moving towards him with her semblance. Believing he could kill her this way, Orochimaru prepares with Kusanagi, only for Ruby to split into two. Imagine that Ironwood is Orochimaru. Easily dodging it. They were surprised to see Ruby Naruto dodge everyone except those who had already seen her do that. When Ruby falls to the ground, she crawls a little. Ruby. Checkmate. Weiss and Blake launched their attack. Everyone paid attention when they saw the new attack command, Weiss and Blake. Orochimaru barely turns to receive the attacks from Shni and Belladonna. The Hibi Sennin begins to use Kusanagi, but it is useless. Weiss uses his glyphs as a block, and Blake uses his semblance to dodge the attacks. This surprised everyone, while Orochimaru became more nervous. Now he saw that the entire Team RWBY was very dangerous. As the seconds passed, Weiss and Blake gained much more ground, which frustrated Orochimaru but at the same time surprised him. That surprised everyone. On the other hand, those who had teams considered trying the same thing as Team RWBY. Ruby decided to act, so she ran towards the fight. Ruby. Change, Ladybug. Weiss steps aside, then Ruby and Blake begin to attack. Now they saw that it was Ruby Naruto and Blake against Orochimaru, who got nervous seeing Rose in action. Little by little, Orochimaru found it increasingly difficult to fight against Team RWBY. He never thought that some simple girls would start to put him on the ropes. Ruby. Attacking Ice Cannon. The command surprised Naruto, Weiss, Blake, and Yang. Naruto. A new command. Weiss. But you and Blake are fighting over there. Yang. Then it would be you and me, Ice Princess. Weiss had an eye twitch, but said nothing since Yang was right, so it would be her and Xiaolong. Upon hearing that, Weiss creates ice glyphs. While Yang prepares using his semblance and Ember Celica. The new glyph caught everyone's attention, but they put that aside to see Team RWBY's new attack. Ruby. Now. Rose and Belladonna jump away, then Yang starts firing through the glyph, generating ice fireballs. The reaction surprised everyone as Yang looked at her Ember Celica and then at Weiss, who had seen her. They might try to perform that attack. Orochimaru was about to move, but Ruby and Blake shot at him, distracting the Hibi Sennin and causing him to take the full force of the fireballs. When it was over, the Hibi Sennin was badly wounded, but he used his shed skin to reappear as if new, though very tired. Orochimaru viewed this with great caution, just in case, he would be wary of the ice cannon command. It looked powerful. On the other hand, the power-hungry watched it intently, thinking about how to recreate it. Ruby and Blake had rejoined their companions, while Ruby changed her cartridge to ice ammunition. And switched Crescent Rose to her scythe mode by planting it in the ground. That caught everyone's attention, while Naruto and the members of Team RWBY knew which command would be used. Ruby. Ice Flower. Upon hearing that, Weiss places the ice glyphs in front of Crescent Rose's cannon, so Ruby can begin firing. But since they were ice dust bullets and ice glyphs, the attacks were more powerful and freezing. The command surprised and caught everyone's attention. It was clear that the attack was powerful. Orochimaru began to receive many attacks on his body, only to do the most logical thing, to retreat. Orochimaru. In pain Kukuku we will meet again girls, and when that happens Kukuku you will be my lab rats Kukuku. With that, he buries himself in the ground just as Yang strikes the ground, destroying a large part of it. Many had to admit it was the best idea, but they were a little startled to see Yang's strength. Yang. Frustrated, he got away. Ruby. Don't worry, Yang, we'll see him again soon. Yang snorted at that. It was true, but it still frustrated him. Orochimaru. Nervous, mental note. Stay away from that team for a while. Before doing anything, they hear a noise that puts the four on alert. That caught everyone's attention while Naruto formed an idea. The girl emerged from the bushes, whom no one recognized except Ruby. Ruby. Hestia. The now named Hestia only smiled in greeting while looking at Ruby with pity. Hestia. Smiling a little, hello Ruby, or rather Naruto. Olympian gods. Everyone was chatting amongst themselves while Orochimaru and the power-hungry ones discussed how to stop Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hestia were talking, trying to make up for lost time after what had happened on Olympus. Suddenly, a screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Olympian gods. Upon reading the title, everyone's eyes widened, knowing they were about to see an episode about gods. Then, lights appeared, revealing several people and a large serpent. Hestia. Happy family. Upon hearing the scream, everyone turned to look at Hestia and smiled. Zeus. Little sister. The gods embraced Hestia, who was smiling. Meanwhile, Naruto was reunited with Reibi, with whom he was having a good conversation. Aphrodite. Hello Naruto, Reaper, Chara. Those named greeted Aphrodite with smiles, drawing everyone's attention. They decided to put that aside and settle in while lightning bolt struck the gods on the head, delivering the information. Zeus. Thinking while remembering Naruto and his harem. The fly was seen flying with Weiss, Blake, Yang, Hestia, goddess of the hearth, the right order of domestic life, health and family, and Ruby who had returned to her Naruto form. Upon seeing the fly, Zeus paid a little attention. The large bird caught his eye. Meanwhile, the rest focused on the titles Hestia possessed. Naruto. Hestia. Hestia. Yes. Naruto. Who else came? It's just that, Sai, it's a little hard for me to believe you're here and, well, you know Hestia. I understand it's everyone except her. Naruto nods, relieved that that woman isn't back. This caught everyone's attention, while Naruto broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of her possible return. Meanwhile, many wondered who Naruto and Hestia were talking about. Hestia. But unfortunately she will return. Fortunately, we managed to stop her for a while, but it is 100% confirmed that she will return. That worried Naruto. If that goddess returned, it would be a great devastation. That worried Naruto too, which surprised everyone except Hitomi. In all the resets, she, her lackeys and/or reincarnations, were responsible for all the damage she caused him. Even though Hitomi blamed herself, Naruto and the Kyuubi were aware that this woman was the real culprit of what happened between them by controlling Hitomi who, despite knowing it, blames herself for not being strong and avoiding being controlled. Upon learning this truth, everyone's eyes widened in surprise as Hitomi lowered her head, only to be embraced by her daughter and Naruto. The rest of Team RWBY were curious, but decided to say nothing and wait. Time skip. The fly was descending until it reached a small meadow. The passengers got off, and then the fly transformed into a light that went to Naruto's hand, which he took. Yang. Hey Naruto, I know you always keep it inside, but can we see what it looks like? That caught everyone's attention, and they wondered why Yang said that. Naruto understood, so he turned towards the WBY of Team RWBY to open his hand, revealing a small star. It was the compact version of the fly. Seeing the star caught everyone's attention, and they were also a little surprised. That caught Hestia's attention, who saw it, but then Naruto closed his hand, absorbing the fly. Naruto. Let's go, I have some business to take care of, and it has to do with you, Hestia. He had said the last part pointing at Hestia, who understood. Hestia also understood and saw the rest of the Olympian gods. But that they start walking, but they hear a hissing sound. Naruto. Smiling a little, you finally woke up, Zero. They hear a rustling sound, turn around, and see a large snake. It was Zero, not Reibi. Zero. I'm here, bitches. That made Naruto laugh, while Hitomi wore a small, amused smile. The rest of them just broke out in a sweat at what Reibi had said. The women were surprised by the large snake, while Naruto just looked at it with a small smile. Zero. Yes, I'm awake now. Zero lunges to the ground, causing a small cloud of darkness to form, and then reveal a woman. It was Zero's human form. Upon seeing Zero's human form, everyone who didn't know her gasped in surprise, some even blushing slightly. Meanwhile, Zero shifted back into her human form and stood beside Naruto. When the girls saw Zero, their mouths were open, while Naruto acted as if nothing was wrong. Naruto. Alright, let's walk. With that, the six of them began walking towards the village. As they walked, Hestia was still looking at the village in surprise. Hestia paid attention when she learned about the village. She was truly intrigued by what it was like. "What the hell are you doing here, Hera?" Upon hearing the scream, the 6 of them run towards its source. The scream startled everyone, while Naruto was already getting an idea of who it was. Upon arriving, they saw a girl with a scythe standing guard while angrily glaring at a woman. The girl was Reaper. While the woman was Hera, goddess of family, marriage, motherhood and women. Upon seeing the scene, everyone was surprised as Hera stared seriously at Reaper. Meanwhile, the girl with the scythe looked at her with the same seriousness. Around him was a group of adults who were ready to try to stop Reaper. Those adults were Zeus, god of the skies, lightning, honor, justice and rain. Poseidon, god of the seas, earthquakes, hurricanes, oceans, horses, floods and droughts. Hades, god of the dead and riches, as well as lord of the underworld. Ares, god of war, violence, confusion and anger. Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty and lust. Demeter, goddess of agriculture, the harvest, fertility and the seasons. Athena, goddess of wisdom, strategy, crafts and battle. Apollo, god of the sun, light, medicine, music, poetry, archery, knowledge and prophecy. Hephaestus, god of fire, forges, volcanoes, artisans, blacksmiths and metallurgy. Hermes, god of messengers, travelers, thieves, roads and merchants. And Dionysus, god of wine, grapes, harvests, madness, theater and parties. Upon learning the titles of the gods, everyone was surprised, while the power-hungry were already plotting how to make the gods produce offspring to use as weapons. Upon seeing this, Naruto quickly uses his semblance to go towards the fight and stand between the 2 women, activating Red Ember. "Naruto. Serious, calm down now." Everyone fell silent, looking at each other, while Hera stared into Naruto's eyes. Although the Noir felt anger upon seeing the goddess again, that didn't mean he would let them fight in his village. The scene left everyone in suspense as Hera looked at Naruto seriously, while Noir looked back at her. "Aphrodite. It's best if you don't fight, especially you, Hera. You won't be able to defeat them." Hera. "Annoyed, are you calling me weak?" Aphrodite. "No, but I'm aware that you won't beat Naruto. Remember, he's now a celestial and much stronger than Lady Chaos." That left the Olympian speechless, since it was true, and that made Zeus somewhat paranoid. Ares. "PFF, he wanted to fight." Naruto only glanced at him out of the corner of his eye while remaining on guard. Aphrodite. "Let's calm down, we shouldn't start a pointless fight." Athena. "It's rare for you to say something logical, Aphrodite." Aphrodite. "That's because I know Naruto and Reaper." That surprised everyone except Hestia, while Reaper and Naruto let out a small laugh. This caught everyone's attention, but especially the gods, who saw Aphrodite and Hestia, implying that it was true. Reaper. "I thought you had forgotten us, Aphrodite." Aphrodite. "I would never forget you. You were the ones who showed me the truth, and here we are." Aphrodite smiled at those named, who smiled back. Clearly, this had caught the attention of all the Olympian gods. Hestia. "I think it's best to talk this over calmly." Naruto. "Fine, Weiss, Blake, Yang, you can all go. This is between them, Reaper and me." The 3 of them nodded to leave, while Zero decided to do the same. Time skip. The Olympian gods, Reaper and Naruto were seen in the Uzukage's office. When they see where the meeting would be, everyone pays attention. Naruto. "I suppose it was Hestia's idea for you to be here, wasn't it?" Zeus. "That's right, but why are you talking about my sister like that?" Naruto. "We've known each other for a long time, as has Aphrodite." Ares. "Sees Aphrodite, why hide it?" Aphrodite. "At their request. It's not to make them paranoid, but it's better to have them as allies." That last thing caught everyone's attention, but especially the Olympian gods and the power-hungry ones. The former out of doubt and the latter eager to force an alliance with the Underverse. This caused intrigue among all the gods, while Hera hit Zeus on the head as he was becoming paranoid. That made those who knew Zeus and his paranoid moments laugh a little. Before saying anything, Naruto gets up to go to a window and open it. That confused everyone in the room. Instantly, a white stain that left snowflakes charged at Naruto, who didn't move an inch but caught the culprit, who was Kaide. Upon seeing who it was, everyone understood, while Kaneko was overjoyed to see her unborn child again. Meanwhile, Hera analyzed Kaide before dismissing him, sensing he was within her control. Naruto. "What's wrong, son?" That caught the attention of all the gods, but especially Hera. The last thing made Naruto get serious. Kaide. "What time are you going back to each dad's?" Naruto. "Let me finish with them and then I'll go, okay?" Kaide nodded, climbed down from his father's arms, went to a small container Naruto had, grabbed something, and left using his semblance, Snowburst. Naruto chuckled a little as he took the container, which held chocolate balls. Many laughed at the scene, but Naruto laughed the most when he saw that his future son had inherited his love of chocolate. Hermes. Who was the little boy? Naruto. Kayet, my son. Hera was just there analyzing Kayet's energy, so she didn't say anything. She sensed that I was within her domain, so she wouldn't do anything to the little Nekishima. Now Kaneko knew more than ever that she and Naruto had to get married before Kayet was born. She didn't want Hera to do anything bad to her child. Hearing this, Hera smiled slightly, finding it fair. Reaper. Let's get to the important part, how are you all here? Aphrodite. It's a theory, but most likely, with the revival of the Underverse, the gods of all universes are being revived, except for Artemis. Only she will be revived here. The gods were surprised by Aphrodite's theory, while Naruto nodded seriously. That surprised even the gods. While Naruto was serious, Artemis, she had always been the cause of many dark moments, and he wasn't going to allow that woman to do evil again. Naruto. I see that this is bad, if Artemis appears we'll have to be prepared. Apollo wasn't sure about that. Artemis was his twin, and it truly pained him to know that his own sister had become evil. As if it were a sign, absolutely everyone, except the gods and Naruto, went on alert. Something told them that Artemis would be the most dangerous enemy they would ever meet. As if reading his mind, Hephaestus placed his hand on Apollo's shoulder, offering him comfort. Meanwhile, the other gods remembered how Artemis had begun killing them one by one. They still remembered her maddening gaze. Upon remembering her, everyone felt a chill, something that Naruto noticed. Seeing Artemis's gaze, many were frightened, while the gods felt a great chill. They still remembered how the goddess had killed them for power. Naruto, on the other hand, observed this with great seriousness. Naruto. For now, I'll let you rest in a hotel. We'll continue with this tomorrow. The gods nodded, and then Naruto gave them the address and a note saying they were from him. Without further ado, they all left while Naruto was lost in thought. Everyone paid attention because of the last part. They wanted to know what Naruto thought about it. Naruto. This is worrying. Artemis could return at any moment. Knowing that woman, she'd start a war just for the sake of it. If that's the case, I need to be on my guard. He adopts a serious, almost lifeless expression. I won't let her take everything I love. That woman has done it many times before. Not this time. His eyes shine with determination. Never again. If she returns, I'll do what I should have done the day I met her, kill her. The thought left everyone in silence. It was clear that Naruto hated Artemis with all his being. Hitomi. Naruto, I'll be there for you. Olivia. Me too. Menma. Me too. Mito. Count me in. And so Naruto's allies began to say that they were by his side, which made him smile, but also worry him a little. Elsewhere. It looked like a dark place with silver chains. In the center, a silhouette bound by chains could be seen. Then it zoomed in on its face, revealing a red eye opening. With that, the screen went dark, leaving everyone silent and intrigued to know whose eye it was, but those from the Underverse and the Olympian gods knew who it was. Artemis. Naruto Information Part 5. Everyone was still processing the fact that the Olympian gods were in the elemental nations. The gods were somewhat calm, but felt they should be careful, especially with Naruto. Something told everyone, except Aphrodite and Hestia, that it was best to have him on their side. Meanwhile, the power-hungry were thinking about how to get the gods to give them offspring to turn into weapons and/or breeding machines. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto Information Part 5. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention as the power-hungry prepared to take notes. Meanwhile, Athena, curious, pulled a notebook out of thin air to jot things down. Poseidon. Looking at Athena, MPH, know-it-all owl. Here's some more information about Naruto Noir Dreamer. Everyone paid attention. Floating HANDSWILLPOWER determination, glove shape youth. Special WEAPONSEHASTIEFOL crescent ROSE degrees war scythe mode. The REEDS, semi-standing. Everyone started reminiscing about all the chapters where the weapons and floating hands appeared, though they still wondered where the Saiyan race had come from. Meanwhile, Athena and the power-hungry were writing, the former out of curiosity, and the latter to figure out how to stop Naruto and make him their weapon. Clown CARDS the fly. Everyone remembered the great bird. Evil and mutation PIECESKING Rook, Kaneko Queen, Hitomi Knight, Menma Bishop, Mito Mutated Queen, Olivia Mutated Bishop, Gasper. Naruto analyzed this and considered expanding his entourage. Of course, he wouldn't treat them as slaves. They would be his family. On the other hand, the power-hungry wanted the pieces to have soldiers to control. The XTRAS hunting knife, soul of anger Crosier, soul of creativity Crosier, soul of youth. The power-hungry were frustrated to see that Naruto showed no more weapons than trying to steal them in order to, according to them, use them for good. AFFILIATIONS Otsutsuki Gamer, Dotor HITOMILNMOR, Ninamiri MIDO or IY name, Himori Uzumaki Haiga, Dotoburudo Uzumaki Haiga, Sakitsuki, BAKUG Oshido, TODO or KI Sarada, UCHIHAMITSUKI, Gor Sabaku Eno Didarnemikas, Kazan Kirnuzi UMAKI Kenkum Sabaku Eno Winter, SEHNEGANGLE, ZOOBLEKINGR, RAGATHAJX, KUFMOQUENI Kite, Tajudiver, Sunrai Mor Uzumaki, Sunburku Bifungmor, Dotokuberus KROGIR, BELLADONNA Kali. BELLADONNA Widley SEHNE Willow SEHNE Klein SIB Antamoyo DAIDOUJIHESTIA ZEROAPHRODITE Olympicods, probably. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving many arrogant people nervous about Naruto having more people on his side, but even more so when they saw that the Olympian gods were probably on his side. He already had 2 of them. Taibi. Everyone was eating after learning more about Naruto. Athena was trying to get more information out of him, but the boy remained silent. Before she could do anything, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Taibi. The title confused everyone, but something told them it would be a silly chapter. Before we begin, I must clarify that this chapter is not canon. Without further ado, enjoy. Upon reading that, many had a blank expression, but a few paid attention, while others chose to ignore it. Naruto was visible. Looking curiously at a strange arch. Seeing Naruto's chibi form left them curious, but others paid attention when they saw the bow. Curious passes through the arch and then emerges next to a murder drone. It was his avatar of V. Naruto, who was drinking water, spat it out in surprise upon seeing his avatar of V. The rest were equally surprised, while others looked at V with curiosity. They both looked at each other, and then Naruto did the same, this time leaving with his Ruby Rose avatar. Naruto looked at his 3 avatars and smiled. For some reason, many felt a chill when they saw the smiles of the 3 of them, while Naruto felt that there would be something fun for him. Time skip. Now Naruto was seen facing an army of his avatars being V, Ruby Rose, Son Goku, Jaden Shiba, Max Steel, Benjamin Kirby Tennyson, Ong, Marinette Dupain Cheng, Izuku Midoriya, Issei Haidu, Meliodas, Zoe Drake, his avatar in the digital circus, and Sakura Kinomoto. Upon seeing Naruto and his army of avatars, many were surprised, but others felt some fear. Naruto stood before everyone with a serious and determined look. Naruto. Alright, it's time to start the conquest plan, probably none of our enemies will survive. They all smiled and nodded. They were going to have a lot of fun. Everyone stared blankly at Naruto, who had an amused smile on his face. Transition Naruto Ruby was seen running with a cat toy, with Blake chasing after him trying to catch it, while Weiss and Yang chased the pair. End of transition. The transition confused some while others were amused. Naruto was seen next to Weiss, who had in his hands the samurai weapons of Naruto. That made everyone pay attention since they would now see the rest of Naruto's samurai weapons, plus the power-hungry ones. Naruto. Fire Smasher. Weiss gives the weapon to Naruto, who sets it on fire to hit the ground, generating a small fire wave. That surprised and fascinated everyone. Naruto. Swelta Fire Smasher Forest Spear. Weiss gives the weapon to Naruto, who spins it at full speed, generating many leaves. Raven remembered for a moment how she did something similar with her swords and the power of the Spring Maiden. Naruto. Releases Forest Spear Barracuda Blade. Weiss gives the weapon to Naruto and then throws some fruit, instantly causing War to move at the speed of light, slicing the fruit. Everyone was astonished to see Naruto move at the speed of light. The power-hungry already wanted to possess the Barracuda Blade, so they could attack like that. Naruto. Releases Barracuda Blade Sky Fan. Weiss gives Naruto the pink fan. Then the Noir generates a great gale. Many were confused by the fan, but were somewhat surprised by the powerful gust of wind. Meanwhile, Temari thought Naruto had the weapon in her honor, unaware that he wasn't even thinking about her. Naruto. Releases Sky Fan Hydro Bow. Weiss Ladile Arco and Naruto. Then Noir starts shooting at several targets that Weiss throws into the air. The bow was liked by many, so they wanted to try it, although the power-hungry wanted to possess the weapon for themselves. Naruto. Releasing the Hydro Bow Earth Slicer. Weiss gives Naruto the big yellow shuriken. Then War throws the weapon. Nobody said anything since all they saw was a yellow shuriken. Hhhhhh. Naruto is startled a little by the shout. Everyone was a little startled when they heard the scream. The camera moves, revealing Yang, who had short hair. Imagine she has short hair. Meanwhile, Blake stood in front of her, looking somewhat frightened. That made those who knew Yang pale, while Yang had a gloomy look as he slowly activated his semblance. Yang. My hair. Yang turns his head toward Naruto, his face contorted with anger and his eyes red. The camera focuses on Naruto, who appears nervous and somewhat frightened. Naruto. Jeej. Weiss only if he palmed the dear one. Naruto felt a tiny shiver as Yang looked at him with his eyes red with annoyance. Transition Raven and Crow were seen fighting each other before both flew away in their Raven forms. End of transmission. Summer and Taeyang laughed a little as they remembered the Brandwin brothers' fights, while the aforementioned brothers were somewhat embarrassed. Raven was seen. On Crow. Facing her with a bored expression, they were both in a somewhat secluded field. That made everyone pay attention, but especially Raven and Crow. Crow. Raven no. Raven. Raven see. Raven draws dust sword from Wind of Omen. Vegeta dust of Viento. Put it on the ground and bury the sword in the wind dust. Raven. I have a bad feeling. Crow. Me too. Raven. Mockingly heh. I told you nothing would happen. The training field could be seen from afar and then a large tornado appeared, sending the Brandwin brothers flying. Raven Crow. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone laughing at the ending of the Brandwin brothers, who were embarrassed by what they saw. Jinchuriki rescue. Preparations. Everyone was chatting to pass the time while the children were still enjoying the Chibi episode. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Jinchuriki rescue. Preparations. This drew everyone's attention, especially Akatsuki, Naruto, and Hitomi. But before they could begin, some lights appeared, catching everyone's attention. As they faded, figures appeared that Naruto, Katsuki, and Shoto recognized. They were some of their classmates from Class 1A. Ijiro Kirishima. Mina Ishido. Ichako Uraraka. Toru Hagakure. Waikyo Kajiro. Everyone was surprised, but some felt a little uneasy around Toru, Mina, and Kyoka. Before they could begin, a bolt of lightning struck the newcomers on the head, delivering the information. Ichako. Surprised Deku-kun. Naruto simply raises a hand with a small smile. Then everyone settles in to watch the screen. There was a room where 6 people were gathered. These people were Naruto. Hitomi in her human form. Fu, the Jinchuriki of the 7 tails. Fu. Excited Fu appears. Naruto smiled when he heard her speak in the third person. He found that very endearing of Fu. On the other hand, Taki's people looked at Fu with disgust upon learning that she was a Jinchuriki, but they had to admit that Fu was cute when she grew up. Deme, Lekonchu no Nanabi, and Su forma humana. Many spat out their drinks upon seeing Chimei in her human form. She was beautiful. Ara. And Shukaku, who thanks to Naruto, can be outside the seal, but in his chibi form. Shukaku. Freedom. The rest of the Bijks only looked upon the freed Bijks with envy. They too wanted to be free of their seals. Everyone was talking about what was coming, which was the capture of the Bijks. Shukaku. So, is it time? How do Shukaku and Gaara know about the capture of the Bijks? Well, Naruto and Hitomi explained it to them, and of course Shukaku gave his sister a slap for what she did, but then they explained everything, and Shukaku understood. Hitomi touched the back of her neck with the ghostly pain that Shukaku probably gave her. Naruto. That's right, it's time. Chimei. And who's going? Hitomi. We've already got it all arranged. He takes some folders out of his yukata and puts them on the table. Upon seeing the scene, everyone pays attention. Naruto. We thought very carefully about who will go, and these are the selected ones. Open the folders, of which there were 3, showing 3 photos each. Naruto. Yujido Nai, Madatabi's Jinchuriki, is going to be captured by Haiden and Kakuzu. That's why Ijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Ichako Uraraka, and you, Shukaku, will be going. I feel they'll need your help. Shukaku. PFFT, whatever. Hitomi smiled a little at her brother's attitude. In the room, Hitomi smiled slightly at Shukaku's attitude. Meanwhile, the newcomers now understood why they were there. They would be part of the plan. As for Yujido, she was curious about what had been said about her. Naruto. Next, Isobu, he will be in a large pond, so Rin Nohara, Mito Uzumaki, Toru Hagakure and Kyoka Jiro will go. Upon hearing that, Isobu paid attention. It seemed that he would be freed in the future. Chimei. The invisible girl who can shoot pulses. Naruto. That's right, Toru, by reflecting light she can become invisible, so she'll be a good opponent for Tobi. Upon hearing of Toru's ability, many opened their eyes in surprise, while Tobi was somewhat nervous, seeing that someone would have a chance against him. Hitomi. And if I remember correctly, that girl Kyoka can use her heartbeat to launch attacks. Naruto. That's right, and if my calculations are correct, Zetsu will be accompanying Obito. Everyone nodded, and then the last folder was shown. Kakashi and Rin's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing their friend's name. He was alive. Obito, on the other hand, was nervous upon hearing his own name. Naruto. The last one is Rashi, Jinchuriki of Son Goki. He will be captured by Kisame Hoshigaki, and, since there is no fight between the Uchiha brothers, Itachi will also go, so those who will go are Sasuke Uchiha, Satsuki Uchiha, and at a request, Sarada Uchiha will also go. Everyone understood, but then the Bijks realized something. They didn't say anything about Gobi and Rikubi. Everyone nodded, and then Chimei and Shukaku glared at Naruto for not mentioning the Gobi and Rikubi. Sensing their gazes, Naruto looked at both Bijks. Naruto. If you're wondering why I didn't talk about Kakuo and Seiken, it's because Hitomi and I are going to the Akatsuki hideout and we'll finish them off. We'll fight Nagato and Konan, and then free them both from the Jito Meizo. Both Bijks nod. Now the Bijks understood, while those who hated the Bijks frowned. Hitomi. To Naruto, aren't you going to tell them about the other part of that plan? Naruto. To Hitomi, no, if they know they'll want to stop me from carrying out the plan. Hitomi nods discreetly, and then they both cut off mental communication. That conversation confused everyone, but Naruto and Hitomi already had an idea. Bara. From what you told us, there's a chance that Jiraiya the Gamma Sennin will appear in a Megacure. What would you do when you see him? That caught the attention of the person named. Naruto. If that's the case, it will be somewhat complicated since Jiraiya will most likely want me to return to Konoha, so I don't know, I'd better leave it for that moment. Hitomi knew that as soon as she said that, her husband would start making plans. They all had a drop of sweat on their brows, but said nothing since they didn't want to feel Naruto's anger, even though he was usually very calm. Naruto. With that, I'm going to alter your seal again, Gaara and Shukaku, so that you can separate by a greater distance. They both nod, then Naruto looks at Fu and Chimei. Naruto. You will stay as reinforcements and help the doctors just in case. They both nod so everyone can get up, prepare to begin the mission. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone wondering and eager to know what the next chapter will be like. Jinchuriki Rescue. Nibi. Everyone was relaxing while waiting for the next episode. The Bijks were still surprised to learn that some humans would help them. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Rescue of the Jinchuriki. Nibi. Upon reading the title, everyone understood who they would save first, while a certain council of Kumo was nervous upon seeing that one of their plans would be revealed. Some people were seen traveling in vehicles. The vehicles were HVB Rhino motorcycles, a type of bike they managed to make thanks to some blueprints Weiss had from Atlas. Upon seeing the HVB Rhino, everyone was surprised as they were aero bikes and they also made the power-hungry want them. Those who controlled them were Ejiro Kirishima, or Red Riot, who was carrying Shukaku, who was in his human form, and Mina Shido, her Pinky, who carried Ichako Uraraka, her Uravity. Kirishima. Excited our debut. Mina and Ichako were also happy about their debut, while others were impressed by Shukaku's human form. Of course, there were some who couldn't help but blush at the sight of Kirishima, Mina, and Ichako's bodies. The four of them were in the HVB Rhino, while Shukaku guided them, sensing Madatabi's chakra. Shukaku. Hurry up. I feel that cat is using her chakra. Kirishima. Understood. Although she understands a little, this thing is very difficult to control. Mina. I confirm. Shukaku had to accept reluctantly. Those who hated the Bijks did not understand the desperation of the Ichibi, while the Bijks understood a little, although they found it a bit strange to see the raccoon so desperate. Upon seeing the state of the Ichibi, Kirishima and Mina looked at each other, nodded, and increased their speed. Elsewhere. Two Akatsuki members were seen facing a giant fire cat. The Akatsuki members were Haiden. Waikakuzu. Both were known as the Immortal Duo, while the fire cat was Madatabi. I'm here. Upon seeing himself on the screen, Haiden smiled arrogantly. Kakuzu paid no attention to him, while Madatabi was curious about what the humans and Shukaku would do. The Immortal Duo were about to act, but they heard something. Turning around, the three saw the HVB Rhino arrive, but then the drivers and passengers jumped out, causing the hoverbiks to crash into the Akatsuki members, running them over. Kirishima. Some laughed, but those who knew the Immortal Duo knew that wouldn't be enough to stop them. Madatabi. Shukaku. What are you doing here and helping humans? Shukaku. Let's just say our sister convinced me, and also an acquaintance of hers knew this might happen. The Bijks saw their sister again, who was combing Ari's tails. Naruto already knew they could trust them, but how much could they trust them? That caught Madatabi's attention, but they watched as the Immortal Duo got up. Haiden. That wasn't fun, sees the new ones look Kakuzu, new sacrifices for Jashin-sama. Bakugo. Who the hell is Jashin? Upon hearing that, Haiden was annoyed to see Bakugo speaking ill of the deity he worshipped. However, Bakugo was grateful that the children had their ears covered. Bakuzu. I'm not interested. Just finish them off to capture the two tails Jinchuriki and claim the reward. Haiden. PFFT, you're only thinking about money. Oh well, better for me. Looks at the group. Prepare yourselves and feel honored to be sacrifices for Jashin-sama. With that, he launches himself, brandishing his three-bladed scythe. Seeing that, some were worried, but Naruto knew how they would act. After all, he most likely told them how to fight against both of them. Seeing that, Kirishima steps into the middle of the attack to use his quirk. Hardening. Kirishima's quirk caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry, while Haiden thought the brat was stupid. The instant the scythe collided with Kirishima, everyone except Mina and Uraraka was shocked to see a spark generated while Kirishima was shown unharmed. Most were shocked, but Haiden was especially shocked when he saw that. Haiden. In shock how? Kirishima. Well, it's my quirk hardening, but it's not the time to talk. Then he throws a punch at Haiden, who stumbles back, taking a barrage of blows. Seeing this, Kakuzu is about to act, but a wave of sand engulfs him. Shukaku. With his hand outstretched, pink girl, do something quick and finish off the one I have. Mina was going to do something, but she freezes when she understands what Shukaku meant. Mina. He's talking about killing and I know it but I can't. Upon hearing her thoughts, the My Hero Academia students opened their eyes in shock while the aforementioned girl looked at her hands with a tremor. Mina began to tremble as she continued to watch the scene of Kakuzu trying to free himself from the sand. Shukaku. Angry brat, move it. Naruto. Shukaku, don't be angry with her, it's normal for her to act like that, in their reset they are trained to capture and not kill, and before you say anything, it's most likely that my other self told her something. Shukaku clicked his tongue but had to accept what Naruto said. Mina was still trembling when she felt something on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Uraraka looking at her with understanding, as she was in the same state. The scene was repeating itself in the room, but now everyone was involved, even Bakugo was helping. Mina kept looking at her when she remembered something Naruto had told them before the mission. Flashback. Naruto. I know many will be afraid, but remember this. Difficult decisions require strong wills. No matter who the enemy is, you must do it. Nothing will change, but keep in mind that these decisions can save many lives. Don't forget that. End of flashback. Naruto's words surprised many, while those who were going on the mission smiled a little to see that their friend supported them and would not abandon them. Mina just remained silent, inhaling and exhaling, and turned to look at Kakuzu. The My Hero Academia fans began to show their support for Mina, who was watching the screen intently. Inky began to generate a liquid to throw at Kakuzu, who began to melt. Mina's quirk was acid. Everyone's eyes widened at that news, and now they understood. Mina was capable of controlling acid. The power-hungry watched Mina intently, plotting to turn her into a breeding machine and acquire weapons. Kakuzu. Dirty end is no. In the end, Kakuzu melts. After that, Mina falls to her knees, crying and vomiting. It was her first death. In the Mina room she was the same, she had just witnessed her other self killing. Seeing her like that for the first time, Shukaku felt sorry for her. Shukaku. Girl, Mina sees him, just think about it, it was him or you. The tailed beasts were surprised to hear Shukaku comforting a human, but they saw that he felt sorry for her. Meanwhile, the characters from My Hero Academia now understood humanity's cruelty, but they agreed with Shukaku. It was either Kakuzu or them. Elsewhere, the Akatsuki were shocked to see how some children had killed one of the immortal duo, while Kakuzu pondered how to obtain Mina's heart to add acid to his arsenal of attacks. Mina just stared at her as Uraraka hugged her in comfort. Then they heard thumps and turned to see Kirishima fighting Haiden, while Red Riot was being helped by a blonde girl. She was Yujito Nai, the Jinchuriki of Nibi alias Matatabi. Seeing that, everyone pays attention because they wanted to know what they would do with Haiden, who hoped that his other self would avenge Kakuzu. Haiden. Smiling ha, they're very good, they'll be great sacrifices for Jashin-sama. The Akatsuki continued attacking with Kirishima protecting Yujito, who was attacking with her cat claws, then Red Riot attacked even with his quirk activated. Naruto. Despite barely knowing each other, they're very well synchronized, thumbs up, well done. Kirishima smiled with joy, while Yujito smiled a little. Haiden was about to attack when he dodged a wave of sand and acid. Haiden. So they're attacking. Wait a minute, looks around and Kakuzu. Shukaku. That idiot. He's dead. Mina swallowed hard upon hearing that. She was still shaken from having killed for the first time. Ichigo began to comfort Mina, who thanked her. On the other hand, Haiden was shocked and began to get angry. Haiden. Growling, you guys. Shukaku. This is getting boring, now Machi girl. Before Haiden could do anything, Uraraka appeared behind him and slapped him on the back, causing the Akatsuki member to begin floating. It was Uraraka's quirk, zero gravity. Those who understood English were astonished to learn Uraraka's quirk. Those who didn't understand English understood instantly and were truly shocked. The power-hungry already wanted Uraraka as a breeding machine. Her quirk would help them create perfect weapons. Haiden. What the hell? Seize Uraraka, what the hell did you do to me, you damn girl? Uraraka was only startled by the scream. Uraraka. I only used my quirk on you, zero gravity. None of the elemental nations knew the language, but they understood. Uraraka was able to control gravity. Shukaku. Girl, remove absolutely all gravity and wait about 10 minutes. Upon hearing that, everyone understood what Shukaku had asked of Uraraka, who began to tremble as she had just understood what the one tail meant. Uraraka nodded and gently touched Haiden, who began to rise while screaming. Haiden. The Akatsuki continued to rise, then looked up at the sky and was startled. Little by little, the immortal Akatsuki continued to ascend higher until they left the atmosphere, literally reaching space. The scene left absolutely everyone speechless. Shukaku. Madatabi only hit his brother once with his tails. But the rest. They had waited the full 10 minutes before Uraraka deactivated her quirk. At that moment, Uravity realized what she had done and covered her mouth, falling to her knees in tears. Kirishima and Mina began offering her emotional support, especially Mina, who had recently come to understand that feeling. Nobody said anything because they knew that would be the logical reaction to what was happening. Ujido. Serious, who are you? Madatabi. Don't do it, kitty, they're allies, Ujido. What do you mean, allies, Madatabi? Madatabi. The one with marks on his face is my one-tailed brother in his human form. The conversation caught the attention of everyone except Naruto and Hitomi. The trust between Ujido and Madatabi was evident. Meanwhile, Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, watched with a smile. He knew that a Jinchuriki with a good relationship with their Biju was incredibly powerful. Upon hearing that, Ujido is surprised and lowers her guard a little. Ujido. I apologize, I was just informed that you are allies. Kirishima. That's understandable. If you don't mind, we'll take you to your village, then we'll return to ours. Ujido nods, barely noticing that Kirishima, Mina and Uraraka were wearing ninja headbands. Ujido slapped her face a little when she realized she had been absent-minded. The humans went to get the HVB Rhino to accommodate them while they got Ujido's attention. Uraraka. Glancing sideways at Ujido, according to Deku-kun in his past reset, she was never evil, she was just controlled by brainwashing. That last part had caught everyone's attention while the wreckage was serious. Sirio, Jinjutsu. She began to search with her eyes for who could have been the wretch who put the one she considered a daughter into a Jinjutsu. After a few minutes, the 5 of them get settled to start heading towards Kumagakure no Sado. But the screen turns off, leaving everyone wondering what would happen to the other teams. Jinchuriki rescue. Sambi. Everyone seemed to be relaxing a bit after what they had seen in the previous chapter. The students of Class 1 were still trying to calm Mina down after she was the first to kill. The tailed beasts watched the students and then Naruto, wondering if they could trust them since they had seen them helping. The power-hungry ones were plotting a way to capture one of the Class 1 students to turn them into breeding machines and/or sperm sacs. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Rescue of the Jinchuriki, Sambi. Upon reading the title, everyone knew that he was now still in Sambi, the three-tailed one, which angered many since they hated the Bijus. Simultaneously, 2 people could be seen jumping, each with one other person. Those people were Rin Nahara, who carried Toru Hagakure or Invisible Girl. Mito Uzumaki, who was carrying Kyokujiro or Earphone Jack. Upon seeing the names mentioned, everyone paid attention, though many blushed when they saw Rin. But realistically many were left with some doubts upon seeing Toru's outfit. Literally, no offense, she looked naked. The 4 were heading towards a pond near Kurigakure no Sado. Mito. Are you sure it's this way? Rin. Very sure. The ninja said nothing more and continued jumping through the trees. Everyone decided to pay attention to see how he would do to the team. Elsewhere. The lake could be seen near Kiri. There, in front of the lake, were 2 Akatsuki members, Zetsu and Tobi. Both ready to capture the 3 tails. Seeing both Akatsuki members, many became serious as they watched the screen. Tobi. This is where the 3 tails is. Zetsu. That's right, we need to hurry. Tobi nodded and launched several attacks at the lake. Tobi's deep voice surprised the Akatsuki. They didn't think their childish partner would act like that. Suddenly, a large turtle emerges from the water with an angry look. It was Isobu, the Kame no Sambi. Upon seeing Isobu appear, everyone, including the Akatsuki and the Bijks, paid attention to find out what would happen. Isobu. Humans. The 3 tails begins attacking both Akatsuki members, who skillfully dodged. The Akatsuki began to analyze this in order to learn how to avoid Isobu's attacks. The 4 members of Yuzu were among the trees, watching the fight intently. Toru. It's your turn, Kyoka. The aforementioned woman nods to jump while the Akatsuki were in the air. That caught everyone's attention while alerting the Akatsuki. Without the renegades expecting it, Earphone Jack uses a sonic power. Heartbeat wall. Naruto recognized that attack because when he was in his seinen mode, Jiro had launched that attack at him. The attack hit the Akatsuki directly, sending them flying somewhat dazed. That surprised those who didn't know about that attack. It looked powerful. Isobu saw that and watched the 4 girls fall in front of him, where he recognized one of them. Isobu. Well, look who I see here, my former Jinchuriki. Rin, hello Sanbi. They looked directly into each other's eyes. Many felt the tension in the air as they watched the scene. Isobu. Serious, what brings you here, Rin? Rin inhales and exhales. Rin. I come on behalf of Kyuubi and its Jinchuriki. They discovered Akatsuki's plans and asked us to come. We are not here to fight. We want you sealed inside me so we can go somewhere else and release you there. Isobu was surprised but decided to look at what Rin said. There he discovered that only one thing was wrong, the fact that the plans had been discovered was a facade to cover something up, he knew it instantly, but the rest was 100% true. That last part caught everyone's attention, but especially Isobu's. Isobu. MMH, if we hadn't come to see the future this would have happened interesting. Isobu. If I decide to accept, where will they take me? Mito. To where Kyuubi is. Isobu just looked at Uzumaki, sensing the girl's honesty. That's when Hitomi and the Bigs understood something. They were being addressed by their titles to prevent the Akatsuki from realizing their names. Before doing anything, the Akatsuki returned. Tobi. Did you hear that, Zetsu? Now we'll know where the Kyuubi is. Zetsu. That's right, Tobi. The 4 of them turned to look at the Akatsuki with seriousness. That made everyone a little nervous, while Lari was already preparing a mini-tailed beast ball to throw at the Akatsuki. Of course, that made everyone even more nervous since, well, a daughter of a tailed beast and a celestial was angry. But when he does so, Tobi freezes up when he sees one of them. Tobi. Rin. But how? That caught Kakashi's attention, while Naruto knew who was behind the mask. Invisible girl. Tora nods, making small hand movements to use one of her techniques. Warp refraction. The technique had managed to blind the Akatsuki while the girls, and fortunately Isobu, covered their eyes. Tora's technique surprised and caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. To buy more time, Kyoka uses her heartbeat surround technique. To stun the Akatsuki again with sound and throw them further away. Now another technique had caught their attention, and the power-hungry wanted to possess them. Rin. Turns to Isobu, only you decide, Sanbi. Isobu remained silent to look at the girls. Isobu. I hope I'm not mistaken, very well, I accept being sealed in the Brat Nahara and being transported to where Kyuubi is. Upon hearing that, Naruto smiled, now that he had Isobu on his side, and of course he wouldn't disappoint them. The 4 girls were happy, then Mito took out a mask. The Shinigami mask. Upon seeing the mask, Naruto becomes alarmed, as it's highly likely Mito will use that jutsu. He just hopes Shinigami will be fair this time. Mito uses it to make handprints. Consumer seal of the Grim Reaper. Behind them, a silhouette appears, making everyone nervous, especially Mito, since they never thought they would see it. It was a Shinigami. Naruto chuckled a little at that. Naruto. Amused, Shinigami, always making your entrances. The Shinigami looked at everyone to see Mito who had the mask. Shinigami. What do you want, mortal? Mito swallows hard but inhales and exhales to calm down. Mito. Shinigami-sama, I want you to seal the Sanbi and Rin Nahara. Shinigami watched a group preparing to make a few moves. After a few seconds, Isobu began to glow and moved to Rin's abdomen, where a symbol appeared. The Haki no Fukin Shiki. Upon seeing the scene, the power-hungry realized they could control the Shinigami with the Shinigami mask, so they began planning to seize it. Before she could do anything, Zetsu appeared, trying to attack Rin, who was prepared to counterattack. Bang. Zetsu began to fall, a small hole in his chest. The cause was Mito, who held the empty gun in her hands and a capsule containing the soul of justice at her waist. The scene had startled everyone as Zetsu glared at Mito with hatred. Zetsu began to get up with difficulty, but Shinigami caught him in his hand. Zetsu. Let me go, you damn thing. Shinigami. I've been chasing you for a long time, but now it's time for you to die. Without further ado, Shinigami begins to remove Zetsu's soul, who begins to scream, and after a few minutes Zetsu's lifeless body falls to the ground. Everyone was somewhat terrified by the scene, while Zetsu watched his plan go down the drain while cursing Naruto. Shinigami. Very well, I'll take my leave. Send my regards to Naruto. Without further ado, he disappears, causing Mito to remove his mask. I still wonder what other beings Naruto knows. Toru. That had made many laugh, while Naruto just smiled a little. The girls laughed, but then they all became wary when they saw Tobi arrive, but in an erratic manner. That made everyone pay attention. Then Toby begins to remove his mask, revealing his identity. Ignore the Rinnegan. Obito Uchiha. That left everyone speechless, but especially Kakashi. Obito takes off his mask. I don't have to hide anymore. Everyone fell silent, but then Rin appeared in front of him and punched Obito in the groin. Everyone stared blankly as the men covered their crotches. Men. Low blow. Obito was in shock watching Rin. Obito. Rin how? Rin quickly throws Zenbon needles at Obito, paralyzing him. That startled everyone, but Naruto and Hitomi had an idea. Rin. We'll take him, I'll try to convince Naruto. The girls eyed, knowing that, despite everything, Rin still felt something for Obito. It was the same with Naruto and Hitomi when Ari arrived. Naruto had discovered that he still felt something for Hitomi. Upon learning this, Naruto and Hitomi knew they were right, while the rest remained silent, although Obito blushed upon learning that Rin did have feelings for him. Without further ado, the four of them walk away, with Rin carrying Obito like a sack of potatoes. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence. Naruto. Mockingly, now we know who will wear the dress at the wedding. Everyone started laughing while Rin and Obito blushed intensely. Rescue of the Jinchuriki. Yonbi. They were all chatting amongst themselves, pondering what they had just witnessed. The power-hungry were plotting how to prevent Naruto from achieving his goals and seize everything for themselves. Suddenly, a screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Rescue of the Jinchuriki. Yonbi. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, but especially Yonbi and his Jinchuriki. Simultaneously with the previous chapters. 3 ninjas were seen leaping through the trees in the direction of Iwagakure no Sato. They were Sasuke Uchiha, Sarada Uchiha, and Satsuki Uchiha. Upon seeing Satsuki, many blushed, causing Sasuke and Itachi to glare at them. The 3 of them were going to the place where the meeting of the Yonbi Jinchuriki with Itachi and Kisame would take place. Sarada. Jumping, I'm happy, I'll finally be able to meet Uncle Itachi. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Itachi's. Naruto. In every reset, Itachi died. Then everyone understood the reason for Sarada's words. Both brothers saw her while remembering what Naruto had told them happened in several resets. Satsuki. Well, get ready because this time Itachi will be with us. Sarada nodded with a smile and continued jumping. Everyone is paying attention. Elsewhere. It was a place filled with lava, fire, and some water. There, Itachi and Kisame were fighting against the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. Urumshai smiled a little upon seeing his debut. Kisame. Look, Itachi, this one's a tough nut to crack. Itachi. Don't you remember the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Kisame clicked his tongue, remembering that fight. Some smiled amusedly at that. On the other hand, Urumshai had remained still, but on guard, upon hearing what Itachi said. Urumshai. Did you hear Yonbi? Son Gok. That's right, human. Leaving that aside, Kisame lunges at Urumshai, but before he can do anything, a fireball is thrown at him, causing him to jump back. When they turn around, they see the Uchiha trio from Yuzu. Satsuki. The Uchiha trio enters the scene. Sasuke smiled slightly while Sarada had a radiant smile. Kisame. Look, Itachi, your stupid little brother. He didn't see that Itachi was taking out a kunai. Itachi. I'm sorry, Kisame. The Akatsuki member is confused, but Itachi stabs him to jump up and ignite the explosive tag, killing Kisame. This surprised everyone, but especially Akatsuki. Itachi was then teleported to where his family was. The elder Uchiha simply removed his Akatsuki cloak and ring to be with his family. This surprised Urumshai, Son Gok, and Sarada, while the other Uchiha siblings were less surprised. Afterward, Itachi removed his Akatsuki cloak and ring. Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, saw that on the screen and in the room to plan to hunt Itachi down for his betrayal. Satsuki. Sees Urumshai, we come from a village where Kyuubi is free, its former Jinchuriki sent us to save you. That left both the Jinchuriki and the Yonbi speechless. Urumshai. Is he telling the truth? Son Gok. Yes. Urumshai thought about it for a while until he saw the Uchihas. Urumshai. Serious, we'll go, but if they do anything, we leave. The Uchihas nodded as they left with the Yonbi Jinchuriki. That was the quickest mission they'd ever had. Itachi would return to his family, Urumshai and Son Gok would have a place to rest, and the Uchihas, well, now they were craving some tomato soup. With that, the screen goes dark, revealing that it was a short but entertaining episode. The Megacure. Naruto vs. Pain. Everyone was talking about what they'd seen in the previous chapters. Naruto would have the tailed beasts on his side. Meanwhile, the Jinchuriki were talking amongst themselves, trying to get along better. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Megacure. Naruto vs. Pain. Upon reading the title, everyone's eyes widened in understanding what they were about to see. Pain, on the other hand, was a little nervous, realizing he would be facing someone far more powerful than anyone else. Simultaneously with the previous chapters, an object was seen moving to one side. That something was an aerial version of Bumblebee, which was driven by Naruto, who had Hitomi, in her chibi form, on his lap. Upon seeing the Bumblebee variant, everyone was surprised, while Yang felt a strong urge to hop on the hoverback. After a while, aerial Bumblebee stops, causing Naruto and Hitomi to get out and see the village in front of them. The Megakure no Sado. Everyone pays attention when they see a Megakure. Naruto. Alright, it's time, you against Konan and me against Nagato. Hitomi nods and they separate, going in different directions. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention, already knowing who would fight whom, and the truth was that both Pain, Nagato and Konan were nervous. With Naruto. Naruto was walking along casually when he stopped and looked up. There, standing on a structure, was the leader of Akatsuki. Pain, also known as Nagato. Uraya's eyes widened in surprise. He'd been searching for Nagato ever since he was mentioned, but now he knew who he was. Meanwhile, the rest watched the fight intently. Pain. So you've come to surrender, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? Naruto. Surrender? Heh, that's not in my vocabulary. With some amusement, Naruto activates his Rinnegan. Upon seeing the Rinnegan, everyone pays attention, but especially those hungry for power. Pain is surprised to see that. Pain. How come you have the eyes of God? Only one can have them. Naruto. Because I'm a celestial and the coolest one here. Well, Pain, there's another one who possesses the Rinnegan. Without Pain noticing, Naruto prepares the sword in its compact mode. Nobody said anything about the small interaction, but then everyone, especially the power-hungry, looked intently at the compact sword. Without thinking twice, Naruto does a backflip to land on a symbol. The Absolute Solver's boost option, to be launched towards Pain. The new Absolute Solver option surprised everyone, but it also caught the attention of the power-hungry. Seeing that, Pain prepares his best attack. Pain. Shinra Tensei. Pain activates his attack. Throwing it at Naruto, who turns the star into the sword. And make a cut. The Shinra Tensei made everyone a little nervous. But then they were surprised to see the sword. Although some thought it was foolish to strike, those who knew the sword's power and those who had faith in Naruto were the exception. To Pain's shock, Noir manages to cut through the technique, passing right by and managing to hit the Akatsuki member. This shocked everyone, especially Akatsuki, particularly Pain. Meanwhile, the power-hungry were already eager to seize the sword. Pain falls into the water while Naruto falls gracefully. Pain. Miles per hour, I see you're strong, but it won't be enough to defeat a god. Naruto just stared at him with a poker face, not only because he had the Rinnegan towards the all-powerful Pain Nagato, and Noir himself was proof of that. Naruto was also sporting a poker face alongside the others. Condition. Without saying anything, Pain summons 5 other people. Now there were the 6 paths of Pain. Seeing that, everyone paid attention, while Naruto remained calm. Naruto looked at them indifferently, but then smiled slightly before getting into a fighting stance. Seeing this, the Pains also got into fighting stances, but Naruto disappeared. That alerted Pain, seeing that Naruto wouldn't even give him a chance to defend himself. The 6 were searching, but Naruto appeared behind the Naraka path. He then slashes with a sword, cutting the body in half. Before he can do anything, Naruto unleashes more slashes, tearing the body to pieces and then incinerating them with a burst of flames. The scene shocked everyone as Pain swallowed hard. Pain. TKS, damn it. With that, he sends a signal to the Asura path, which turns his hands into missile launchers and fires missiles at Naruto. Everyone watched the scene attentively, but those hungry for power watched the Asura path with particular interest. Upon seeing that, Naruto makes the star of the shield appear. To transform it into said letter. And block the attacks of the Asura path. Many were curious to know that Naruto had a card with a shield theme, but they put that aside and paid attention to the screen. The smoke began to disperse, but Naruto suddenly appeared in front of the Asura path to slash and incinerate the body again with a burst of fire. There they saw one thing again. Naruto didn't play games and went for everything. Not wanting to prolong the fight any longer, Naruto summons the Star the Fiery. To launch a great blaze at the Pre-Tar out. The power-hungry saw the Star the Fiery and his power making them crave it eagerly. Upon seeing that, the Pre-Tar path. He extends his hands to try to absorb the jutsu, but in doing so the very path catches fire, burning his body to a crisp since the attack was not chakra, it was magic. Pain. Mental note, prevent the Pre-Tar path from trying to absorb that attack. Pain. Nervous, this is bad, Shinra Tensei. Naruto smiled slightly. Naruto. Shinra Tensei. Both Shinra Tensei begin to clash with each other, each opponent trying to gain ground. The scene left many surprised, while others already wished they could possess the Rinnegan for themselves. As the techniques disperse behind Naruto, the human path appears. Who tried to steal Noir's soul. The power-hungry viewed that path with surprise. Now more than ever, they wanted her to kill Naruto. Naruto. That's right, the human path. The Noir strikes the human path, giving it to the sky, then extends his hand. Naruto. Chibaku Tensei. With that, rocks begin to surround the human path. Then Naruto launches a Rasenringu against the structure, destroying it along with the body. The scene left everyone speechless as the power-hungry grew frustrated to see that nothing could stop Naruto. Then Naruto turns towards Pain and the animal path. And then summons some golden Geister blasters. Nobody said anything about the last path as everyone was surprised and intrigued to see golden Geister blasters. With that, the Geister blasters began firing, causing Pain and the path to dodge. But that was exactly what Naruto wanted, as more Geister blasters began appearing and firing indiscriminately. Seeing that made them swallow hard, well the power-hungry ones got a little nervous. While the Geister blasters fired Pain and the animal path dodged as best they could, Naruto guarded the shield. The last thing caught their attention a little, while Naruto already had an idea of what would happen. Animal path kept dodging, but then it was surrounded by several Geister blasters and, unable to do anything, they all fired, destroying the body. Naruto. Now Pain. Pain. I'm the last one. On the other hand, Pain had been saved, but then he felt something behind him. He turned around only to receive a slash from Naruto, who was still using the sword. Pain was cut in half, but Naruto didn't stop there. The Noir launched more slashes, leaving Pain in pieces, and then Naruto performed a series of movements, using Trunks' technique from his reset as Son Goku. The Shining Sword attack. When the attack ends, only ashes fall from where Pain's pieces were. The scene silenced everyone. Naruto had won. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with some fear. He had seen that he had killed his student. Naruto only keeps the sword to look elsewhere. Naruto. Well, we'll have to wait. Naruto just sits and waits for Hitomi to finish her fight. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone in silence as they see that Naruto won. The Megacure. Hitomi vs Conan. Everyone was waiting for the new episode, while Pain was still a little nervous after facing a Celestial. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Megacure. Hitomi vs Conan. Upon reading the title, everyone's attention was drawn, while the Akatsuki, especially Conan, were shocked to learn that the girl would face the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Hitomi watched, knowing she would have to restrain herself to avoid killing Conan. Simultaneously with the previous chapter. A small fox was seen walking through the rain. It was Hitomi. The Kyuubi was in its chibi form when it was engulfed in flames, revealing its human form while concealing its tails and ears. Ari. Haha, mommy's always doing that. When they all turn around, they are surprised to see a small black fox in Hitomi's lap. Imagine it has 9 tails. Hitomi. Stroking Ari's ear. That's right, little one. Ari only began to let out small purrs. She spun gracefully, dodging paper attacks. Looking up, she saw the only woman in Akatsuki. The woman. Seeing this, everyone paid close attention, while the Akatsuki, especially Conan, grew nervous. The power-hungry among them, however, watched Conan's Kekkei Genkai with intense focus. Both the Biju and the human looked at each other seriously. Hitomi. You know what? I don't want to drag this out, so I'll finish quickly. Conan says nothing and is covered in papers. Ari. Hitomi, and the show begins. They both looked at each other and smiled while Naruto shook his head in amusement. Hitomi calmly watched all the papers, then suddenly explosive papers shot out. Seeing this, Hitomi conjured fireballs around her and spun them around. Hitomi's technique caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry and Kaiten users. Instantly, the explosive tags detonated as some spheres flew towards other tags. The tags began to spin, then merged, creating Conan, who used one of her signature techniques. Shikigami no Mai. The young people saw Conan as if she were an angel, while Naruto saw it as perfectly normal. With the papers around her, Conan creates paper shurikens. They begin throwing them at Hitomi. Hitomi saw this and began creating fire shurikens around them to start throwing them. Both paper and fire shurikens caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Ari. From what I can see, that girl Conan likes origami. Naruto. That's right, little one. On the other hand, Conan looked at Ari with some surprise. She thought the girl would see her techniques only as that, but she saw that she also knew that she liked origami. Yes, Naruto was her father since he was just as observant and analytical. Both paper and fire shurikens began to clash as the rain continued to dampen the ashes. Hitomi started generating Rasengan's around her, drawing Conan's attention, who felt her instincts telling her to flee. Hitomi. Kyuubi Rasengan Bomber. With that, he begins to launch Rasengans at Conan, who counterattacked with paper shurikens. Conan. attacking, this girl is strong. Hitomi. Arrogantly, of course I'm strong, I'm the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto Ari. Hitomi mom. Hitomi. Okay, I'll shut up. That left everyone with a poker face while the Baijas were amused. Still attacking with paper shurikens, Konan begins to gather paper in her hands. With her technique ready. Konan prepares to launch the paper chakram against Hitomi. The paper chakram caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Upon seeing that, Hitomi simply extends her hand to unleash a burst of flame, setting the chakram ablaze. Everyone got a little sweat drop when they saw Hitomi incinerate Konan's attack with simple fire, although it was logical, it was paper. Konan had no choice but to start escaping by flying, followed by Hitomi who remained calm. Hitomi. Naruto wants to save this girl, but well, the truth is that she's not bad, she just had bad luck, I understand her. Hitomi's thought caught everyone's attention, but especially Konan's. At that moment, a large number of paper shurikens fly straight towards Hitomi, who summons a sword of fire. Then launches slash, incinerating the shurikens. Upon seeing Hitomi's sword, everyone's eyes widened as the power-hungry sought to possess the weapon. That made Konan a little nervous, so she started preparing her papers. Hitomi. Look, this is dragging on for a long time, and I really don't feel like fighting. That confused Konan. Hitomi. I know you, you're Konan. Konan. How do you know that? Hitomi. Information acquired. Konan had a drop of sweat. The rest also had a drop of sweat as they watched Hitomi and Naruto who were in chibi form. Without a doubt, they look very much alike. She set that aside to launch another paper chakram at Hitomi. Seeing this, Hitomi unleashed a torrent of fire. Burning each of the shurikens. Instantly generates an orange Rasen shuriken. Then to see Konan. The stream of fire surprised them a little, but when they saw Hitomi's Rasen shuriken, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Hitomi. Tu me obligas esto, Kyuubi Rasen shuriken. With that, she launches the Rasen shuriken at Konan, who dodges the attack. But as she does so, Hitomi clenches her hand into a fist, causing the Rasen shuriken to grow into an orange dome, striking Konan. Pain was startled a little when he saw the attack reach Konan, while the rest were surprised by what the technique did, although the power-hungry wanted to possess that type of Rasen shuriken. As Hitomi watched the scene unfold, she turned her gaze away. She saw papers falling to one side, gathering on the ground, revealing Konan, who was badly injured. Pain let out a silent sigh upon seeing his companion alive. Seeing her like this, Hitomi calmly begins to approach until she reaches her and kneels on one knee. Hitomi. I already said it, you forced me to do it. Konan. In pain, what are you going to do? Kill me? Hitomi. That's what I would do if I didn't know you. Konan. So what are you going to do? Hitomi. Nothing, we're going to get your friend and my companion, you'll find out later. Konan was unsure, but she saw that Hitomi wasn't doing anything to her. If she had, she would already be dead. Konan. Good. Hitomi nods to take Konan and help her walk towards where Naruto was. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone wondering what will happen in the next chapter. Omegakure. Naruto vs Jiraiya Part 1. Everyone could be seen sitting waiting for the new episode, wondering what it would be about. A fight or the finale. Before they could think any further, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Omegakure. Naruto vs Jiraiya Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone's eyes widened in surprise at the realization that it would be the fight between Naruto and Jiraiya. But what surprised them even more was that they would be seeing the first part. Naruto could be seen lying in the rain playing a fighting video game on his scroll. The scene left everyone with a poker face, while they had a drop of sweat on their brows. He continued like this when he sensed some presences. One of them relieved him somewhat, but the other made him serious. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention, as they instantly understood what Naruto's reaction was about. Turning around, he saw that it was Hitomi and Konan. Naruto jumped up when Jiraiya appeared. Jiraiya. Surprised Naruto. Then he is surprised to see Konan, but gives a perverted look when he sees Hitomi. Upon seeing the last thing they did, Naruto and Ari became serious as Naruto began generating a Rasen Chidori and Ari a small-tailed beast ball. Seeing this, Jiraiya became nervous while Hitomi watched with a hint of amusement. Upon seeing that, Naruto becomes very serious. Naruto. Hitomi, take Konan to you-know-where, moves his hand to his belt, I'll take care of the old pervert. Hitomi nods to take Konan away, while Naruto and Jiraiya look into each other's eyes. Everyone is paying much closer attention now that they see the fight is about to start. Jiraiya. Naruto, this can't be like this, you better return to Konoha, help me find your sister, and everything will be resolved. Naruto just stared at him with a dead expression as he grabbed something from his belt. Just like on screen, Naruto had a dead look while Mito glared angrily at Jiraiya, who became nervous. That something was the Nano cube of Trunks' sword. The weapon of a Trunks from his reset being Son Goku. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention, but especially those hungry for power, knowing they would see another weapon in a Nano Cube. Naruto opens the Nano Cube to reveal the sheathed sword. Which she takes, puts on her back and takes it out, revealing her appearance. Many people like the sword's design. It was simple but stylish. Seeing this, Jiraiya went on guard, knowing that Naruto wouldn't hear him, as he drew a stone sword. Ignore the blood. Causing Naruto to become defensive upon seeing her. Many were surprised to see Jiraiya with a sword, but others just looked with some amusement at the swords which were, literally, made of stone. They locked eyes, ready to lunge at each other. Sparks flew as their swords clashed, and then they unleashed a flurry of slashes, which the other dodged, blocked, deflected, or parried. Everyone started paying very close attention when they saw that the fight had already begun. At one point they both began to struggle with their swords. Jiraiya. Struggling Naruto, this doesn't have to be like this, go back to Konoha, to your home. Jiraiya nodded. Naruto. Struggling he, that place stopped being my home a long time ago. Jiraiya grunted a little while Naruto watched everything intently. They both pushed with their swords away from each other, although Naruto had applied a little more force. Jiraiya. Naruto, please, the charges can be dropped, return to Konoha and help me find Mito, so that the prophecy can be fulfilled. Naruto let out a small grunt upon hearing that. Jiraiya had just rubbed it in his face that he only cared about the stupid prophecy. Just like on screen, Naruto let out a small grunt while Mito looked very seriously at Jiraiya, who became a little nervous. Naruto. Akumu. A small being appears and begins to merge with the sword, which acquires a new shape and appearance. Then Naruto gets into a fighting stance. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Seeing this, Jiraiya resumed his fighting stance, creating a tense atmosphere. They stared intently into each other's eyes before launching themselves forward. Sparks flew back and forth, causing minor damage to the surrounding structures. Watching the close fight made everyone pay much closer attention, but especially the power-hungry who wanted to know more about what they could steal. Jiraiya. Understand this, Naruto, it's for the good of everyone in Konoha. Naruto just got angry when he heard that. Those words were always the same. The last part surprised everyone, but especially Jiraiya, upon learning that those words had already been said by the Gama-senin. Little by little, Naruto's hair and eyes began to change color as his hair grew longer. Attracting Jiraiya's attention and confusing him. That caught everyone's attention and confused them, but Naruto smiled a little as he remembered his old avatar Kanjiki no Yami, or just Yami. Jiraiya. Fighting, I don't understand why his hair grew long, wait. Did he learn that jutsu? But how? I didn't teach it to him. That confused everyone, but Naruto and Jiraiya understood instantly, although the latter was just as confused as his counterpart. At one point Jiraiya catches Naruto off guard, causing them to cross arms and swords. Jiraiya. There's no escape, Naruto, I've won. But she gets confused when she sees Naruto smile. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief, but had a bad feeling when he saw Naruto smile. To his dismay, Naruto's hair moved to form a large fist. And give him a blow that separates him from Noir and sends him far away. That shocked everyone, while Naruto was smiling as he watched his technique. Before falling, Jiraiya recovers, landing on his feet as he looks in surprise at the fist of hair which was once again the hair of the Noir. Jiraiya. Okay, I didn't see that coming. What other techniques does Naruto know? That's what everyone was wondering. Jiraiya set that aside to begin tracing hand seals, making his hair grow longer. I was using the Jizm needle technique. The needle Jizm caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Then Jiraiya uses hell needles. Launching several needles from her hair towards Naruto at full speed. That surprised everyone, while the power-hungry wanted to possess that technique. Seeing that, Naruto was calm when he summoned Mirror. The sole armament of creativity to withstand the needles and then return them against Jiraiya. That surprised everyone, while the power-hungry now also wanted to possess that mirror. Jiraiya was surprised to see that, but dodged the needles. Jiraiya. Surprised, he can reflect attacks. Serious, alright, I need to be more attentive. Jiraiya gets up to pick up a stone sword that he had left stuck when using his technique. Naruto had an idea and hoped his other self would carry it out. Naruto was serious, but smiled to make the star of the mirror appear. Then he makes another one appear and, to Jiraiya's shock, sees how the hair of both Naruto stands on end and then throws needles towards the Gama-senin. Everyone was shocked to see that, while Jiraiya was more nervous to see that Naruto knew some of his techniques. Jiraiya. Blocking the needles, he can use the hell needles too. But how? I didn't teach them to him, who are you really, Naruto? Naruto. MPH, it's normal that he thinks that, he hardly knows me at all. Nobody said anything since it was true, while Jiraiya became increasingly nervous. Meanwhile, Naruto had made the mirror disappear to store the star and remained there watching Jiraiya. Seeing this, Jiraiya shook his head and resumed his fighting stance. Jiraiya. Alright Naruto, if you don't want to come willingly, we'll make you come by force. Naruto just smiles a little before getting back into fighting stance. Seeing and hearing that, everyone pays attention to what's coming next. They stared at each other, then lunged at one another, clashing sword against sword. Imagine you are Naruto and Jiraiya. Many began to support each one, although the power-hungry were only waiting for both to die so they could obtain what belongs to them by right. As they continued to battle, Jiraiya pondered how to defeat Naruto, while Naruto remained calm. Suddenly, Jiraiya leaped away, threw his sword into the air, and began forming hand seals. Jiraiya. Suiton. Furious waves. With that, he launches the jutsu. Towards Naruto who was calm with his sword. Seeing Naruto's calmness confused everyone, but Naruto smiled a little, knowing what his other self would do. That made Game-Sennin a little nervous, but he saw Naruto strike a pose. Naruto. Full counter. With that, Noir performs the technique. Returning the attack to Jiraiya but with twice the power. Seeing the scene shocked everyone, but especially Jiraiya, while the power-hungry wanted to possess Naruto's technique. Jiraiya barely dodges the attack, causing Naruto to draw his aerial flying thunder god Sei to get into a fighting stance and fly towards Jiraiya. Apollo. That made Jiraiya swallow hard. Before he could do anything, Game-Sennin was struck by Noir, who carried him into the sky. While suspended in the air, Jiraiya saw Naruto's face, noticing that his left eye was red with a black sclera. Jiraiya. Shocked, has .hisi. That shocked everyone, while Naruto already knew what he would use. The Lispalded and Naruto sails Su Rinkaku. They hit Jiraiya, sending him to the ground. The Rinkaku caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Jiraiya gets up a little only to see Naruto make a movement with his Kagyun, hitting him squarely with a blow. That startled everyone, while Jiraiya felt a ghostly pain. Hermes. Upon seeing that, Naruto separates, leaping into the air to land on the ground with his Kagyun still outside. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone wondering and eager to know what the next chapter will be like. Omnitrix. Naruto vs Jiraiya Part 2. Everyone was in their seats, waiting for the next part of the fight between Naruto and Jiraiya. Tsunade, on the other hand, was somewhat nervous. Although she was furious with Jiraiya, she still didn't want him to die. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Omnitrix. Naruto vs Jiraiya Part 2. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, but especially Jiraiya. Naruto was seen intently watching where Jiraiya should be, since he had hidden himself. Upon hearing that, everyone was confused, but Jiraiya already had an idea. Naruto was still standing there when a tentacle of his Kagyun moved, blocking an attack. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jiraiya, who was in Sage Mode with the help of Fukasaku and Shima. Seeing Sage Mode caught the attention of many, but especially those hungry for power. With his hair, Naruto forms a fist to try and punch Jiraiya, but Jiraiya leaps away. Naruto moves to look at Jiraiya, who appears both serious and nervous. Meanwhile, Fukasaku and Shima watch Naruto with fear. They can sense the dreamer's power. Upon hearing that, Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that Fukasaku and Shima could sense Naruto's power. Meanwhile, Noir slapped his face, having forgotten all about it. Fukasaku. Jiraiya-chan, why? Jiraiya. I don't understand, Pa. Shima. What Pa means is, why are you making us fight against someone superior to us? That left Jiraiya speechless, while Naruto just stared at the toads. Naruto. Right, I forgot that toads and summoned animals are able to sense my power. That last part left everyone with a poker face and beads of sweat, while Naruto laughed a little nervously. On the other hand, Jiraiya kept thinking about what Fukasaku and Shima had said. If what they said was true, then he wouldn't stand a chance against Naruto. No, he never stood a chance against Noir. Eddie. With some mockery, unfortunately for you Iro-sennin, you never stood a chance against my son. Jiraiya frowned slightly upon hearing that nickname but said nothing, knowing that Noir was powerful. Meanwhile, Summer noticed Betty looking serious but also remained silent. Naruto sighed, drawing the attention of Jiraiya and the toads, who watched as Naruto returned his hair to normal and deactivated his ghoul powers, storing his Kagyun and his eye returning to normal. That caught everyone's attention, while Naruto already had an idea, so he smiled a little. Naruto. Smiled slightly, why don't we make this fair? That confused everyone, wondering how Naruto would change into a new form. Ignore the ninja headband. Irasu Tenmsen Jutsu. Upon seeing the Tenmsen Jutsu, everyone's eyes widened in surprise, while others began to tremble slightly as they felt the power that this Sage Mode exudes. Upon seeing Naruto's Tenmsen Jutsu, Jiraiya stepped back a little while nervously standing next to the toads. His power was immense. Naruto. Well, I know that even so you'll still try to take me to Konoha. Jiraiya was surprised to hear Naruto say that, since it was his plan. Naruto. So let's fight. Before he could do anything, Naruto appeared in front of Jiraiya and punched him, sending him flying. Bakugo. Naruto laughed a little, but also agreed with him. Jiraiya gets up while Naruto is walking towards the Gamma-senin. Jiraiya. Serious very well, if that's what you want. Jiraiya makes hand seals. Jiraiya. Sage art. Senbon hair needles. Her hair stands on end as she begins to launch needles. Which are directed towards Naruto, who begins to generate golden flames in his hand. The move the hand generating a small shield of fire that incinerated the needles on contact. The techniques of both opponents caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. They both faced each other again, starting a taijutsu battle, Jiraiya using the toad katas and Naruto the turtle style. Naruto. Bakugo laughed loudly while the rest watched with a bead of sweat on their brows. While they were fighting, Jiraiya saw that he couldn't use fire against Naruto, so he decided to use another technique, so he jumped away from Noir. Jiraiya. Suiton water explosion wave collision. Jiraiya inhales deeply before releasing the technique. But in Sage mode, the technique was much more powerful. The power-hungry now wanted Sage mode more than ever, so that their soldiers' puppets could launch much more powerful and destructive attacks. Upon seeing this, Naruto strikes a pose and begins to spin, generating a large golden whirlwind. All the technology crashed against him. Niji's eyes widened slightly at the sight of that technique. It resembled the Hyuga clan's Kaiten. Meanwhile, the power-hungry were intrigued by the technique. As Jiraiya's technique ended, the aforementioned, who was already on the ground, noticed the whirlwind, which then stopped, revealing Naruto. Naruto. Seriously, Grandma Tsunade, I don't understand why you want me to save Jiraiya, mental sigh, but oh well, I'll grant you that wish. Upon hearing the thought, everyone was surprised, while Jiraiya looked in surprise at Tsunade, who did not see him. After Naruto, a small black explosion occurs, revealing a different Naruto. The Hora estaba usando el Kurai Senjutsu. Many were terrified upon feeling the power of Kurai Senjutsu. It was dark and sinister. This made Jiraiya and the toads nervous and frightened. The power that Naruto now exuded felt dark and terrifying, and he now felt somewhat desperate. Jiraiya now wondered if his other self's idea was the right one. Seeing that, Naruto smiled a little. He was going to play around with Jiraiya for a bit. Naruto. When your gaze changes from hope to despair. Naruto smiles in a macabre way. Ignore the mark that forms. Naruto. It's a real pleasure for me. Many were frightened by the scene, but especially Jiraiya, who literally felt that the words were directed at him. That scared Jiraiya and the toads. Naruto. Let's finish this, Jiraiya, and this time, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Naruto extends his hands, and dark hands emerge from his back. Imagine it's Naruto. Who begin to head towards Jiraiya. Despite the scare, everyone watched Naruto's technique attentively, but especially those hungry for power. The Gamma-senin begins dodging the attacks, but then Naruto appears behind him, unleashes his Kagyun, and sends him flying. Upon hitting the ground, Jiraiya loses Sage mode, while Fukasaku and Shima vanish in a puff of smoke. Seeing that, Jiraiya swallowed hard. Now he was at Naruto's mercy. The Sennin slowly began to get up, wounded, while watching Naruto, who had decided to leave his Sage mode. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Jiraiya's. Naruto. Serious, let's finish this in one hit. Now everyone understood the reason why Naruto deactivated his Sage mode. Jiraiya nods to begin generating a Rasengan. Followed by Naruto, who also started making one. And then they both run towards each other. Jiraiya. Koriendo Kaiten Rasengan Naruto. Koriendo Mugentan Rasengan. The Rasengans caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry, although everyone was much more interested in Naruto's Rasengan. As they stood facing each other, their Rasengans collided, generating a huge explosion. Seeing that, everyone pays attention to find out the outcome of the fight, while Tsunade is worried about her former teammate. As it dissipated, Naruto could be seen walking while carrying Jiraiya like a sack of potatoes. Upon seeing who the winner was, the power-hungry clicked their tongues, while Tsunade was relieved that Jiraiya was alive. Naruto. Seriously, Grandma, why do you want to save him? Sayo, well, whatever. Without further ado, he heads towards where Hitomi, Konan, and most likely Nagato were. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone wanting to know how the Omegakure part would end. Omegakure. Liberation. Everyone was waiting for the next episode, while Jiraiya watched Tsunade, wondering why she had asked Naruto to save him. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Omegakure. Liberation. Upon reading the title, everyone understood that it would be the end of the Omegakure saga. Before it began, a great light appeared, revealing a 10-tailed wolf looking around. Everyone was surprised, while some civilians were terrified to see another Biju, though the Biju were surprised to see a 10 tails. Then, the 10 tails was struck by lightning, absorbing everything that had been seen and shrinking into chibi form before leaving with the other Biju, who felt somewhat intimidated by it. Naruto was seen walking towards a cave while carrying Jiraiya like a sack of potatoes. "Jiraiya, could you treat me more gently?" Naruto. "No." That caused many to break out in a sweat. After a few minutes, he arrives at the cave where he finds Hitomi and Konan waiting for him. But when Konan sees Jiraiya in that state, she is surprised and worried. After all, he is still her sensei. That surprised everyone, but especially Jiraiya, to learn that his former students still loved him. "Naruto. Calm down, he's unconscious, let's go to Nagato first." Konan is surprised to hear that name, but before she can do anything, Hitomi grabs her and carries her like a sack of potatoes. With that, they both start walking while Konan kicks and screams, wanting to be put down. The last scene made everyone laugh, but especially the Akatsuki. Inside. They continued walking until they reached a place where Hitomi put Konan down. Upon seeing where they were, Konan turned around to see someone in some kind of machine. They are Nagato Uzumaki. Upon seeing Nagato's appearance, many were startled, while Jiraiya worried about the boy. "Nagato. Naruto Noir Dreamer. Naruto. Nagato Uzumaki." They continued to look each other seriously in the eyes. Many felt the tension in the atmosphere, which made them nervous. "Nagato. What brings you here?" Naruto. "I've made you a deal." Nagato. "What kind of deal?" Naruto. "Come with Konan to Uzushiogakure no Sato to start a new life. Your crimes will be forgiven." Nagato. That's a good offer, but there's a catch." Akatsuki. Naruto. "Well, about that, most of the Akatsuki have already been eliminated." That left Nagato and Konan speechless. Nagato. "Well, I guess I don't have another option. Anything else?" Naruto. "Yes, I want the Jito Meizo. I'm going to do something," activates his Rinnegan, "and I won't take no for an answer." Nagato nods, then Naruto approaches him. The entire conversation caught the attention of many, but especially the Akatsuki, who considered perhaps leaving their current lives behind and going with Naruto. Of course, they would think about it until they returned to their world. Instantly, using medical ninjutsu and kindness and youth magic, Naruto heals Nagato, restoring his vitality. Surprising even Nagato and Konan. Everyone was surprised to see Nagato's new condition, while the doctors felt a little envious of Naruto's healing ability. Nagato, getting off the machine. "Thank you Naruto Noir Dreamer." Naruto. "You're welcome, and just call me Naruto." Nagato nodded, and then they all started walking in one direction. When they arrived, they all saw the Jito Meizo. Upon seeing the Jito Meizo, the Bai just became serious, while the Jubi had a grimace of disgust. Naruto. "Okay, let's begin with the first part of the plan." That caught the attention of Nagato and Konan, while Hitomi knew what Naruto meant. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention. With that, Naruto places his hand on the Jito Meizo, extends his other hand, and, using the Rinnegan, begins to produce two clouds of smoke of different colors, which gradually increase in size. The smoke begins to take on two forms until it reveals two Bijks. Kakuo and the Gobi no Yuma. Seiken, Lirakubi no Namakuji. Upon seeing that, everyone's eyes and mouths opened in surprise, while the Biju looked at Naruto with some surprise. Both Bijks began to open their eyes to look around. Seiken. Somewhat confused. "Where am I?" Kakuo. Somewhat confused. Gobi. Seiken turns to look at Kakuo. Seiken. Surprised sister. Just then, they heard someone clear their throat. Turning around, they saw Naruto, Konan, Nagato, and Hitomi staring at them, while Jiraiya lay on the ground. Kakuo. Looking at Hitomi. Kyubi. "What are you doing here and with humans?" Upon hearing that, the former Akatsuki members were shocked to see Hitomi, who revealed her tails and ears, leaving them speechless, but especially Konan, since she had fought against the Kyubi and, from what she deduced, had held back too much. Hitomi let out a small laugh upon hearing Konan's thought, who was still nervous about the fight. Hitomi. "Well, with humans I had to hold back a little, while with the red-haired boy with pink tips and black streaks, well, I must tell you that he is not human, and he is my husband." That shocked everyone else, except Naruto, while the Bijks looked at Naruto who was looking at them with a calm expression. Seiken. "What are you?" Naruto. "A celestial." That left the Bijks even more blank. Jubi. "Anyone would get like that, even I would get nervous." That surprised everyone, but it also made them nervous. Kakuo. "Nervous? What is your purpose in freeing us?" Naruto. "None, we'll just take them to a place where they can live peacefully, and then, when the Jinchuriki pass away, the rest of their siblings will go to the same place." Upon hearing Naruto's plan, all the Biju and their Jinchuriki paid attention. It was a good offer. Both Bijks nod in agreement with what Naruto said. Naruto. Alright, seize the Jito Meizo, it's time for the final phase. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention, but especially Jubi. That caught everyone's attention as Naruto drew 7 souls. Determination, patience, courage, integrity, perseverance, justice, and kindness. Upon learning which souls he would use, everyone was surprised as they were more prominent. Naruto smiles as he takes on a new form. It was the wise way of the 6 paths. Upon seeing that form, everyone except Hitomi and Ari opened their eyes and mouths in shock, while the power-hungry were nervous upon learning that Naruto was the new sage of 6 paths. Seeing that, everyone except Hitomi was shocked. Hitomi. It's been a long time since I've seen that shape. Naruto. What can I say? I feel nostalgic. Olivia gave a small smile as she remembered those words. He had said them when he got Kanonbal back. Naruto began to float, positioning himself in front of the Jito Meizo's head. He infused the souls with chakra and then pulled them inside the Jito Meizo. Naruto stepped back as they saw the Jito Meizo begin to crack. Instantly, the Jito Meizo crumbled to pieces, revealing a 10-tailed wolf. It was the true appearance of the Jubi no Okami. Jubi. Smiling my debut. On the other hand, the Bijus were surprised to see where Jubi came from next to them. Bijus. Looking at Jubi and the screen, how did this come about? Everyone watched Jubi in surprise, but she fell to the ground asleep while taking on a chibi form. Many had to admit that Jubi looked cute like that. Upon seeing this, Naruto takes her in his arms to look at the other Bijks. Naruto. Will you come with us? They both looked at each other and shrank into their chibi form. Hakuo chibi. Seiken chibi. And go to her sisters. There everyone saw that the Bijus accepted the offer. With that, Naruto deactivates 6 Paths Age Mode 2 with the 10 tails in one arm, take Jiraiya like a sack of potatoes, and begin to retreat with Hitomi carrying her sisters on her shoulders and the former Akatsuki members following them. Of course, Naruto was grateful to have sent a clone to leave the aerial bumblebee in Yuzu. With that, the screen went dark, making it clear to everyone that it was the end of the Omega saga. Class 1A. Everyone was still shaken by what they'd seen in the previous episode. Now the 10 tails was in the room and that made many nervous, especially the tailed beasts. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Class 1A. Upon reading the title, everyone in Class 1A's eyes widened in surprise. Before the event began, lights appeared, revealing the rest of Class 1 alongside a man dressed as a homeless person. A beam of light struck the new students, who opened their eyes in surprise, but quickly went to their seats, while Naruto decided to switch to Izuku's avatar. A week has passed since what happened in the chapter, and some things had happened. Mina and Uraraka had gone to the psychologist since they had been traumatized by their first deaths. No one said anything since they understood, but the rest of Class 1 and Aizawa were worried about both girls. The former Akatsuki members settled in well, although some found it a little difficult. The Akatsuki members who saw themselves living in Yuzu understood. Rin had told Naruto that she would take care of Obito, which Naruto had to accept. Obito was relieved to be alive, thanks to Rin. Regarding Jiraiya, it was learned that he was under a genjutsu imposed by Danzo Shimura, which was the reason why Tsunade asked to save the Gamma Sennin. This surprised everyone, but especially Jiraiya, who, after being struck by lightning on the head, breaks free from the genjutsu, making him angry at himself. The new Bijus and Jinchuriki settled in and should be grateful that it was peaceful. The Jinchuriki and Biju watched with curiosity, while those who hated them became angry upon learning this. Yubi had decided to be by Naruto's side as he was her savior and had also adopted the name Akari. Yubi. Akari. I like the name. Currently, Naruto was going to a small building with Akari in her chibi form by his side as she was still adapting. Akari. What are we here for? Naruto. To see some friends. Akari nods and after a few minutes they arrive at a building. Akari. Well, I admit it looks nice and spacious. The rest nodded, while those from Class 1 and Aizawa looked at the house very carefully, knowing that they would be living there. Naruto nods, his appearance changing until his avatar is ready. Now it was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. And Midoriya appears. On the other hand, everyone saw that Izuku looked very grapable. Without more they entered the house to start touring it. Upon reaching the main room there they saw all the members of Class 1 at being one. Yuga Aoyama, Aka Can't Stop TWINKLING2. Mina Shido, Aka PINKY3. Sayu Asui, Aka FROPPY4. Tenya Iida, Aka Ingenium 5 Ichako Uraraka, Aka Iravati Mashirao Jiro, Aka TAILMAN7. Denki Kaminari, Aka CHARGEBOLT8. Ijiro Kirishima, Aka Red RIOT9. Koji Koda, Aka ANIM810. Rikito Sato, Aka SUGARMAN11. Mizo Shoji, Akatentacole 12. Kyokajiro, Aka Earphone JACK 13. Panta 014. Fumikage Tokoyami, Akati Sukuyomi 15. Shoto Todoroki, Aka Shoto 16. Toru Hagakure, Aka Invisible GIRL 17. Kitsuki Bakugo, Aka Dynamite 18. Minoru Mineta, Aka Grape JUICE 19. Momoyoi Rozu, Aka Creati. Knowing who everyone was and what they looked like, many, especially the power-hungry, viewed this with interest, although the power-hungry saw everyone as breeding machines or semen sacks. What still surprised and delighted many, however, was that thanks to Kenjutsu, Toru was now able to see himself. Hagakure was very happy to see her body. This shocked everyone, but especially Toru, who began to glow until her true form was revealed. Toru started jumping in her seat with joy. Izuku. I'm here, guys. Upon hearing that, everyone in Class 1A turns to look at Izuku. Class 1A. Midoriya Deku-kun. Izuku nodded with a small smile, joining the rest of Class 1A, while Akari sat watching the interaction. Ever since her return, she'd been curious about how humans acted, especially Naruto, a celestial. Akari could also see everyone interacting on the screen and in the room, that was interesting. As he watched, he saw everyone doing various things, including eating, playing, exercising, chatting, and other activities. The students in Class 1A smiled with amusement as they watched what their other selves were doing. Why is there so much noise? Upon hearing that, everyone sees someone crawling inside a sleeping bag. It was Izawa Shota, Aka Aracid Head or, to the whole of Class 1A, Mama Caterpillar. Mina. Cheerfully and Mama Caterpillar springs into action. The rest of Class 1A started laughing, while Izawa had a vein of anger bulging. Izuku. Hello, Izawa-sensei. Izawa. Hello masochistic sprout. Izuku chuckled at what Izawa had said. Izuku chuckled when he heard Izawa say that, making the rest look at him somewhat strangely. Izawa. Are you going to stay here overnight? Izuku. Yes, I told them I would. Izawa. Okay. With that, he begins to move away like a caterpillar, while above him was Akari, amused by the movement. The conversation between Izuku and Izawa caught everyone's attention. It seemed he was used to going to sleep from time to time. The ending, with Izawa leaving with Akari on top of him, amused everyone, while Akari saw it as a kind of game. Without further ado, Class 1A resumed their activities, while Naruto tried everything to stop Dark Shadow. Don't do anything like that, since Tokoyami had let you out. Upon seeing Dark Shadow, everyone, especially those hungry for power, became filled with curiosity. Time skip. The Class 1A house was dark. Everyone had gone to sleep. Well, not everyone. Izuku was on the balcony, gazing at the night sky, his expression serious as he looked at the moon. Izuku. Serious, Artemis. The scene and Izuku's thoughts sent a chill down their spines. It was clear that Izuku Naruto hated Artemis with all his being. Deku-kun. Upon hearing that, Izuku turns around to see Ichako in pajamas with a blanket around her. Izuku. Uraraka, what are you doing here? Uraraka. Approaching, I was thirsty and went to get some water, but when I came back I saw you here, stands next to Izuku. What's wrong? Izuku turns to look at the sky. Izuku. I'm scared. That surprised Uraraka, who saw the green-haired boy. That surprised everyone too. They didn't expect to hear that Izuku Naruto was afraid. Uraraka. Are you scared? Izuku nods. Uraraka. Why? Izuku. She's coming, and I'm afraid something might happen to all of you. Uraraka. Who? Deku-kun. Izuku. Artemis, she's coming. Now they understood the reason for Naruto Izuku's fear. He was afraid that Artemis would harm his loved ones. Meanwhile, the power-hungry were plotting how to ally themselves with Artemis to kill Naruto Izuku. Uraraka noticed the slight tremor in Izuku's hand and took it. Uraraka. I understand you're scared. She did everything she could to keep you from being happy and to make you live in constant suffering, but don't be afraid. We're here for you. Izuku. That's what I'm afraid of, that she'll find out you're here for me and hurt you, or worse, kill you. Uraraka remained silent as she took Izuku's hand, who looked at her. The same thing happened in the living room, causing Izuku to see Uraraka, who gave him a small smile. Uraraka. Don't worry, Deku-kun, whatever happens Izuku. Smiled slightly, everything will be alright. Uraraka leaned on Izuku's shoulder, who placed his head on hers. Uraraka had said the same words to Izuku, who smiled gratefully. Izuku. Serious, the final battle is approaching, she will come and I am the only one who can stop her. I know the others will want to help me, but I cannot allow that. I will not let them suffer. I will end this alone. Izuku's thoughts silenced everyone, while Apollo was nervous about what he heard. Even knowing what his sister was like, he was afraid something might happen to her. He then notices that Uraraka has fallen asleep. Seeing her like this, Izuku smiles slightly, picks her up bridal style, and carries her inside. With that, the screen went dark, leaving everyone in silence, while Uraraka blushed at what Izuku had done. New pieces in the entourage. Everyone could be seen eating a little something while the power-hungry were plotting how to acquire the members of class wanted to have soldiers, or as they called them, weapons. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. New pieces in the entourage. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, but before starting, some lights appeared and then revealed 3 people. Naruto. Sorprendido Kagami, Koda, Office. Upon hearing their names, the 3 turned around, and then beams of light struck them on the head, delivering the information. The first 2 were surprised, while the last remained stoic. After the reunion, the 3 settled down, while the rest watched the newcomers intently. Naruto could be seen doing the last of the paperwork he had left, while some clones were helping him. Pages. Again, why didn't we think of that? Noir was still concentrating on his writing when he sighed and looked up. He saw Weiss, Pomni, Uraraka, Tomoyo, Reaper, and a new girl who had returned from a reset, Kagami Tsurugi. The friend she had when she was Marinette Dupain Cheng. Kagami. I've already appeared. Naruto nods. Meanwhile, the rest, especially the power-hungry ones, watched Kagami, knowing what reset he had arrived from. Naruto. Do you know what you're asking for? I wouldn't mind having you in my entourage, but why? Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention, but especially Naruto. Weiss. Serious, you see, Naruto, I know you want to protect us, but I want to be strong enough to fight by your side. I want you to know you can trust me, and I don't want to just rely on my semblance. I want to become stronger and help you when you need me most. Weiss nods seriously. Naruto nods seriously to look at Pomni. Pomni. Serious, although I have great power, and I am still training it, I don't want to sit idly by, I want to fight and prove my worth. Naruto nods seriously, still haunted by that event at the digital circus that marked him forever. Pomni nodded seriously while Naruto was somewhat nervous. He put that aside to see Uraraka. Uraraka. My quirk zero gravity is good, yes, but I don't want to rely solely on my quirk. I want to improve, I want to evolve as a heroine, not depend on my quirk. Naruto saw her, remembering all the times Uraraka was almost on the verge of death during her reset because of what she had just said. Uraraka nods as those from her reset watch the girl, seeing that she is improving for the better and is no longer a burden. Naruto. Sees Tomoyo. You, Tomoyo? Tomoyo. I want to help others, I don't want to be the damsel in distress, I want to be strong enough to help others. Naruto nodded with a small smile. Tomoyo, even though she was just a human, was able to help, even though she was always the damsel in distress, and now he saw that she wanted to improve. Tomoyo nodded with a smile while Naruto smiled a little. Naruto sees Reaper, who just sighs. Reaper. I just want to be there for you, I don't care about power or anything, just be there when you need me most. Naruto sees Reaper, who nods seriously. Naruto nods to look at Kagami. Kagami. I don't want to depend on my miraculous, besides, this will help me gain more experience, it would be something new. Kagami thought about it for a while and nodded in agreement with his other self. Naruto remained silent, looking at all those who were looking at him. Naruto. Sigh, aren't they going to stop asking me until I agree? Pomni. Of course. Naruto looked at them with some annoyance and sighed. Naruto. Annoyed, how do you girls manage to convince me? Reaper. Winking, we have our charm. Naruto just rubbed the bridge of his nose to take out the box of evil and mutation pieces and open it. Naruto. Looking at more girls cheaters. Reaper. We love you too, Naruto. Naruto just snorted in amusement while the rest had beads of sweat on their faces. She started selecting items until she took out some pieces and closed the box. Naruto. Getting up from the desk, ready, girls. The 6 of them nod seriously. Seeing that, everyone paid attention, but especially Naruto and the girls. With that, Naruto inserts the pieces into each of them. Weiss, an evil piece of the pawn. Omnila, mutation piece del peon. Uraraka, the evil piece of the tower. Tomoyo, another evil piece of pawn. Reaper, at mutation piece del Tori. And Kagami, the evil piece of the horse. Upon seeing which pieces each girl was assigned, they looked at each other, nodded, and then looked at Naruto, who sighed somewhat defeatedly. Upon feeling their newfound power, they were all thrilled, as this meant they could help more people. Naruto. For today, don't attempt anything and let your bodies adapt. The girls nodded to leave as Naruto and his clones finished the paperwork. Pages. Depressed, damn paperwork. Naruto. Amused, he, suffer. The cages grunted a little but said nothing. After a few minutes, Naruto finishes, dispelling the clones to stretch. He then makes a face of annoyance. Naruto. When will you stop asking me for that? Until you agree. Naruto turns around to see a girl sitting and looking at him with a stoic expression. It was Office, the dragon goddess of infinity and belonging to his reset being a Seihaidu. Office said nothing, but the others were shocked to learn that it was Office, a goddess. The power-hungry looked upon Office with desire, wanting to possess her and turn her into a breeding machine to create more soldiers. Naruto. No, Office, I'm not going to have children with you. You're only doing this because I'm strong. Besides, look at your appearance. It would be weird if, well, you know, you look like a girl and I look like me. Everyone was stunned when they learned the reason why Office was there. Office. That's not a bad idea. Naruto, like my other self said, no Office. Office only glanced at him to sigh and begin plotting something, which made Noir somewhat nervous. All of this was witnessed by the attentive gaze of everyone, who had beads of sweat on their faces well, everyone except the power-hungry ones who hoped they would actually do it so they could steal the sun and make him their weapon. Office just looked at him, sighed, and left. After a few seconds, Eri and Maru Sarutobi arrived. Ignore the Konoha band. Mogi Kazamatsuri. Ignore the Konoha band. Butan Ice. Ignore the Konoha band. And a child who arrived after Eri. Izumi City. Koda. Smiling my debut. Naruto just smiled slightly as he stroked Koda's hair. Meanwhile, Hanabi blushed as she looked at Maru. In her eyes, he had become even more handsome. Maru. Hi boss, shall we train? Naruto looks at the clock on the wall and then looks out the window. Naruto. Yeah, there's still time. The children are excited to leave the office, followed by Naruto. But the screen went dark, leaving everyone wondering what they would train. The children looked at Naruto, who smiled and nodded before heading off to train. They needed to stay in shape. Naruto Information Part 6. Everyone could be seen eating, pondering what they had just witnessed, and learning that Office was a goddess. The Olympian gods regarded Office with curiosity, while the power-hungry ones desired her as a breeding machine. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto Information Part 6. Everyone pays attention when they read the title, but especially those hungry for power. Here's some more information about Naruto Noir Dreamer. Especially Yesrinega and Gulai. Everyone remembered the Rinnegan while thinking about how to obtain it, although no one had paid any attention to the Gulai. States modes Senjutsu Tentme Senjutsu Kurai Senjutsu Sage mode of the 6 paths. Everyone remembered those ways, and the truth was, they were still surprised that Naruto was another sage of 6 paths. Of course, that made the power-hungry want to take Naruto's power or make him their weapon. Special WEAPONS spinning SWORD degrees KFAN degrees Hydra BOW degrees Earth SLICER trunk sword. Many were frustrated to see that Naruto didn't show many weapons, but they would make sure to take all his weapons away. How naive. RAZAS, semi-armada TRANSFORMACIO acute N, semi-ghoul. Upon learning that Naruto was a transformation semi-weapon, everyone's eyes widened in shock, while the power-hungry smiled arrogantly, knowing that Naruto would be their weapon, unaware that the Noir was far above them. Cartas CLOW the SWORD, the SHIELD, the FIREY the mirror. Everyone remembered the cards, so they wondered what other cards Naruto possessed, since only he, Tomoyo, and Kiro knew about them. Evil and Mutation PIECES Pawn 1, Weiss Mutated Pawn, Pomni Rook, Uraraka Pawn 2, Tomoyo Mutated Rook, Reaper Knight, Kagami. Upon seeing the new members of Naruto's entourage, those who hated him were frightened to learn that he would have more powerful allies. The XTRAS Absolute Solver, Boost Golden Geister BLASTR Giant Hair FIST Mirror, Soul of Creativity Kagun Rinkaku. Once again, the power-hungry growled as they saw Naruto display more of his power, but they were already planning to take everything he had. AFILAZIONESFUCHMEISHKUGURKIRISHIMAMINASHDIOCHECKER YORARIK METATOBI, Probablementi Ujidonai, Probablementi Torachijaki Yorikakuja IROISBUBITO, RMSHI Sanjuke Kinagado, UZUMAKI Ikanen, KOKUSAIKN, JIRIYAKRI, UGAYMA, SISUIDNIIDA Mesha OJIR Dinki KMINRI, KUJIKDA, Rikida SATO, Mizo SHUJI and SEROVIMKich, Tukami Minora MINTMMO, YAOYOROZUZO, SHUDA Kagami, TSURUGIOPHIS, Kodizumi. With that, the screen goes black, leaving many nervous knowing that Naruto would have many more allies. Page Summit Part 1. Everyone was eating while they processed some of the information about Naruto. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Page Summit Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, while the power-hungry watched everyone intently. 3 months had passed since Naruto acquired new pieces for his entourage, and currently Noir was preparing, as it had been reported 2 weeks ago, that there would be a meeting in Tetsu no Kuni. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention. Naruto was already wearing new clothes. Then take the Uzukage hat and put it on. Everyone admitted that the new clothes suited Naruto well. Upon leaving, he encounters Team JNPR, who are said to be his bodyguards. J. N ignore the deck. P. R ignore the sword. The four of them had adapted to their new life, although it was easier for Nora and Ren as they were constantly on the move and alone. Upon seeing Team JNPR, everyone was surprised, while some of the women blushed at the sight of the men on Team JNPR, especially when they saw John's serious expression. Naruto. Ready. Team JNPR nod so that everyone can leave in the direction of Tetsu no Kuni. Elsewhere. The portal was seen opening, then Naruto and Team JNPR came out of it. Noir had decided to use his portal abilities to get there quickly. The ability to create portals caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. As the portal closed, everyone saw a place filled with nines and a large structure. Tetsu no Kuni. Upon seeing Tetsu no Kuni, everyone, especially those who came from other resets, paid attention. Nora. Wow, this place is great. Naruto. It is. But that they started walking, and after a few minutes they were intercepted by 3 people. Birin summarized a Tetsu no Kuni. The swordsmen were intrigued by the samurai of Tetsu no Kuni. Samurai 1. Identification. Naruto. I am the Uzukage Naruto Noir Dreamer, and these are my escorts, Team JNPR, consisting of John Arc, the leader, and his companions Nora Valkyrie, Kuranikos, and Renlai. Upon hearing their tones, many felt chills, while others were somewhat nervous. Upon hearing that, Samurai 2 begins to review the information to give it to his companions. Samurai 3. Fine, you can come in. The 4 nodded and began walking, guided by Samurai 2. They continued until they reached Gate 1. Samurai 2. Here it is, the rest of the cages are waiting for you. Naruto. Thank you. Samurai 2 nods and leaves. After that, Naruto and Team JNPR enter and encounter some very familiar faces. Now everyone is paying attention to find out who will be at the meeting. They were the Kazuki Gaara Sabaku no with his escorts Kankram Sabaku no and Tamari Sabaku no. Gaara wondered why, but then he thought it was Naruto who told him to avoid many more changes to history. Reikage. With his dairy escorts. YC. He thought it over and had to agree with his other self. They were both good bodyguards. Mizukage Mei Terumi. With his escorts Ao. And Chijuro. Mei was surprised to see herself as Mizukage, but then she thought about it and admitted that the escorts were good. Tsuchikage Inoki. With his Akatsuki escorts. Y Kuritsuchi. Inoki simply nodded upon seeing his grandchildren acting as escorts. Kuritsuchi, on the other hand, watched with curiosity, glancing sideways at Naruto. It seemed time had brought them together, but now he would see if it was possible to at least forge a friendship with Noir. He didn't want to mess things up. And the Hokage Danzo Shimura with his escorts FK Yamanaka. Y Torin Abiram. Upon seeing Danzo as Hokage, the civil council smiled arrogantly at the sight of the best leader. In hell. Danzo was seen smiling arrogantly, seeing that he had the title that, according to him, he rightfully deserved. But before he could celebrate, a 10-foot-10 man put his hand on his shoulder. Black. It's time to continue with your punishment. Danzo was frightened but could do nothing more as the black man took him away. In the room. The Yamanaka and Abiram clan members were in shock seeing their missing clan members. Now they knew where they were. Of course, there were some reactions when they saw Naruto. Gaara and Kankram smiled a little. Tamari devoured him with her eyes, already planning to conquer him and thus have more power. Mei admitted that Naruto was handsome. The rest of the cages and their escorts were surprised to see the Uzukage. But Danzo was another story, he was in shock seeing the demon and realizing that he was the Uzukage. Seeing the reactions, no one said anything since they expected it, although the civil council were still angry to learn that the demon was the Uzukage. Naruto. Sitting down. I hope I'm not late. Mei. No, not at all, Uzukage Dono. Naruto nodded as someone entered the scene. Upon seeing him, they realized it was Mifune, the leader of Tetsu no Kuni. Along with their escorts Akatsuki and Yurikaku, respectively. Mifune. Okay, let's begin. Everyone nodded to begin the meeting while Danzo was thinking of some move, unaware that it would be his end. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone wondering what would happen in the next chapter and how Danzo would bring about his end. Page Summit Part 2. Everyone was sitting waiting for the next episode, some wondering what stupid thing Danzo would do next. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Page Summit Part 2. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, but especially the civil council, who wanted to know what Danzo would do, since they had faith that Shimura would win. The cages and the leader of Tetsu no Kuni could be seen in a room. Mifune. Well, it's time to start the meeting. Everyone nodded as Danzo glanced sideways at Naruto. To him, Naruto was a danger to his plans. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention to the start of the meeting, but everyone except the civil council had a poker face. Naruto. Upon hearing that, the civil council looked at him with hatred. To them, Danzo was not a fool. Inoki. Alright, the first thing we'll talk about is Akatsuki. We need to be on our guard since they're on the move now. Naruto. I hate to say this, but Akatsuki is no longer a threat since it's currently disbanded. That surprised everyone, while Danzo felt that it was a bad thing. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention. They already knew that Akatsuki was dismantled, but they still decided to keep watching. May. Could you explain further, Uzukage Dono? Naruto. With pleasure, Mizukage Dono. With that, he takes a folder out of his clothes and opens it. Naruto. As the Reikage knows, some of my ninjas were responsible for saving your Kunoichi named Yujito Nai. That's right, and I'm grateful for that. Naruto nods to show the contents of the folder. Naruto. As you can see, there are the Akatsuki members who have died thanks to my ninjas. They all saw the sheets that contained the names of all the Akatsuki members and their status hidden. Status. DECASED, Sasori. Status. DECASED, Kakuzu. Status. DECASED, Dadara. Status. DECASED, Kisame Hashigaki. Status. Deceased Itachi Uchiha. Status. ALIVE, Zetsu. Status. DECASED, Tobiabito Uchiha. Status. ALIVE Conan. Status. ALIVE Pain Nagato Uzumaki. Status. Alive. Upon reading the list, they saw that Naruto had fulfilled his part of keeping Dadara as dead and then revealing him as Dadara Namikaze. Upon reading the information, everyone was surprised, especially upon seeing that there were 4 Akatsuki members still alive. Excuse me, Uzukage Dono, why are some members still alive? Danzo. But wouldn't it be better to eliminate them as soon as possible? They're all rogues. Inoki. I agree with the Hokage. Everyone saw that Danzo was starting to try everything to maintain the narrative that Akatsuki was still a threat. Inoki, on the other hand, saw his other self and noticed that he agreed with Danzo. He saw that for the first time, he agreed with Konoha. Naruto. That would be a good idea, but they've all given us very good information. Gaara. I agree with Uzukage Dono, it's better to keep them alive since they've provided information, and it's most likely very good. Naruto. Indeed, Kazuki Dono. Meanwhile, Danzo was clenching his fists under the table. If it was true, then his plans would go down the drain. Seeing Danzo's actions, everyone except the civil council went on alert. Perhaps he was already dead, but on the screen it was clear that Danzo was a danger. But then he had an idea. Danzo. From what you told Reikage Dono, you said you sent several of your ninjas to rescue your ninja. Did you do that with the other villages or just Kumo? Naruto. Actually, Hokage Dono, I didn't send my ninjas just to save Shinobi or Kunoichi. I sent my ninjas to rescue the Akatsuki Jinchuriki and eliminate them. That surprised everyone except Gaara, while Danzo grew frustrated. Naruto watched with a smile as Danzo became frustrated. That was amusing. Inoki. And where are the tailed beasts, if I may ask? Naruto. I gave them a place where they won't be disturbed and won't be used for war. Danzo. Alarmed, but the tailed beasts are weapons the first Hokage gave us. Mifune. Hokage Dono, I ask you to lower your voice. Danzo clicked his tongue in anger but complied with the request. The civil council watched as Danzo grew increasingly impatient, making them nervous. Meanwhile, the rest of the group regarded Danzo with seriousness. It was clear that Shimura was someone who only looked out for his own interests. Naruto. With all due respect, but for me, the Bijks are not weapons, they are beings with consciousness. Naruto nods, surprising the Bijks except for Hitomi, while those who hated the Bijks looked at him like he was crazy. Inoki. Putting that aside, what do you hope to gain from all this? Naruto. Something simple, an alliance where there will be no more wars between villages, we're just killing each other over senseless wars. That silenced everyone while Danzo clenched his fists. He wouldn't allow that. Naruto. Serious, he's already acting. Upon hearing that, everyone became serious and looked at the screen, while the civil council became nervous. What is it you're asking for? Naruto. As I told the Bijks, they will no longer be used as weapons and will live far from civilization in a safe place. And if you're wondering about the Jinchuriki, well, I can tell you that when they die, their Bijks can go to those coordinates to have a peaceful life. No one will use them as weapons anymore. Win and win. We won't have to worry about the Bijks anymore while they are at peace, since they informed me that they won't do anything to humans unless humans do something to them. Upon hearing that, everyone had to accept that it was a good idea, while the power-hungry viewed it with anger. For them, the Bijks were weapons. Inoki. What if they decide to attack again? We can't trust them. Danzo. I agree with Tsuchikage Dono. Naruto. I already spoke with the Bijk about this and they promised on their blood and their tails that they wouldn't harm us. The last thing caught everyone's attention except those from Yuzu. No one was confused about the blood oath, but they were confused about the oath by their tails. On the other hand, the Bijk were surprised to learn that they swore by their tails, so they paid close attention. Nifyun. Excuse me, Yuzukage Dono, but what did I just say? Naruto. Oh, right, you don't know, my apologies. Clears his throat well, the blood oath involves cutting your palm and making the oath. If the wound glows and heals, the oath is valid. But when the wound turns black and tentacles sprout and embed themselves in the limb, the oath is invalid and you're forced to tell the truth. It's something some friends and I invented. That surprised everyone as they instinctively touched their arms, especially Danzo. Nobody said anything about the oath, but seeing Danzo's actions, they understood one thing. He wasn't going to agree. May. And the oath by the tails, Yuzukage Dono. Naruto. It's an oath of the Bijks, it's something very sacred to them. If it's valid, the tails glow. If it's invalid, the Bijk suffers unbearable pain or may lose one of its tails. That surprised everyone who met to start talking. Upon hearing that, everyone was equally surprised as they looked at the Bijks who nodded, implying that it was true. Danzo. This is bad, if it continues like this I won't be able to continue with my plan of conquest. Upon hearing that, everyone became serious, while the civil council grew nervous upon learning that their plan had been revealed. Nifyun. No offense, Yuzukage Dono, but how can we be sure that what he said is true? Danzo smiled inwardly at the thought that Naruto was against the wall, but then he saw how the Noir took out a kunai to cut his hand. Naruto. I swear by my blood that everything I said is true and that the oath of the Bijks is valid. Naruto's wound glowed and then healed, implying that it was valid. Naruto. One fact is that no matter who makes the oath, no one is exempt from it, not even the gods. That left everyone speechless, but especially the Olympian gods who saw Hestia and Aphrodite nodding, implying that it was true. That scared Danzo, who was already planning a desperate move. Upon hearing that, everyone becomes alert. The other cages were talking amongst themselves before looking at Naruto. Ara. I accept the proposal. Me too. May. I agree. Enoki. TSK, I admit it's a good idea, but I don't want Yuzukage to betray us. Naruto. Smiles a little. Betrayal isn't in my code. Enoki smiles slightly, but Danzo gets up to call his rude Anbu, who appear. Seeing Danzo's actions, they understood that the bastard was desperate to have everyone under his control, while the civil council was frightened by the scene. Nifyun. Jumping up. What does this mean, Hokage? Danzo. I won't allow my plans to be thwarted by a mere child, and Anbu attack. The Anbus attack while the rest stand on guard. With that, the screen went dark, leaving many frustrated, while the civil council had hoped Danzo would win. Alianza vs Danzo and Reyes. Everyone was watching the screen, waiting for the new episode, especially after learning that Danzo had done something crazy. The civil council was nervous about what Danzo had done, but they trusted him to make everyone fawn over him. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Alliance vs Danzo and Reyes. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, but especially the civil council, as they wanted to know if Danzo would win. The new alliance could be seen watching as Danzo's Anbus launched themselves against them. Naruto. Nora. The aforementioned woman nods, then takes something from her back and turns it into a hammer. That was Magnald in her hammer mode. Everyone watched the start of the fight with interest, but the power-hungry looked at Magnald with curiosity. Without waiting for any other order, Nora lunges at an Anbu to hit him on the head with a hammer while exploring her. Many swallowed hard as they watched Nora scream about explosions and broken legs. That clearly made many people nervous. Seeing this, the other rude Anbus rushed at Nora, who was already waiting for them, alert. The rest of Team JNPR didn't hold back, so Ren drew his Stormflower weapons in pistol mode. To begin firing, Pura brought out Milo and Akao to start blocking with Akao, while counter-attacking with Milo in short sword mode, and John started using Crossy Amours in his shield and sword mode to start killing some rude Anbus. Unfortunately for him, he already had experience in assassination. Everyone watched Stormflower with curiosity and attention, but upon hearing that John already had experience in murder, they all fell silent. John, on the other hand, lowered his gaze, remembering how he had been forced to kill Penny to prevent Cinder from obtaining the power of the Winter Maiden. Seeing this, Penny gave him a hug, letting him know that everything was alright, which made the Ark smile slightly. The other escorts didn't want to be left behind, so they started helping Team JNPR, although Tamari did it to try and get Naruto to notice her. Naruto. Annoyed. Tamari growled angrily. To her, Naruto was hers and no one else's. But the Alliance and Danzo. They had managed to get out of the room and were now fighting outside in the snow, Mifune using his katana, using his lightning release chakra mode. Mei using her Yoden element, Inoki using his Jinten element, Gaara using his sand, and Naruto using axe. The armament of the soul of heroism. The people of Kumo smiled at their cage as he displayed his lightning release chakra mode. Meanwhile, the power-hungry watched this mode with keen interest, especially Axe. The five of them were fighting against Danzo, who had revealed that he had several Sharingan implants in his arm thanks to Hashirama's cells. Shimura was using a kunai reinforced with Futen as a sword. Upon seeing Danzo's arm, many were horrified, while the Uchiha were furious and the Konoha Civil Council said nothing. For them, the Sharingans were theirs by right. Danzo. Angrily, you damn demon, I won't let you ruin my plans. Naruto. Mockingly, thanks for the compliment, Danzo. Danzo growled with hatred as he continued to attack while Naruto held him back. Naruto. Tsuchikage. That caught Inoki's attention while Danzo's allies grew nervous. Upon hearing the scream, Danzo became alarmed and turned around, seeing Inoki with a cube in his hand. Inoki. Jinten. Detachment from the primitive world. Before he can do anything, Naruto traps Danzo using his soul magic, causing the jutsu to hit him directly. That made many sigh with relief, others became agitated, but Naruto remained serious. As the attack subsided, everyone saw that Danzo had been reduced to nothing. Naruto. Serious and on guard, don't let your guard down, Danzo has Sharingan implants, and he'll most likely use Izanagi to return to life. Upon hearing that, everyone becomes wary, and as if it were a prediction, Danzo appears behind Mifune with the intention of killing him. Upon seeing the scene, everyone's eyes widened in surprise, while Danzo's allies were pleased and Naruto remained serious. But before he can do that, attacks him with his fist, sending him flying. Mei. Making hand seals Yoden. Lava appearance. With that, he spews a large amount of lava from his mouth. Ignore Karen and the fact that Sasuke is Danzo. Towards Danzo, who barely dodges it only to receive a punch from Mei that sends him crashing into the lava, causing him to melt. Naruto. Serious Izanagi. That's when they understood that Danzo was going to use that technique again. But thanks to Izanagi, Danzo returns, this time trying to attack Naruto, thinking he was the weakest. However, he hadn't counted on Naruto detecting his attack and using axe to strike Shimura. Everyone was somewhat annoyed at the change of scenery, but let it go, since they were also watching the fight between the escorts and the route ambush. But the escorts and ambush route. The pitched battle was taking place in the room between the escorts and the ambush route, who were the latter and at a disadvantage, thanks to Team J and PR. Ambush route 1. Raiden Thunderbolt. Upon hearing that, John sees Nora. John, it's your turn, Nora. Nora. Here I come, Daredevil leader. Nora runs towards the Anbu route, who already had the Raiden in his hands. To launch the attack. Upon seeing Nora, the Anbu launches the Raiden attack towards the Valkyrie, who positions Magnald as a lightning rod, causing the attack to hit her directly. The scene shocked everyone in the room, while Naruto and those who came from the RWBY reset remained calm. That shocked everyone except Team J and PR. Barry. Hey man, you're crazy, that jutsu looked high-ranking, and I say that because I've already seen it in action. John. Relax, that's Nora's ability. Everyone saw that Nora began to move normally. Her ability is called high voltage. Small pink rays begin to surround Nora's body. And it allows him to absorb and generate electrical energy, sending it to his muscles. That means. They only saw Nora raise her gaze, lightning bolts shooting from her eyes. His high voltage semblance was activated. Instantly, everyone who didn't know opened their eyes in shock upon learning that Nora could use electricity to her advantage, both absorbing and generating it. Of course, this made the power-hungry want her as a breeding machine, so they could have more soldiers' weapons to train torture. Of course, that surprised the other escorts, but the Rude Anbu got into a fighting stance to launch jutsus of other elements, which were repelled by John, who was using Crossiamores in his shield mode LV2. While protecting Nora, who maintained the electrical charge in her body. Upon seeing Crossiamore's shield mode LV2, many were filled with curiosity, but they put that aside when they saw the rest of the group fighting against Danzo. But the Alliance and Danzo. The Cages and the leader of Tetsu no Kuni were giving Danzo trouble, who had already used 3 of his arm Sharingans, leaving him with 7 remaining. Realizing that he only had 7 left, Danzo's allies became worried about him. Danzo. And wait, damn it. Naruto. Mocking you flatter me. Danzo snarls as Naruto makes axe disappear. Upon seeing that, everyone understood one thing. Nano Cube. This confuses everyone as they watch Naruto pull out the Nano Cube, Yukimura 1/3. They open it, generating a small green glow which transforms into said weapon. Causing Naruto to take it and get into a fighting stance. Upon seeing Yukimura 1/3, many were confused, seeing it as a simple sword, but Naruto knew that it was more than a sword. It was a quink, a weapon made with a kagyun. Everyone was surprised by what had happened, but Danzo came out of his stupor when he had to dodge an attack from Naruto, who was using his quink. Many were confused by the quink, but then they understood that it was not a simple sword. The Cages and Mifune were surprised to see Naruto and Danzo engaged in a fierce fight where each was trying to kill the other. Imagine Kirito is Naruto and the woman is Danzo. Although Naruto knew that Danzo would try to escape, that would be part of his little plan. Those who hated Naruto expected him to die at Danzo's hands. But upon hearing that Danzo would do everything possible to survive and that this was part of Naruto's little plan, those who hated him became alert and worried. At one point they were both pushing each other, reinforced kunai against quink. Naruto. Now Tsuchikage and Mizukage. The shout alerted Danzo's allies. Danzo watched as the Tsuchikage and Mizukage jumped behind Naruto while making hand seals. Mayanoki. Lightning Water Dragon Missile Jinten. Primitive World Detachment. Pillar. With that, the Lightning Water Dragon Missile. And the pillar made of the Jinten element. They appear to go against Danzo and Naruto. The attack surprised everyone, while Danzo's allies were worried about the aforementioned but also wanted to see more dead. Before he can reach them, Naruto binds Danzo with soul magic chains to jump away as both jutsus collide with the Shimura. Danzo's allies were startled as they worried about the aforementioned. Danzo reappears with only 5 Sharingans remaining when Gaara appears behind him with a giant sand arm. The strike Shimura, who falls to the ground. When he gets up, he can't move quickly because Mifune manages to wound him in the abdomen and then he sees A approaching him at full speed, punching him through the chest. The scene worried Danzo's allies, who wanted him to flee. Danzo's body falls to the ground, but another Danzo appears, very angry. Danzo. Damn, I only have 4 Sharingans left, I have to go back to Konoha. This caught everyone's attention, while Danzo's allies grew worried upon seeing that he only had 4 Sharingans left. Uam. The explosion startled many, while others knew what was happening, Nora. Upon hearing that, everyone saw a huge explosion of pink rays where the room should have been. Naruto. It seems Nora went a little too far. That made everyone a little nervous, while Team JNPR watched Nora laughing nervously. That made everyone a little nervous, while Danzo decided to act by calling his last 2 Anbus route. Danzo. This will not stand, Konoha will rise above all the villages. With that, the Anbu took him away, leaving everyone in silence as Naruto stored his quink in the Nano Cube. The scene left everyone speechless as Danzo's allies agreed with him, Konoha will rise above all the villages. Naruto. Turns to look at the others. You heard Danzo, he's going to try to attack us all. Smiles slightly, but. Everyone sees it. Naruto. But we'll attack first, wouldn't you like to send Konoha straight to hell? Like you heard, they'll attack us. The people of Konoha opened their eyes in terror as they understood what was happening. Danzo had declared a war of Konoha against the other villages. They all looked at Naruto, who was waiting for their answer. Pages. We accept. Naruto. Good, prepare your best shinobi, looks towards Konoha since we'll be there in 1 week. The wind began to billow, stirring his cloak and the fabric of his hat. Danzo had just sealed the fate of Konoha. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone in silence, but the people of Konoha are terrified to learn that now all the villages are against them and it's all Danzo's fault. A normal day. Everyone in the room was waiting for the next chapter, while the Konoha team was nervous and scared because, thanks to Danzo, Konoha would fall, but they had faith that they would win. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. A normal day. Upon reading the title, everyone was confused, while others chose to ignore it. Before it began, a light appeared, revealing a little girl. This confused everyone as Naruto suddenly stood up. Naruto. Ichika. Upon hearing her name, the girl turns to look at him, only to be struck by lightning in the head. Ichika. Daddy. With that, she runs towards Naruto, who picks her up. The rest were surprised by what they heard, while the power-hungry ones were already plotting to take the girl. Then Naruto returns to his seat while the children meet Ichika, who doesn't know how to feel since she is half ghoul. Jiraiya and Tsunade were seen in a place in front of a gravestone. On it said Hiruzen Sarutobi. The old man had passed away at the age of 71 from natural causes. The scene silenced everyone as Meru began to cry, a single tear escaping Naruto's eye. It had hurt him deeply. Hiruzen, on the other hand, knew this had to happen soon, so he could only embrace his grandchildren. Naruto's children watched with great emotion and hugged their father, especially Ichika, being the newest arrival. Jiraiya. I would have liked to see him one last time. I had to be stronger than that damn Jinjutsu. Tsunade placed a hand on his shoulder in a gesture of reconciliation. Hiruzen. Relax Jiraiya, I don't hold a grudge against you. Jiraiya just nodded, still saddened to learn that he had been controlled and could not spend more time with his sensei. He didn't hold a grudge against you. Upon hearing that, they both turned to see Naruto and Meru with Hanabi, who was accompanying Meru, walking towards the gravestone with a bouquet of flowers each. Hiruzen nodded, but Meru blushed when he saw how grown up Hanabi was. Meru. Hanabi blushed deeply while Aphrodite watched with a smile, supporting the pairing. Neji, on the other hand, watched seriously. He wouldn't let Meru have his cousin so easily. Naruto. He knew you were on the wrong path and all he wanted was for you to return to your partner. He wanted to see the Jiraiya who was once his student again. Jiraiya began to shed tears, so Tsunade gave him a hug. Jiraiya began to shed tears as Tsunade hugged him, understanding his pain, and Naruto and Meru placed flowers on the gravestone. Naruto. Standing up you know something Jiraiya. Jiji told me to take you to Ichiraku once so you could eat ramen, I always told him that not everything in life was ramen, but he told me it wasn't about the ramen, it was about the moments we made there, and he was right, that place is a good place to make beautiful memories. Seize the sand and do you want to come? For Jiji. They looked at each other, smiled, and nodded at the celestial. With that, they began walking towards Ichiraku ramen. Naruto and Hiruzen smiled as the others watched, a few beads of sweat forming on their faces, but they understood. Meanwhile, Am and Tucci smiled upon hearing those words. Time skip. Upon arriving, they saw people eating, but they also saw a couple on a date. That confused everyone while Naruto felt like killing someone. That couple consisted of Ravel Phoenix and Rock Lee who, surprisingly, was wearing normal clothes. Clearly, that had captivated Ravel and caused Naruto to almost want to kill him for having gotten involved with someone he considered a little sister. When everyone saw the couple, their jaws dropped, especially those from Konoha. Ravel and Rock Lee blushed, admitting that the other looked good. Meanwhile, Naruto was being held back by his partners and children. Naruto. To Rock Lee. Rock Lee was a little scared, but Ravel managed to calm Noir down. Naruto just remained silent, but continued to glare at Rock Lee with a death stare. Naruto. Now that I think about it, if Metal Lee is born from the union of those two the little guy will be cooler than ever. At that moment, Boruto remembered Metal Lee. Boruto. His teammates understood while Naruto chuckled a little. He put that aside to sit in a seat next to his companions. Just then, Am arrived, who hadn't changed at all. Am. Hello Naruto, Meru, Hanabi, Tsunade-sama something serious Mr. Jiraiya. Jiraiya said nothing. He understood Am's attitude, even he was angry with himself. Jiraiya just sighed, but he understood Am. Naruto. Bring us some bowls of ramen, please. Am nodded and went to join her father to start preparing the ramen. While they waited, Naruto began a quiet conversation with the Sannin, while the younger ones stepped back to let the adults talk. Nobody said anything since some thought it was pointless while others shipped Meru and Hanabi. Time skip. The group was seen leaving Ichiraku after having eaten. Jiraiya. Now I understand why sensei liked coming here. Naruto. Yeah, nostalgically sometimes I wonder who liked ramen more, him or me. Naruto. He's right, looks at Hiruzen who likes ramen more, you or me. Hiruzen shrugs, since even he doesn't know. Tsunade laughed when she heard that, since she was a witness to it. Meru. Well boss, we're leaving. Naruto nods as Sarutobi and Hanabi retreat. Some teased them and others mocked them, making them blush. The adults decided to keep walking. Jiraiya. And tell us, Naruto, have you thought of a plan in case you encounter Orochimaru? That caught everyone's attention, but especially Orochimaru's. Naruto. The truth is that the main plan was to eliminate him since Mitsuki was already here. That made both Sannin a little nervous. Naruto. But Mitsuki himself asked me not to do it and to return to him the memory of the resets he experienced. This caught the attention of both Sannin, who thought that perhaps in this way they could be reunited as before Orochimaru became obsessed with immortality. This surprised everyone, but especially Orochimaru, who recognized Mitsuki as his son. Meanwhile, the gods frowned slightly upon learning that immortals sought immortality. Tsunade. And is that possible? Naruto only takes out a gray sphere. To show it, revealing that they were Orochimaru's memories. Naruto. With this it will be possible. They both nodded as they looked at the sphere. Their old friend could return and fulfill their sensei's dream. That the team would be together again. They then understood that the sphere contained Orochimaru's memories. Hiruzen, on the other hand, smiled slightly. It seemed his dream would finally come true after his death. Naruto decides to put the sphere away and continue walking with the Sannin. As they walked, they saw a small park where they saw many children, including Naruto's children and a little girl who had one gray eye and one red eye, wore a black outfit and a scarf with a smile on it. It was Ichika Kaneki, Naruto's daughter when he was Kaneki Ken. Ichika smiled as Hera watched her intently. Naruto only remembered Taka with sadness. He discovered that Taka sacrificed herself so that Ichigo could arrive safe and sound. That day, they both cried for Taka's death, but Hitomi promised to take care of her. Upon hearing this, Ichigo and Naruto fell silent, then the little girl burst into tears, causing Naruto to hug her, though he was clearly affected by Taka's loss. Hestia watched him sadly, while Hera, knowing she shouldn't harm the child, observed her. She was in her domain. Of course, that had happened a year ago, and up until 2 months ago, Ichigo had already somewhat overcome the loss of her biological mother and had left her room. Upon seeing the half-ghoul, Tsunade gave a sad look, while Jiraiya looked at her with pity. But then Naruto smiled a little, seeing how his other children were supporting Ichigo, who was beginning to feel happier, knowing that there were people supporting and accepting her despite being half-ghoul. Ichigo looked happy when she saw that they would accept her. Tsunade. What is a ghoul? I've had that question ever since I saw it in your information. Naruto. They're another type of human, but more advanced. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Hitomi. What do they feed on? Naruto. On humans. That surprised everyone, while others saw them as monsters. Naruto. But being half-ghoul, he can also eat human food. Everyone nodded, some relieved and others still plotting to turn Ichigo into a weapon. Naruto. Well, we part ways here. I have to sort out some things and decide who will go to the battle against Konoha. The two Sannin simply nodded, knowing that Konoha had brought about its own destruction. Without further ado, the trio split up, Naruto to one side and the Sannin to the other. The battle against Konoha was approaching, and they had to prepare. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone knowing that the battle against Konoha was approaching. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.